Chapter 1. Do you think there's something sinister in this world? Blue Star, April 4th, 3 a.m. City A, Police Station. Name, Shu Ye. Gender, be serious. Age 23, born on August 7th, freelancer. That is indeed correct. After registering the basic information and confirming there were no errors, the officer lifted his gaze to the young girl, sitting just over a meter away. She was delicate, reminiscent of the girl next door. Her speech carried a youthful humor. She seemed entirely unrelated to the suspect of the serial dismemberment case. Yet, this girl bore an uncanny resemblance to the profile of their dismemberment suspect. Abandoned by her parents, facing the hardships of growth, living alone, introverted, devoid of relatives or friends, unemployed, with free time, and notably, click, the door swung open from the outside, followed by a loud bang. A gruesome stack of photographs, unsuitable for an 18-year-old, was flung onto the table before Shu Ye, the sharp edges grazing her hand, which was handcuffed to the surface. A slight sting. In a moment, there would be blood, though it likely wouldn't leave a scar. Shu Ye mused, stifling a yawn as she raised her head. A man in his 30s, with a receding hairline peppered with gray and dark circles prominently etched beneath his eyes. His expression was a mix of anger and confusion, aligned with his body language. Officer, while I am unsure why I am being shown these photographs, your performance is rather transparent. When you entered just now, my expression was not as it is now, and interrogating suspects, even television dramas, no longer portray it this way. The middle-aged officer's fury gradually dissipated, replaced by a narrow-eyed scrutiny. He stared at Shu Ye, observing her intently. After a considerable pause, he abruptly straightened, moved to sit beside the recording officer, and glanced over the notes he had just taken. Only 23 years old, recently graduated from university, unemployed, having left the orphanage after high school. The records indicate you were not an obedient child while in the orphanage and at school. He chose not to mention the earlier performance, seemingly having forgotten the gruesome stack of photographs still laid before Shu Ye. Yet, Shu Ye naturally began to organize the photographs with her limited range of motion, listening to the middle-aged officer while perusing the images in her hands. Throughout the officer's speech, his gaze never left Shu Ye. When he observed her calm demeanor in the face of photographs that could make even adults blanch, her expression remained consistently placid, even indifferent, causing his already narrow eyes to squint further. He said nothing, merely waiting and watching. Though numerous, the photographs were examined swiftly. In roughly 5 minutes, Shu Ye had perused them all. Afterward, she turned all the photographs upright, arranging them neatly on the table, producing a soft sound. I believe I understand why I am here, Shu Ye remarked, looking at the officer ready to take notes, then shifting her gaze to the middle-aged officer. May I ask your name? The middle-aged officer picked up a thermos from the table, opened it, took a sip, and after a moment said Zhang Wu. Officer Zhang. Shu Ye confirmed the address, was about to say something when she suddenly paused, a hint of exasperation in her tone. Officer, there's no need to look at me like that. I'm not some deranged serial killer or an antisocial psychopath plotting revenge on society, or rather, a sewing machine. The young officer, caught off guard, appeared flustered and suspicious. Shu Ye paid him no mind, returning her focus to Officer Zhang. She extracted a single photograph from the stack, turning it towards them. Officer Zhang was well acquainted with the contents of these photographs and recognized the image instantly. More importantly, this photograph was precisely why Shu Ye found herself in this position. Confirming that Officer Zhang had seen the photograph, Shu Ye set it down. Under the harsh fluorescent light, the image depicted a lifeless head resting on a platter. The neck bore a smooth, severed circle, pale and devoid of any color, as though all blood had been drained. The expression was serene. Her fingers lightly grazed the photograph, her fingertips rounded and well-groomed. If I recall correctly, this should be my father biologically speaking. The indifference in Shu Ye's eyes was startling. Officer Zhang suddenly spoke. Aren't you sad? Shu Ye raised her gaze, the curve of her lips distinctly visible, her expression unchanged, causing a heaviness to settle in Zhang Wu's heart. This smile. Please continue. Officer Zhang, what kind of stupor allows one to maintain a tranquil expression even when decapitated? And what could inflict such a smooth wound? Do you believe there is something sinister in this world? I adhere to the scientific development perspective and am a materialist as for the wound. That is the work of forensic experts, Not the focus of our discussion, however. If you know something, feel free to share. Perhaps I will know in the future. What do you mean? Why would you find out later and not now? Zhang Wu pressed. Zhang Wu fell silent for a moment. Why do you say that? Zhang Wu understood Shu Ye's implications as he sipped the goji berry and chrysanthemum red date tea from his cup. Please, continue. Shu Ye's gaze drifted to the corner of the red paper peeking from beneath the platter containing her biological father's head, and as she lifted her eyes, all her emotions were neatly arranged. She placed a photograph atop the stack, calmly stating, "That's all." Zhang Wu paused, repeating, "That's all?" Shu Ye nodded, "Yes, that's all. When all this transpired, I was at home, never having stepped outside the community. There are cameras at the entrance. You must have checked that before bringing me here, right? Since I'm not involved, I should be free to go. Staying up late is detrimental to my health, and I have a bit of a time crunch today." This exchange sounded rather nonsensical to the young officer, and Shu Ye's dismissive attitude left him feeling quite uncomfortable. "Stop with the flippant remarks and mind your attitude." Zhang Wu patted the young officer's shoulder to calm him down, then resumed questioning. "Did your father visit the orphanage to find you before his death? Are you aware of this? And how did you know he was indeed your father?" "Perhaps because yesterday his son approached me, claiming I was his biological sister, demanding that I provide him with pocket money and cater to his whims, and perhaps even buy him a house." As Shu Ye spoke, her gaze fell upon the photograph, her smile unwavering. "I must admit, they do resemble each other, but regrettably, this father passed away last night, leaving his son even poorer." Zhang Wu's expression shifted. Before Zhang Wu could respond, Shu Ye added, My previous comments may have been somewhat inappropriate. However, we are in a police station, and I believe in speaking the truth, and my time constraints are also genuine. So may I inquire what time it is now?" Time constraints, asking for time. This marked the third occasion Zhang Wu had heard Shu Ye mention being pressed for time. In the eyes of the officers, a suspect inquiring about the time usually preceded something unpleasant. Zhang Wu hesitated, unsure whether to answer. Yet, before he could ascertain the reason for Shu Ye's inquiry, he felt compelled to respond. Should he concoct an excuse? While contemplating, he suddenly heard Shu Ye say, "To prevent you from giving me the wrong time, Officer Zhang, I believe I should inform you. For the safety of everyone in the police station, it would be best not to do so." The faces of Zhang Wu, the young officer, and several others listening from the adjoining room turned pale. "Zhang Wu, continue the questioning. We must clarify everything." Zhang Wu understood the implication. Yet, just before he could ask, Shu Ye spoke again. "This is not a threat. I haven't planted any bombs in the police station. After all, I have barely stepped outside recently, only going downstairs to throw out the trash and collect takeout. I cannot reveal specifics, but whether you choose to disclose the accurate time is up to you. It is indeed your choice. Were you threatened? Tell us everything, and we will protect you." Her gaze pierced through Zhang Wu and the young officer, penetrating the glass behind them, her smile unfaltering and her tone unruffled. "Could you kindly inform me what time it is now?" Shu Ye sighed softly, a hint of resignation in her demeanor. Her eyes were vacant, yet seemed to harbor a specific target, as if something tangible lay before her. She simply stared into the air before her, entirely disregarding the continuous questions posed by Zhang Wu and the young officer. In the face of futile calls, Zhang Wu cast a glance at the young officer before stepping out of the room with a thermos in hand. He then turned and made his way to an adjacent room. "Zhang Wu, do you have any thoughts?" A silver-haired officer gazed out the window, fixated on Shu Ye, who appeared to be in a trance. "In this situation, we should summon the psychological department. We need to assess the suspect's mental state." While the others deliberated in the room, Shu Ye moved her hand as if writing something, capturing everyone's attention, only to cease her actions shortly thereafter. "Go check the footage and find out what she just wrote." "What was it?" "It's about Shu Ye." "Are you suggesting she just wrote her name in the air?" "Precisely, but what?" "She wrote her name, but did not complete it. She failed to draw the final vertical stroke of Ye." Chapter 2. The Final Stroke. The occupants continued to analyze Shu Ye's psychological behavior, while Shu Ye herself sighed heavily. "This world is truly damn ridiculous." Shu Ye glanced at the blood-red poster that filled her entire field of vision, yet still allowed her to see the normal surroundings, silently cursing under her breath. This poster had materialized out of thin air at precisely 4:44 p.m. on April 3rd. Without warning. Unashamedly. Except for Shu Ye, no one else could see it. The crimson poster bore a blurred, dark red pattern, resembling someone wiping raindrops off a window and gazing outward. Everything appeared distorted, utterly bizarre. As the poster came into her view, a similar pattern appeared on her phone. Upon opening it, she was greeted by a page reminiscent of a forum. Revival Officer Test 1.0, 1000:0, countdown, 29 minutes and 59 seconds. Time was frozen. Then, Shu Ye was taken away, and her phone was naturally confiscated. Just moments ago, that very poster had appeared beneath the plate containing her biological father's head. Though visible in the photo, no one but her could see it. Time ticked away, second by second. Suddenly, crackle, crackle. Inside the room, the fluorescent light emitted a strange electrical sound, followed by erratic flickering. Shu Ye lifted her gaze and turned to the bewildered young officer. Time's up. The young officer, alert and wary, demanded, "What did you do?" Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of the countdown echoed solely in Shu Ye's ears. Zhang Wu burst in. "Shu Ye, what have you done?" The entire police station. Before Zhang Wu could finish, he saw Shu Ye draw a vertical line in the air. Zhang Wu realized she was completing her earlier signature. Only Shu Ye could see the bottom right corner of the poster. Party A, mysterious. Party B, Shu Ye. Task participation begins officially on April 4th at 4:14. Please complete your signature within 1 minute before or after the game starts. As she completed her signature, the poster vanished, replaced by a glowing screen. Task objective. Before the official start of the game at 4:44 on April 4th, escape the bizarre pursuit and successfully reach the safe house. Task success. The game officially commences. Task failure. Death. Attention. Any leak of the game will result in annihilation. The safe house is a property of its own. To ensure equal footing for players, including but not limited to awakening, treatment, and lifting restrictions. The next moment, with a loud clang, the silver handcuffs that had restrained Shu Ye suddenly shattered. Shu Ye stood up, rubbing her wrists. "Time's up," Zhang Wu coldly remarked. "So you've been waiting for this all along? Do you have accomplices outside? Don't harbor any illusions you cannot escape. 30 minutes. My time is truly limited." Shu Ye looked intently into Zhang Wu's eyes. "Officer Zhang, I ask you again, do you believe in the supernatural?" Having said that, she began to stretch her limbs. Zhang Wu initially thought she was preparing to escape, but instead, he witnessed Shu Ye suddenly lunge towards the nearest young officer, just over a meter away. Zhang Wu shouted, "What are you doing? Get down!" Clang! A flash of silver sliced through the air. Thud! A head rolled onto the floor. Not a drop of blood in sight. Hut, 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 hut. This time it was the limbs, black and white strands of hair, a receding hairline, rolling into the young officer's line of sight. "Captain!" Shu Ye firmly restrained the young officer, who was attempting to rush forward. "Damn it, what bizarre pursuit. This is clearly the Grim Reaper, come to life. 30 minutes to get home. With the bus and a swift run, it would take at least 20 minutes. Shu Ye kept the young officer's head down, waiting until she was certain no more silver flashes appeared before releasing him and standing up, only to be seized by the collar. "You!" The young officer stared into Shu Ye's eyes, momentarily stunned. "Quick!" With trembling hands, the young officer fumbled for the keys at his waist, but did not hand them over. "I want to go with you." TSK. Shu Ye yanked him forward, pushed the door open, and dashed outside. Outside, the entire corridor was suddenly packed with officers, their gazes fixed on Shu Ye. If looks could kill, she would have been sliced to pieces by now. With a contract of leak and die in place, Shu Ye had no way to explain anything to them and no time to do so. Whether it was an illusion or not, she constantly felt that the silver light would not be a one-time occurrence, it would appear more frequently. And the time until the second appearance of the silver light was drawing near. Standing at the doorway, she looked earnestly at the elderly man at the forefront, his hair gray and clearly of high rank, and said word for word, "I must leave, otherwise everyone will die." The old man's eyes were also red, his expression complex and unreadable. He regarded Shu Ye before finally raising his hand and softly stating, "Let her go." "Director." Everyone around him was taken aback. "Let her go." This time, the old man's words were resolute. Obeying orders was their duty. In the end, everyone stepped aside, revealing a narrow passageway in the middle. Shu Ye hurried past the old man. "Sorry." Upon seeing the head and the poster beneath the plate, Shu Ye had always believed the poster was solely targeting her. The indiscriminate attack had caught her off guard. Having said that, Shu Ye quickened her pace and took off running. The young officer followed closely behind. Though some attempted to intervene, they were halted by others. After 3 minutes of sprinting out of the police station and reaching the empty parking lot, Shu Ye did not stop but called out which car. Silently, the young officer ran to a police car. Beep beep. Shu Ye snatched the keys, jumped into the driver's seat, and was about to drive away when the young officer swiftly joined her in the passenger seat. Are you looking for death? Shu Ye refrained from further comment and pressed the clutch. The roar of the engine echoed through the darkness, soon followed by the sound of sirens trailing behind them. Shu Ye glanced in the rearview mirror at the line of cars following closely, instantly feeling a headache. Not like this, there's a better way to seek death. They won't give up just like me. Not wishing to argue about the supernatural in such a situation an easy route to being deemed insane, Shu Ye merely pressed the accelerator. Half an hour, just half an hour. If it comes to worst, you can message them to take a different route directly to my front door. Just don't follow behind me. The young officer remained silent. Shu Ye could easily guess he was thinking along the lines of who knows if you're really trying to shake them off. Exhaling, Shu Ye declared, I've warned you. Half an hour, let's see how many can survive. It all depends on your luck. What kind of ridiculous game is this? Little trash you can't afford to play. Shu Ye spotted the sudden emergence of silver light, blocking the road ahead, and cursed before slamming on the brakes. Jump out, get down. This time, there was no opportunity to save the young officer, nor could she warn the police cars trailing behind. As Shu Ye came to a stop, the silver light was less than 2 meters away from her. Open the door. With a sudden thud, she fell to the ground. Clang! Crash! The police car was cleaved in two. Simultaneously, several strands of hair from Shu Ye's nape were severed. Then came a piercing scream. Shu Ye swiftly rose to her feet, darting around the police car to behold the young officer's arm lying on the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Yet he was still alive. This was in stark contrast to the earlier fate of Officer Zhang, who had his head severed, followed by the dismemberment of his limbs, his blood drained completely. What was the distinction? Was it solely the beheading that resulted in such a fate? As Shu Ye pondered this, a throng of individuals rushed toward her, evidently intent on rescuing the young officer. In the next heartbeat, they all halted, frozen in place. As silver light flickered before her eyes, Shu Ye instinctively bent down. The silver light grazed her nose with a delicate swiftness. With a resounding thud, she collapsed onto the asphalt road, unable to sustain herself. Hud. Shu Ye turned her head. Bodies lay scattered across the ground. Soon after, a cacophony of anguished screams and weeping filled the air. Shu Ye hastily shed her outer garment, tossing it to the young officer, turning his face to meet hers. Listen, apply pressure to your wound. Seek assistance. This is the last Timido, not let anyone follow me. Do you understand? I know you are connected to that young officer. You must have heard everything I just said. Hand me the car keys. What she witnessed firsthand, the visceral experience, compelled all the surviving officers to believe. Inside the police vehicle, Shu Ye glanced at the time. 4:23. Only 11 minutes remained until 4:44. Grateful that it was still early morning, the streets were nearly deserted, particularly given her home's somewhat secluded location. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, she should be able to reach the ground floor in 5 minutes. The 5th floor 6 minutes. That was ample time. Alas, fate had other plans. This time, the car had scarcely traveled far when the silver light re-emerged. The first strike, the second strike. If the quantity and frequency of the silver light remained consistent, 3 strikes should appear this time. The first strike. Shu Ye deftly leapt from the vehicle, vaulting onto the roof. With a resounding bang, the car was split in half. Seizing the momentum, she jumped down and sprinted toward a nearby building. The residential complex was now within sight. Shu Ye raced along the road, sweat streaming down, stinging her eyes. Clang! Here it comes. The second strike. Shu Ye leaped to the side, narrowly evading it. Just one more. As she continued to run, she observed and awaited. In the next instant, Shu Ye beheld the silver light intersecting irregularly for more than 2 meters below the right front, and could only exclaim, "This game is utterly devoid of martial ethics." She ceased her flight, swallowing hard, her throat dry and reeking of blood. The speed of the silver light remained as swift as ever. It drew ever closer. Yet, Shu Ye remained motionless, her gaze fixed intently on the silver light. Arm, leg, neck, hand, from bottom to top, from left to right. Right here. Suddenly, Shu Ye pivoted, as multiple silver lights sliced past her front and back. Accompanying the thud of a severed arm hitting the ground was a sharp, agonized scream. In an instant, pain engulfed her, and darkness threatened to overtake her consciousness. Yet in that moment, she inexplicably smiled. Still alive, hey? Pressing her short sleeve against the gaping wound left by her severed arm, Shu Ye, clad in a tank top and pale-faced, dashed toward the stairs. Time: 4:40. 4 minutes remain. Chapter 3. Game. Begin. Uncertain if it was the silver light that had pursued her 3 times. In these final 4 minutes, the silver light had not reappeared. The surroundings flickered between brightness and darkness as Shu Ye ascended to the 5th floor. Her trembling hands extracted the keys from her pocket. Due to excessive blood loss, the incessant flashes of white light obscured her vision. She groped for the doorknob with the back of her hand. Just below it was the keyhole. After a few sounds, there came a click. The door swung open. Thud. Last. Shu Ye lost control, her vision dimming as she collapsed onto the floor. The moment her feet touched the ground, a light flashed by. Task completed. Scene restructuring. Memory overwrite. Restructuring and overwrite completed. In an instant, everything froze, then swiftly retreated, becoming blurred and gradually fading away. Her memories included. 3 seconds later, Shu Ye stood within the room, gazing at an app that had suddenly appeared on her phone, along with a countdown timer, feeling somewhat perplexed. What is this? Upon entering the app, she found a page reminiscent of an online forum. Revival Official Test 1. 0-1000. 0 countdown. 0-29. Next, a striking red title was pinned to the top from an official post titled Revival. Game announcement ID. Revival 1.0. Dear players, greetings. Welcome to the Revival Official Test version 1. 0. Below are important notes for players. 1. This is a real world. Please refrain from disclosing player and game information at will or bear the consequences. 2. This is a real world. Cherish your one and only life, or bear the consequences. 3. This is a real world. You possess absolute freedom, but bear the consequences. 4. This is a real world. 5. This is a real world. 100. Above all, do not die. Do not die. Do not die. It seemed like a rather audacious method of game recommendation. Shu Ye prepared to uninstall this rubbish game, but her hand, resting on the icon, froze in place. She moved her fingers slightly and glanced again at the top of the page. The countdown was still ticking down. Shu Ye checked the time. 4:14. The game was set to start at 4:44. This timing felt ominous. Was this game perhaps of the horror genre? There was no time to indulge in it. Yet, despite her thoughts, Shu Ye found herself instinctively gathering supplies. By the time she realized the absurdity of her actions, she was already fully equipped. Mountaineering attire, a slender fruit knife strapped to her arm, scattered medications, chocolate, and even a few gold bars. Moreover, she was clutching a baseball bat. The countdown had reached its final minute. Am I going mad? It's merely a game. What am I doing? Shu Ye muttered as a mechanical voice suddenly emanated from her phone. 2.1. Game. Begin. As the announcement echoed, it felt as though the ground beneath her had opened into an unseen abyss, causing Shu Ye to plummet downwards. This sudden sensation of weightlessness sent her blood rushing upwards, inducing a wave of nausea, while a buzzing filled her ears, and her mind felt as if a taut rope was about to snap, emitting a sharp cry. Unable to resist, she opened her mouth and reached for her ears to combat the ringing. In a blink, everything uncomfortable vanished, as if all that had transpired was merely an illusion, and nothing had occurred. In that fleeting moment, a transparent light screen flashed before Shu Ye, displaying rigid black text that jumped forth. But all she perceived was a haze before her, rendering everything unclear and unworthy of scrutiny. The more she focused, the stronger her urge to vomit became. That moment, she thought a chilled cola would alleviate her discomfort. Shu Ye attempted to find humor in her plight, but in reality, she merely sat exhausted on the floor, panting, striving to lift her heavy arms to wipe the cold sweat from her brow. With a clatter, the baseball bat slipped from her weak grip, striking the wooden floor with a dull thud. The floor? Where am I? Shu Ye closed her eyes, striving to recover from the recent pain and dizziness, scanning her surroundings for information. The next second, boom, crackle. Don't move. You are under arrest. Get down and place your hands where we can see them. Shu Ye, freelancer from Haining City, you're under arrest for the alleged murder of 4 individuals. Li, Fong Wei, He Xingyu, and Li Lan. Here is the search warrant and arrest order. Recovering from a momentary dizziness akin to low blood sugar, Shu Ye looked up to find 7 or 8 police officers in uniform, their expressions grave as they scrutinized her. Haining City. This was not a district found on Blue Star. It was another world. The game on her phone was not only real, but she was also wearing it. Some officers, noticing her lack of movement, nervously placed their hands on the holstered firearms at their sides, as if prepared to shoot at the slightest hint of her misbehavior. In the distance, the door lay shattered, trampled, and pitifully strewn across the ground. The leader among the officers, a young man appearing to be in his 20s, with cropped hair, thick brows, and thin lips pressed tightly together, emanated an aura of righteousness. Anyone would deem him a good person. Yet at this moment he, like the officers behind him, appeared disheveled, his clothing wrinkled and soiled, hair greasy, with dark circles under his eyes that were terrifying. All clues pointed to the conclusion that these were justice-seeking officers, weary from the pursuit of a serial killer. Observers would applaud their efforts. If only she weren't the one being arrested, having crossed over into this world, and now donned in the same attire as another freelancer named Shu Ye. It was hard to believe these officers would simply apprehend anyone named Shu Ye on a whim. The crux of the matter was that she knew nothing, yet had inexplicably acquired the label of a murderer. Could it be that on her very first day, she was destined for prison, to spend her time in confinement? Wait, was there something that flashed past her when she first arrived in this world? Amidst the tense atmosphere, Shu Ye suddenly recalled the light screen she had previously thought was an illusion. If that was a mere figment, but rather a system-like feature provided by the game, eager to experiment, she sought to uncover more information to extricate herself from her current predicament. However, as she glanced at the officers closing in, she realized it was not the right time to delve into such matters. Moreover, she understood that since this was a real world, resisting arrest was an absolute no-go. Otherwise, even an innocent person could be deemed guilty. And that would be a grave offense. Squatting on the ground, Shu Ye dared not make a move. She smiled, attempting to convey her friendliness, and raised her hands above her head to indicate she bore no weapons. Firstly, I declare my innocence. Secondly, I have a trivial request. Could I please have a female officer? I need to remove some items from my person. Otherwise, I fear you might mistakenly shoot me on the way. Chapter 4. Firstly, I declare my innocence inside the police vehicle. Shu Ye felt somewhat awkward as she addressed the 2 officers beside her and the 2 in the front seat. I'm sorry. I am sorry. Thank you for your trouble. Not speak. We will discuss matters when we arrive. Oh, all right. Shu Ye nodded eagerly, feigning a compliant demeanor, her youthful features making her appear akin to a naive college student fresh from high school. Yet, her attempts to lighten the atmosphere proved futile. Since the officers had removed the gold bars, fruit knife, small knife, and hammer from her possession, their expressions had grown increasingly dubious. Now, they scrutinized her intensely, with the officer in the passenger seat occasionally glancing at her through the rearview mirror, contemplating her with a mix of curiosity and suspicion. Once Shu Ye confirmed that they wouldn't converse with her during the journey, she silently sighed in relief. This was preferable. It afforded her the opportunity to gather her thoughts. Reflecting on her arrival in this place, she mentally recited: Game, System, Panel, Revival. Personal information. Upon reaching the 5th term, personal information, a familiar transparent light screen suddenly appeared before her eyes. She blinked rapidly, and before anyone noticed, she feigned discomfort, closing her eyes. It appeared that this screen was visible only to her for now. Whether players could see each other remained to be confirmed. However, it was evident that the screen functioned like a mental projection. She could see it with her eyes open and still perceive it in her mind with her eyes closed. Hello, Player 404. Welcome to the Revival World. Here is your personal information. Name, Shu Ye. Identity, Smuggler, Player. Suspect in the Haining serial murder case. Courier of the mysterious post office. Mission, survive, The smuggler understood that it referred to them being players from the Blue Star, the AS for being a suspect in the Haining serial murder case. She begrudgingly acknowledged it, considering that was the very reason she had been apprehended and brought here. The information presented on the panel diverged from what the police had shouted. The latter referred to Haining High School, while the former encompassed the entire city of Haining. However, the last identity, courier of the mysterious post office, setting aside the entirety of it, the term mysterious alone indicated that this world harbored enigmas. The game was titled Resurgence, and combined with the notion of mystery, it suggested that this world might be undergoing a bizarre revival. The mission was simply to survive, which became the most comprehensible term among all. In summary, she found herself in a city called Haining, a place where, perhaps not limited to just this city, the entire world was experiencing strange phenomena. Though the frequency was low, there might be individuals specifically tasked with handling such matters. Shu Ye cast a glance out of the car window at the tranquil flow of traffic. After all, the information blockade was quite effective. Otherwise, societal order would not be so stable, and the expressions on people's faces would not be so relaxed. This was good news, indicating that the enigmas could be managed in some manner. Yet it was also bad news, suggesting that a problem unresolved by an entire nation, or even the world, remained daunting. One must eat a meal bite by bite, and tackle issues one at a time to be present. What mattered most was how to prove her innocence in a state of complete ignorance. She was unsure on what basis these individuals had determined her as a suspect. Could she simply declare that she had lost her memory due to the influence of quantum mechanics? Shu Ye felt a wave of despair. What a devilish predicament to find oneself in. Moreover, whether it was merely a figment of her imagination, she felt an uncanny familiarity with the scene of entering the police station. Yet she was unequivocally certain that she had never been in such a position as a suspect before. As Shu Ye pondered how to navigate this predicament, half an hour later, the police car arrived at its destination. "Wake up! We have arrived," one of the officers, noticing that Shu Ye had kept her eyes closed throughout the journey, began to harbor doubts. Could this truly be a suspect? Wouldn't she be anxious after being apprehended? Did she firmly believe that she had destroyed all evidence? Or was it possible that she was genuinely innocent? Lost in thought, he was soon overwhelmed by the sight of journalists and family members of the victims, armed with cameras and banners, blocking the entrance to the police station. "Captain Ling, what should we do now? The car can't get in, and the back door is likely blocked as well." Captain Ling Xiangming, glanced out the window. Even if there were no obstructions, it was too late. They had already seen us. As the car came to a halt, a cacophony of shouts demanding an explanation erupted, punctuated by the relentless clicking of cameras and the blinding flashes of lights. Ling Xiangming expertly donned his sunglasses, retrieved a hat and a black mask from the compartment in front, and handed them to the person behind him, instructing, "Put these on her. Until we confirm she is the murderer, she is to be treated as an ordinary citizen." Personal information must be protected at that moment. Ling called out 4 names, possibly indicating her connection to these individuals, or perhaps a very tenuous relationship. Yet, as a freelancer, she typically stayed at home. What kind of interaction could she possibly have had with these 4 students from university? A fleeting thought crossed her mind. The internet. The more seasoned officer helped Shu Ye don her disguise, taking a deep breath as he asked, "Are you ready?" The younger officer, visibly tense, nodded eagerly, noticing that everyone was focused on the window. Concealing his own anxiety, he quickly shouted, "Yes." With that, the seasoned officer flung open the car door, simultaneously shouting, "Make way, make way." Beyond that, they could say nothing more. Any additional words could easily be twisted by the ravenous journalists nearby. The young officer, struggling through the throng, finally managed to grasp Shu Ye's other hand. "Is this the murderer? Officers, do you possess any key evidence? Why did you kill so many? Was it revenge against society? What is your profession? What grievances do you have against them? Now that you've been caught, do you feel any remorse? Please, say something. Are you preparing to flee, knowing you would be apprehended? Why are you silent? Are you wrongfully accused?" The journalists, eyes gleaming with excitement, bombarded Shu Ye with a barrage of questions as she stood trapped between 2 officers, fully equipped. The family members, seething with rage, surged forward, brandishing banners, flags, and frames containing black and white photographs. hurling accusations that were unbearable to hear. In the distance, others wept, collapsing to the ground in despair. So this is what it feels like to be apprehended as a criminal. Shu Ye suddenly found herself intrigued. After all, had she not entered this game, she might never have experienced such a peculiar event in her life. Just as she was being ushered inside by the two officers, a group of burly men and women broke through the barricade of journalists and family members, brandishing iron rods and shouting their desire for vengeance for their daughter, son, grandchild, nephew, cousin. The seasoned officer and the young officer struggled to clear a path and shake off the journalists, completely oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Seizing the moment of distraction, Ling Xiangming, who had long since escaped the encirclement and stood at the entrance of the police station, sensed trouble brewing. He had expected the family to shout a few words, as was customary in previous cases, but this time, the relatives were remarkably bold. Though he could understand their feelings, if this individual were confirmed to be the true killer, he had intended to blend into the crowd and pretend to mediate while also seizing the opportunity to land a few blows. However, the problem was that she was merely the primary suspect. No direct evidence had indicated her guilt. As calamity descended, Shu Ye's eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. Salvation was at hand. The source of her amnesia had just presented itself. With that thought, as she saw the incoming blows, her instinct to evade and retreat kicked in. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Shu Ye was plunged into darkness, her legs buckling beneath her. The pain in her forehead surged from a mere sensation to a fierce throbbing. Blood was flowing. The family has turned violent. Amidst the stunned silence of the family members and the reporters, who had erupted into excitement at the prospect of a headline, Shu Ye, battling dizziness and nausea, lifted her hand to touch the wounded area. Dark red blood trickled slowly from her forehead. She would remember this person. Yet, fortunately, her objective had also been achieved. Unable to hold on any longer, her vision faded to black as she lost consciousness. Just before blacking out, she heard Ling Xiangming shouting for an ambulance, and a fleeting expression of triumph mixed with a frenzied desire for life flashed in her eyes, obscured beneath the brim of her hat. No risk, no reward. Chapter 5. Who am I? Where am I? Shu Ye, Shu Ye, Shu Ye, voices echoed from all around. Who is this calling my soul? Shu Ye's mind was foggy, as though she had been tossed in a washing machine all day. And now it had abruptly stopped. Although she awoke from a dizzy stupor, she remained quite disoriented. I could see someone had come closer, tugging at her eyelids, accompanied by a blinding light. How glaring! Such a person should be condemned on the highway. Shu Ye attempted to wave away the light, but her body felt too weak to move. Old Fong, how is she? This is a suspect in a significant case. We require her testimony. Captain Ling, who in Haining hasn't heard of this case? I understand your challenges in solving it, but the brain is a delicate organ. Even minor injuries can lead to irreversible and unknown damage. All I can do is save her. This patient has wound from her brow to her temple caused by a protrusion on the weapon, resulting in considerable bleeding, but it's not life-threatening. The young lady will likely bear a scar, but that blow to the skull is concerning. CT and MRI scans show a hematoma in a precarious location. Performing a craniotomy could result in even more severe damage. The best course of action is medication and waiting for the hematoma to dissipate on its own. Given our long-standing friendship, I suggest you consider traditional Chinese medicine for her recovery. They excel in that area. Thank you. When will she regain consciousness? In truth, she had already awakened, but the effects of the anesthetic for the stitching had yet to wear off, causing her to experience some disorientation, which was entirely normal. Having received anesthesia, the fact that she was awake was a positive sign. Dr. Fong glanced at his watch. It was now 6 in the evening. I'm going to have dinner. I have a meeting at 7 and will return at 8. Thank you. I'll wait here. As Shu Ye lay there, she heard the sounds of machines beeping in the distance, creating a peculiar sensation of spatial dislocation that involuntarily drew a groan from her lips. You're awake, Shu Ye. Can you see me? Captain Ling sprang up from his seat and swiftly approached, pressing the button by the bed. Shu Ye then realized that she was in a VIP single room. It seemed the police were indeed concerned about her safety, fearing a repeat of incidents where family members infiltrated hospitals to attack suspects, leading to fatal outcomes. Yes, Shu Ye finally discerned the general appearance of the doctor before her. She noted his white coat and mask obscuring his face. Yet his weary yet gentle eyes elicited a sense of fondness within her that it was evident that he was a doctor who worked tirelessly for his patients. Squinting slightly, she caught sight of the nameplate pinned to his chest. Director Fong Ji of the neurology department. After a thorough examination, Dr. Fong nodded and remarked, "Overall, aside from what I just mentioned, there are no issues. I suspect you have quite a few questions, but it's best if you don't dwell on them for too long, that a mild concussion can lead to dizziness, nausea, or even fainting if you think too much, especially if it affects that area of bruising. As you well know." All right, I understand that I'll just ask a question or two, and then, excuse me, who are you? Shu Ye inquired, widening her innocent eyes and adopting a voice that she found somewhat nauseating. "Can you tell me why I am here?" As she spoke, she gently shook her hands, which were restrained by the bed's side rails. Why am I? Ling Xiangming was taken aback, suddenly rushing forward, gripping the bed's railing tightly while leaning in to fixate on Shu Ye's eyes. "You don't remember anything? Li Li, Feng Wei, He Xingyu, and Li Lan. None of them ring a bell?" "I am sorry. I have no recollection of those names at all." Ling Xiangming's piercing gaze seemed to attempt to penetrate the depths of Shu Ye's thoughts, yet despite his scrutiny, her eyes reflected no evasion or guilt, only a profound sense of confusion and puzzlement. Shu Ye blinked, clearly revealing nothing, for she genuinely knew nothing at all. Having found herself in this place, the only thing she grasped was that she had assumed the identity of another person who bore her likeness and shared her name. Shu Ye, beyond that, she was utterly oblivious to this world and its people, rendering her situation indistinguishable from amnesia. Ling Xiangming narrowed his eyes, about to speak, when the door to the ward was suddenly flung open. "Captain Ling." An individual hastily approached Ling Xiangming, whispering urgently that it was the young police officer who had arrested him that morning. Shu Ye felt a twinge of guilt, regretting the predicament she had inadvertently placed the two officers in. Once this matter was resolved, they would likely have to write a report concerning their injuries incurred while detaining her as a suspect. At that moment, the young officer's face bore a hint of panic, mixed with anger, and his gaze occasionally flickered toward her, tinged with a trace of remorse. This familiar yet unsettling scene felt like an ominous foreshadowing. Had the perpetrator struck again while she was unconscious? It seemed that had she remained completely uninformed or silent in the morning, she might have been exonerated by now. She could only hope they didn't perceive her as an accomplice. Believing that the outside assailant acted to absolve her of suspicion. Within mere minutes, Ling Xiangming returned with a dark expression, unfastening the handcuffs that bound Shu Ye to the bed's railing. His decisive action rendered her previous thoughts somewhat sinister. Shu Ye nodded, observing as the two swiftly exited. Suddenly, a vital concern struck her. Who would pay for her hospital expenses? Lost in thought, Dr. Fong re-entered. Smiling kindly as he addressed her, "Shu Ye, correct? I'm not sure when we'll settle the surgical and hospitalization fees. Since it was an emergency, we used the green channel for treatment, but I just noticed that the person responsible seems to have absconded. As a law-abiding citizen, I believe you can empathize with our hospital's predicament. Can't you?" Dr. Fong appeared somewhat helpless, yet there was little he could do. She was sent by the police department, and only they could clarify the specifics. Furthermore, it seemed she was indeed wrongfully accused, as this young girl had suffered an injury without any fault of her own. Realizing this, even though he knew Shu Ye was feigning, he softened his tone and gently advised, "Rest well, that if you need anything, press the button by your bed, and a nurse will attend to you, that a concussion can cause dizziness and nausea. There's a basin by your bedside." With that, he exited the ward, quietly shutting the door behind him. After waiting for a moment, Shu Ye opened her eyes once more, pondering something, then closed them again. This time, she truly fell asleep. Unfortunately, the bliss of slumber was fleeting. Shu Ye was jolted awake by a cacophony of screams and cries that enveloped her, leaving her dazed. After all, she had sustained serious injuries, not merely pretending, and required ample rest to recover. After all, there was still a bruise in her brain that had yet to dissipate. Could it be that a criminal gang had come to raid the hospital, causing such a ruckus? Even more perplexing, this disturbance had persisted for quite some time. Where was the police and fire department as support? Uncontrollably yawning, Shu Ye hastily removed the 4-needle and the various attachments from her body. Contemplating for a moment, She gripped the 4-needle in her hand and, despite her lingering dizziness, made her way as steadily yet swiftly as possible toward the restroom. The enclosed space was ideal for someone like her, who needed to avoid large movements and prioritize defense. She had no phone to call for help, and even if she did, she had no one to contact. She was unfamiliar with a hospital layout. Thus, waiting for assistance seemed the most prudent course of action. However, just as she passed by the window to gauge the situation outside, the lights in the room abruptly extinguished. Bang, bang, bang. A series of loud thuds echoed against the door nearby. Shu Ye instinctively stepped back, hiding between the door and the wall, attempting to shrink her body as much as possible. The dim surroundings were chilling, as if something unknown lurked in the shadows. Watching her, the banging ceased. Although sound is frightening, silence could be even more terrifying. Shu Ye swallowed hard, cautiously peeking out from the corner, inching her body forward until just a sliver of her eye was visible. Yet, that fleeting glance made her eyes widen in shock. Her body involuntarily tensed, cold sweat pouring from her as an overwhelming sense of terror surged through every pore, leaving her hair standing on end. Shu Ye's limbs felt numb and trembled slightly. This was Chapter 6. Cough, cough. Through the window on the door, an elderly woman clad in a floral quilted jacket and black cotton pants stood hunched over. Rigidly fixed in place, her gaunt, wrinkled face bore mottled patches, and her lifeless gray eyes stared blankly into the room, unblinking. Her arms were bent, presumably clutching something, though from her vantage point, Shu Ye could not discern what it was. Suddenly, the room began to visibly decay, starting from the door. The once pristine white walls turned yellow and black. The paint cracked and flaked away, revealing patches of black mold, while rust marred the steel fixtures. An unmistakable stench of decay began to permeate the air. Shu Ye watched in horror as this scene unfolded, feeling as if decades passed in an instant. Her hands commenced trembling uncontrollably, but unlike her previous tension. Fear now governed her body, yet the instinct for survival kept her mind somewhat alert. Do not make a sound. Do not attract its attention. Thud, thud, thud. It moved. The elderly woman's rigid form moved in a grotesque manner. It was as if she were frozen in place, her body and head always turning in unison toward a single direction. Rather than inciting laughter, her posture, combined with her unfocused, dilated pupils and the deathly pallor of her skin, evoked an unparalleled terror. Run. Hurry. Shu Ye's heart screamed as she observed the old woman's movements. Yet, contrary to her desires, just as the elderly figure prepared to depart, a series of faint knocks emanated from the window, now booming like thunder in the eerie silence. Shu Ye, eyes wide with fear, glanced outside, and there stood a familiar figure clad in a white coat, poised to knock once more. It was Dr. Fang Qi, illuminated by the dim light filtering through. Spotted Shu Ye cowering in the corner, a smile creeping onto his weary face. Mixed with urgency, he waved his hand vigorously, urging her to come to the window. It was the ground floor. Jumping down would pose no danger, especially since he had found a table. Yet, he remained oblivious to the impending threat. Good intentions can sometimes lead to dire consequences. Shu Ye trembled as she raised her hand to her mouth, signaling for silence. But it was too late. Cough, cough. A heavy darkness loomed, an oppressive force settling upon her, akin to quicksand dragging her into despair with every breath, rendering her gasps increasingly labored. Cough. Shu Ye clutched her throat, veins bulging on the back of her hand. Yet even then, suppressing the impending cough proved exceedingly difficult. She sensed something ominous. If this cough were to escape fully, it would surely herald her end. However, her struggle did not imply that others shared her sentiments. Cough, cough. It was Dr. Fang again. At that moment, Shu Ye was truly at a loss as to whether she should resent him. It was undeniable that he was a good man, willing to risk danger to save a patient. Yet, this was the second time he had led her to the brink of death, leaving her wishing he were a villain, thus sparing her from repeatedly teetering on the edge of demise. The coughing outside abruptly ceased with Dr. Fang's 2 coughs. Shu Ye stood, shaking off the numbness in her legs to stimulate her circulation. This was the correct course of action. In the next instant, the steel door before her seemed to vanish into nothingness, crumbling away as if centuries had passed in a blink. In that moment, Shu Ye caught a clear glimpse of the elderly woman's complete form. Clad in a floral jacket and black pants, her gray hair was secured with a red beaded hairpin, and she carried a basket draped in a patterned yet slightly yellowed cloth that a corner of the fabric revealed what appeared to be a pair of scissors. A tangle of red thread and a silver needle inserted into the mass of thread. Meanwhile, she beheld, beyond the door, a black mist surging into the room like a relentless tide, so dense it could consume even the light. The interior, tainted by the spreading darkness, began to decay and collapse. The rusted steel framework creaked ominously as it fell, that very moment. The old woman behind the door parted her lips, tinged with a sinister blackish-purple hue. This singular motion sent a chill through Shu Ye, as if her very soul had detached from her being. She could no longer afford to maintain her composure. She abruptly turned her back on the old woman and fled towards the window. Opening it and leaping out, she executed the maneuver in one fluid motion. Run! As Shu Ye dashed past Dr. Fong, who stood frozen in terror at the sight, she yanked at him with urgency. Stumbling, Dr. Fong fell from his chair, yet regained his senses and scrambled to his feet, shouting, "Follow me! The front door is this way." Without uttering a word, Shu Ye simply followed. As they raced onward, more frightened souls emerged around them, all slick with cold sweat, dressed in disheveled attire, their faces etched with fear and anxiety, fleeing for their lives. I can't run anymore. Cough, cough. Someone help me. I don't want to die, pleaded a portly man in a suit, tears streaming down his face. But no one paid him any heed. He struggled, yet his pace continued to wane, distancing him further from the group. Bang, 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 bang. Just then, a stream of bodies cascaded from the building like dumplings, their necks ensnared by red ropes that prevented them from hitting the ground entirely. Some collided with the walls, their necks snapping free from the bindings, leaving behind shattered corpses and pools of blood. Others hung limply in midair, their visages contorted in agony and terror as they gazed down upon the living below, awaiting their reunion. These suspended figures, resembling grotesque sausages, bore ashen faces, hollow eyes, and mouths shaded in the same blackish-purple hue as the old woman. They could have only recently succumbed to death, yet their exposed flesh was already marred with decomposition. The stench of decay intensified around them, reminiscent of a massacre involving hundreds, if not thousands of souls. The grotesque forms of the deceased, their faces twisted in dread and despair, alongside their eerie postures, compelled the living to halt in their tracks. Some crumpled to the ground, while others, seemingly driven mad, clutched themselves and muttered about divine retribution and the sins of humanity. Shu Ye lifted her gaze to this apocalyptic tableau, murmuring, "Is it possible that we're the only few left alive in the entire hospital?" Dr. Fong, who had somehow found his way to the front of the line, gasped upon hearing her words, his expression grim. Wiping his face, he struggled to respond, "I don't know, but most of them likely. What the hell is this bizarre phenomenon? Aren't such stories mere fabrications of writers' imaginations? Move! Lead us quickly! Aren't you a doctor here? I've invested so much in this hospital. Are you using our money to develop biological weapons? I swear, if you don't get me out today, I'll drag you down with me," shouted a disheveled woman, her fine jewelry betraying her affluent status, her hair a wild mess as she pointed accusatorily at Dr. Fong. The others, patients, their families, and staff alike, cast him accusatory glances, as if he were indeed the architect of their plight. Dr. Fong, taken aback, hurriedly explained, "No, I don't know. I dozed off in the hospital, and when I woke up, everything was eerily quiet outside. I've been searching for people ever since." "Bullshit. You're just a stubborn liar, refusing to speak the truth even when death is at your doorstep," shouted a burly man, brandishing his fists threateningly that if you don't lead us out of here, I'll send you straight to meet Yama. Despite the verbal onslaught and threats of violence, Dr. Fong persisted in his attempts to clarify that he was terrified, yet he understood that these people were genuinely frightened. If he were one of the patients facing such horrors, he too would question whether the hospital was conducting secret experiments. Shu Ye observed coldly, her focus largely on her surroundings. These individuals were no longer seeking a means to escape. Instead, they were preoccupied with searching for a scapegoat. perhaps believing they had overstayed their welcome in this world. Earlier, they had managed to maintain a semblance of quietude, but now, with the cessation of immediate death, they had devolved into chaos, while she remained indifferent. She was not devoid of compassion. Under peaceful circumstances, she could be considered a moral exemplar. However, the constant threat of death that loomed over her in this strange world compelled her to convince herself that this was merely a game, that these people were NPCs, and that the true realm of moral obligation lay in Blue Star. Cough, cough. Coughing, someone cried out for help at that moment. The man in the suit, aided by Dr. Fong, suddenly erupted in violent coughs. He grasped at his throat, pounding his chest, even attempting to hold his breath, yet nothing could quell the relentless series of coughs that threatened to expel his very lungs. Cough, cough. Help. Cough, cough. Save me. Cough, cough. Within mere seconds, the once vibrant man fell silent. The coughing ceased. The man, covered in his own blood and internal organs, lay with his mouth agape, his eyes wide with terror as he succumbed to death before the eyes of the horrified crowd. He transformed, his body turning ashen, mottled with decay, while the familiar stench of rot began to permeate the air. The red cord descended from above, gently coiling around his neck, and with a single tug, this heavy corpse floated upward to join the grisly assemblage in the sky. Ah! The surrounding crowd erupted in uncontrollable screams and tears, scrambling in a frenzied attempt to escape. Ironically, many sought refuge behind Dr. Fong, shoving and cursing one another in a desperate bid to push others aside. Humanity, illuminated by the light, shone brightly, yet in darkness, it revealed its most terrifying facets. Shu Ye tensed, her complexion pale, and commanded, "Silence. What if that sinister entity is drawn to our cries? You may wish to perish, but I still desire to live." This was not an act of altruism. In such dire circumstances, a larger crowd was not necessarily a boon, while a smaller one undoubtedly spelled disaster. Hadn't it always been the solitary figures in horror stories who met their demise? Thus, if one less life could be spared, it was worth it. If death was inevitable, it ought to hold some value. A collective shiver coursed through the crowd, and they instinctively silenced themselves, some even covering their mouths with their hands to muffle their voices. That Dr. Fong, who had been flustered until now, finally exhaled in relief. He truly lacked the know-how to handle such a scenario, and his temperament made it difficult for him to raise his voice in anger. He observed Shu Ye, who remained remarkably composed amidst the chaos. Whether facing the old woman, the sea of corpses, or the unruly crowd, Dr. Fong suddenly felt that if everyone were destined to perish, she would undoubtedly be the last one standing. Not everyone could maintain their poise under extreme fear. "Do you have any thoughts?" Dr. Fong whispered as he approached Shu. "None. But I sense that this eerie phenomenon differs from what we know. It doesn't seem like the typical vengeful spirit from films or anime, but rather something else entirely." Shu Ye lowered her voice, glancing at the man in the suit suspended in mid-air. "Oh, you remember the old woman in the floral coat you saw when you came to find me? For simplicity's sake, let us refer to her as the coughing specter. That man must have encountered the coughing specter as well." Dr. Fong's expression darkened. "You coughed once, and since then, you haven't coughed again. But he was uncontrollably coughing for so long that, if I recall correctly, he coughed while speaking, which lead me to suspect this may be some form of poison or curse. When she coughs, if you happen to cough along with her, the frequency of your coughing will only increase over time until you can no longer control it. And that will be your fate, just like the man in the suit. This individual, after death, had been ensnared by the red cord, which sets him apart from the coughing specter. Either there are two distinct entities, or one entity possesses multiple abilities. If it's the former, we need only be wary of the coughing specter. It seems the red cord only appears after someone dies. However, if it's the latter, everyone is merely an ordinary person. We can only wish for the best if we block our ears to the sound of coughing. Will that render us safe?" Dr. Fong understood her implication and felt no hesitation. He might be on the brink of death. Would he really drag a young girl down with him? It wasn't a romantic farewell. Shu Ye was taken aback. Although she appeared calm, her nails were digging into her skin, and she was astonished that Dr. Fong, facing imminent death, bore no resentment towards her for being the catalyst that led him to encounter the coughing specter. This was a level of selflessness that could only be described as the mark of a saint. You need to look at me that way, Dr. Fong managed a wry smile, that I have my selfish motives as well. For some reason, I can't shake the feeling that among us, you will be the one who survives until the end. The longer one lives, the greater the chance of rescue, that I have a wife and daughter at home. If I were to die, I hope you could keep an eye on them for me. No payment required. Just ensure they aren't mistreated. If anything happens to them, please contact Ling Xiaoming. He will come. There is no need to elaborate further. If they all perished, such words would be meaningless. Shu Ye's gaze was profoundly intricate as she regarded Fong Ji, then turned her head to another direction, gently nodding as if to herself, as if she had come to an understanding. Fong Ji smiled with a sense of relief, but the next moment he cleared his throat. Chapter 7. You want to attend university. I still wish to pursue graduate studies. Coughing abruptly, Fong Ji covered his mouth, causing the group of people a short distance away to glance at him in alarm, yet he appeared utterly unfazed. After a brief pause, noticing the coughing had ceased, he lowered his hand and spoke to Shu Ye. It seems your conjecture was correct. This sinister entity employs a gradual method of murder. Moreover, I have an unusual sensation. During my first cough, I felt no reaction, yet this time it seems as though my throat has a numbing sensation. Shu Ye furrowed her brow. Open your mouth. Let me take a look. Fong Ji slightly crouched to align his height with hers and opened his mouth in the dim surroundings. Visibility was poor, prompting Shu Ye to draw closer. What she observed was alarming. Fong Ji's oral cavity, tongue coating, gums, and even the area around his tonsils were covered with an unknown substance resembling mold. As she moved nearer, she detected a faint, unpleasant odor of decay. She relayed her findings to Fong Ji. He nodded. No wonder that person earlier coughed up their insides without uttering a word of pain, only pleading for help. It appears that the oral cavity is the starting point. As time passes, this decay and numbness will spread within the body, ultimately leading to death. By the way, do you have a mobile phone? I left mine in the office. I'd like to see if I can make a call, or perhaps write a farewell note. At the very least, it could serve as a flashlight. Shu Ye shook her head. When I was apprehended this morning, all my belongings were confiscated. Earlier, Ling said he would bring me my things tomorrow. But now, whether they even see tomorrow is questionable. Yet with such a commotion outside, how come the ordinary people have so little information? What kind of secrecy is being maintained? Is there some high-tech device akin to those in movies that erases memory upon seeing light? Or are there supernatural beings involved? She glanced at the survivors and continued, and do you really believe they wouldn't have called for help the moment trouble arose? Not a single one has taken out their phone. Whether due to lack of signal, dead batteries, or having misplaced them. Or perhaps they're saving their battery for when their essay signal. This is one of their hopes for survival. Borrowing a phone for a flashlight? That must be a dream, Fong Ji said, glancing helplessly at the group nearby. Well, I suppose I have you as a living will. Please relay my earlier discovery to them. I fear that if I gaze at them any longer, they might faint. Shu Ye nodded in agreement. She took several steps towards the survivors, looking down at the ones collapsed on the ground, squatting down helplessly. Sympathy? Yes. Pity? Certainly. Resentment? Perhaps, in the face of death. Everyone is equal. It merely depends on who steps away first. She did not maintain her cold demeanor, instead speaking calmly and indifferently. Everyone, there are some words I can only express this once, in a moment of crisis. Remembering them might save your life. At last, the group took notice and quieted down. After a lengthy yet concise discussion of precautions, chaos erupted once more. So, does that mean if we can't hear them cough, it's not an issue? I just ran and coughed a few times. Shouldn't we drive away those who are coughing? What if they attract the coughing entity? Leave? Very well. How about Fong Ji and I go one way, and you all go another, each seeking a path? What is wrong? What is going on? Fong Ji approached and inquired. Nothing. The young lady was merely discussing some precautions with us. Shu Ye nearly rolled her eyes, realizing how time was being squandered. I want to ask, how long does it take to run from my hospital room to the entrance? Fong Ji pondered for a moment. If we maintain our previous pace, we should reach there in no more than 5 minutes. Shu Ye fell silent for a moment. 5 minutes? She pointed towards the direction obscured by black fog, which seemed to be the hospital square. If it truly is only 5 minutes, we ought to be able to see the entrance by now. But currently, could it be that I have taken a wrong turn? No, that can't be. Feng Zhi surveyed the area, his complexion paling. Have we encountered a wall of mystery? In a moment of silence, Shu Ye and Feng Zhi exchanged glances, both declaring simultaneously, "Keep moving." At this juncture, what other option do we have? This bizarre force is beyond the resistance of any ordinary individual or group. Remaining stationary would only invite death in such an open area. Should the coughing entity strike again, everyone would perish in the shadowy square. All were burdened by the decaying corpses dripping blood above them, enduring the stench of decay, cautiously inching forward, gritting their teeth, venturing into the unknown. Feng Zhi frequently glanced at his watch. After another 10 minutes, the unchanging scenery around them starkly confirmed that they had indeed encountered a wall of mystery. Everyone's limbs felt cold, their mouths parched, as they swallowed repeatedly. They were at their wits' end. Gradually, despair surfaced on their faces, and the exchanges between Shu Ye and Feng Zhi dwindled as Feng Zhi's coughing intensified. Was it truly their fate to perish on the very first day of their arrival? After finally beginning to live the life she desired, she found herself inexplicably ensnared in a deadly game. She felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. Shu Ye bit her lip, lost in her thoughts. "Do you really know how to get out of here?" A quivering voice from behind asked that I saw you. "Today you were brought into the hospital by the police. You know so much. Surely you have a way." I didn't mean that IT was a young man, seemingly still a student, yet dressed in an overly fashionable manner, notably with a shock of yellow curls. When he caught Shu Ye's gaze, his voice trembled, appearing frightened, yet he lowered his head and managed to articulate his thoughts clearly. IT was as though he had learned this demeanor from some drama, and the way he spoke and acted was reminiscent of those insipid characters. Yet now, it was a young man embodying such behavior, which was somehow quite nauseating. The others remained silent, yet their glances were filled with agreement. Some even nodding. "I didn't mean it that way. I just wanted to say, you've remained so composed and have shared so much with us. You were the one who discovered the coughing entity, the red thread, and the wall of mystery. Perhaps Feng Zhi has already been affected, which is why we can't seem to escape. If it were you, would we be able to get out?" His voice quivered. "I'm truly terrified. I miss my mother. I'm still young. I want to go to university. Your longing for your mother has nothing to do with me. I'm not your mother. I know that every life spared is a victory. Yet somehow, this is my fault too. Is my calmness a mistake? Should I, like you all, scream and drag someone down with me if they refuse to help me escape? You wish to attend university, while I aspire to pursue graduate studies." Shu Ye narrowed her eyes, observing this young man, deeply aware that in today's society, the smaller the individual, the more troublesome they become, even in such dire circumstances. He could still articulate his thoughts. If only that attitude could be directed elsewhere. Why must he entangle himself with someone like her, who had no attachments in this world? It was truly self-destructive. Chapter 8. The door. Shu Ye regarded the young man, still keeping his head down, and scanned the other onlookers for their reactions. That IT was still unwise to eliminate him outright. Allowing him to fend for himself might suffice. But as a representative of the new generation, there were some things that must remain unspoken. More importantly, taking such actions could lead to the already tenuous group fracturing entirely, while these individuals could scatter without consequence. Attracting the coughing entity could lead to disastrous outcomes. A simple lesson for the young man with yellow hair would suffice, should he fail to learn from it. In a situation where no one could survive, she would certainly drag him along to chat with the coughing old lady about remedies for a sore throat. Shu Ye smiled lightly, her tone airy, making it evident to all that she was unconcerned by threats. "I trust Feng Zhi. Thus, I am willing to walk ahead of you all, following the path he leads. When survival is uncertain, you wish to stir trouble, feeling pleased at garnering agreement from others. You clearly have yet to witness the treachery of society." The young man with yellow hair suddenly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes wide with disbelief, fixated on Shu Ye. Her smile widened, and she gestured towards herself and Feng Zhi, indicating that those wishing to follow them should stand on their side. Afterward, She pointed at the young man, acknowledging the validity of his words, and remained still. 1, 2, 3. Let us begin. A flurry of footsteps ensued. In mere seconds. Everyone except the young man was racing to the position Shu Ye indicated, fearful of being left behind by the two alone. The yellow-haired boy clenched his teeth. Then suddenly relaxed, tears gathering in his eyes. I didn't mean to. I truly didn't mean to. I was just so scared. The rapid shift in demeanor is indicative of a new generation of actors. Shy, ignoring him, addressed the other adults nearby who pretended as if nothing had transpired. I am but an ordinary person, encountering such a situation for the first time that if I could have left, I would have done so long ago. Remaining here, in fear and constantly threatened by death, is something no one would wish to endure for even a second. Who among us does not fear death? I, too, am afraid of dying. That I have made it clear. My willingness to stay and scout ahead stems from my respect for Dr. Fong, a good man whose life I wish to preserve if he is to survive. So be it, but should anything happen to him, well, you all heard what he said, that I was brought in by the police, charged with a crime you know nothing about. That I shall tell you. I am a serial killer. I am not the benevolent Dr. Fong. Do you understand? A heavy silence ensued. Shai turned and continued walking forward, while Fong Ji, who had remained silent beside her, sighed and remarked, "Why frighten them? My cough comes in fits. Cough, cough. You see, I might drop dead any moment now. What is the point of putting on this farce of red and white faces? Do you think that if I step out, I can rely on these few to elect a representative for the nation?" Representative. Voting. Another unfamiliar term. No, this is bad. Dr. Fong, look over there. A trembling individual pointed behind them, his voice quavering. That floral cotton coat. His words were jumbled, yet the meaning was instantly clear. Run. Are we just going to stand here and wait to die? The bandages at their wounds had long fallen away due to their frantic movements, blood seeping forth, and the places struck by the club throbbed as if someone were hammering inside. Despite this, Shai merely wiped her hand across her brow to prevent blood from dripping in her eyes and obscuring her vision. The door. There's a door ahead. We can escape. One person shouted, tears of joy streaming down, as he rushed past Shai and Fong Ji toward the door. The others, inspired, hastened to follow suit, rushing past the two of them one after another. Shai watched as the darkness beyond the door swallowed each person whole, a shiver running down her spine. Just before reaching the threshold, she halted and grabbed Fong Ji, who was about to enter, intending to say something when a sudden force struck her from behind, causing her to stumble and fall. All she saw was Fong Ji, similarly knocked forward into the door, and a flash of yellow. Battling dizziness, Shai lunged forward, seizing the leg of the owner of the yellow hair. The golden-haired individual screamed as they toppled forward, flailing their arms desperately to get inside, kicking and pulling at Shai, trying to shake off her grip. "Let go of me! Let go! You murderer! You're just societal refuse. It would be an honor for me to die in your place. A chance for redemption. Filth, you harlot! Let me go!" Shai clung tightly to her leg, refusing to loosen her hold, even as the person kicked and struck her in a frenzy. With gritted teeth, she declared, "I've told you before, you must witness the cruelty of society. There's no turning back now. If you wish for my demise, then I shall take you down with me." Regardless of the yellow-haired person's angry screams, insults, and pleas for mercy, Shai held on resolutely. "Let go, cough, cough. Let go." Shai paused momentarily, then a cold smile crept across her face, so that I said that I wondered why you were so eager to escape. Turns out you, like Dr. Fong, are on the brink of death. Yet, Shai could scarcely hear her own thoughts. Her injuries were severe, compounded by the rigors of their flight, and during the tussle with the yellow-haired individual. She had sustained several blows to her head. She felt a chill, even as her body burned with fever. A constant buzzing filled her ears, and her grip on the leg of the yellow-haired person grew weaker. Sensing Shai's momentary lapse, the yellow-haired individual swiftly withdrew their leg and scrambled to their feet. An expression of impending escape mingled with loathing directed at Shai, but as they prepared to dash toward the door. Just a step away, they were met with the sound of a violent cough. "Help, cough, 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 sputter, cough." At that moment, Shai had already lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, the survivors who had entered the door faced chaos no less dire than what awaited outside. What they had hoped would be a sanctuary soon revealed itself to be a suffocating abyss of darkness and silence. Where is this? Wasn't it a door? Where is the door? Where is it? Let me out. I want to go out. Release me. Ah, who are you? Don't come near me. Frigid darkness enveloped them, rendering visibility near impossible. The sensation of blindness sent their panic into overdrive. Screams and shouts erupted as the group groped around, attempting to find something, yet upon accidentally brushing against one another, fears surged anew as they swung their arms to keep everyone at bay. Yet, despite their frantic efforts, they could not locate the door through which they had just passed. The surroundings were eerily empty, devoid of even walls. The door had vanished. Chapter 9. The cruelty of society. This must be a confined space, where the outside world was unheard and unseen, and vice versa. He recalled the yellow-haired individual, feeling a surge of regret. Who would have guessed that such a seemingly school-aged child could harbor such malice? Furthermore, Shu must have sensed something amiss when she had pulled him back. Yet he had not anticipated. Enough with the noise, he bellowed in anger, a hint of frustration creeping in his tone. Be quiet, or the cough demon will come for us. Where else could you possibly run? The same threat, yet remained remarkably effective in the suffocating darkness, punctuated only by the sounds of their breathing. Feng Ji coldly commanded, "Those with phones, turn on your flashlights. I need to assess our surroundings. If this is a place I recognize, we might still have a chance to escape and reunite with Shu." After a moment of silence, one individual, covering their mouth as if to conceal their true voice, murmured, "But what if that brings the demon here? What if you plan to drag us down with you before you die? Besides, that murderer might already be dead. Then you can all go die." Feng Ji snapped, unable to contain himself any longer. "You lot are a bunch of fools. When trouble arises, you flee faster than anyone else, and at the critical moment, you are utterly useless, just a hindrance." Time dragged on before one, then two, then three flashlights finally flickered to life. Yet, the sight of those with shifty eyes or gazes cast downward revealed that this was not the entirety of their group. Feng Ji was thoroughly exasperated with those who faltered in moments of crisis. The lights, even at their brightest, failed to penetrate the ominous fog, illuminating only a meter or so around them. Taking a phone from someone, he glared, his voice colder than ever as he ordered, "I'm stating this clearly. I'm going to find Shu that if anyone has objections, speak now, or find your own way out. Now, those who wish to follow, come with me." With that, he disregarded the others and strode purposefully in one direction. Behind him, the group exchanged glances, and, as they saw his figure, soon to be engulfed by the dark mist, they hastily followed. Some embarrassed, others filled with resentment, yet none daring to voice their thoughts. Feng Ji could read their minds without effort. He was certain that should he manage to lead them out, they would be the first to accuse him of threatening them and demand the hospital deal with him. But who cared anymore? He licked his dry mouth, catching a whiff of decay emanating from himself, and glanced at the telltale signs of death creeping across his hand beneath the dim light. Yet his thoughts were consumed by the memory of that girl, so similar in age to his daughter, her face cold yet retaining a spark of kindness. If his daughter would ever find herself in such a situation, he felt an overwhelming sense of his own kindness being a burden. Gasping, Shu clutched her head as she struggled to rise, only to collapse again as nausea overtook her. She retched several times, producing nothing but bile. Glancing around, she was at a loss for what had transpired. The cough demon had vanished, but the darkness that had accompanied it spread around her, although the plaza was illuminated. The visibility remained dismally low. Shu could not discern whether he had abandoned her, or if the door, as she suspected, was indeed flawed, preventing him from exiting. Yet she hoped it was the latter. The feeling of abandonment, while she had grown accustomed to it, was truly unbearable. She could not remain here. Pressing her hands against her knees and bending over to catch her breath, Shu strained to think. Where was the yellow-haired individual? Had they shielded her from a calamity? Although she could not fathom why the cough demon had spared her, she knew she could not rely on luck should she encounter it again. Shu froze. Had she just coughed? Trembling, she touched her throat, cold sweat trickling down her brow. Unsure if it was fear or anxiety, she found herself smiling. So that's why the cough demon spared me. It dawned on her that she had likely been infected from the moment she heard the cough in the room. Though she had stifled her throat to prevent coughing like Feng Ji, it had merely prolonged the inevitable. Shu Ye took a few steps toward the place where the door had vanished, gradually catching sight of the golden hair engulfed by black mist. The face was ashen, lips stained with crimson, and a familiar red cord, glowing faintly, was coiled around the neck. The clothing, shrouded in the black fog, had turned yellow, infested with mold, and appeared frail that a phone fell from the pocket, rusted and battered. Shu Ye let out a sardonic laugh, uncertain of whom she mocked. Indeed, society is a treacherous place, with that thought. She continued her slow advance. Wait, something was amiss. The face was not gray, but a ghastly white as if drained of blood, the eyes bloodshot, yet not lifeless like glass, enveloped in the black mist. And remarkably, there were no signs of decay on the body. How could the clothing be in such a state? Her gaze fell upon the red cord wrapped around the golden hair, and she looked up towards the sky where the cord extended. But the black mist obscured her view of its source. No, nothing, just hanging. Step, step. Familiar, distinct footsteps began to emerge from the depths of the black fog, growing nearer. Unlike the stench of the decaying corpses surrounding her, this scent was indescribably more unsettling. Step, 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 step. The sound drew ever closer. Though her body was on the verge of collapse, it did not mean she was willing to wait for death without putting up a fight. Shu Ye's body tensed. She gritted her teeth and turned to flee. However, just a few steps away, the footsteps abruptly halted behind her, shadowing her in the darkness. There were no coughs, but it certainly was not human. Could it be another specter? But why? Thoughts raced through Shu Ye's mind as she ran. Why had it stopped just now? Why was it pursuing her again? What had caused the specter to pause? A flash of red light flickered overhead like a lightning bolt through her mind. It was the red cord. Indeed, it was the very cord that coiled around the neck of the golden-haired figure. The red cord seemed to counter the coughing specter, preventing any signs of decay from manifesting on the golden-haired individual. Possibly because they had not fully perished, the specter's power still lingering within the body. Thus the cord could not hoist her corpse. The two forces were in a stalemate, resulting in this peculiar situation. Shu Ye cursed herself for having run too quickly. She immediately adjusted her course. The metallic taste of blood began to fill her throat, and her rapid breathing, coupled with her weak limbs, made her long to collapse. If she had been chased like this during an 800-meter race, she might have shattered the school record. The hope of survival dangled before her like a carrot before a starving donkey, pushing Shu Ye to the brink of madness, a gamble. Either death or life. She sprinted. The footsteps behind her faded in and out, seeming to be mere steps away, while the stench of decay threatened to overwhelm her senses. And an uncontrollable cough threatened to escape her throat. The sole ray of hope was the faintly glowing red cord amidst the black mist before her. A familiar, grating voice echoed in her ears once more. Cough, cough. Chapter 10. A special ability? Cough, cough. A skeletal hand, emaciated and covered in decay, suddenly reached out from the darkness, icy and foul, grasping at Shu Ye's shoulder, attempting to pull her into the abyss. The sudden chill caused her body to stiffen, and as she stumbled, she pushed off the ground with force, rolling several times and scraping her body against the jagged stones, leaving her covered in wounds. Yet the pain had long since dulled to numbness. Though disheveled, this desperate lunge brought her closer to the corpse of the golden-haired figure. In her eyes, only the red cord, glowing in the darkness, appeared as a lifeline. Crack. The hand of the coughing specter pressed down heavily on Shu Ye's shoulder. And with that single touch, her entire shoulder and arm went numb. The sensation of paralysis began to creep downward. No. If this continued, she would undoubtedly perish once her entire body succumbed to numbness. Crack. The sound was grating to the ears. Ignoring the dislocation in her arm, Shu Ye's still functioning right hand shot out, seizing the red cord wrapped around the neck of the golden-haired figure. In that moment, the specter's grip, the footsteps, the coughs, the cold, and the nauseating stench all vanished, and the surrounding black mist receded significantly. Shu Ye collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. Her limbs feeling as limp as overcooked noodles. She touched her throat, which had been itching and wanting to cough just moments ago. now devoid of any sensation, and suppressed a laugh, exclaiming, "Haha, I'm alive. I've survived." After a brief moment of joy, Shu Ye felt a sudden, intense pain shooting through her palm that gripped the red cord. She raised her hand to throw off whatever was causing her pain, only to find the cord clinging to her palm like a parasite. What horrified her further was that the cord was burrowing into a wound inflicted by the jagged stones, swiftly disappearing into her hand. Pain, coldness, sharp stings, and itchiness flooded her body. Shu Ye fell to the ground, her body curling uncontrollably and convulsing, the overwhelming agony rendering her silent. Even as her face twisted in anguish, she watched helplessly as the red cord slithered beneath her skin like serpents, her very soul feeling as though it were being torn apart. Time became meaningless in her suffering. It could have been minutes or hours. Shu Ye lay contorted on the ground, her sweat and blood soaking the earth beneath her. Her muscles twitching slightly until a violent cough erupted from her, expelling blood that resembled black sludge. Gradually, she realized she could no longer feel any pain. The wound on her forehead felt strangely, as if it were being sutured. Shu Ye sat up, examining her palm where the red cord had penetrated, yet found no trace of injury. With a sigh, she noted that the foul stench had vanished. She touched her forehead, finding it smooth as well. The wounds had disappeared. Her condition was remarkably good. Though she wouldn't become superhuman, she felt as if she could still run for another 10 minutes. Suddenly, the corpses that had been suspended in the air fell like rain, crashing to the ground. The red cord around their necks had vanished. Shu Ye stared blankly at her palm. Whoosh! The skin that had just healed was torn open again as a red cord emerged, swaying and entwining with her fingertips, accompanied by an indescribable, peculiar sensation flooding her mind. It was as if a snake were tasting the air. Though the black mist obscured her vision, she could perceive everything around her as a vivid, dynamic image under the bizarre power of the red cord. Yet when her gaze fell upon the golden-haired figure, an impulsive thought surged within her. Hang him! Hang him up! Shu Ye instinctively stepped back, struggling to suppress her urge to wrap the cord around his neck and hoist him up. A special ability? No. This felt unlike any ordinary sensation. The absence of pain, the healing of wounds, and an unsettling indifference towards life. Eerie, grotesque, that it made her feel eerily akin to a specter. To die is to be blessed. And misfortune and fortune are intertwined. Step, step. It was the coughing specter. Shu Ye instinctively turned to run, only to feel something was off. The sound was not drawing closer. Rather, it was retreating in the opposite direction, gradually fading away. The feeling of being watched in the darkness vanished. She peered through the sensations imparted by the red cord towards the source of the sound. Her senses, now heightened beyond the ordinary, allowed her to easily see the coughing specter behind the black mist, along with the basket it carried on its arm. The basket's lid had been slightly lifted. Shu Ye recalled seeing a pair of scissors, a bundle of red thread, and a steel needle crossing through the red thread within the basket while in hospital. But now, the red thread was nowhere to be found. She looked down at the red cord that seemed to have sprouted from her palm, a heavy gloom enveloping her heart, questioning whether the red cord within her body was the same as the one used to hang people above, or perhaps the very same red thread that had been in the coughing specter's basket. If that were the case, then what of the vermilion hairpin atop the specter's head, along with the steel needle and scissors? Were they also specters? Yet they belonged to the coughing specter's basket. Why did they counterbalance each other? There was no time for further contemplation. Shu Ye observed the retreating figure of the coughing specter and felt a sense of relief, regardless of the circumstances. The red cord indeed seemed to exert some restraining effect on the specter, and that was enough. Everything else could wait until she left the hospital. Surveying her surroundings, Shu Ye was taken aback. Where was this? An unfamiliar hall, resembling a venue for a conference. What had previously appeared to everyone as the hospital plaza was merely a grand hall. Strangely, despite having run for so long, the tables and chairs felt as if they were mere figments of imagination. They had never encountered them at all. Shu Ye cautiously raised her hand to touch a nearby chair, feeling the solid wood beneath her fingers. Was this yet another manifestation of Spectre's power? Two-dimensional, three-dimensional? Or was everything just an illusion? Now she was able to see through it all, grasping the reality, all because of that red cord. Shu Ye glanced at the red cord entwined around her hand. What exactly was this? If it were also a specter, how could its distinct form be reconciled with the coughing specter? If it truly was a specter existing within her body, what fate awaited her? The possession of specter could not bring only benefits without drawbacks. Just then, she heard a familiar voice accompanied by a violent cough. Chapter 11. A Reunion. This voice was eerily familiar. Alongside it came the sound of intense coughing. As the sound of coughing drew nearer, the red thread within Shu Ye's body stirred restlessly, albeit with a sensation distinct from her previous encounters with the coughing anomaly. She stepped over the corpse, sprawled across the ground, and where she could not leap, she simply tread upon it. Bang! Shu Ye flung open the door, coming face to face with a familiar visage, pale and marred by patches of decay, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. Though not overtly joyous, the sight of a familiar face undeniably lifted her spirits. Dr. Fong. After a brief exchange of greetings, she glanced at the three cowering figures behind Fong Ji. So it's just the four of you? Fong Ji remained rooted in place, his gaze fixed intently on Shu Ye as he questioned, word by word. Do you remember your promise to me? You are to help care for my son. His cough persisted, more frequent than that of the deceased, yet inexplicably he was still alive. Shu Ye paused at his words. Son? Dr. Fong, didn't you say you had only a wife and a daughter? Where did this son come from? Unsure whether there was some bewildering deception at play, Dr. Fong conducted a brief inquiry before finally believing that this was indeed the Shu Ye he had thought lost to death. His previously stoic expression softened as he approached her, enveloping her in a tight embrace, patting her back with subdued sobs. Thank goodness. You are alive. I've searched for you for so long. You are alive. Shu Ye paid no heed to the stench of decay emanating from Dr. Fong, nor did she recoil from the patches of rot spreading across his face. She felt a flicker of happiness. Knowing that amidst such despair, there was still someone who had not abandoned her was a comforting thought. Yet, it was not perfect. Fong Ji choked back a breath, releasing her from the embrace, his tone tinged with exasperation. Could you not be a bit more serious? Shu Ye shrugged, unable to help it. She was simply not one to tolerate overly sentimental scenes. Feeling goosebumps rise, Fong Ji, undeterred, asked, "But how did you end up here?" After we entered, we were trapped in a bizarre wall, encountering several incidents, and then that coughing anomaly appeared. We thought we were done for when suddenly the red threads vanished, and corpses littered the ground. That I noticed a light in this direction and came over. Their experiences had indeed been quite rich. Shu Ye did not delve further into details, simply stating, "Let us go. I know how to get out. I was just thinking about how to find you. And here you are, saving me the trouble of searching everywhere." This was not mere rhetoric. Ever since the red thread had entered her body, the previous phenomenon of being obscured by the anomaly had dissipated. The peculiar sensations imparted by the red thread allowed her to clearly perceive the exit from the hospital. Now, she not only would no longer lose her way, but could also suppress the assaults of the coughing anomaly to some extent. Shu Ye led Fong Ji out of the main hall, yet she did not notice the fleetingly peculiar look in Fong Ji's eyes. She maneuvered around the corpses blocking the corridor, heading towards the distant main doors. The three individuals following behind had no voice in the matter, cautiously trailing her. The coughing anomaly was near me at first, and in a brief time, it reached your side, so I believe the black mist here is not a standalone anomaly. It seems that the coughing anomaly summoned the black mist, using it for a form of instantaneous movement, akin to a concept from a novel. Let's call it the anomaly domain for now. I'm unsure of the mechanics, but based on what I know, the anomaly domain allows for bizarre wall encounters, obscured vision, and even the separation of reality and illusion or dimensional isolation. Within this domain, the anomaly can move rapidly, and if a living person is enveloped by the black mist, their body will corrode and perish swiftly, decaying away. Fong Ji nodded in agreement, adding, "It seems that the anomaly's method of killing adheres to certain rules. Much like a predetermined program. If the response is yes, it executes. If no, it moves to the next choice." They continued their conversation as they walked. Upon exiting the building housing the conference hall, it was the first time Shu Ye beheld the true hospital square. Having been unconscious upon entering, the entrance of Haining Hospital stood clearly in the distance, hope glimmering before her. The scene in the square mirrored that of the main hall, corpses strewn about, a macabre sight. The sheer number and scale were incomprehensible for a single hospital's patients. Was this anomaly truly roaming across the nation, across the world? How many lives have been extinguished? Shu Ye felt a chill run through her limbs. Fangji noticed her halt and inquired, "What's wrong?" Shu Ye refrained from voicing her suspicions, hastily responding, "Ignore anything you step on. Do not stop. We must leave this place as swiftly as possible. The longer we linger, the greater the unknown dangers that may arise, and at that point, I cannot guarantee we will make it out alive." With that, she urged Fangji forward, moving quickly. The ground was uneven, some areas soft, others hard, some sticky, others rotting. Invoking a terrifying imagination of what lay beneath, the series of falls echoed from behind, but Shu Ye had no time to wait. For reasons unknown, despite the absence of the anomaly's watchful gaze in the darkness. Since her arrival in the square, a prickling sensation akin to a thorn in her back persisted. There was nothing there, yet it felt as though something was stabbing her. Unbidden, a memory surfaced in her mind of an item revealed by a corner of the floral fabric in the basket carried by the coughing anomaly. The three trailing behind had also endured their share of experiences. Although still frightened, those who stumbled quickly regained their footing and rejoined the group. Soon, they reached their destination. Shu Ye gazed at the dim sky, the deeper black mist reflecting a similar hue, aware that this was the influence of the anomaly domain on her vision. Yet the sensory perception granted by the red thread allowed her to see the vacant road and streets outside the hospital's main doors. Just one more step, and reality awaited. Her right hand, imbued with the red thread, reached out, but it met only the cold wall. "Here, this is it." Shu Ye pointed at the wall, which appeared pitch black to Fangji and the others. "I can see outside, but I don't know how to get out." The three exchanged glances, suspicion flickering in their eyes. They wondered if Shu Ye was deceiving them. They glanced at Fangji, who remained silent, lowering their heads in quiet uncertainty. Tap, tap. The coughing anomaly was approaching again. Chapter 12. Escape from the abyss on the brink of a breakthrough, yet finding no way forward. Shu Ye couldn't help but bite her nails. Her mind racing that we must get out. If the remaining survivors perish, leaving only me, even with the red thread, I won't be killed, but I will die of hunger and thirst. Moreover, this red thread merely counters the coughing anomaly. It does not suppress it. When I am the last living soul, the coughing anomaly will surely not be picky. Cough? Let me try it. I think I may have a way. Fangji patted Shu Ye's shoulder. He raised his right hand, and green flames erupted unexpectedly, a surprising turn. Since acquiring this anomaly, I can also distinguish between reality and illusion. My intention was to find you and escape together, but I didn't expect you to also perceive clearly. It's quite astonishing. It seems you've experienced some things to escape this fate. As he spoke, the green flames surged like oil, rapidly spreading around them. The black mist clashed with the green flames, and for a moment, the sounds of footsteps faded, followed by flickers of light as the coughing anomaly appeared nearby, advancing towards them. The encroaching darkness gradually devoured the green flames, which flickered and danced, the boundary of the green flames seemingly snuffed out. It was evident that the black mist of the coughing anomaly was far more potent than Fangji's green flames, just as the darkness was about to extinguish the green flames. With another flicker, the green light vanished, along with Shu Ye and the others. Without the balance of the green flames and the red thread, the entire hospital was engulfed in darkness, in the unseen realm of black mist. The coughing anomaly stood silently at the entrance of the hospital for a long moment before turning to continue its aimless wandering. The corpses, stripped of the red thread, would occasionally cough as they stood up with twisted movements, silently remaining in place. Not far from where Shu Ye and the others had passed, the doors of the hall slammed shut, revealing an indistinct silver light that flickered within as the number of standing corpses increased. A haunting wail echoed from deep within the hospital, yet remained unseen and unheard. At 2 a.m, the sky remained dim. The sound of cars whizzing by and the intermittent honking of horns filled the air. Suddenly, a green light flickered in the shadowy environment, akin to an anomaly fire, and then the surroundings appeared to ignite with green flames, engulfing flowers, plants, and trees, causing them to wither in an instant. the green flames vanished. Shortly thereafter, at the entrance of a fruit shop near the deserted Haining Hospital, 5 individuals materialized out of thin air. These 5, a mix of men and women of varying ages, some resembling university students while others were balding and clearly accustomed to feasting, appeared decidedly abnormal. 3 of them, in particular, were evidently not themselves. Cold sweat beaded on their brows. Even the sound of a mundane horn sent them into a frightful panic, their eyes darting around nervously. Shu Ye scanned her surroundings, and upon spotting a drunken man staggering nearby, she confirmed, "We made it out." Fang Ji concealed his trembling hand, singed by flames, behind his back, and then turned to survey the area, affirming Shu Ye's statement. "The hot pot restaurant across from Haining Hospital is quite good. I've brought my wife and daughter here several times, and I have fond memories." Shu Ye nodded, as if suddenly enlightened. Though her mind was an empty void, devoid of any knowledge to be frank, she felt a twinge of panic. Since her arrival in this world, she had experienced capture, hospitalization, and bizarre coughing incidents, leaving her no opportunity to familiarize herself with her surroundings. Consequently, questions about her home, how to get there, the location of the police station, retrieving her belongings, her identification, and money swirled her mind, countless inquiries related to her existence surfacing one after another. The remaining 3, still in shock, gazed at the dim lights around them, the distant neon glow, devoid of corpses' coughs, the stench of decay, or the ominous black mist of burial. It was then that they finally believed they had escaped that horrific place. They were alive. We are still alive. The trio collapsed into tears. Shu Ye and Fang Ji merely observed them as they wept. Once the tears subsided and emotions began to stabilize, one of the 3 cautiously approached, head bowed and shivering, nervously inquiring, "Dr. Fang, what should we do next? Should we call the police?" The opinions of Dr. Fang and Shu Ye were of utmost importance to them. Obedience was their means of survival. The harrowing events of just a few hours had etched this lesson into their very bones. In the past, Fang Ji would have acted as expected, but now, he shook his head and replied, "Such a significant matter will surely be discovered by the authorities. When the time comes, those of us who are still alive will undoubtedly be questioned. Before that, if you randomly accuse someone of encountering something bizarre, would you believe it if you were in their shoes?" His words carried a sense of gloom. The 3 exchanged glances, and seeing that Shu Ye and Fang Ji had nothing more to say, they hesitated, wanting to voice something but refraining, eventually retreating into the distance like phantoms. Fang Ji scoffed, "Fools, surviving is merely a stroke of luck." Shu Ye felt uneasy witnessing Fang Ji's drastic shift in demeanor towards others. "What is wrong with you?" "No need to worry," Fang Ji replied, reverting to his former amiable smile, "that I simply want to live long, so I no longer care." Shu Ye contemplated her red string, feeling reassured that as long as she refrained from recklessly using her abilities, she could survive for at least another 2 or 3 years. Although that 2 was a short time, Fang Ji's expression led her to believe that his notion of living a short life was different from hers. She couldn't help but furrow her brow. "Not long to live? Don't you have the ability to counteract it?" Chapter 13. Ling Xiangming, is she a woman? Upon hearing Shu Ye's words, Fang Ji chuckled. Devoid of the fear and resentment typically associated with facing death, calmly standing there to analyze the situation. Although we both possess a peculiar part of our abilities, our directions diverge. When I saw you, the scars on your body had vanished, particularly the wound on your forehead that I personally stitched up. That seems your luck surpasses mine. Your enigmatic string can suppress the coughing phenomenon, but mine. As he spoke, Fang Ji's smile turned bitter. Mine, aside from this flame, primarily possesses destructive capability and a hint of spatial and illusory power, yet bears no effect on my own body. He opened his mouth for Shu Ye to inspect. Yet, she didn't need to see his mouth. The lingering signs of decay on his body confirmed it for her. Fang Ji continued his analysis, perhaps fearing he might never awaken again after sleeping. Thus he spoke more than usual, eager to share all his findings with Shu Ye. Before he could finish, he followed Shu Ye's gaze. Inadvertently catching sight of his own horrifying skin, he said nothing. But suddenly, a flash of green flame enveloped him, transforming his skin back to a normal appearance. or perhaps merely disguising Shu Ye's naked eye. Fang Zhi appeared to have restored his former self. But according to the feedback from the enigmatic string, she could still perceive the original state of his skin. Fang Zhi proceeded, "At present, I have merely cloaked my skin's surface with an illusion. Yet my body is on the verge of decay. And no matter how hard I try, this cough can only be suppressed for a few weeks at most, and that without employing the green flame. You must feel it too. As the usage of this ability extends, the body will gradually succumb to its effects, and a part of its primal instincts may be governed by something bizarre. Perhaps after we perish, we might transform into an undying enigma, which could be another form of immortality." He chuckled, embodying the essence of finding joy amidst suffering. However, Fang Zhi's assertions held no fallacy. "I can still live for a few more weeks, spending more time with my family, arranging my affairs. That is far better than those who perished within. People should learn to be easily satisfied," he thought, having witnessed individuals with terminal illnesses desperately seeking companions in death. Fang Zhi's transparent outlook on life was a rarity for Shu Ye. Of course, it could also be attributed to her youth and limited experiences. Shu Ye did not lament the transient nature of life. Rather, she mused that the enigmatic system responsible for transporting players to this world might eventually present some means of escape. If the system were merely a prompt interface, then she too was not far from death. "Everyone must die. None were more wretched than the others," she merely remarked. "Disasters linger for millennia, yet your saintly demeanor would make you a protagonist in a novel. Perhaps one day, fortune may arise from misfortune, allowing you to outlive me. May your words ring true." Fang Zhi assumed she was comforting him, but he yawned. "I'm getting old. I can't stay up late." This indicated the closure of the topic. Shu Ye nodded in silence. They stood quietly facing one another for half a minute, scrutinizing each other. Fang Zhi hesitated before asking, "Where do you plan to stay?" "Very good." He finally recalled her character as an amnesiac girl. Fang Zhi rummaged through his pockets, finding them empty, and then remembered that his phone and keys were left in the hospital office, rendering him unable to call anyone for assistance. Under Shu Ye's expectant gaze, he produced the last remaining 50 yuan bill from his pocket, stating, "This was given to me by my wife, worried I might run out of battery or money for food at the time. I thought it excessive. It turns out listening to my wife leads to a good life." Observing Fang Zhi's cheerful demeanor, Shu Ye doused him with a splash of cold water. "But we have no way to purchase anything." Indeed, Fang Zhi sighed in resignation. Ultimately, with Shu Ye herself unaware of a residence, they were left with only one option. The two cautiously traversed the dimly lit streets, hiding in the shadows whenever they spotted passers-by. Whether inebriated or sober, only emerging once they had passed, such furtive behavior would lead anyone to suspect that their actions were illicit. However, the alternative was to transform from suspicious behavior into fugitives. After several hours of cat and mouse with the coughing enigma, their faces bore the marks of weariness, their clothes stained with dark crimson splotches of blood, a female patient clad in bloodstained hospital garb, and a male doctor in a blood-spattered white coat. This would certainly attract the attention of both the police and the mental hospital. Fortunately, to ensure that doctors could swiftly reach the hospital in emergencies, a family community had been established nearby. Not to mention that someone of Fang Zhi's rank as an attending physician would typically be assigned directly. Thus, they soon arrived at the community entrance. The 4 golden characters of Hengxin community were distinctly engraved on the stone monument at the entrance. The community boasted excellent greenery, likely due to the high number of doctors residing there, and security measures were impressively stringent to prevent unforeseen incidents. Late at night, even at the witching hour, the guards were diligently on duty. Hiding in a shadowy corner, Shu Ye observed the guard on duty and whispered, "Is there a shorter wall nearby we could scale to sneak in?" After some exploration, she successfully located the small button her daughter had mentioned and pressed it. The garage door slowly creaked open. Once they entered, the garage door, having sensed no one, gradually descended to close. From the B1 level to the 5th floor, the ascent was swift, yet Fang Zhi visibly grew increasingly tense. When the elevator doors opened, they stood at the entrance. Fang Zhi gulped nervously and instinctively ran his fingers through his disheveled hair. "That I should be fine, right? Are you referring to your current appearance as a murderous maniac?" Fang Ji's question rendered Shu Ye silent. He glanced down at the bloodstains on his clothes, startled, and anxiously pressed the elevator button repeatedly, his nervousness escalating to, "Oh no, what if someone sees us?" Suddenly, the left door swung open, flooding the area with light, effectively freezing Fang Ji in place. Even with the elevator right before him, he remained immobile. A crisp, authoritative female voice floated from within the doorway. "What happens if I see you?" The voice was unmistakably that of a stunning woman. Shu Ye slightly turned her head and was met with a familiar face. Ling, officer. Ling Xiangming, a woman. Not only was Ling Xiangming a woman, but she was also Fang Ji's wife. In an instant, Shu Ye's worldview, already battered by the ravages of the coughing enigma, faced yet another upheaval. Chapter 14. Death is one matter. Social death is another. As Shu Ye struggled to reconstruct her worldview, a hand emerged from behind Ling Xiangming's head, pressing down on her shoulder and pushing her aside. "You scare the poor girl. I told you to be gentler with young ladies." With that, Ling Xiangming vanished from the doorway, only to be replaced by an alluring, vivacious older sister figure. "Honey, you're still awake at this hour?" "Aha!" The stunning older sister maintained an unwavering expression, observing Fang Ji with a smile, anticipating his attempts at evasion. However, the concern in her eyes was unmistakable as they swept over Fang Ji's attire. When Shu Ye noticed Fang Ji hesitating at the doorway, she swiftly pulled and pushed him inside, unceremoniously tossing him into the room. She then turned her gaze towards Ling Xiangming, who stood sullenly like a pillar after being reprimanded. "Xiaoming, fetch a glass of water for the lady." After issuing the command, she led Fang Ji into the kitchen. Once the door was shut, their conversation became inaudible, and Shu Ye had no intention of eavesdropping. She entered the living room and, glancing at her own soiled clothing, chose not to sit on the sofa, opting instead to sit directly on the wooden floor. The space was rather generous, approximately 150 square meters, featuring a 3-bedroom layout, with an overall decor that exuded warmth. All the doors in the house were ajar, making it evident that Fang Ji's daughter was not at home. Ling Xiangming observed Shu Ye's demeanor and expressions closely, noticing her gaze linger on the bedroom. He offered a brief explanation, "And it isn't staying at home tonight. Good evening, Officer Xiaoming." After uttering this, Shu Ye focused solely on Ling Xiangming. After a considerable pause, when Fang Ji emerged from his conversation with his wife, they were met with the sight of the two locking eyes. The stunning older sister handed a glass of water to Shu Ye and retrieved a brand new set of clothes that had yet to be unwrapped from another room. "Go, take a shower first. We can discuss anything later after you've rested." Shu Ye merely stood to accept the clothes and water. "Sister-in-law, I apologize for the intrusion. I shall only stay for one night." The beautiful older sister readily nodded, without any back and forth in her refusal. "Since Fang Ji is fine, I see you two have matters to discuss, so I shall retreat to my room. The guest room is tidied daily, and the bathroom is stocked with disposable toiletries. Feel free to use them." With that, she disappeared into the innermost room to avoid drawing his wife's attention further. Fang Ji whispered, "My wife is named Ouyang Xinlan. You can call her Sister Xinlan, or just Lan Jie will do." Shu Ye nodded in understanding. Click, the door closed. Fang Ji exhaled a sigh of relief. Shu Ye followed suit, closing the door behind her without changing her clothes, opting instead to sit back down on the floor. Fang Ji joined her, and Ling Xiangming had no choice but to follow suit. The three sat in silence, before long, as the oldest and most fatigued among them. Fang Ji could no longer withstand the exhaustion and let out a yawn, the sound heavy with weariness. "So, Xiaoming, what brings you to my home?" Ling Xiangming, too weary to correct the way he was addressed, pulled out his phone and showed Fang Ji the dozen or so call records, all noted as Lan Jie. "Tonight, Lan Jie called me, saying she couldn't reach you. The hospital's phone was also unresponsive. Subsequently, our bureau received numerous calls, discovering that the entire hospital was unreachable." Ling Xiaoming succinctly summarized the situation. Fang Ji listened, casting a glance at the now-closed bedroom door, his voice lowering significantly. "And then what? What measures have you taken?" Regardless of the measures, it seemed futile. After all, they were dealing with something supernatural. Ling Xiangming remained silent, his expression and gaze filled with conflict. Noticing his demeanor, Shu Ye raised an eyebrow and suddenly asked, Do you know that something supernatural has occurred at the hospital? Ling Xiaoming's head snapped up to look at Shu Ye, his eyes wide with disbelief. Is it really true? How could that be? His words confirmed Shu Ye's assertions. However, it sounded less like information he had known all along and more like a revelation he had just made today, as if he had come to Fang Zhi's home to verify it. But who could have informed him? The answer was singular. Shu Ye took a sip of water to soothe her throat. Did someone from above come? Or did they just make a phone call? A phone call, Ling Xiaoming replied, pursing his lips, refraining from elaboration. They mentioned a personnel shortage and that someone would be dispatched to handle it by 6 o'clock tomorrow morning at the latest. But they didn't expect that we would emerge ourselves at dawn, did they? The conversation was brief yet packed with substance. Shu Ye pondered for a moment. Ling Xiaoming's lack of rebuttal indicated that those who contacted them were indeed official personnel, confirming that the authorities were aware of the supernatural occurrences and had already designated individuals to manage such events. From her and Fang Zhi's experiences, it was highly likely that these officials were adept in controlling the supernatural. Referred to as Yujua. Although the duration of this situation was unknown, each time a Yujua utilized their abilities, it would awaken the supernatural within them. Once the supernatural fully revived, death would ensue. Naturally, the authorities could not indefinitely refrain from employing this power. Facing an increasing number of supernatural incidents, the Yujua's lifespans could not be prolonged. The frequency of supernatural occurrences was rising, yet the number of Yujua was dwindling, likely one of the reasons behind the mention of personnel shortages over the phone. Shu Ye's thoughts raced, but they only occupied a fleeting moment in her mind. That's so. Have you informed them about the news he gathered? Ling Xiaoming glanced at Fang Zhi and nodded. Actually, it wasn't Team Me. The person monitoring you both sent out the information as soon as you left the hospital. This meant that the two of them had been observed throughout their clandestine actions. The realization dawned on both Fang Zhi and Shu Ye, casting dark shadows across their faces. This was no different from failing to delete one's browsing history prior to death. As Shu Ye regained her composure, her mood still soured, she looked at Ling Xiaoming. Will I be able to get my belongings back tomorrow? Also, I've lost my memory. I'll need your assistance in retrieving my home records. Of course, it's genuine. Shu Ye was taken aback when she received the document bag. Did you retrieve this from the police station in advance? The subsequent events need not be elaborated. Shu Ye perused the contents, recognizing some items while encountering others that were unfamiliar. The former were those she had brought from the Blue Star, while the latter likely belonged to the Shu Ye of this world. This was not the right time to examine these items. The hour was inappropriate. Shu Ye glanced at Fang Zhi, who had remained silent, appearing profound yet on the verge of dozing off. Let us rest for now. We can discuss the specifics tomorrow morning. Since we've come out, the authorities will surely send someone to inquire. Reaching a consensus, Fang Zhi stood and, like a wandering spirit, moved toward the innermost bedroom, only to be hastily intercepted by Shu Ye, who was about to enter the guest room. Fang Zhi, still dazed, asked, "What's the matter?" Shu Ye regarded the tightly shut bedroom door. "If I were you, I would sleep in your daughter's room or the living room tonight. It's best to avoid being alone. That entity resides within your body, and we cannot predict what might happen while we sleep. If we lose consciousness, the supernatural could emerge from within." Fang Zhi snapped to attention, contemplating, perhaps I should sleep outside tonight. Shu Ye hesitated, wavering slightly, but ultimately shook her head. Unless it's an isolated wilderness, it would be the same. Moreover, this place is too close to the hospital. We cannot ascertain whether those supernatural entities might appear here. Should something happen while we are here, we might be able to manage it. Ling Xiaoming, unable to grasp the situation fully, lay on the sofa in the living room. Sleep? Old Fang do you believe that if you dared to step outside right now, Lan Jie could knock you out with a single punch? Fang Zhi smiled awkwardly at Shu Ye, who sat opposite him. Time slipped away, and after an indeterminate period in the dark of night, Shu Ye, lying in the guest room, abruptly opened her eyes. Chapter 1526. A sharp pain, a chill, the familiar sensation of her soul, tearing apart, emerge. Shu Ye opened her eyes. Her gaze darted frantically, yet her body remained entirely immobile, as though she were experiencing sleep paralysis. Silence enveloped her, an emptiness akin to sinking into an abyss, submerged in the depths of the sea, soundless and unseen. Suddenly, countless red strings materialized in the room like mushrooms after rain, dancing without wind, exploring every corner as if seeking to ensnare a neck. The agonizing red strings coursed through Shu Ye's body, her flesh feeling as though it were on the verge of splitting apart. Yet, even in the torturous agony that felt akin to hellish torment, the awakened Shu Ye found herself powerless to resist, allowing the red strings to wreak havoc. This torment persisted for several minutes before it gradually subsided. The pain dissipated, and Shu Ye turned over, gazing at her body drenched in cold sweat, remaining silent. This sensation mirrored that of when she first acquired her abilities, yet this lack of control, just as she had surmised. Even when not utilizing her powers, the supernatural could emerge to wreak havoc when her consciousness weakened. If there came a day when her will could no longer contain the supernatural, would she be killed by the entity within her body, leading to its revival? A slow death. This was the cost of survival. Shu even felt that if she were to endure this torment for several hours daily, or even 10 hours in the future, she might prefer death as a form of liberation. Yet, she did not wish to die. How could she succumb to a ludicrous and inexplicable game? Suddenly, the familiar light curtain flashed before her eyes. She did not immediately look, instead glancing at the alarm clock on the bedside table. 44. This made Shu Ye's already poor complexion even worse. Summoning the light curtain once more, she was met with a mixed array of new and old information panels appearing before her eyes. Name, Shu Ye. ID, 404. Identity, smuggler, player, suspect in the Haining serial murder case, courier for the Supernatural Postal Service. Yujue, mission, survive. Player 404, congratulations on completing the hidden task of surviving for 24 hours. Your ability panel is now unlocked. Yujue, Ability 1, Supernatural Strings. Note, the abilities of the Harbinger of Anomalies vary according to the anomalies contained. Players are encouraged to develop their own abilities. Harbinger of Anomalies. A player who has mastered one or more anomalies, as the abilities are developed and utilized over time, the anomalies will gradually corrode the human body until death ensues, after which the anomalies will revive. The speculations between her and the potential suspect were nearly identical. However, the fact that the suspect's identity remained a mystery was hardly good news. When the young police officer hastily reported to his captain, Ling Xiangming, at the hospital, his demeanor clearly indicated that another incident had occurred outside, allowing her to tenuously clear her name. Subsequently, she found herself trapped in Haining Hospital due to the cough-related anomaly, leaving her no time to inquire about the details. Initially, she believed it to be unrelated, but given the identity bestowed by the system, it was imperative for her to investigate the murder case. For her, it might serve to exonerate her and establish a connection with the elusive postal anomaly, potentially necessitating the sending of at least one letter. However, this hidden task, Shu Ye continued to read on. Dear players, greetings. Congratulations on surviving the 24 hours of death. Current surviving players, 26 1000. Players who have become harbingers of anomalies. 326. Below are the excellent player gift packs issued to players with IDs 88, 404, and 711 in the official test 1.0 for harbingers of anomalies. Please receive them and strive for further achievements in the game. After this, the official test will no longer grant gift packs to players. 26 out of 1,000, only 26 remain, barely surpassing a 2.5 survival rate. While this was shocking, what infuriated Shu Ye even more was that the officials had leaked her status as a harbinger of anomalies and her ID without her consent. Yet there was no complaint panel, no opportunity for grievance. Suppressing her anger, Shu Ye clicked on the flashing 404 gift pack before her. Player 404, your gift pack is now being opened. You have obtained Random Anomalous Ability. Location successful. Ability panel updated. Harbinger of Anomalies Ability 1. Anomalous Rope. Players please explore this ability on their own. Ability 2. Anomalous Files. Players can utilize the abilities of the anomalies contained within the files. Each use will cause 1/3 of the anomaly's file record to disappear. After 3 uses, the anomaly will be released at a random location from the file and cannot be contained again. The stark black letters on the panel appeared one by one, and as the final period concluded, a palm-sized, blood-red notebook was ejected before Shu Ye. With a soft thud, the file book landed on the floor. It appeared to be thin, containing only about 10 pages, yet anomalous items cannot be understood through ordinary reasoning. Shu Ye refrained from directly touching it. Instead, she controlled the anomalous rope to turn open the cover of the file book. It was utterly blank. Just as Shu Ye contemplated whether she could place the anomalous rope within the files, she felt the previously restless and unsettling anomalous rope, which had sought to hang someone, suddenly calm upon contact with a blank page of the file book. She could still control the anomalous rope, but the impulse for an imminent revival had vanished. Was the anomalous rope afraid? Shu Ye's expression turned peculiar. She had not anticipated that an anomaly could exhibit an emotion akin to fear, or perhaps this was not an emotional response, but rather a form of suppression. Just as the anomalous rope could restrain the cough caused by the cough anomaly, if that were the case, then even if she had not figured out how to contain the anomaly, the mere ability to suppress the revival of the anomalous rope granted this file book immense value. Half an hour would be sufficient for her to study the fundamental abilities of the anomalous rope. However, the anomalous files could not endlessly suppress the anomaly within her. She had yet to ascertain its limits, and each experiment must yield results. Now, what she could do was seize every opportunity while the suppression from the file book was still effective to enhance her survival rate in this world. As for the anomalous rope, Shu Ye felt she might have underestimated it. Chapter 16. Research from the perspective of suppression. The anomalous rope could actually contend with the cough anomaly, indicating that the anomalous rope was not merely a simple suppressor related to its surroundings. Alternatively, this suppression might be stronger than she believed. Multiple abilities versus singular specialization. Shu Ye raised her right hand, causing a red rope to tear through her palm and dance around her fingers. She looked up to see numerous red ropes cascading from the void above her bedroom, floating erratically. Many of the rope tails circled for a while, failing to find a target, before winding towards Shu Ye's neck, only to be severed by her hand just as they were about to complete a loop. Her body remained that of an ordinary person. Even with some anomalous abilities, being hanged would still lead to death. She casually took a pair of scissors and made a small cut on her index finger, watching intently. Yet, even after 10 minutes, the wound had ceased bleeding on its own, exhibiting no changes, if delayed further. It might even heal on its own. This was not passive healing. Shu Ye observed the anomalous rope, which entwined her right hand yet paid no heed to the wound. With a thought, the single rope connected to her palm dispersed into countless strands, dancing like flowers in her palm, and one separated, drifting towards the wound and burrowing inside. Immediately, the wound appeared to be stitched from within, gradually closing until it vanished. Finally, Shu Ye washed away the blood, revealing her familiar smooth index finger. The IT turned out to be stitching, and then came the sound of bones dislocating, accompanied by several nauseating cracks. The index finger that had just been penetrated by the anomalous rope twisted in a spiral, completely aligning with the back of her hand. The sight was excruciating, yet Shu Ye remained expressionless. The anomalous rope left inside her could be controlled, even severing her body's sensory connections. Looking into the mirror in her bedroom, Shu Ye saw the anomalous rope swirling, her fingers contorted, and her expression devoid of emotion. If not for the clarity in her eyes, she would resemble an anomaly, as the duration of her ability usage increased. Shu Ye could distinctly sense the agitation of the anomalous rope within her. 1 hour. No, half an hour. She could only sustain the use of her abilities for half an hour at most. Without invoking the anomalous files, she would be unable to contain the anomalous rope's turmoil, that if time dragged on, the anomalous rope would begin to wreak havoc from within, leading to her death, followed by the revival of the anomaly. In the bathroom, warm water flowed abundantly. Shu Ye quickly took a shower to wash away the cold sweat that had erupted from the anomalous turmoil earlier, and after drying her hair, she sat on the bed and pulled out the file bag that Ling Xiangming had given her. Flipping through its contents, aside from a baseball bat, everything else she had brought for Blue Star was inside. Fortunately, she had heeded the official post's advice to avoid revealing her identity, thus she had not brought her ID or phone for Blue Star. Otherwise, on the first day, Her status as a murder suspect would have been evident, and the information on her ID and phone would have been difficult to explain if her player identity were exposed. The consequences would not be what she wished to experience. She set aside the medications, small knife, and gold bar she had brought from Blue Star, leaving only the mundane items that belonged to the revived world. The most crucial items were her ID, household registration booklet, and phone. Shu Ye glanced through them. The identity of the revived Shu Ye bore little difference from her in Blue Star, parentless, and her occupation. According to what Ling Xiangming had stated when he arrested her, she was also a freelancer. The emergency contacts on her phone were empty, and her contact list contained only a few high school and university classmates. Yet the call records indicated no communication had taken place. Shu Ye then opened the chat records. Aside from business-related contacts, there were no notable exchanges. That IT was all rather solitary, as if her identity had been deliberately sculpted, waiting to be replaced at any moment. Shu Ye opened her phone and searched for numerous messages online. Overall, the information was largely similar to that of Blue Star, with the only significant difference being that this world operated under a federal system, meaning that countries were governed separately, yet the world was unified. Policies and such were determined by representatives from various countries attending federal meetings and then disseminated worldwide. Under the federal system, there were frictions between nations, groups, and military political systems, but the ordinary citizens of major powers lived in peace and prosperity, entirely unaffected by anomalous events. Some obscure forums did mention certain odd occurrences, but most of what Shu Ye glanced at was quickly met with a 404 error. It seemed that the revival of anomalies in this world had only just begun, without escalating into large-scale incidents, merely occurring on a small scale. Otherwise, given the current pace at which harbingers of anomalies were handling anomalous events, the world would be on the brink of destruction. Among the information, Shu Ye noticed a phrase mentioned by Dr. Fong Ji at the hospital, national representative. This phrase was also explained through online searches. Every 3 years, each country elects one individual from groups, military political entities, and citizens to serve as a national representative, with 3 representatives attending the federal meetings. The citizens' election aspect explains why Dr. Fong Ji had remarked that they would not elect him as a national representative. Of course, the selected individuals merely represent their countries in meetings and do not possess ultimate decision-making authority over national affairs. It resembled an honorary position. Regarding specific practices and measures, Shu Ye held little concern, as they bore no relevance to her. With this thought in mind, she resolved to search for information regarding the serial murder case in Haining City. The fact that it was prominently displayed on the system panel indicated that it was no trivial matter. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted, a sound so harrowing that it seemed beyond human capability. In an instant, a sinister green flame surged through the crack of the door, swiftly engulfing the entire house, that a familiar chill and darkness enveloped her. The furniture within was gradually decaying, and the walls, besieged by the green flames, bore scorched black and yellow marks, the plaster cracking as the green fire gushed forth like blood. This was a world ensnared by the eerie domain. The familiar, ominous green flames, coupled with the agonizing screams, resonated in her ears. Dr. Fong. Shu Ye hastened to the doorway of the bedroom, raising her hand to grasp the doorknob. However, just as her hand made contact, the door was consumed by the flames, corroding inch by inch before her eyes. Without hesitation, she stepped forward. The entire room was awash in a tempest of green flames, the heart of the green inferno. The source of the anguished howls lay just outside Dr. Fong's bedroom door. Ouyang Xinlan stood there, her hair disheveled, arms outstretched, a visage of terror, yet unwavering determination etched upon her face. She was obstructing someone. "Who are you? Do you realize that entering a residence to harm others is a grave offense? Do not move. If you do, I shall shoot." This was Ling Xiangming, positioned in the corridor leading from the living room to the bedroom. At that moment, Ling Xiangming's gaze was tense, yet he remained assertive and composed, his entire body coiled like a spring, clearly poised for action. Yet, even with a gun aimed at him, an unknown figure stood calmly not far from the entrance to Fong Ji's bedroom. Seemingly unperturbed, one hand was tucked into his pocket, while the other held a large, shimmering golden woven bag. This peculiar individual had his back to Shu Ye, leaving her only to discern that he was a short-haired male. Standing just over 1 meter 70 upon hearing Ling Xiangming's words, the man with the gun displayed no discernible emotion, remaining silent, much like Ouyang Xinlan, as he stepped forward. As he walked, the hand that had been tucked away in his pants pocket gradually emerged. Captain Ling, it appears closing the door is no longer an option. Shu Ye stood her ground. Acknowledging Ling Xiangming's various expressions of silent warning, she patted the air behind her. The door had been incinerated. As she spoke, a red string suddenly shot forth from her palm, splitting into several strands that danced around her, countless more emerging from the void above. Under Shu Ye's control, the red strings made no attempt to ensnare Ling Xiangming or Ouyang Xinlan. However, the short-haired man had now become a target. The red strings ceased their aimless drifting. Ethereal and weightless, they appeared above the man's head, coiling around him and descending toward his neck. Shu Ye was certain that the moment the red strings encircled the short-haired man's throat, the malevolent force within him would be subdued. Indeed, it was a malevolent force. This short-haired man was also a wielder of such powers. Moreover, his intentions were far from benign. Chapter 17. Is the eerie entity diminishing intelligence? Whether it was the sudden, chilling green flames or the red strings swirling around Shu Ye, both Ling Xiangming and Ouyang Xinlan were left in a state of shock, teetering on the brink of collapse. This was a provocation against science, a collapse of materialism. Yet, even so, despite their awareness that such power was evidently beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals, both continued to obstruct the short-haired man's advance towards Fang Ji. The short-haired man halted. Simultaneously, he ceased the motion of extracting his hand from his pocket. Shu Ye did not presume that Ling Xiangming and Ouyang Xinlan's intervention had taken effect, nor did she believe that the short-haired man had suddenly chosen to show mercy. The gun was indeed dangerous, but following her use of this eerie ability, the crisis was no longer fatal. The same was likely true for the short-haired man. The presence of two wielders of such powers explained their survival amidst the eerie events, even bringing along three burdens. It seemed they were merely two unfortunate novices. The short-haired man, oblivious to the impending red strings encircling his neck, turned away. Alas, there was but one entity on the verge of revival. Though not a complete loss, should he also awaken, this journey would prove immensely profitable. The short-haired man's features were unremarkable, yet his lifeless eyes drew attention as he traversed the path, instilling both intrigue and fear. Those eyes observed others not as if they belonged to a human, but rather as if they were a malevolent force scrutinizing them. The short-haired man spoke, and his hand abruptly emerged from his pocket. This hand was far more captivating than his eyes. From the fingertips to the wrist, it appeared a sickly pale, and as he withdrew it from his pocket, spots resembling those of decay began to surface, swiftly spreading across his body, accompanied by a faint stench of our it was no longer a human hand, but rather a hand of the malevolent force. A malevolent entity was sealed within him. Yet a question flickered through Shu Ye's mind. Aside from those lifeless eyes, the decayed spots, and the stench, everything about the short-haired man bore a striking resemblance to Fang Ji. The short-haired man teetered on the brink of revival. And judging by his eyes, he was even worse off than Fang Ji. If Fang Ji could survive for another 2 weeks, the short-haired man would last at most 5 days. Yet prior to his hand's emergence, why had she felt nothing? That pocket. The thought flashed through her mind as she cast her gaze toward the short-haired man's pocket. He noticed her attention, snorting with unexpected rage and jealousy. No wonder you emerged from an S-level event. Your observational skills are commendable. If you entered, consider yourself unlucky. Meddling in others' affairs will teach you just how vital it is to respect your seniors in the circle of wielders. As he spoke, the short-haired man's pallid hand casually lifted, attempting to swat away the encroaching red strings. From his words and actions, his confidence was palpable. Release me, senior. Shu Ye regarded the red strings tightening around the short-haired man's neck, choosing not to approach arrogantly. Such a senior could only be faster to meet their demise. They possessed little else in terms of capability. Let go. I am Meng Gang from the Haitan Club. If you kill me, the club will not spare you. Not just you, but also your friends and family. None shall escape. Suddenly, he was able to speak again. Shu Ye observed as the short-haired man, now identified as Meng Gang, tugged at the red malevolent strings binding his neck with his eerie hand. Thanks to the strength of the eerie hand, the strings loosened slightly, granting him a brief moment to utter those words. Yet that was all he could manage. "Are you threatening me?" Shu Ye responded, somewhat perplexed, even astonished. "Could the eerie force also diminish intelligence? Yet you seem rather weak. You must be the bottom of the barrel in your little club. Am I correct?" The situation was evident that, in the confrontation against the malevolent forces, her red strings had triumphed by a significant margin. Yet, given Fang Zhi's green flames, the rapidly reviving malevolent force should have been at its most potent. And by all accounts, Meng Gang should be on the verge of revival as well. Yet, he was being thoroughly suppressed by the red strings. Meng Gang's face flushed crimson in an instant that he wished to say more. But after just 2 short sentences, his eerie hand began to tremble uncontrollably, the spots of decay multiplying, and the stench of rot growing increasingly potent. He could no longer hold onto the malevolent strings. A mere novice, having only wielded these powers for less than a day, why was she unafraid? He was going to die. He truly was going to die, although he had long been aware of his impending demise. He had initially believed that by successfully completing this task, combined with his previous successes, he would learn the means to prolong his life from that individual as long as he could extend his lifespan. He could continue to extract information from that person, continue to prey upon new wielders, and thus perpetuate his existence, extending it indefinitely, until that individual would not let him go. Meng Gang could no longer grasp the tightening, malevolent strings. The moment his hand slipped away, the strings constricted tightly around his neck, and then the end connecting to the void abruptly tightened, that a familiar scene unfolded before Shu Ye once more, witnessing Meng Gang suspended in the air, his body mottled with decay and exuding a foul stench. Ouyang Xinlan's terror was palpably evident, yet a hint of relief also surfaced. Ouyang Xinlan's voice trembled as she struggled to avert her gaze from a suspended corpse, turning instead to Shu Ye, her eyes pleading, "Old Fang, please, I beg you, save old Fang." Shu Ye had intended to check on Fang Zhi, but her plans were interrupted by the unexpected arrival of Meng Gang. She nodded, signaling Ouyang Xinlan to clear the way, her hand gripping the doorknob as she prepared to enter. Suddenly, her expression changed dramatically, and she spun around, fixating intently on the hanged Meng Gang. Ouyang Xinlan trembled. Following her gaze, still confronted by the horrifying scene, unchanged from before. What is happening? Old Fang. Ling Xiangming, easing the stiffness from his hand after gripping the gun for an extended period, swiftly maneuvered around the suspended corpse to stand beside Shu Ye. Shu Ye's red strings danced freely. "Officer Ling, you aren't considering charging me with murder and arresting me now, are you? This Meng Gang is evidently the wielder you refer to." Ling Xiangming regarded Shu Ye, who, despite appearing as the demure girl in the arrest records, exhibited a strength and independence in her actions and thoughts, revealing a dissonance between her outward demeanor and inner resolve. He paused for a moment and continued. "If I were to flee, I would be unable to catch you dead. If you intend to kill me, I would have no means to resist. All I can say is, as long as I survive this ordeal, I will report the truth that IT was uncertain whether it was due to his reliance on Fang Zhi or something else, but he audaciously articulated his thoughts. However, Ling Xiangming's choice did not surprise Shu Ye in the least. After all, this man was clearly principled, law-abiding, and wholly devoted to his country. Before Shu Ye could respond, Ling Xiangming pressed on. "What danger were you referring to just now? What must I do? And how will Fang Zhi be saved?" His demeanor was remarkably straightforward. Shu Ye set aside the trivial matters and turned her gaze towards Meng Gang, who was suspended in midair, while behind her, Fang Zhi's terror-stricken screams echoed from the bedroom door. Leaving uncertainty about the current situation, Meng Gang was an anomalist. Initially, she had presumed he was dead, believing that even if the anomaly revived, it would be suppressed by her anomaly ropes. Yet, Chapter 18, The Anomalous Hand. Shu Ye raised her hand, and the multitude of red ropes that had been exploring the room coalesced into one, swaying in her palm, entwined with her fingers, reflecting on what she had perceived through her senses. Shu Ye's brows knitted together, and rather than continuing her thoughts, she stated, Officer Ling, turn around. Although Ling Xiangming did not comprehend her reasoning, he understood that if Shu Ye's earlier words held any truth, she might very well be the only one capable of rescuing countless lives. Regardless of what Shu Ye intended for him to do next, he was willing to comply as long as it meant saving these individuals. Without further ado, he decisively turned his back to her. Officer Ling, how do you feel right now? Just as Ling Xiangming turned, accompanied by Ouyang Xinlan's shrill scream, Shu Ye's voice rang out sharply. Ling Xiangming, bewildered, responded me. I'm perfectly fine. I feel nothing at all. Xiaoming, your neck. Ouyang Xinlan, struggling to recover from a moment of sheer fright, pointed a trembling finger at Ling Xiangming's neck, exclaiming, there's a hand behind your neck. Reflexively, Ling Xiangming swiftly reached back to touch it, but found nothing. Yet, in that seemingly inconsequential moment of contact, an eerie hand, mottled and pallid, which had appeared behind Ling Xiangming's neck, suddenly vanished, leaving only a purplish bruise in its wake. However, this mark was entirely different from Meng Gang's touch. The anomalous hand. From Meng Gang's behavior, Shu Ye had deduced that this anomaly was indeed a hand. However, due to Meng Gang's weakness, she had not yet had the chance to investigate the capabilities and fatal conditions of this anomalous hand before he met his demise. Truly, even in death, he was a source of trouble. Shu Ye reached up to touch the purplish bruise on Ling Xiangming's neck. The chill it emanated posed no threat to her. Suddenly, the door behind the trio, which was guarded by Ling Xiangming and Ouyang Xinlan, was flung open. It was then that Shu Ye realized Fang Zhi's anguished cries had inexplicably ceased. Cough, cough. Fang Zhi emerged from the room, pale and coughing, appearing weak but otherwise unharmed. However, from the eerie cough that sent shivers down Shu Ye's spine, she knew that the time for Fang Zhi's anomalous revival was drawing near. She glanced at the green flames that continued to engulf the room. Furrowing her brow, you're still using this anomalous fire. Are you courting death? Fang Zhi was trying to reassure Ouyang Xinlan, who had collapsed in his arms. From this angle, Fang Zhi, Shu Ye, and Ling Xiangming all clearly observed the purplish bruise on the back of Ouyang Xinlan's neck. Ling Xiangming instinctively touched his own neck again. I too. Fang Zhi nodded, saying nothing further as he turned to Shu Ye. Thank you. I owe you my life. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Xinlan finally regained her composure from the panic of losing Fang Zhi and the terror of the anomaly. She rose from Fang Zhi's embrace and bowed deeply to Shu Ye. Thank you. I am truly grateful. If it weren't for you, that person would have broken into if Lao Fang were to die. I honestly don't know what I would do alone. Ouyang Xinlan's gratitude stemmed from Shu Ye's act of killing Meng Gang, who had intended to murder Fang Zhi. However, Fang Zhi's gratitude was rooted in Shu Ye's use of her anomalous abilities to save him. It was important to note that each time she employed her anomalous powers, the anomaly within her would revive slightly. This was tantamount to sacrificing her own life to save others. Hence, Fang Zhi referred to it as owing a life, not his own, but rather Shu Ye's. Although their reasons for gratitude differed, Shu Ye offered no further explanation, simply accepting their thanks. The anomalous files could suppress the anomaly ropes, yet even without them, she would still intervene to save lives. She did not consider herself a good person. Her greatest virtue was perhaps her protectiveness over those she cared for. Fang Zhi was currently the only individual within this revived world whom she considered part of her circle. If she could save him, she would. The two exchanged a glance. Though they had only known each other for less than a day, their understanding was profound. This topic was set aside. Fang Zhi did not inform Ouyang Xinlan about the purplish bruise on her neck, but merely stated to Shu Ye, where the anomalous fire burns is my anomalous domain. Although the confrontation with the fire was painful, it yielded some insight that I discovered that within the boundaries of the anomalous domain, whether it be humans, anomalies, or anomalists, one can only escape if they possess a comparable anomalous domain. Just as I exited the Kapha anomalies domain using my own, all anomalous domains operate under this principle. This description prompted Shu Ye to inquire, are you suggesting that the anomalous hand still resides within this room? Fang Zhi nodded affirmatively. Shu Ye's anomaly ropes once again dispersed from her palm, exploring every nook and cranny, leaving no corner unexamined, including every person in the bedroom, herself included. since the four individuals present bore no anomalies, and the anomalous hand must be within the room. Both Shu Ye and Fang Ji simultaneously raised their gazes towards Meng Gang. Suspended in the AI are .do you feel anything? Fang Ji asked. Having been monitoring Meng Gang with her anomaly ropes, Shu Ye shook her head. Not within the body. If it were otherwise, she would have sensed the struggle between the anomaly ropes and the anomalous hand. If it wasn't within the body, then it must be on the surface. As soon as Shu Ye concluded her statement, a flurry of red ropes reappeared, countless strands ensnaring Meng Gang's corpse, encircling him tightly, leaving no gaps. Simultaneously, an overwhelming surge of green anomalous fire accompanied the assault, a dual-pronged attack. Just as the anomalous fire and anomaly ropes exerted their power, a bulge suddenly appeared at the back of Meng Gang's neck, writhing incessantly. Judging by the marks, it was a handprint. Found it! Thud! Thud! Suddenly, two thudding sounds echoed beside Fang Ji and Shu Ye, as they turned to see Ling Xiangming and Ouyang Xinlan collapse to the ground in unison, clutching their throats but unable to produce a sound. Strangely, despite their predicament, both individuals' mouths remained tightly sealed. Without a moment's hesitation, Shu Ye directed her anomaly ropes towards Ling Xiangming's mouth and nose, but they were halted by an invisible barrier. Upon feeling it with her hand, Shu Ye recognized that the invisible barrier was, in fact, an unseen man's hand, the anomalous hand. In mere seconds, both individuals' faces were visibly reddening, their eyes bulging. Shu Ye, glancing at Fang Ji, who dared not use the anomalous fire on his wife, shouted, "Those touched by the anomalous hand will have a hand covering their mouth and nose, leading to suffocation and death. This is an inescapable rule. We must try to suppress this source." With that, she released her grip, showing no concern for the impact of Ling Xiangming's head hitting the ground, as all the red ropes converged into the original one in her palm, which then vanished into her hand. The wound in her palm closed instantaneously. The retracted anomaly ropes included the one around Meng Gang's neck. Clap. As Meng Gang's corpse fell to the floor, an icy chill abruptly manifested behind Shu Ye's neck. Chapter 19. A series of calamities. As Shu Ye felt the chill, Fang Ji also caught sight of the anomalous hand appearing behind Shu Ye's neck, yet he dared not use the anomalous fire to burn it away. He could only shout, "Shu Ye, your neck," without needing Fang Ji to reiterate. Shu Ye was already aware. Moreover, it was intentional. The two ordinary individuals present had already been marked by the anomalous hand, and with Fang Ji's abilities not yet recovered, the anomalous hand, confined by the anomalous fire within the room, had no choice but to invade her, who appeared as an ordinary person. Prior to all these events, after a brief exploration of her abilities, Shu Ye discovered that her anomaly ropes primarily manifested in three aspects. Aside from their fundamental capability to suspend individuals, the most crucial features were suppression and control. Regarding control, she was uncertain about its effects externally, as she had yet to experiment. But concerning her own body, the moment the anomalous hand appeared behind her neck, and its eerie ability invaded her being, her anomaly ropes surged towards the source of the anomaly, without her needing to exert control. In the blink of an eye, they infiltrated the anomalous hand. Clap. Another sound of something crashing to the floor echoed. This time, it was a severed wrist entwined with a red rope, the pallid hand lying motionless on the ground. Lifeless. Gasp, gasp. "Shu Ye, we can't hold on." Fang Ji shouted anxiously. "The anomalous hand is still here. They won't last much longer." Observing the two individuals who were beginning to roll their eyes, time was running out. They had no opportunity for trial and error. Suddenly, Shu Ye noticed the golden woven bag that had fallen from Meng Gang's hand. With a swift motion, she tossed the anomalous hand into the bag, sealing it away. Yet it proved futile. It can't be. From Meng Gang's demeanor as he approached Fang Ji with the golden woven bag, it was evident that this bag was specifically designed to contain Fang Ji and the bizarre forces within him. The fact that Meng Gang could bring this bag indicated that this system had been meticulously developed and successfully researched. Yet, why was there an unavoidable death condition? Shu Ye shouted at the terrified Fang Ji, explaining that the executed death condition was triggered by the eerie residual powers, not the bizarre entity itself. At that moment, Ling Xiangming and Ouyang Xinlan's bodies suddenly trembled and became immobile. Fang Ji, holding Ouyang Xinlan, was paralyzed, head lowered. Shu Ye couldn't discern his expression, but the surrounding swelling eerie flames hinted at Fang Ji's current mental state. Find a way. Find a way. At that moment, she only possessed the eerie rope and the eerie dossier. Eerie rope. Eerie dossier. Eerie rope. Shu Ye suddenly commanded the red rope to extract 2 knives from the kitchen, skillfully aiming them at the palms of the still Ling Xiangming and Ouyang Xinlan. Blood erupted from Ling Xiangming's palm, while the knife aimed at Ouyang Xinlan was incinerated by the expanding eerie flames. Shu Ye swiftly tore a piece of eerie rope from the air and placed it on Ling Xiangming's palm wound, the rope eagerly burrowing into his body. Despite being fully submerged within him, Shu Ye maintained her control over the rope. With a thought, the eerie rope surged towards the remnants of the bizarre force at Ling Xiangming's mouth and nose. Entangling him, the red rope appeared around his wrist. Then, with a gasp, he inhaled sharply, followed by a violent cough. Although it was a struggle, he had indeed survived. Yet, Fang Ji remained unresponsive, picking up the knife that had cut Ling Xiangming's palm. Shu Ye approached Ouyang Xinlan and Fang Ji, raising her hand to strike. The eerie flames surged once more, but hesitated just before reaching Shu Ye. Seizing this moment of indecision, she brought down the knife. Fang Ji suddenly looked up, his eyes bloodshot, with green eerie flames burning beneath. Shu Ye continued her previous actions without lifting her head, stating, "If you truly want to die, then go ahead." Ling Xiangming had also approached, the sensation of suffocation still tormenting him. Yet he recognized the urgency of the situation. He grasped Fang Ji's shoulder, his voice hoarse. "Fang Ji, I am still alive, and your sister-in-law will be fine." Fang Ji's gaze remained fixed on the motionless Ouyang Xinlan. Yet the surrounding eerie flames had vanished. This was a positive sign, but troubling matters lay ahead. Observing the red rope around Ouyang Xinlan's wrist while she remained unconscious, Ling Xiangming hoarsely inquired, "What is happening?" Fang Ji, with tear-filled eyes, turned to Shu Ye. "Sister-in-law is not like you, trained for years with great lung capacity." Shu Ye looked at Ouyang Xinlan, comparing her to Ling Xiangming, and immediately grasped the reason. "For you, holding your breath for a minute may only lead to a brief loss of consciousness, but for sister-in-law, it is merely 30 seconds, with unconsciousness lasting up to a minute if she reaches the point of brain death from oxygen deprivation. Even if revived, she would only exist as a vegetable." The unsaid words hung heavily in the air, understood by all present. Fang Ji, unwilling to relinquish the last shred of hope, listened to Shu Ye's words. His voice hoarse and eyes filled with despair, yet faintly flickering with the dying embers of hope. "Lan Lan has always kept fit." Shu Ye furrowed her brow, glancing at Ling Xiangming, who also wore a troubled expression. Ultimately, Shu Ye cast a look at Fang Ji, who had saved countless lives, yet found himself powerless as the bizarre forces suffocated before him, and sighed, "I shall attempt CPR using the eerie rope." Fang Ji swiftly laid Ouyang Xinlan flat on the floor, gently placing his hand behind her head. Fearful of causing her pain, it was night, and Ouyang Xinlan wore a comfortable nightgown, which spared him the embarrassment of unfastening her clothing. The initial eerie rope was still needed to suppress the residual bizarre forces, so Shu Ye drew another eerie rope from the air and inserted it into Ouyang Xinlan's body, although she called it CPR. It was merely a means to command the organs directly to operate forcefully. It was the first attempt, but hope lingered. Otherwise, Fang Ji would soon undergo eerie revival, potentially taking countless others down with him. As Shu Ye's thoughts solidified, the eerie rope obediently followed suit. 1 second, 10 seconds, 30 seconds. Inhale. Cough, cough. It worked. Watching Fang Ji, overwhelmed with emotion, weep uncontrollably as he held Ouyang Xinlan, Shu Ye reached back with the eerie rope to retrieve her phone from the bedroom. Clicked out. A photograph worthy of becoming a family heirloom emerged. Startled by the sound and flash, the couple, caught in a moment of life and death, paused and slowly turned their heads. Shu Ye smiled, waving the phone at Fang Ji. The image flickering by, eerie revival unto death? Huh. Realizing what had just transpired, despite her poor condition, Ouyang Xinlan mustered all her strength to pinch Fang Ji's soft flesh at the waist. Ouch! Fang Ji grimaced but forced a smile. repeating, "I was wrong. I truly was wrong. There will absolutely be no next time." Satisfied with the familial dispute she had instigated, Shu Ye nodded. This was the fate of those who had lost their rationality and could no longer heed the words of those beside them. Cough, 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 cough. Spit, cough. Old Fong. Observing Fong Ji suddenly cough up blood, Shu Ye instinctively placed a hand on her forehead, lamenting the calamities that had befallen them. Chapter 20. The eerie manipulator shouldn't die unexpectedly, right? Watching Fong Ji, whose predicament had not only accelerated the eerie flame's revival, but also hastened the cough's deadly rules, Shu Ye found herself at a loss for words. Anyone witnessing Fong Ji's misfortunes would undoubtedly remark on his protagonist's fate. Little did he expect that the first to perish would be himself. Gently patting the back of the inconsolable Ouyang Xinlan, Fong Ji apologized. "I'm sorry. It's all my fault that I promised to take a leave next month to accompany you and our daughter on a trip." Ouyang Xinlan shook her head repeatedly, unable to articulate anything. Ling Xiangming stood nearby, equally mournful. Shu Ye blinked twice, exasperated. "No. Fong Ji, Dr. Fong, are you a goldfish?" As Fong Ji prepared his final words, he heard Shu Ye's remark. Lifting his head, "Huh?" Shu Ye pointed at the eerie hand bound by the red rope, and then at the red ropes around Ling Xiangming and Ouyang Xinlan's wrists. "Are you also like Meng Gang? Is it true that becoming an eerie manipulator will diminish your intelligence?" Saying this, she took the initiative to stab her own palm with a knife, a remarkably self-aware act. Shu Ye then summoned another red rope from the air, inserting it into Fong Ji's body, waiting for the eerie rope to suppress the cough's eerie powers while stating, "You should be able to feel it. Although I don't know why, the eerie hand's level is clearly lower than that of the cough. I wonder if it can be completely suppressed." As Fong Ji felt the cough gradually dissipating, he instinctively entered the bathroom, retrieving a mop to clean the blood he had coughed up, as long as it can be suppressed. "No matter how much it is, it's all a gain for me." "Xiao Ming, step aside. There's a footprint under your foot." Meng Gang was exceedingly careless, entering someone else's home without changing shoes. For a moment, everyone's situation improved, and the atmosphere lightened under Fong Ji's deliberate efforts. After tidying up the room, Ouyang Xinlan changed back into fresh clothes, composed herself, and re-emerged from the bedroom, sitting beside Fong Ji on the sofa. Ling Xiangming took the initiative to fetch 4 cups of warm water from the kitchen. After Shu Ye sipped some water to regain her composure, she addressed the 3 individuals bound by red ropes on their wrists. "This is a manifestation of the eerie rope's bizarre abilities. They do not exist in reality. Ordinary people cannot see them, but eerie manipulators certainly can. You must be cautious not to let anyone touch these red ropes. We don't know what else might exist outside that could nullify the rope's power. If the ropes were to vanish, the cough and the eerie hand's deadly rules would once again ensnare you. And if I'm not around." The unsaid conclusion was understood by all. The 3 nodded earnestly in unison. Shu Ye then turned to Fong Ji, saying, "The cough's entity is absent, and I can barely suppress the residual powers within you. You must be vigilant and avoid the cough." Fong Ji nodded once more. "And then there's your eerie flames." At this point, Shu Ye paused to consider, ultimately opting for honesty. "Your eerie flame ability leans towards burning and destruction. Unless you're bound like a mummy with the eerie ropes, it will be challenging to suppress. Therefore, the revival of your eerie flames." Fong Ji nodded again. Smack! Ouyang Xinlan slapped him on the back. "Don't just nod, speak." Fong Ji pouted, with Shu Ye around. "I have no husband left." Ouyang Xinlan showed no embarrassment, naturally stating, "Shu Ye saved us so many times, and all you do is cry, from now on. You will listen to Shu Ye regarding any external matters. Otherwise, Fong Ji meekly nodded. This scene of a devoted husband was truly delightful. Once the chastisement concluded, Fong Ji addressed Shu Ye. "I understand, even though I was immobile inside the door earlier. I could still hear everything that I heard Meng Gang mention that there's an eerie manipulator organization in Haining City. Our information came from that individual, and he also needs to be investigated. Let's wait a moment. The authorities should be arriving soon. Perhaps they will have a solution for the eerie flames. Insufficient information has led us to this predicament. Once this matter is concluded, we shall move on to the next." Shu Ye picked up the eerie pale hand she had placed on the table. Fong Ji, quite perceptive, immediately remarked, "Handle it as you see fit." Shu Ye did not elaborate further, taking the eerie hand in her grasp and standing up, declaring, "I shall take my leave to rest." Just before entering her bedroom, she suddenly turned around, aware that the officials would undoubtedly inquire about Meng Gang's peculiar circumstances. Feng Zhi understood her implication, and without a moment's hesitation, he waved his hand, summoning a ghostly green flame that drifted toward Meng Gang's lifeless-bodied eye. In the blink of an eye, not even ashes remained, and the corpse vanished entirely. Shu Ye cast a glance at Ling Xiangming, but said nothing. Upon entering her room, she pulled the wardrobe to block the vacant doorway, effectively using it as a door to eye in the living room. Ling Xiangming hesitated briefly before he could speak, but Feng Zhi interjected first. "Xiaoming, our lives were saved by Shu Ye. She rescued me back at Haining Hospital, and I could never betray her. However, I know you are a police officer, and we are friends. You fulfill your duty, and I will tend to my own matters if we truly find ourselves at odds." Ouyang Xinlan gently placed her hand on Feng Zhi's wrist. "Then you shall do your duty. Should you fall, I will care for Nin," telling her that her father went to do what he must, and she should be proud of him. Feng Zhi grasped Ouyang Xinlan's hand in return, once again witnessing their affectionate exchange. Ling Xiangming could only sigh in resignation. "Honestly, I think you both are overthinking this, given the nature of today's events. Even if I were to report this to the Bureau, no one would believe me. Such matters are certainly handled by specialized agencies. If I were to inform others, I might as well be silenced." He then stretched out his long legs, reclining on the sofa, eyes closed, waving his hand dismissively. "You two have been lovey-dovey since university. I'm sick of it." With that, he fell into silence. Feng Zhi and Ouyang Xinlan exchanged glances and simultaneously chuckled. The two then rose and entered their respective bedrooms. Moments later, Ouyang Xinlan emerged with a blanket, draping it over the seemingly slumbering Ling Xiangming. She also placed a quilt at the entrance of Shu Ye's bedroom, which was concealed by the wardrobe. In the center of the single bed lay an open, crimson, eerie dossier, the first page adorned with illustrations of 3 identical pale hands. The moment Shu Ye's hand touched this page, she instinctively comprehended that by simply lifting the dossier and turning to the page depicting the eerie abilities she intended to utilize, the ensuing actions would be mere thoughts. With each use of the ability, a corresponding image would diminish. Upon exhausting the third and final use, the eerie hand would be cast into an unknown location, and at that point, the dossier could no longer contain it. However, the dossier was designed to imprison only subdued, eerie entities. Otherwise, if she encountered an eerie being, she could simply hurl the dossier at it, and all would be resolved effortlessly. This dossier was indeed far too powerful. Having grasped the dossier's function, Shu Ye retrieved her phone, preparing to continue her unfinished investigation into the serial killings in Haining City. Suddenly, a loud knock echoed, interrupting her search. Shu Ye pondered deeply. Chapter 21. Special Department Liaison. It was evident that both individuals were visibly fatigued. However, despite Feng Zhi's recent torment from eerie flames, the resurgence of the eerie, and Ouyang Xinlan's tumultuous recovery, he appeared in better condition than expected. Perhaps it was due to his years of working tirelessly in the hospital. The three exchanged glances and nodded in acknowledgement before entering the living room, where they were met with a pair of bloodshot eyes. Ling Xiangming's exhaustion was palpable, his tall frame swaying precariously as if he might collapse at any moment. Surprisingly, among the 4 of them, it was Ling Xiangming who appeared most on the brink of demise and eerie resurgence. "Oh dear!" Feng Zhi exclaimed, visibly startled. "Xiaoming, this is quite excessive." Ling Xiangming's voice was hoarse and heavy, possibly due to sleepless nights. The fatigue was unmistakable in his expression. In pursuit of clues regarding the murder case, I have scarcely accumulated a total of 24 hours of sleep over the past week." Though his sentence trailed off, the implication was clear. Following that, he had no opportunity to rest, instead being thrust back into the fray of matters at Haining Hospital. He had come to realize that eerie phenomena existed in this world, having experienced it firsthand. And, as if that were not enough, he had barely escaped the Meng Gang incident only to find himself nearly suffocated. Not only did he survive, but he was also subjected to the unwelcome display of affection from others before collapsing into a pillow, only to be met with another knock at the door within 5 minutes. "Ugh!" Shu Ye gasped in shock, Ling Xiaoming's misfortune rivaled that of Fang Ji. You two continue your conversation. I will prepare tea in the kitchen. I have a feeling we won't be getting any sleep tonight. With that, Ouyang Xinlan busied herself in the kitchen. Shu Ye felt that Ouyang Xinlan's assessment was likely accurate. Ling Xiaoming rubbed his face with both hands, forcing himself to wake, dragging his heavy legs to the door. Just as he was about to open it, he suddenly turned back, saying, "You two might want to adjust your expressions and the atmosphere. I fear the officials may misconstrue your intentions as hostile." Upon hearing this, Shu Ye and Fang Ji exchanged glances, falling into silence. Before them, Fang Ji was surrounded by a ghostly green flame that flickered without wind, his eyes reflecting the same eerie light. He appeared normal, yet utterly devoid of emotion, a sight most chilling that, on the other hand, Ouyang Xinlan was encircled by dancing red threads that descended from the void, attempting to wrap around those present only to be deftly controlled by Shu Ye and sent away. Though her gaze was not as cold as Fang Ji's, it remained markedly indifferent. She glanced at Fang Ji, noting, "Your eyes seem to have lost some of their vitality since leaving the hospital. How do you feel?" Fang Ji's brow did not twitch, and the eerie flames vanished in an instant, as if he had yet to recover. When he spoke, his expression and voice were subdued, conveying that aside from a select few, the rest felt to him as though they were mere objects devoid of significance. Shu Ye nodded thoughtfully. "Your humanity is gradually fading." Fang Ji regarded the expressions of the group, which were far more amiable than those of the lurking figures outside. "Perhaps, but should we not open the door? It seems we have lingered a bit too long." Ling Xiaoming, noticing their lack of urgency, finally opened the door that had only been knocked upon once. To his surprise, no one stood there. "How curious," he remarked, spotting two mobile phones on the ground. "What happened?" Ling Xiaoming asked, observing Shu Ye and Fang Ji retreating simultaneously. He then glanced at his own phone, his sleep-deprived mind finally stirring into action. These items are of unknown origin, particularly in such a bizarre state tonight. Did I really just pick them up with my bare hands? Hello, I am Zhang Jiejia, the liaison assigned to Mr. Fang Ji from the Special Event Handling Department of the Asia region. First, I must apologize. For safety reasons, official personnel and documentation handlers must minimize contact with the Eerie to prevent any adverse effects. Hence this method of communication. The sweet voice emanating from the phone momentarily stunned Shu Ye. She glanced at Fang Ji and then at Ouyang Xinlan, who was still busy in the kitchen. "Is the phone disposable?" Zhang Jiejia's voice remained sweet as she continued. "Greetings, Ms. Shu Ye, the Eerie Doctor. This phone is specifically designed for communication between the organization and those who control the Eerie. Equipped with special devices that allow it to function even in designated locations. Designated locations, the Eerie realm. This phone can actually operate there. What a remarkable device," Shu Ye thought, but she had no time to ponder the peculiar title. She attempted to dismantle her phone. It wouldn't budge. Sensing the confusion, Zhang Jiejia continued, "Please refrain from attempting to damage the phone. It has been specially processed to be shell-less and can be charged by solar energy for 1 hour, providing 24 hours of usage." After several attempts, Shu Ye determined that unless she were to smash the phone outright, it was impossible to open. However, her limitations did not apply to Fang Ji. "Give it a try." Shu Ye handed her phone to Fang Ji. Upon receiving it, he quickly understood that a minuscule Eerie realm enveloped the device. The Eerie realm could blur the boundary between reality and illusion, allowing him to effectively phase through the phone and observe its inner workings. This method of utilizing Eerie power had minimal impact on him. The most significant effect was the confrontation with the Eerie itself. As he peered into the phone's interior, he was momentarily taken aback. "What is it?" Shu Ye inquired. Fang Ji looked up, his eyes filled with confusion and surprise. "The Eerie realm, it cannot penetrate. It appear to be a valuable asset. If one were to comprehend the nature of this extraordinary device and construct a shelter with it, it would serve as a secure haven." After a brief pause without any further remarks from the two, Zhang Jiejia gently cleared her throat as a prompt. "The Special Event Department of the Asia region is actively seeking 2 individuals to join our ranks. Upon joining, you will receive comprehensive benefits. A salary in the millions, housing provisions, and assistance for your family's work and education. Most importantly," she paused, her tone laced with envy, "all housing, work, and study arrangements will be located in the heart of Shanjing City. which serves as the headquarters for the Special Events Department. Shanjing City is home to the largest number of exorcists from various provinces and cities, and to date, there has not been a large-scale supernatural incident resulting in more than 10 fatalities. Notably, the benefits associated with this position remain intact even in the unfortunate event of an exorcist's demise. It is worth noting that during the coughing incident, only 5 individuals survived from an entire hospital. In comparison, this certainly sounds enticing. While Shu Ye remains hesitant, it is even more daunting for Feng Ji, who has family responsibilities and faces the uncertainty of sudden death. The allure is indeed compelling. Chapter 22. Benefits. Fortunately, although Feng Ji is significantly attracted to the offer, he has not yet lost his composure, that he directly inquires, "What will we be doing if we join the Special Events Department? Are there any other benefits besides these?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiejia feels optimistic about the recruitment process and speaks with a sweeter tone that in addition to what has been mentioned, exorcists can apply for a monthly allowance of 10 kilograms of yellow gold. And basic weapons, including firearms and knives, can be customized according to individual needs. Most importantly, Mr. Fong, you have arrived at an opportune moment. The Research Institute is currently engaged in studies aimed at extending the lifespan of exorcists, and there have already been promising results. While I cannot divulge too much detail, accumulating a certain amount of merit will allow you to apply for this opportunity. The process is transparent and exceedingly fair. Your sole responsibility will be to handle 1 supernatural incident per month as assigned by the department. Initially, the information was somewhat manageable, but upon hearing about the potential for extended life, even Shu Ye began to contemplate joining. However, when the sole requirement was revealed, she observed Feng Ji freeze, rendered speechless. Shu Ye took her phone, stating, "I believe you should reconsider this last point." A heavy silence enveloped the conversation. Following this, footsteps approached, and soon 2 individuals arrived. "Hello, I am Tian Jun, the chief of the liaison department of the Special Events Handling Department of Huaguodot. I apologize. Each liaison officer is a newcomer, and there may be some initial mistakes. This is my oversight, and I will enhance their training before they begin their duties." His voice was deep and steady, with a calm demeanor and an appropriately measured tone, as the chief of the liaison department. His immediate apology reflected his humility, befitting someone in such a position. Shu Ye glanced at the now-recovered Feng Ji, allowing him to decide whether to speak for himself or let her take the lead. Feng Ji raised his hand, indicating he would take it upon himself. Shu Ye placed the phone in his hand. Feng Ji moved his lips silently to express his gratitude before bringing the phone to his ear. "I am Feng Ji." Tianjin's voice remained composed. "Exorcist Feng Ji, greetings. Having emerged from an A-level supernatural incident and become an exorcist, you must have endured unimaginable experiences. However, I believe this is not what you wish to hear right now. According to what Xiao Zhang conveyed earlier, I would like to clarify the regulations regarding handling 1 supernatural incident each month." Feng Ji's emotional fluctuations were barely perceptible to those not close to him. He calmly replied, "1 incident per month? It seems you're sending us to our deaths." His straightforwardness was striking. Those on the brink of death often speak more freely. Tianjun, unfazed, promptly apologized. "I apologize if our wording was too vague. This is actually tiered. The stipulation of 1 incident per month pertains to incidents rated B or below. For B-rated or higher incidents, we will organize a team rather than handle them individually. Moreover, participation in handling B-rated or higher incidents counts towards half a year's workload. This regulation is as follows. The details regarding the levels remain unclear for now, but aside from that, everything was articulated quite clearly." However, the mere necessity of the word "must" was sufficient to dissuade Shu Ye from considering joining. The department undoubtedly serves a vital purpose. The populace requires protection, but she is not yet prepared to risk her life for the sake of another's safety. It remains uncertain what Feng Ji's thoughts are. Regardless, this conversation has provided her with a wealth of valuable information, certainly not a waste. Initially, she thought Feng Ji would reflect further, but to her surprise, he declared, "I will join. The addition of each new exorcist is of paramount importance." Tianjun expressed his delight, stating, "Please communicate any request directly to Xiao Zhang, and we will do our utmost to accommodate you." Then suddenly, he added, "I wonder if exorcist Dr. Shu Ye would also consider joining." This title had been irksome for Shu Ye for quite some time, with her delicate features suddenly taking on a more severe aspect. She transformed from an innocent university student into a young antagonist. Her tone was somewhat brusque. Given this address, you are evidently aware of our capabilities, so you not only knew about Meng Gang's incident, but chose to observe from the sidelines? Tianjun paused, quickly jotting down a few lines on a nearby sheet of paper. Name: Exorcist Dr. Shu Ye, according to investigations, suffering from amnesia. Authenticity unknown. Ability: suppression of the supernatural important. Key focus: age, 22. Personality: unyielding, cautious, and suspicious. Possible aftermath of events? Comte added another note regarding her character: possessing information extraction capabilities. While his pen danced across the paper, Tianjun continued conversing. You see, our personnel arrived before the incident, witnessing the supernatural domain formed by the spectral fire. Due to the uncertainty surrounding the situation, they refrained from entering forcefully, as similar past occurrences had led to unfortunate outcomes. We hope you both can understand. The explanation trailed off, leaving the rest to the imagination that if one were to ponder it, it would be their own concern that a cunning old fox. Shu Ye lost interest. Sitting down on the sofa, taking a few sips of tea brewed by Ouyang Xinlan, and beginning to feel drowsy. Fang Ji quickly followed suit, saying, "She simply speaks rather bluntly. Captain Tian, please do not take offense." Given that, what else could he say? However, this led Tianjun to pick up his pen once more, writing rapidly. Name: Spectral Fire Fang Ji ability. Capable of forming a supernatural domain. Rare. Key focus: age, 36. Personality: generally gentle in information gathering. Suspected of supernatural influence. Currently somewhat aloof. Values family and friends, and shows urgency regarding lifespan extension. Supernatural resurgence is imminent, requiring vigilance. Heeds the words of exorcist Dr. Shu Ye, the presumed leader in handling the Haining Hospital incident. As he penned this, Tianjun took the sheet containing Shu Ye's information and added a note for attention. While writing, he remarked, "Fang Ji, your information will be registered today. Please remember to keep your phone on. In danger situations, the liaison officers will forcibly connect the call. This is something you will need to adapt to .as for the remaining benefits. You may discuss them directly with Xiao Zhang." Fang Ji glanced at Ouyang Xinlan, who appeared outwardly composed yet was internally distressed, and replied, "Understood." As he prepared to hang up the phone, Tianjun suddenly interjected, "Wait." Fang Ji, growing impatient, felt acutely fatigued, having reached a point where uttering another word seemed exhausting. "What else is there?" Tianjun detected the irritation in his tone and promptly stated, "Would you consider exorcist Dr. Shu Ye joining the auxiliary division of the Special Events Department? While it lacks the aforementioned benefits, you would have the option to selectively undertake tasks and receive generous compensation. Essentially, a form of employment." This piqued Shu Ye's interest. Chapter 23. The unfathomable employment that must be said, it is indeed well suited to Shu Ye's current situation. Maintaining a certain degree of connection and amicable relations with the authorities while retaining the freedom to pursue her own endeavors, or perhaps to fulfill the tasks required by her resurgence game at present. She remains unsure whether her personal panel will update every night at 4:44 or whether it will only respond after she completes a so-called hidden task. The former will be revealed in just over 20 hours, while the latter requires her to investigate the relationship between the criminal suspects in Haining City and herself to obtain verification. This, fortuitously, necessitates some assistance from official channels. Although she has Ling Xiangming and Fang Ji on her side, one cannot rely solely on personal favors. Shu Ye did not deliberate for long and quickly responded, "All right, please provide me with the contact information." Tianjun expressed his satisfaction at having welcomed another exorcist into their ranks, his tone becoming notably warmer. "Our department maintains an equal approach. Although you are on a contractual basis, you will still be assigned a liaison officer. Once our call concludes, you can simply press number 1. Shu Ye's expression remained unchanged. She did not trust the notion of equality, suspecting it might come with tracking or similar implications. Not to mention the functionality that had been demonstrated, allowing for unilateral phone calls from their side, suggesting the possibility of eavesdropping. Since its inception, the nature of this device had already been established in her mind. Unless absolutely necessary, special phones should only exist in a small, signal-blocking black box, gathering dust. Tianjun refrained from elaborating further on that front, simply stating, all special phones come equipped with an app, which serves as a forum for exorcists, including both federal and regional sections. You can explore it at your leisure. Now, I would like to discuss another matter with both of you. Shu Ye's steps towards her slumber came to an abrupt halt as she turned around to face the direction of her phone. You wish to inquire about the situation at Haining Hospital? Indeed. The incident at Haining Hospital last night was dire, involving two individuals who were present at the hospital then and remain alive now. We urgently need to understand their perspectives on this event. Shu Ye exchanged a glance with Feng Ji. With a swift motion, Shu Ye approached and decisively ended the call, even silencing both phones before placing them deep within the bedroom, covering them with various items to ensure they were concealed, and ultimately shutting the bedroom door to prevent eavesdropping. Upon returning to the living room, she found Ouyang Xinlan asleep against the sofa, while Ling Xiangming and Feng Ji each held a chilled beer bottle, droplets of condensation glistening on their surfaces, and an orange beverage bottle rested on the table. Presumably juice. Shu Ye sat down, took a sip of the juice, and her expression shifted to one of confusion. Although it appeared to be orange juice, it tasted distinctly of strawberries. Feng Ji smiled and remarked, because children are not permitted to drink alcohol. Is that truly the crux of the matter? I have been an adult for many years, Shu Ye nonchalantly replied, not particularly concerned as she herself abstained from smoking and drinking. Feng Ji raised his beer bottle, and the three clinked their glasses together. Looking at the slumbering Ouyang Xinlan, he lowered his voice and said, how much should we disclose regarding the Haining Hospital incident? Shu Ye squinted, suddenly recalling something. You speak candidly. It pertains to me as well. Feng Ji nodded in agreement. Yes, I share the same sentiment. The three individuals who accompanied us will undoubtedly send someone to inquire, and they may have already done so. Fabricating lies about this will only breed a crisis of trust, which is unnecessary. Shu Ye acknowledged their shared thoughts, noting that her own experiences need not be elaborated upon. The method to become a harbinger of the strange may involve the peculiar abilities of such a harbinger, akin to gold that must be carefully hidden. Moreover, she was employed in a contractual capacity, thus there was no need for extensive discussion. While the two reached a consensus, Ling Xiangming had already instinctively retrieved the phone that Shu Ye had buried in the bedroom. He continued using Feng Ji's phone. After a couple of beeps, the call was quickly connected. Clearly, someone had been waiting by the phone. Without allowing Tianjun to speak, Feng Ji calmly recounted his harrowing experiences at Haining Hospital in a measured tone, succinctly outlining the events. If it weren't for the constant repetition of the phrase, then she died, it would have been challenging for the listener to grasp the danger present. Indeed, it was utterly bewildering. How one encounters the coughing anomaly, how one becomes a harbinger, how to resolve crises, and how to meet Feng Ji. These 4 words encapsulated everything. Tianjun, who had been taking notes, paused, understanding the implication, in stark contrast to the irate Zhang Jiejia who was listening in. It is worth noting that this situation was relatively mild compared to when the Special Events Department was first established, where they were met with nothing but dismissal. After all, acquiring strange abilities, if longevity is not considered, means that harbingers can be likened to superhumans. With power in hand and the world teetering on the brink of chaos, it is inevitable that some would swell with arrogance, believing themselves to be the new breed of humanity. Tianjun refrained from further comments. Diligently documenting Feng Ji's account. Haining Hospital incident. Evaluation grade A S-. Event summary. Designation. Coughing anomaly. Grade A level. Inescapable rule. Anyone who hears the cough, the impact of not hearing is currently unknown. Note. A basket is held. Contents unknown. The existence of additional anomalies remains unclear. Indeed, Shu Ye did not disclose all the information. There were aspects she needed to contemplate, particularly concerning the strange rope associated with her, and the needles and fabric within the basket that accompanied the strange rope during the encounter with the coughing anomaly. The correlation was alarmingly high, and they were all conveniently together. Shu Ye found it difficult to dismiss the possibility that these 3 items had been deliberately placed together, or were, in fact, a singular entity. If she were to gather these 3 items, might it trigger some transformation, potentially affecting her resurrection of the strange? After concluding her exchange with Tianjun, the two had little more to discuss and promptly ended the call. Ding ding. The phone rang again. This time, it was neither Shu Ye's nor Feng Zhi's nor Ouyang Xinlan's. Ling Xiaoming frantically rummaged through his pockets, finally answering the call just before he might have awakened the sleeping Ouyang Xinlan, which would have drawn Feng Zhi's ire. The conversation was brief. Upon hanging up, Ling Xiaoming glanced at his phone, then at Feng Zhi and Shu Ye, finally managing to utter a single sentence. I was just promoted to Deputy Director of the Municipal Bureau. Shu Ye raised an eyebrow and quipped, "Is this a hush money or a life insurance?" Chapter 24. Truly worth its weight in gold. The statement rang true indeed. Ling Xiaoming scratched his head. Any remaining drowsiness dissipating, he moved the blanket beside him aside, sat upright, and downed half a bottle of beer, an unsettling premonition washing over him. And no one could tell what lay ahead. However, Ling Xiaoming abandoned the idea of sleep. While Shu Ye remained resolute as she departed, she turned off the living room lights, plunging the room into darkness. Ling Xiaoming, wide awake, rubbed his closely cropped hair, the once piercing gaze that seemed to see through all now replaced with a look of utter despair. "So, I've been promoted. I hope I won't go bald. I'm still young." He jested, yet instinctively pulled the discarded blanket over himself, lying flat and closing his eyes. Sleep. For tomorrow he must report back and continue following up on new leads regarding the Haining High School murder case. Before long, he drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, in the bedroom where Shu Ye had initially intended to rest, the lights remained brightly lit. Sitting on her bed, she gazed at her special phone, pressing a few buttons without dialing her designated liaison, but instead opening a familiar app. Its icon a blurred amalgamation of black and red, obscuring its true nature. Yet one thing was certain. The app icon of the Harbinger's Forum, as described by Tianjun, was identical to that of the game app Resurgence that had inexplicably appeared on her phone. However, the connection between the two remained elusive to her. Upon entering the forum, she was relieved to find no eerie music, instead landing directly on the main interface, which was quite simple, presenting only two options: Federation and Subregion. Without a second thought, she chose the latter. She could still comprehend the language of the subregion, while the bizarre script of the Federation was entirely foreign to her, resembling cryptic symbols. There was no English, which was something she needed to regard with utmost seriousness. She recalled the official warning from Resurgence advising against revealing player identities. Certain phrases, particularly interjections, were the easiest for players to inadvertently utter. Upon entering the subregion forum, the silence felt unnaturally profound. Apart from the pinned post from the special department titled "Must Read for Newcomers," there were few valuable threads below it. Most titles suggested individuals seeking help for strange incidents, or warnings against areas where such events might occur. Shu Ye clicked on the must-read. 1. Do not dismantle the liaison phone. Its uniqueness stems from its integration with gold. 2. Research indicates that gold is impervious to strange influences and can be utilized for confinement, tracking, etc. Gold possesses such capabilities, truly a hard currency. With this thought, Shu Ye promptly retrieved several gold bars she had brought from Blue Star from her document pouch, examining them closely and finding no abnormalities. They appeared untouched. Upon reading the word confinement, she understood why Meng Gang had brought a golden woven bag at that time. She continued to read. 3. The must-kill steps for anomalies involve triggering and killing. This revelation clarified her thoughts. In Oh Wonder the Strange Hand had been restrained, yet Ling Xiaoming and Ouyang Xinlan had still nearly suffocated. Be touched by the strange hand triggers the event. While the method of killing is suffocation, the combination of these two elements establishes an inescapable death condition, one that cannot be reversed. Thus, it was no wonder she felt Meng Gang was somewhat feeble. Shu Ye shook her head, feeling a tinge of regret. He possessed the strange hand but still needed to fulfill the triggering condition of touching. Without that, the next step could not proceed. This was indeed a close-range battle. In contrast, her strange rope could be manipulated from a distance. Thus, in her case, Meng Gang bore no distinction from an ordinary person. However, had her anomaly not been the strange rope, and she inadvertently been touched by Meng Gang's strange hand, the outcome today could have been drastically different. This anomaly truly defies classification. Currently, it seemed there were two categories, those with strange domains and those without. The former surpassed the latter in power. Harbingers without strange domains each possessed their own strengths and weaknesses, making it difficult to determine which would emerge victorious in an encounter. Sighing, Shu Ye rubbed her aching temples, the toll of sleeplessness and mental exertion weighing heavily upon her. Sleep, or she might truly face dire consequences. After confirming the 3 essential points in the must-read, she reclined, casually covering her abdomen with a blanket, and succumbed to slumber. One serene night passed without any disturbances. Accompanied only by the tranquility outside, dawn. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. With a steady breath, Shu Ye, who had been sleeping with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Her black and white eyes sparkled with clarity, devoid of any confusion typically associated with waking up after a full night's rest. Shu Ye turned her head to glance at the alarm clock on the bedside table. It was 8:30 in the morning. Rising from her bed, she walked to the window, inhaling the aroma of food wafting in from outside the bedroom, and gazed at the scene beyond, a steady flow of people heading to work, dressed in their attire and carrying bags, all appearing quite natural. After a brief freshening up, Shu Ye skillfully moved aside the wardrobe that served as the bedroom door and entered the living room. In the living room, Ling Xiaoming had already vanished, clearly another member of the morning rush. Good morning. Fang Ji nodded in acknowledgement as she arrived. Shu Ye casually pulled out a chair and sat across from him, naturally picking up a small steamed bun, which she devoured in a few bites before washing it down with a sip of soy milk. What time did you rise? She inquired. Sister Lan and Officer Ling seemed to be in good spirits. Given that someone was already awake, Shu Ye felt no need to dig for information and directly asked about the hospital's updates. Fang Ji's expression grew serious. He set down his cup, retrieved his phone, and navigated to the news section to show it to Shu Ye. Looked at a quick glance was all Shu Ye needed to understand his intention. The news would undoubtedly be censored. What I meant to say is that after last night, the hospital has no patients and the doctors still have to go to work. What explanation did the hospital provide? Fang Ji smoothly opened the message and slid his phone across the table toward Shu Ye. She did not reach for it, merely gazing at the screen. Haining Hospital experienced a significant contamination incident last night. All doctors and patients have been isolated. The hospital has undergone disinfection, with no residual contamination. All doctors and nurses are to report to work as usual. Oh, a contamination incident resolved. After Shu Ye finished reading, Fang Ji asked, "So, what are your plans moving forward?" His fingers absent-mindedly traced the rim of his cup as he observed the ripples in the water. Calmly stating, "This morning, I contacted my liaison, Zhang Jie. She has already communicated my resignation to the hospital. I plan to take my family to Beijing City, along with arrangements for an in-school and my parents-in-law's jobs." After sharing his intentions, Fang Ji looked up at Shu Ye, questioning, "Are you planning to stay in Haining City, or will you be heading to Beijing?" Zhang Jie had made a valid point. Beijing City had a higher incidence of anomalies, but they were dealt with swiftly, making it a safer environment. Listening to Fang Ji, Shu Ye found herself without a counterargument. As Zhang Jie had mentioned, the allure was undeniable, yet it was not suited for her. Shu Ye glanced around, her eyes suddenly catching the light, squinting as she looked toward a familiar object hanging on the balcony beside the living room. A woven bag. This must be the bag I tossed into the trash when Xinlan left for work. I woke up and saw the post in the forum about the new arrivals, particularly the one mentioning gold, and hurriedly retrieved it from the trash. This indeed needed a wash. Fang Ji understood that Shu Ye was diverting the topic and naturally acknowledged her decision without questioning or persuading her. He simply provided her with a series of numbers. "This is my phone number. Once you arrive in Beijing, send me your address, and remember to look for me." He then smoothly transitioned to another subject. "Regarding Meng Gang, the person he mentioned, I will investigate quietly once I get to Beijing." Shu Ye nodded, lowering her gaze to the water in her cup, her reflection revealing a haunting gaze. When she looked up again, it had vanished. "Yes, I will keep my eyes open here." Though she was present, Meng Gang was nowhere to be found. This Haitian club still had lingering ties to her. Standing up, Shu Ye gathered her belongings, mainly the document folder that Ling Xiangming had given her, and headed straight to the door to change her shoes before leaving. As she stepped outside, the familiar woven bag came into view. Shu Ye looked up to see Fang Ji placing the bag, woven with gold threads, into a black plastic bag, extending it toward her. Take it. I have an annual allocation, and you need it more than I do. Are you implying that I'm poor? Shu Ye teased, accepting the bag without hesitation. She opened the door and walked out. This time, she truly left. Upon exiting the community, she immediately raised her hand to hail a taxi. Driver, to Yangwang community in the north of the city. Please. After speaking, Shu Ye rolled down the window, gazing intently outside. Sure thing. The talkative driver initially attempted to engage in conversation, but upon noticing her demeanor, wisely fell silent and drove quietly. Yangwang community was located in the northern part of the city, about a 20-minute drive from Fangji's neighborhood. By 8 o'clock, it was not the peak time for students heading to school, but rather the rush hour for office workers. The traffic occasionally stalled, and Shu Ye watched as the meter climbed steadily higher. Fortunately, once they entered the northern city area, the number of vehicles and pedestrian traffic decreased noticeably. Miss 36. Shu Ye paid the fare, grabbed the bag, and stepped out of the car, pausing to look up. When she had been taken away by Ling Xiangming, her mind had been racing with thoughts, leaving her no time to observe her surroundings. Now, she finally had the opportunity. The geographical location of Yangwang community was quite decent. Within a 5-minute walk, there was a bus stop, and a short ride would take her to the commercial street. Unfortunately, the community itself. The entrance was a rusty iron gate with wheels, creaking loudly as she passed by an empty security room that bore signs of life but was currently unoccupied. Next to the security room was a whiteboard with public notice written in large letters. Yet it was blank and devoid of even the slightest advertisement. Upon entering, she found herself in the community's green space, TOB Fair. Although the community appeared dilapidated and lacked any streetlights, the landscaping was quite impressive. Not only was the greenery abundant, but all the necessary fitness equipment, ping-pong tables, and resting pavilions were also present, albeit neglected over the years, surrounded by overgrown trees. Shu Ye mused that if viewed at night, the pavilions would resemble ominous figures lurking in the shadows, not to mention the eerie creaking sounds emitted by the weather-beaten fitness equipment when the wind blew. Everything seemed to belong to another era. Starkly contrasting with the modern apartment buildings across the street, the disparity between wealth and poverty. Resuming her walk, she proceeded further inside. The originally paved path had long been obscured by flourishing trees. After surveying her surroundings, Shu Ye eventually circled around the fitness equipment and ventured along a winding path enclosed by withered trees. There were 3 buildings in total within the community, all genuine older constructions. According to her ID, she was supposed to reside in Building 3 on the 4th floor, apartment 404. How coincidental. Her gaming ID was also 404. Shu Ye chuckled softly, finding it rather meaningful. The tallest building was only 6 stories high. Without an elevator, and the sensor lights in the stairwell were predictably unreliable, flickering with a buzzing sound in the dim corridor. In the dim light of the hallway, she could make out the yellowing, cracked wallpaper and the damp green mold in the corners. The sunlight could not penetrate, leaving the corridor chilly and breezy, if not for the anomalous rope within her, which kept her from sensing anything amiss. She would have surely fled at once. Each floor contained 4 units, and the other 3 doors bore seals, clearly indicating they were unoccupied. Only she resided on this floor. Apartment 404 was located at the far end. The door stood out awkwardly. She couldn't help but wonder what expression Ling Xiangming had when he kicked it open. Shu Ye stared at the pristine, high-end door before her, then glanced at the adjacent unit with its broken wooden door. It was not without reason that her door had been so easily breached. On the bright side, this door should keep thieves at bay. They would have to resort to climbing in through the windows. It was hard to fathom how impoverished a thief would have to be to target a run-down apartment like this. Well, a thief capable of reaching this place certainly had a discerning eye. Using the key from the document folder given by Ling Xiangming, Shu Ye opened the door to reveal a clean and well-furnished apartment. If one were to disregard the outside, the interior bore no distinction from that of a high-end community. Shu Ye closed the door behind her and immediately set about searching. The anomalous rope dispersed, scouring the entire apartment under her command, and the exertion of such abilities posed no challenge for her. Once assured that there were no unwarranted items, such as listening devices or other anomalies, Shu Ye finally allowed herself to relax, collapsing onto the sofa. The woven bag containing gold threads was carelessly tossed onto the floor. She reclined, staring at the pristine white ceiling, yet her mind was relentless in its contemplation. Gurgle. Maintaining her gaze upward, Shu Ye raised her hand to touch her stomach. As the saying goes, one should not put on airs, for doing so will lead to hunger. After having consumed only a small steamed bun at Feng Zhi's home that morning, Shu Ye sighed in reflection. Chapter 26. The human anomaly teeter-totter. Shu Ye picked up her phone, eager to check for any food delivery apps available. The good news was there were indeed options. The bad news was they didn't deliver. However, when she switched the address to the main entrance of the apartment building across the street, delivery became available again. Unfortunately, the entrance to Yangguan community was located behind the apartment building, with no access point. Shu Ye struggled to rise, making her way to the kitchen, filled with hope as she pulled open the refrigerator door, only to be greeted by its desolate emptiness, devoid even of a single bottle of mineral water. Was this refrigerator merely procured for her to cool off during the sweltering summer? With a decisive snap, the door was shut. The sky loomed dark and heavy, the air thick with humidity. Even without a weather forecast, it was easy to predict that a torrential downpour was imminent. Yet, despite this, she had no choice but to venture outside. Shu Ye looked up at the suddenly overcast sky, realizing it was a perfect opportunity to visit the supermarket and purchase an umbrella. When had this been posted? Approaching the entrance, she was taken aback to find the notice board, which had previously been nothing but a mere decoration, now adorned with two pristine A4 sheets. One was handwritten, while the other was printed. Recently, the number of stray animals in the community had increased. Residents were urged not to discard leftover food carelessly in the roadside bushes, nor to feed or keep them. Violation of this rule would result in a fine of 500. The handwritten note was followed by a missing person notice, a photo of Hiyu, a 16-year-old girl, standing at 162 centimeters tall, with a mole beneath her left eye and a conspicuous scar on her left forearm from a past surgery. She was last seen with her hair in a ponytail, wearing the Haining High School uniform, white shoes, and a white short-sleeved shirt. This was the printed notice. Shu Ye snapped a picture of the bulletin board, then promptly exited the community, heading toward the 24-hour convenience store located at the corner of the intersection. This was the same store she had glimpsed upon her arrival. Before long, she emerged with a transparent bag filled with an assortment of snacks, instant meals, beverages, and a black umbrella, as fate would have it. Just then, the skies unleashed a deluge. Lightning sliced through the gray-white heavens, illuminating the surroundings in a stark white flash, followed by a deafening roar. Rain battered the ground, creating a cacophony of splashes, and within moments, puddles began to form. Shu Ye glanced at her little white shoes, resigning herself to the fact that they would simply have to endure a wash that moment. A young couple strolled by, both clad in their school uniforms of white with blue stripes, the back emblazoned with the four characters. Haining High School. Love is an enduring emblem of youth and romance. It was evident that the couple was in the throes of infatuation, their affection palpable to anyone with eyes. Yet it was equally clear that their backgrounds were similarly well-defined. The girl had large, expressive eyes, a mole at the corner, and a cherubic face bearing a hint of baby fat. Her ponytail radiating youthful exuberance. Her uniform, though freshly laundered, bore stubborn traces of black ink on the cuffs, while the collar of her white short-sleeved shirt had a few loose threads protruding. She wore white canvas shoes, and her hair tie was a simple black elastic band purchased at a bargain, devoid of any extraneous adornments. A portrait of unpretentious beauty. The boy was not without his charms. Indeed, he might even be deemed handsome. With delicate eyes, fair skin, and well-defined calf muscles visible beneath his basketball shorts, he exuded the aura of a sun-kissed, athletic young man likely to endear himself to many. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that his sports shoes, sweatband, and wristwatch were anything but inexpensive. The confidence and subtle pride that danced in his eyes suggested he hailed from a well-to-do family. In summary, they were a couple carefree of their social standings, united solely by their love, blissfully unaware of what the future held, yet never lacking in well-wishers, or so one might think. Having grown up in an orphanage, Shu Ye had encountered an array of individuals and was particularly attuned to the subtleties of their gazes. The girl undoubtedly cherished the boy, yet beneath the surface of her affection lay a hint of possessiveness, indicating that he was not the easiest person to be with. In the brief span of 30 seconds she observed them. The girl had cast several wary glances in her direction. The boy, too, held the girl's hand tightly, yet he maintained a subtle distance, his cheerful demeanor juxtaposed with a stiffness in his posture. Furthermore, the girl's attire sparked an inexplicable sense of familiarity within her. Though curiosity piqued her interest, she dismissed it. What business was it of hers? In a world where everyone seemed to conform to some trend, it was likely that 6 out of 10 individuals donned similar outfits. Outside the convenience store, the girl, sensing the moment, relaxed her grip on the boy's hand, fluttering her large eyes as she playfully tugged at his arm. Adopting a pitiful expression, "I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. If I hadn't woken up so late and skipped breakfast, you wouldn't have had to accompany me to buy snacks during your break time. Last night, too. Will your friends be angry? I'll bring water to your game tomorrow and treat them to a meal to apologize, all right?" As she spoke, she unfurled the large black umbrella overhead, tilting it towards the girl in a gentlemanly manner. The girl's smile blossomed into something even sweeter, but as they took a few steps, she noticed the damp splotches on the boy's shoulder and anxiously adjusted the umbrella towards the center, exclaiming, "Oh, it's all right. This umbrella is big enough to shield us both." As they walked, the girl's playful spirit seemed to surface, twirling the umbrella, sending droplets of rainwater spiraling outwards. A delightful spectacle. "I've been wanting to visit the hospital this weekend. My shoulder has been aching quite a bit. Is it possible that the stress from exams has made you ill? I'll accompany you this weekend." The couple drifted further away, their conversation growing fainter. But Shu Ye's expression turned increasingly frigid, reminiscent of someone recovering from a severe illness, prompting those exiting the convenience store to hastily retreat, wary of being entangled in something unfortunate. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Shu Ye's body froze. In that instant, as the girl turned her back to her, a figure emerged as if slung over her shoulder, head bowed, limbs dangling, caked in mud, obscuring its features, eerie. The mud that dripped from the figure seemed to fall into an alternate dimension, vanishing before it could touch the ground. Yet, this was not the reason for Shu Ye's rigid stance or the chill that washed over her. The moment she perceived the figure slung over the girl's shoulder, a faint stench of decay wafted through the air, tendrils of hair brushed against her neck, and an immense weight suddenly pressed down upon her back. Within seconds, her shoulders involuntarily began to lean back. To an observer, it might have appeared as if she were stretching in slow motion, yet her arms hung limply at her sides. Shu Ye could only imagine that whatever burden had materialized upon her back was an exact replica of the eerie presence the girl carried. But when had I triggered this ominous condition? Though she remained unaware of how this apparition had come to latch onto her, a sense of dread enveloped her, the realization that if this continued, the moment the figure's dangling legs touched the ground, her own would surely follow suit, and it would not bode well. This entity was a precarious seesaw, and playing with it could cost her dearly. Chapter 27. A Modern Urban Legend. Shu Ye dared not glance back, fearing that even the slightest movement might amplify her backward lean. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of mud dripping from her shoulder, its strands echoing the girl's burden. Yet, this scene was entirely absent from the reflection in the convenience store's glass. Though Shu Ye maintained a stoic demeanor, her posture was decidedly abnormal. Yet panic did not seize her. She stood at the entrance of the store, clutching a bag of provisions in one hand, while her other hand retrieved the special phone provided by the authorities. Following Tianjun's instructions, she pressed and held the number 1. Beep. Beep. After 2 beeps, someone answered at item liaison, Zhao Yang. His cheerful voice radiated youthful optimism, perfectly befitting his name, yet Shu Ye had no time to indulge in pleasantries. She interrupted Zhao Yang's attempt to elaborate, her tone direct and urgent. "I've encountered an anomaly." She proceeded to deliver a concise account of the situation. Listening intently, Zhao Yang scribbled notes, his expression growing increasingly serious. He maintained the call as he jogged to the archives, retrieving records related to the bizarre occurrences in Haining City. These were classified documents, and though it took a bit longer, protocol mandated that all records of such events be kept in paper form. Eerie Physician. The title sent chills down Shu Ye's spine. It was disturbingly personal. Shu Ye, are you implying that this anomaly is also afflicting a student, yet that student remains entirely unresponsive while you began to lean back the moment you laid eyes on it? What about the people around you? Shu Ye continued to lean backward, yet she spoke calmly into the phone. Only I triggered it. The people around me are unresponsive, and the store remains silent, so they should be unaffected. Her tone, devoid of concern, suggested that this matter seemed entirely detached from her, as if she were impervious to the anomaly's influence. Zhao Yang's confusion deepened, his thoughts momentarily stalling. The MY phone call serves not only to inform you of the situation, but also, just then, the eerie rope sprang to life, a crimson cord descending from the void. Seemingly slow, but in reality, it sped to ensnare the neck of the figure behind her that dripped with mud. With a swift tug, an apparition materialized, appearing to hang in midair to the casual observer. Amidst the torrential rain, the figure dangled in the air. What a modern urban legend! Ah! In the midst of her startled scream, Shu Ye remained composed, stating, "What I mean is, send someone to handle the aftermath here. Whether it's magic or filming a drama, feel free to choose. Such matters should have been covered in prior training." Zhao Yang pressed a nearby button, already making arrangements that is there any record of a controller or a witness encountering such a situation in the files you checked. Similar records would suffice as well. Then came the rustling of pages. After a short while, Zhao Yang spoke. "In the reported paranormal incidents, there are no files related to mud but there's one that I believe you might find relevant." Shai nodded, urging him to continue. Zhao Yang, examining the documents in his hands, stated earnestly, "There's an incident related to the eerie domain." "The eerie domain is," Shai interrupted him. "Let us skip that. I already know." Unfazed, Zhao Yang continued, "All right, then I shall proceed. According to the records, a controller once inadvertently entered the eerie domain, where many beings akin to the living dead exist. We refer to such entities as eerie slaves. Eerie slaves only exist within the eerie domain. These beings are neither human nor eerie, yet devoid of reason, merely possessing human appearances that, if encountered, do not attempt to rehabilitate them. Through various experiments, the Research Institute has confirmed that, aside from one exception, all beings that die and become eerie slaves cannot revert to human form." Shai furrowed her brow. "So you mean there are those who become eerie slaves while still alive? Thus, it is merely a matter of dying sooner or later. However, according to Zhao Yang, those who possess the eerie domain theoretically should be able to create eerie slaves. Other eerie beings operate independently, yet those with an eerie domain can engage in collective assaults, lacking any sense of martial ethics." Shai briefly organized her thoughts, standing amidst the now deserted surroundings. "What does the one exception you mentioned refer to?" "So, while a person might lose their freedom, they can still remain alive, as long as this controller isn't a deviant. The presence or absence of this mark makes no difference. Conversely, if this controller were to awaken the eerie, that individual would continue to attract the eerie, leading to their death and transformation into an eerie slave." Zhao Yang confirmed this notion that a chill ran through Shai's heart. Thus, this method is akin to driving away wolves while inviting tigers. The wolf itself may become a tiger, merely a matter of time. The lifespan of controllers is terrifyingly short. As Zhao Yang spoke, Shai gazed up at the entity, suspended motionless by the eerie rope. "What you say indeed bears resemblance to an eerie slave. Yet, I do not observe any signs of being covered by the eerie domain here. What could this imply?" Zhao Yang frowned, his expression tightening. "Apologies, there are no records regarding this matter. To prevent the judgment of controllers on-site from being influenced, the liaison cannot provide speculations or unverified information," Shai replied curtly. About to hang up the phone when a thought struck her. "I believe there is another possibility." Zhao Yang picked up his pen, ready to take notes. Ignoring whether he was listening or not, Shai continued, "Do you think it possible that a controller of this eerie being is committing murder? As for her, perhaps she saw the eerie behind that girl and was discovered by this controller. This unknown controller, fearing she might reveal the truth, decided to strike first and kill her. This could explain why she began to lean back so quickly while that female student merely appeared slightly fatigued." Unfortunately, her ability happens to be suppression like a T this moment. Shy could already hear the approaching sound of police sirens. If this hypothesis is correct, although the triggering conditions of this eerie remain unknown, someone indeed wishes her dead. A smile crept onto Shy's lips, one filled with joy. Yet her eyes were as cold as I see. So be it. I'm hanging up. Without waiting for Zhang to respond, Shy abruptly ended the call. The eerie slave constrained by the eerie rope was lowered from the air, and several individuals disembarked from the police car, moving swiftly to place the eerie slave into a body bag. The body will be sent directly for cremation, and we will handle matters with the family appropriately. Thank you for your cooperation. The speaker was a sharp-eyed police officer with glasses and a phoenix eye, exuding intelligence. I am Jiang Ning, the head of the municipal bureau. This was unexpected. Shy glanced at those who had boarded the car at the body bag. Jiang Ning's smile remained fixed, as if it were frozen in time. He followed Shy's gaze, adjusting his glasses. No need to worry. The inner layer of the body bag is made of gold. It was inevitable that those involved in matters related to the eerie were informed, and it was equally expected for a city bureau chief to be aware. However, Shy did not anticipate that the head of the Haining Police Bureau would be so youthful. As for the fleeing bystanders, Shy said little, for after such a significant incident at Haining Hospital, it was unlikely that these few individuals would pose a substantial problem. Jiang Ning pulled out a small notebook from his pocket. Shy accepted it, opening it to find her photograph with the word Special Department, Haining Police Bureau beneath it. With this, although you are considered an external member, you are nonetheless regarded as a semi-internal personnel, making the exchange of information and personnel much more convenient. As he spoke, Jiang Ning recited a series of numbers. This is my phone number. It will not be turned off for 24 hours. If it is off, it means I am either dead or close to death. His insistence on referring to himself in the third person sounded rather peculiar. However, as it was merely a personal habit, Shy chose not to comment further. Yet, she had other matters to address. As Jiang Ning turned to leave after speaking, Shy quickly asked, Director Jiang, might I be able to access records regarding the serial murder case at Haining High School? Shy shrugged her shoulders, candidly stating, I have amnesia and do not remember. However, I have been released, so I should temporarily have no suspicions. Jiang Ning's smile remained unchanged. Then may I inquire about the reason behind your investigation into this matter? Shy's expression remained steady as she replied directly. I believe this incident caused my amnesia. I ended up in Haining Hospital and encountered eerie events that I find it quite unsatisfactory and intend to search for the true culprit behind it. Jiang Ning adjusted his glasses again, taking out his phone to tap on it while saying, and after you find the true culprit? Shy fell silent. Was this police chief Jiang Ning too persistent, relentlessly probing without revealing anything himself, maintaining a demeanor as natural as if he were merely greeting her? Noticing Shy's silence, Jiang Ning paused his actions, lifting his gaze. What is it? Did I say something wrong? Shy narrowed her eyes, studying him. A smiling tiger, or rather a smiling tiger at the level of a stoic. TSK. Shy contemplated extensively, ultimately stating, nothing. If I were to find the true culprit, I would probably beat them half to death and then hang them from a tree near the police station for the reporters to photograph and for the family to vent their frustrations. However, rest assured, they will definitely be alive in the end. Jiang Ning resumed tapping on his phone. After a while, he looked up. All right, I have sent the documents to your phone. Open the link in the message to download using facial recognition. However, it can only be downloaded once, so if lost, you will need to come back to find me. Shy nodded, pulling out her phone to indeed find a red one in the top right corner of the message. Not downloading it immediately, she tucked her phone back in her pocket and finally asked, So Director Jiang, what were you tapping on your phone for? Initially expecting a vague response like nothing much, she was surprised when Jiang Ning replied, I'm filling out your psychological status report. Shy was taken aback. This seemed not to be something that required concealment, or perhaps Jiang Ning believed there was nothing to hide, that he directly stated. Most controllers are ordinary citizens with varying psychological resilience. Due to different experiences, their psychological conditions are quite unique, which leads us to conclude that we cannot forcibly require controllers to undergo psychological counseling. Therefore, the special department mandates that all personnel, after interacting with controllers, regardless of the duration, must provide a detailed account of the circumstances at that time, along with their personal insights. This was tantamount to a form of surveillance. Shai's brows furrowed slightly. Is this something you can share with me? If I recall correctly, I should also be a controller. After seemingly completing the report, Jiang Ning put away his phone. Once in the special department, whether external or internal, one would eventually learn of these matters. There was no need for concealment. Even if some controllers were quite dissatisfied, it was preferable to know this information rather than learn it from others. Jiang Ning believed that it was better to avoid trust crises whenever possible. Especially for controllers who had experienced eerie events, they would be more sensitive to such matters. Shai took a step back, scrutinizing Jiang Ning once more, as he had a commendable physique. Evidently, even after becoming the bureau chief, he did not neglect his physical training. Dressed in a rigid white shirt and black suit, with all the buttons perfectly fastened and shoes polished to a shine. His features, while not exquisite, could be described as the refined rogue type. Yet, the perpetually unchanged smile on his face gave the impression that this young man might very well be the behind-the-scenes villain. Jiang Ning adjusted his glasses. Is there something amiss? If it pertains to the eerie, you may handle it as per your judgment. If there were no hope for salvation, would you choose to die? Then naturally, I would choose to perish. Regardless of its veracity, does the utterance of the trickster equate to truth? If it is indeed factual, then the world is truly on the brink of chaos. As Shai gazed at the intensifying downpour, she unfurled her large black umbrella, uttering not a word, and turned on her heel to depart. Watching Shai's retreating figure, Jiang Ning remained silent, waiting until she rounded a corner and vanished from sight before accepting the umbrella from a subordinate who had rushed over from a distance. Then, entering the vehicle. Once inside, he exhaled deeply and retrieved a mobile phone from another pocket. The driver, perceptively, raised the soundproof partition between the front and back seats. The screen of the phone Jiang Ning produced glowed brightly, displaying a call log that extended for a full half hour, and even now, the timer continued to run. Tianjun, I have repaid the debt I owe you. Let me know when you require me to probe the trickster again. Tianjun's deep voice emanated from the phone's receiver, exuding a reassuring presence. Her peculiar ability to suppress the uncanny was of great significance. Professor had stated that with her assistance, the success rate of the Research Institute's endeavor to enable the trickster to master a second entity could leap from 5 to 30. Understanding the implications of this, Jiang Ning fell into silence, and, after a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. As I said before, this is the last time, and no matter what you choose to do thereafter, even if she is worth her weight in gold. As long as she has committed no crimes, she is a citizen of Haining City, and I shall protect her. The dialogue ceased once more. She has not joined us. Trust is not an option. This time, it was Tianjun who initiated the conversation, and even if she remains in Haining City, it does not imply her willingness to engage with the uncanny incidents occurring there. Therefore, all tricksters are to be stationed in Beijing. While other cities shall rely on the judgment of the tricksters you send, ordinary people must rely on their own fates. Jiang Ning suddenly lost his composure, his hand striking the car window with a resounding thud. Jiang Ning, mind your position, ha. Jiang Ning refrained from further comment, simply ending the call, but not before delivering one final remark. Even if she is an external personnel, she is still under my protection. Tianjun, considering we have emerged from the same team, allow me to remind you not to forget my title from my time in the military. Listening to the beeping tone after the call ended, Tianjun chuckled softly. You little rascal. I am your captain. You, a mere lunatic, are far from matching my experience. Meanwhile, a figure clad in a black uniform approached, holding a dossier. Captain Tian, this is the psychological report on the trick Dr. Shai. Submitted by Jiang Ning, the director of Haining City Bureau. The newcomer appeared somewhat disconcerted. This kid is always stirring up trouble for me. Tianjun sighed. Hand it over. The individual passed the dossier to Tianjun and departed. 3 seconds later, Jiang Ning, you little brat, just wait. If I weren't unable to leave Beijing right now, I would make you run 10 laps around Haining City with a burden. Several sheets of paper fluttered to the ground. Trampled underfoot by the irate figure, it was vaguely discernible that they bore 3 words. My people, Chapter 29. Missing person notice. As Shai passed the bulletin board once more, she lingered on the missing person notice for a considerable time. The narrow path, long neglected, was littered with fallen leaves, dead branches, and dirt, which mingled with the rainwater formed a muddy quagmire. Splattering as she walked, and proving treacherously slippery. The once pristine white shoes she had donned before stepping out were now a dismal sight. Upon entering the house, Shu Ye removed her shoes, casually tossing them into a basin filled with water in the bathroom, intending to scrub them later when she had the time. The clothes scattered about the room appeared to be in good condition, and she slipped into a short-sleeved shirt and loose pants as makeshift sleepwear. Sifting through a plastic bag on the table, she ultimately retrieved a packet of instant noodles and made her way to the kitchen. Instant noodles, it seemed, were a universal staple on the dining table. Shu Ye surveyed the tomato-flavored noodles, which, contrary to expectation, tasted like a spicy beef-flavored variant. She smacked her lips, confirming her perception was not a mist strawberry-flavored orange juice paired with fiery tomato noodles. How peculiar! Stripping away the novelty, the flavor was quite commendable, especially since Shu Ye was not finicky about her food. Having emerged from an orphanage, she had learned not to be choosy in a mere 10 minutes. She swiftly finished her brunch and pulled out her phone, eyeing the red notification with eager anticipation. With a tap, she opened it, just as that smiling tiger, Jiang Ning, had indicated. It was a link. Upon clicking it, facial recognition initiated, followed by download. The room conveniently housed a small printer, which she connected via a data cable. With a series of whirring sounds, the document was complete. Shu Ye held in her hands a mere 4-page investigation report on a murder case. Feeling somewhat incredulous, 4 individuals had perished, yet only 4 pages? 1 page per person. Surely, that was not how it worked. As she pondered this, Shu Ye realized the situation was indeed troublesome, that a mere 4 pages for a homicide report? This suggested no connections had been established at all. Her brow furrowed anew as she pressed her fingers to her temples, lowering her gaze to scrutinize the 4-page dossier. The more she read, the more her brow furrowed deeply once again. The individuals, Li Li, Feng Wei, He Xingyu, and Li Lan, had no discernible connections at school, save for their shared self-centered personalities. If that were the case, what could possibly have linked her to suspicion? Upon reaching the conclusion of the report, she finally comprehended the underlying issue. Each investigation report concluded with a statement. Shu Ye has provided services for purchasing written assignments. This was indeed unexpected, back in Blue Star. During her high school years, she had occasionally found herself in need of funds. Although the orphanage supported her, the costs of photocopying materials could add up, and she was not keen on facing disapproving glares. Opportunities for minors to earn money were scarce, and the business of writing assignments was merely a loophole. After graduating high school and reaching adulthood, she had ceased such endeavors that it seemed that this world as Shu Ye had fully embraced the implications of being a freelancer. No wonder the police were pursuing her. Throughout the report, she was the only commonality, while reporters and family members pressured from the sidelines. Shu Ye yawned, rubbing her weary eyes, feeling a throb in her temples. Indeed, staying up late was ill-advised, especially when compounded by early rising. It was akin to courting disaster. Perhaps a brief nap was in order. With this thought, Shu Ye strode to the sofa, leaned back casually, and soon succumbed to slumber. When she next awoke, it was past 2 in the afternoon. After splashing her face with cold water in the bathroom, Shu Ye made her way to the bedroom, where a laptop awaited her, one without a login password. She intended to check the news online for any updates, perhaps uncovering some surprising developments. As Shu Ye powered on the laptop, she found no surprises, only shocks. The moment the web page loaded, a deluge of content assaulted her senses. With an astonishingly uniform message, the Haining High School serial killer has struck again. Shu Ye's expression hardened as she hastily clicked on a headline, scrolling rapidly through the article before closing it and opening another. This cycle continued. Eventually, when she could only find familiar phrases and no fresh content, she shut the computer and pondered. Excluding the student she had seen that morning, if yesterday at Haining Hospital, prior to the coughing incident, a young officer had visited Ling Xiangming and another individual had perished, then, coupled with the current news reports, the death toll had reached 6. The 7th was on the way. Or perhaps the deceased was the female student she had encountered that morning. While Shu Ye remained deep in thought, the Haining Police Department was awash in a whirlwind of activity and fatigue. Ling, we have yet another case. Much like the previous one, that the victim is a student from Haining High School. Discovered covered in mud, with her back contorted in an arch. Ling Xiangming wiped his face, gulped down some iced tea to rouse himself, and as he lowered and raised his head, clarity replaced his earlier confusion. Sean, this marks the sixth case, correct? Provide me with the victim's details. Lin Shan handed over a file while articulating, Hiyu, female, 17 years old, a second-year student at Haining No. 1 High School, local resident. Her boyfriend, Li Wei, reported her missing, stating that he had gone to fetch her for school. But when he called her, there was no response. He used a spare key to enter, only to find her lifeless. He paused. Flipping through the records, the coroner's report is still pending, but surveillance footage suggests an estimated time of death between 12:30 p.m. and 2:05 p.m. Ling Xiangming took the inquiry record from Lin Shan's hand. Has Li Wei verified that Hiyu's parents were away at work? Yes, it has been confirmed that during the time frame of Hiyu's death, her parents were working at a construction site in the southern part of the city. However, since we cannot rule out the possibility of drug-related causes of death, their suspicions remain unalleviated. The spare key? According to Li Wei, it was given to Hiyu voluntarily, as a precaution for emergencies. Ling Xiangming noted this point, and gestured for Lin Shan to continue to. Li Wei went to pick up Hiyu, but when he knocked, there was no answer. He called her phone, but it rang inside the house. Unanswered, he assumed she had gone to school without informing him, and had forgotten her phone. When Hiyu's boyfriend prepared to leave, he heard the sound of dripping water inside the house. Concerned that Hiyu might have forgotten to turn off the faucet, he used a spare key to unlock the door. Following the sound, he entered the bedroom, only to discover that Hiyu was already lifeless. He immediately called the police and summoned an ambulance. Ling Xiaoming retrieved a photograph tucked in the upper right corner of the records. The IT depicted a girl dressed in white pajamas, with an exquisite face and a mole at the corner of her eye. Had she been alive, she would undoubtedly have been adored by many young men. However, now her body was arched backward in a horrific curve, her expression frozen in terror, mouth agape, with mud and water oozing from it. It was unimaginable how much mud and water had been forced into her body. Strangely, her limbs, in stark contrast to her expression and posture, appeared completely relaxed. Ling Xiangming rose to dress, questioning whether her limbs bore any signs of being broken, bound, frozen, or injected with substances. Lin Shan wore a conflicted expression. The body was still with the forensic team, and the results were yet to be revealed. However, the unspoken words lingered, as those familiar with the first 5 cases knew that no evidence would remain at the scene. By the way, Captain Ling, Li Wei suddenly mentioned that he had been feeling unusually heavy in her body these past few days, despite being in good health otherwise. They had even planned to visit the hospital together over the weekend. Heavy. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiaoming hastily inquired if it was due to medication or if she had met anyone today. Chapter 30. Confrontation. Lin Shan immediately began to sift through the records, scavenging his mind for relevant memories. Shortly after, he remarked that it was the school's teachers and students. However, Li Wei mentioned that since Hiyu had not eaten breakfast, they had sneaked out to a small supermarket during the recess to buy some food. A small supermarket? Where is it? Lin Shan's expression became somewhat peculiar at this point. Ling Xiaoming frowned, inquiring what was amiss. Soon, he witnessed a video showing Hiyu and Li Wei entering and exiting the supermarket hand in hand. Just as he was about to continue watching, the footage abruptly ended. Ling Xiaoming clicked the mouse, but it was gone. Was the surveillance malfunctioning? What a coincidence! This raises significant questions, Ling Xiaoming murmured, watching the video several times, increasingly feeling that it seemed oddly familiar, yet unable to pinpoint why. Shanzi, do you not find the name Sunshine Supermarket somewhat familiar? After a long pause, he suddenly slapped the table, flipping through his notebook, pointing at a line for Ling Xiaoming to see. Captain Ling. This. Ling Xiaoming glanced over, and at once his brows knitted tightly. Initially, Lin Shan felt a surge of excitement at uncovering a clue, but upon seeing Ling Xiaoming's grim countenance and piercing gaze, he quickly asked, Captain Ling, what's wrong? Ling Xiaoming tightened his grip on the table's edge, speaking in a low voice. Are you certain you did not misremember the location? Lin Shan patted his chest, asserting confidently, it was just a day apart. There is absolutely no mistake. This Sunshine Supermarket is the closest one to the apartment complex where the suspect, Shu Ye, resides. I was so worried she would flee that I even staked out near the supermarket. He spoke with enthusiasm, yet failed to notice that with each word, Ling Xiaoming's expression darkened further. Shanzi. Ling Xiaoming suddenly barked, interrupting Lin Shan's attempt to connect Shu Ye to the incident. Lin Shan stood up straight. Yes. Ling Xiaoming paused, his expression terrifyingly grim. Repeat that. Lin Shan stared at the swiftly departing Ling Xiaoming, stunned, and quickly followed suit. Though he did not understand, following orders had become instinctive. He immediately halted to contact Director Jiang, but saw that Ling Xiaoming was still running. Captain Ling, then I will go to the scene. An inexplicable unease crept over Lin Shan as he dialed. Heading towards the director's office, he quickened his pace, ultimately matching Ling Xiaoming's frantic run. However, by the time he reached the office door, the call had not gone through. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Shan rapped on the door. Director. No response. He pushed the door to enter, only to find it locked. At that moment, a hurried individual brushed past him, and Lin Shan grabbed their arm. Where is Director Jiang? There has been an incident. Director Jiang has gone to the scene and will handle matters upon his return. Urgent matters are to be directed to Captain Ling. Saying this, the person hastily departed. Everyone today seems rather off. Lin Shan quickly called Ling Xiaoming to inform him of the situation, only to hear Ling Xiaoming's heavy breathing followed by a string of numbers, concluding with, find Dr. Fang Ji at Haining Hospital. If you can't reach him, go find a suspect we apprehended yesterday and mention that Haining High School is involved. Involved? What does that mean? Lin Shan was about to inquire further when the call abruptly ended. Today, everyone truly seems peculiar. However, as a good team member, following orders is imperative. Lin Shan entered the string of numbers into his phone. Beep, beep, beep. The call went unanswered. After 3 consecutive failures, he pondered, could the doctor be in surgery? With this thought, Lin Shan browsed Haining Hospital's website, hoping to contact them. This time someone answered. Hello, Haining Hospital. Hello, this is the Haining City Public Security Bureau. May I inquire if Dr. Fang Ji is available? I'm sorry. Dr. Fang Ji completed his resignation procedures this morning and is no longer at the hospital. After hanging up, Lin Shan tugged at his hair in frustration. Unable to reach the doctor, now he had to seek out a new suspect. Not to apprehend, but to assist. Everything today, both people and events, seems utterly bizarre. Retrieving the contact information for suspect Shu Ye from the records. Lin Shan's expression became conflicted as he dialed the number. Beep, beep. Hello, who is this? What's it? Click. The phone call was abruptly disconnected. Lin Shan stood frozen, his hand trembling around the phone. Could it be that I am at odds with my phone today? He resolved to control his hand and attempted to dial Shu Ye's number again, only to find it utterly unreachable. With no other options, Lin Shan could only call Ling Xiaoming to inform him of the peculiar situation. Just then he heard, the number you have dialed is switched off. Please try again later. Bang. This time, Lin Shan could no longer contain himself. The phone slipped from his grasp, crashing to the ground, followed by a wail. Captain Ling, how can you be the same way? Lin Shan's despair went unnoticed by anyone. Just before this incident of unanswered calls unfolded, let us first check Haining High School for any clues that might elude the ordinary observer. After witnessing yet another crime scene, Shu Ye decisively donned her clothes and stepped outside. Fortunately, the torrential rain that had poured all morning had ceased. Upon arriving at the bus stop, Shu Ye realized that Haining High School was remarkably close to her residence in the Sunshine community. Merely 3 stops away. Walking would only take about 10 minutes. As Shu Ye swayed off the bus and approached the entrance of Haining High School, she found the area crowded with onlookers, some in suits and others in dazzling attire, angrily conversing on their phones while glaring at individuals inside the school. Police cars blocked the school's entrance, and several officers managed the traffic and crowd. Yet not a single student was in sight. A student had been harmed, causing the school to temporarily close. Looking further inside, she noticed several portable tents on the playground, their interiors hidden from view. But one could easily imagine they served as a command center, with the expressions of those entering and exiting appearing grave. This expression, could it be that this perpetrator has gone mad and intends to take the student hostage? Chapter 31. Haining High School. Given the situation at the entrance, Shu Ye could not simply approach the police to inquire. However, there is always a way. She surveyed her surroundings and, appearing to casually stroll by, approached a group of elderly individuals, asking, Annie, what is happening at this school? Why are the police here? Seeing someone seemingly unaware of the situation and eager to listen, the elderly quickly animatedly recounted the events that had transpired. Combining their accounts into a coherent narrative, it can only be said that regardless of the world, the elderly remain the same. However, while it used to be fine to observe from the sidelines, now it could mean risking one's life. Oh dear. Young lady, you must not know, this school has seen a serious incident. I even heard that the parents have been calling the homeroom teachers to excuse their children, declaring that they would not attend school until the culprit is found. Oh, what a calamity. There is only a month left until the college entrance examination. How can they miss classes? This murderer ought to be locked away and made to work on a sewing machine. Indeed, what could these children possibly have done to deserve such cruel treatment? If my grandson were to attend such a school, my heart would surely be terrified out of my chest. Your grandson has just reached the tender age of 1 month. The ensuing chatter is nothing but idle gossip, and Shu Ye shows no inclination to linger. Amidst the enthusiastic discussions of several elderly individuals, she quietly withdraws from the circle, leaving behind the lively atmosphere. Once outside, Shu Ye takes a moment to survey her surroundings. Everything seems in order, save for the peculiar fact that all the classroom lights within the school are extinguished, although it is still afternoon and daylight persists. She cannot shake off her sense of unease. Nevertheless, she feels compelled to take a glance inside. The mastermind behind the heinous crime and hanging intends to eliminate her. She has survived, but that individual must face death. There is no room for negotiation. Given the circumstances, hesitation is unwarranted. With a multitude of people gathered around the school, she seizes the opportunity to scale the wall. Waiting until nightfall, when the only presence will be patrolling officers, would only serve to increase her workload unnecessarily. Thus, she resolves to act. However, instead of climbing over, she emerges through a hole. Whether a dog or human entrance is uncertain, about half her height. Brushing the dirt off her hands, she glances back. It is evident that students have contributed significantly to the creation of this opening over the years. Buzzing with thoughts, her phone suddenly vibrates. Be cautious. Shu Ye had set her phone to silent the moment she received it. As she retrieves the device from her pocket, she speaks while continuing her stride. Hello? Thank heavens, someone has finally answered. A voice she does not recognize respond. As she walks toward the school, she inquires, Who are you? And what do you want? Hello? Hello? She removes the phone from her ear to check the screen. No signal. Shu Ye looks up, her expression turning serious. The absence of a signal feels oddly familiar. Unbeknownst to her, the sky has transformed from a clear blue to a somber gray, with rain pattering down, splashing against the ground. The earth is awash with dark, murky water swirling like serpentine strands of hair, enveloping every inch of the ground, occupying and saturating the space, driving it away. Shu Ye lifts her gaze towards the area where the ground remains untouched by mud and hair. The teaching building looms ahead, uncertain whether it is a trap or something else entirely. She has no intention of remaining here. Though her purpose is to solve a case, each use of this uncanny power brings her closer to death, so it is best to minimize its application. Moreover, one must learn to utilize available resources wisely. With that thought, she turns to leave. She senses that this eerie realm is not as treacherous as the previous one. The strange rope could lead her out. However, it seems the master behind this peculiar domain has been provoked by her actions, causing the muddy waters to surge violently. As something stirs within, suddenly, a piercing scream echoes. Shu Ye turns to see the lights on the 5th floor of the teaching building flicker on. A shadow darting past before plunging back into darkness. Ling Xiangming? What is he doing here? Noticing her reluctance to depart, the emerging entity from the muddy water gradually subsides into silence. Shu Ye retrieves her special phone, which now displays full signal strength. Just as she's about to call Feng Ji, she presses a few digits before deleting them, hanging the phone around her neck to prevent it from slipping from her pocket. She strides toward the teaching building on her way. The lights in the building illuminate once more, this time on the 4th floor. Another shrill scream pierces the air. After a brief moment, the lights extinguish, leaving behind an eerie stillness, only for the 3rd floor to light up next. The lights go out again, followed by the 2nd floor. Finally, after the 1st floor undergoes a cycle of illumination and darkness, The teaching building resumes the appearance it had when Shu Ye first entered. Screams echo from the first or second floors. Inside the teaching building, in Class 5 of the third year, desks and chairs are piled high, obscuring all windows and doors that a dozen or so boys and girls huddle in a corner, gasping for breath, their eyes wide with terror as they watch the distorted figure meandering in the corridor outside the classroom. Stop looking! A cautious policeman stands before them, his sharp features betraying visible fatigue. Each student presses tightly into the corner, as if the presence of even one more person outside guarantees their safety. The physical condition of the third-year students is not commendable. Under the weight of fear, their frantic escape has left them utterly exhausted, legs weak and chests heaving as if filled with wind. Yet, amidst such dread, not a single sound escapes their lips. Even those who stifle short sobs do so under the fierce glares of their peers. After a lengthy silence, the policeman finally sinks into a chair. Releasing a breath of relief, in a hushed tone, he advises for now, it is temporarily safe until the lights illuminate again. Check the scattered backpacks for food and drink, and take this opportunity to rest and regain your strength. Chapter 32. The hanging figure. The distance from the playground to the teaching building is not far, and with the muddy waters driving her forward, Shu Ye arrives at the entrance within 5 minutes. It is pitch black, resembling a gaping void. The lights are not activated by sound. With the absence of any noise from her movement, the corridor remains eerily silent, and she tilts her head to observe that all the classroom doors are tightly shut. Suddenly, Shu Ye's nose twitches as she catches a faint whiff of decay, permeating the air. She turns to glance at the playground, only to find that the area once shrouded in mud and hair has undergone a remarkable transformation. Beneath the dim sky, cloaked in the eerie realm, the muddy playground is now overrun with bizarrely shaped trees, and the tracks, basketball court, and volleyball court have vanished without a trace. Haining High School is a conventional institution, a simple layout with no superfluous embellishments. This recent case has certainly added a vibrant hue to the school's character. Though the administration and families involved are unlikely to be pleased, the trees now occupying the playground can at least be considered a scenic addition. It is time to enter. Shu Ye casts one last glance at the bubbling mud and hair alongside the teaching building, knowing that the unseen puppeteer is impatiently urging her forward. How old is she to still be playing games? Today, she shall help you kick the habit. With that thought, she steps into the teaching building. Behind her on the playground, countless trees, with their limbs contorted and faces oozing mud, suddenly shift their gazes toward the building. The walls are painted in a pattern of white above and green below, bearing marks and faint black stains that seem to hint at basketballs. This the switch for the corridor lights. After walking a few steps, Shu Ye spots a switch on the wall, but hesitates to activate it. She distinctly remembers that each time the lights were turned on prior to her arrival. Screams followed. The hallway is shrouded in darkness, every classroom door and window firmly shut. Shu Ye has no habit of carrying a flashlight, and the strange rope, if not suppressed by the eerie document, can only be used for half an hour, lest it risk awakening the bizarre. It is best to refrain from using it unless absolutely necessary. With that in mind, she retrieves her phone, which has lost signal, and activates the flashlight feature, peering through the window into the classroom. The first floor is occupied by first-year students. Expecting to confront some nightmarish entity, she traverses 4 or 5 classrooms, yet finds nothing and encounters no one. It is not until she reaches a classroom situated toward the back that she spots something peculiar. It is strikingly evident. In the previous classrooms, the desks were haphazardly strewn about, books littering the floor, indicating a frantic escape by the students. However, this particular classroom exhibits an obsessive neatness. Every desk is aligned at identical angles, the number of books on each desk precisely equal, as if the sinister influence that pervades the rest of the building has spared this room. Yet, inexplicably, a person dangles from the ceiling fan, their hands bound high above, blood dripping from their feet, limbs otherwise intact, occasionally twitching as if still alive. Should she enter to investigate? Shu Ye hesitates, glancing at the sign hanging by the classroom door. Class 6 of the first year. This classroom stands out so starkly, even housing a living person, that it invites suspicion. The individual suspended from the fan must possess knowledge of something significant. The muddy waters and hair belong to the back-person anomaly. If turning the lights on and off results in a death, it is a game played by the puppeteer with these students. The first floor's lights have just turned on, yet this singular living person remains unharmed. Does the puppeteer have a connection to this individual, perhaps a vendetta? After contemplating, Shu Ye feels something is amiss, that if there were a grudge, why not simply eliminate the individual using the back-person anomaly instead of toying with a protracted demise? It feels as if they are eager for someone to come to the rescue. Moreover, the classroom's current tidiness prompts her to reconsider. Could it be that the puppeteer is part of this class, driven by some perverse mentality to indiscriminately slaughter strangers while tormenting those they recognize? This scenario seems pulled straight from the pages of a novel. With this thought, Shu Ye stows her phone, deciding it prudent to leave this classroom for last. After all, its stark difference and the presence of a living person create an overwhelming sense of a trap. One last glance at the motionless figure, save for its slight twitches hanging from the fan, and Shu Ye departs. After inspecting all the classrooms on the first floor and confirming that, aside from the peculiar classroom of Class 6 in the first year, the other rooms appeared entirely normal and devoid of any living souls, I made my way to the staircase. In a high school, it is only natural for the stairs to be made of concrete. It seems the entity controlling these circumstances has indeed descended into madness. As Shu Ye gazed at the staircase, composed of countless contorted limbs, she refrained from ascending directly and instead turned away, heading toward the staircase at the entrance of the teaching building. Upon discovering that the concrete steps, which had seemed unremarkable upon her arrival, were now strewn with corpses on each level, she pondered whether this was merely an act of grotesque mockery or an attempt to instill fear. Shu Ye regarded the bodies on the ground with a detached demeanor, as if observing discarded lifelike dolls or mere NPCs. With that thought, she lifted her foot and stepped forward. One step. Another. She walked with remarkable steadiness. Soon reaching the second floor, as she arrived there, her nose twitched. The faint scent of decay had intensified. Suddenly, without warning, something plummeted from above, flashing past the corner of her eye. Bang! A loud crash echoed as an object struck the ground with force. What could it be? Just as she was about to reach the staircase, a piercing scream resonated from the floor above. Was it somewhat tardy to scream after having already fallen? Peering cautiously from the stairwell, Shu Ye glanced downward and was met with the sight of a motionless body, blood pooling beneath it. The corpse showed no signs of decay, nor was there any muddy seepage. It was not the work of a puppeteer. Raising her gaze, she beheld the lights of the fifth floor flicker back to life. And this time, standing closer than when she had been on the playground, she clearly saw Ling Xiangming in a classroom, his expression grave as he conversed with someone. She did not call out nor rush upward. Her eyes betrayed only confusion, devoid of urgency. Abruptly, the lights on the fifth floor extinguished, turning her attention to the fourth floor. She noted that the lights had yet to illuminate, leaving the entire teaching building shrouded in darkness. Under the eerie domain, a shadowy figure stood at the doorway of a fourth-floor classroom, hand raised as if in greeting. Rain began to fall, increasing in intensity, yet Shu Ye heard not a sound as it struck the windows. The teaching building, enveloped in this strange domain, appeared to undergo subtle changes. The stench of decay grew stronger. Shu Ye leaned out again, only to discover that the body which had fallen from above had vanished without a trace, in the brief moment of delay. The lights on the third floor flickered on, yet silence prevailed. It was uncertain whether there were no survivors left, or if those who remained had succumbed to numbness. Shu Ye was oblivious to these details. However, from the moment the lights on the third floor illuminated, an unsettling energy stirred within her, signaling that the supernatural was drawing nearer. The information remained incomplete, and it was not yet time for a direct encounter. Shu Ye stepped over the corpses as she ascended the stairs, pausing in the stairwell between the second and third floors. Just as the lights on the third floor extinguished, she sprinted up the stairs in a rush. And at that moment, the lights on the second floor flared to life once more. Was this merely the puppeteer's game, or was there another true entity lurking within this school? Shu Ye found herself lost in contemplation. Wasn't this pattern too predictable and cumbersome for a puppeteer? Yet recalling the decor of Class 6 on the first floor, could it be that this puppeteer truly exhibited obsessive-compulsive tendencies, speculation remained mere conjecture. Some truths could only be witnessed firsthand or through the accounts of those who had seen them. This person must possess a certain calmness and observational acumen, and that candidate. Shu Ye raised her eyes to a dimly lit classroom on the 5th floor. Ling Xiangming, it is you. Once more, Shu Ye activated the flashlight on her phone, this time choosing not to explore the other floors but to ascend directly to the 5th floor, just as she was about to step onto the 5th floor. Her phone vibrated. Buzzing, it was the special phone issued by headquarters that hung around her neck. Hello. Shu Ye, are you busy at the moment? At those words from Zhaoyang, Shu Ye nearly hung up in annoyance. If she were occupied, she would not have answered the call. Zhaoyang hastily continued, a hint of urgency in his tone. It appears that strange occurrences are suspected at Haining High School in Haining City, with an unknown number of fatalities. Could you possibly take a look? On the other end of the line, Zhaoyang was momentarily taken aback. Why? The lights on the 1st floor had gone out, and it was uncertain whether the person in the classroom was still alive. Shu Ye glanced at the time on her phone. 3:35 in the afternoon, like a T4:45. The lights on the 5th floor would illuminate again. And no reason. She replied curtly before hanging up. Wait, is there something else? This incident involves a high school filled with students. Shu Ye, you are an extramural personnel for headquarters, a puppeteer. Headquarters wants you to either resolve the strange occurrences or simply take a look. If it's dangerous, you can leave immediately. Shu Ye raised an eyebrow, a flash of coldness crossing her eyes. Take a look? If it's dangerous, just leave? Who said that? You or Tianjun? Zhaoyang quickly waved his hands. No, it's not the minister. It's just that the recommendations in the report suggested as such. Who made the recommendations? The recommenders are all anonymous. Humph. Shu Ye let out a light laugh, her dark eyes revealing no trace of emotion. Find Tianjun. If Tianjun isn't available, look for someone in a higher position that I want to see if they share the same thoughts. Zhaoyang, confused by Shu Ye's sudden shift in mood, understood that every puppeteer's request deserved serious consideration. He could only respond with a muted acknowledgement, taking the phone to summon someone. At this point, Shu Ye no longer felt the urgency to seek out someone on the 5th floor. Instead, she leaned quietly against the wall, observing the scenery outside. Strangely enough, since her entry into the teaching building, the puppeteer had been silent, yet the remnants of their work on the playground remained. This shouldn't be the case. While lost in thought, her phone rang again. This is Tianjun. To her surprise, she had indeed reached Tianjun, the minister of the regional liaison department. Shu Ye replied coolly, did Zhaoyang relay the events to you? Yes, Tianjun responded, beginning with an apology. I'm sorry. This was a mistake on my part. This marks the 2nd time I've heard you apologize, Minister Tian. Shu Ye did not acknowledge the apology, but instead posed a sudden question. So, who is the anonymous individual? Silence. I'm sorry, but the identity of the anonymous individual cannot be disclosed. Shu Ye almost laughed. So, this person is clearly expecting me to risk my life as a vanguard. When information is obtained, that puppeteer will handle the strange occurrences here, and a single supernatural incident could be worth 100 million. That this person not only walks away with that fortune, but also enjoys a month off from work. I never implied that this individual is a puppeteer from headquarters. Do you think I would believe that? Shu Ye's gaze hardened as she suddenly stepped out from the stairwell, leaping downwards. The wind howled past her ears as countless red strings descended from the void, catching her midair and ensuring her safe descent before vanishing from sight. Hearing the commotion from the phone, Tianjun furrowed his brow. Where are you now? Shu Ye walked step by step from the playground towards the exit. The muck and strands of hair surged toward her once more, and the corpses on the playground began to stir, yet they could not hinder her advance. The red strings reappeared in the void, this time landing at her feet, swiftly forming a blood-red bridge that stretched across the playground and even beyond the eerie domain she had initially sensed. This supernatural domain was not particularly strong. At least it was weaker than that of the Koph entity. After all, a puppeteer could never match a true supernatural being. Yet precisely because of this, her red strings could target a specific area of the domain, forcibly creating an opening. Unfortunately, such a feat could not be sustained for long. Thus, Shu Ye traversed the bridge composed of red strings. The tendrils attempting to pull her down from the bridge had yet to reach her before being swept aside by the strings. As she walked, she spoke lightly, her voice airy yet laced with a chilling resolve. I want the name of that anonymous individual. Chapter 34. A hand without a wolf with few words exchanged. Shu Ye had nearly reached the center of the playground. That moment. The lights on the 5th floor of the teaching building flickered back to life. Shu Ye halted, turning to look, for reasons unknown. The figure standing at the classroom doorway appeared particularly distinct this time. Tianjun had remained silent, save for some heavy breathing. Unfazed, Shu Ye continued to advance. Another scream erupted from the teaching building. Simultaneously, one of Shu Ye's feet had already stepped beyond the eerie domain, and she could see the police, who looked on with vigilance. A mere step away was the realm of reality. Wait, Tianjun suddenly called from the other end of the line. Shu Ye paused, demanding, "Give me a name that I will handle the situation at Haining High School." Tianjun spoke again, yet his words were not what Shu Ye wished to hear, by the sound of it. "You must be within Haining High School, correct? As you mentioned, Ling Xiangming is a close friend of Fang Ji, and you two share a bond with Fang Ji." Out of respect for him, it remains unclear whether Tianjun is genuinely steadfast in his principles or if the identity of this anonymous individual holds a remarkable significance. Shu Ye suspects that she will be unable to extract an answer from Tianjun. Furthermore, she has a strong intuition that this person is very likely the same individual that Meng Gang spoke of. Lacking evidence, she relies solely on her instincts. Since she cannot obtain what she desires, she must instead seek that which is attainable. Having already resorted to using the strange ropes, risking a further reduction of her lifespan, how could she not expect to receive some form of compensation? Especially now, amidst the disparity of information both internally and externally, while those outside remain oblivious to the fact that the encirclement of the school was orchestrated by the strange controllers. "Director Tian," Shu Ye interjected, cutting off his continued discourse. "Once Fang Ji has perished, I must take care of his wife and children. Therefore, I cannot afford to die. You may handle the bizarre incident at Haining High School with personnel dispatched from headquarters." "Wait," Tianjun exclaimed once more. "Shu Ye, the individuals within the school are merely students. Many of them are on the brink of their college entrance examinations. They cannot be allowed to suffer such a fate. Moreover, Ling Xiangming is also inside. He has valiantly saved so many as a police officer. Director Tian, are you taking advantage of my youth and naivety? Had you offered me a satisfactory price earlier, I might have considered intervening in the situation within, but now I genuinely wish to disengage. Director Tianjun, someone wishes to harm me. I am willing to trade the name of this person for the lives of everyone currently living. If you disagree, I shall reason with you. You attempt to appeal to emotions, while I counter with emotional blackmail. For a minister, engaging in such underhanded tactics is rather unbecoming." After speaking, Shu Ye shifted her other foot as well. Observing the restoration of the complete strange domain after the suppression of the strange ropes was lifted, and disregarding the watchful, armed police officers behind her, Shu Ye suddenly smiled slightly, completing a transformation from cold to warm. Not just in expression, but in tone as well. "Director Tian, I must go grocery shopping to prepare dinner by 4 o'clock this afternoon. Otherwise, when the students finish their classes, the crowd will be overwhelming and traffic will be troublesome. I shall hang up now. Please convey to Fang Ji that next time we meet, I shall treat him to a meal, a feast in honor of Ling Xiangming." Before hanging up, Shu Ye added with a fleeting smile, "Lastly, Director Tian, you are not mistaken in one regard. Fang Ji is indeed my good friend. However, Ling Xiangming, Officer Ling, is a friend of Fang Ji, not mine." With that, regardless of what Tianjun still had to say, she ended the call. Shu Ye tucked her phone away and turned to face the police officers, who appeared to be bracing for confrontation, feeling an odd sense of familiarity with the scene. She raised both hands in a gesture of peace, indicating that she held no weapons. "Could someone please contact Director Jiangning? Also, could a female police officer kindly retrieve my credentials from my pocket? I assure you, I am your ally, not your adversary, I swear." Buzzing. The phone rang twice, and Shu Ye pretended not to hear it, only for it to connect on its own. This feature will surely prompt a complaint to the strange controllers. She mused. This time, the voice on the other end was neither Tianjun nor Zhao Yang, but Fang Ji. "Shu Ye." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Shu Ye was momentarily taken aback before responding, "Tianjun is truly shameless." refusing to give me a name while attempting to play the emotional card that is strategy. Hearing Shu Ye's lively tone provided Feng Ji with some comfort, despite the pervasive stench of decay that lingered on him after handling another bizarre incident. He remained composed, his voice as gentle as ever, causing the strange controller beside him, who was aware of his ruthlessness, to cast a sidelong glance. Tianjun has briefed me on the general situation. Trust me, do not concern yourself with anything he says. If the strange powers can be avoided, they should be at your young age. You should explore and enjoy life. Leave the troubling matters to the adults. Had the strange controller not been present, one might have thought a different person was speaking to Feng Ji. Afterward, without waiting for Shu Ye to respond, he added, "During my time here, I have learned a few things. Ultimately, someone will take charge of the bizarre incidents. Those on the verge of death, seeking to exchange merits for rewards, are not indispensable today as for Ling Xiangming." He hesitated, his tone growing somber. "I am aware of Ling Xiangming's situation, but he is my friend, not yours. Furthermore, I should not become your vulnerability or a bargaining chip for others to threaten you. They're my connections, not yours. You need not bear that burden. Proceed as you see fit, without concern for me." After speaking, he hung up before Shu Ye could utter a word. The strange controller, awaiting Feng Ji to end the call, clicked his tongue in disbelief. If Director Tian hears that, it will be quite the scandal. Suddenly, he grinned, revealing a mouthful of pitch-black teeth. As he spoke, the stench of decay emanated from his mouth, and blood dripped from the corner of his lips. He extended his tongue to lick the blood away, ominously stating, "Of course, it means consuming him." Feng Ji nodded. "So, is there anything wrong with what I told Shu Ye?" I believe I showed restraint in my words to Tianjun. The two remained silent in the car thereafter. On the other side, having heard Feng Ji's words, Shu Ye smiled in satisfaction and was about to step forward to leave when, "Stop! Don't move." Faced with the armed officers before her, Shu Ye, with one hand still raised, scratched her head, suddenly recalling something. "How could I have forgotten this? Please, dear police officers, just wait a moment. I need to grab my phone from my pocket to make a call. Whatever you do, please do not fire." The call connected swiftly. "Hello, is this?" Before Shu Ye could finish her sentence, the voice on the other end erupted in gratitude, nearly bursting into tears. Finally, someone answered. "Mom, I thought I was seeing ghosts. This is wonderful." Shu Ye moved her phone away from her ear, perplexed by the situation. What on earth is happening? Aware of her taking the lead and venturing into the eerie domain to gather information, one might disparage her as a novice, compounded by the notion of being ensnared in a burlap sack and repaying debts. Her intuition indeed proved remarkably accurate. The anonymous individual referred to by Meng Gang is the very person entwined with the Haitian Club, or perhaps someone lurking behind it. However, it stands to reason that one should first negotiate peace before resorting to such drastic measures as being ensnared at IT is perplexing that at the Haitian Club. The process has abruptly jumped to the final step at IT this moment. Shu Ye finds herself quite curious about the criteria for selecting individuals at the Haitian Club. Regrettably, a rare opportunity to inquire after valuable information has presented itself, only to be squandered, leaving her uncertain if the situation at Haining High School can be resolved. Should it be resolved, and if she remains feeble, she might resort to a black market exchange. If robust, she would graciously bid farewell while discreetly plotting her next move, if unresolved. Then, naturally, there would be no subsequent actions. Just as she contemplates this, the door opened by the punk youth moments ago swings wide, and he pokes his head out, seemingly unscathed, bellowing at Shu Ye. "Get in here." Oh, what peril have they encountered? The stench of decay emanating from him was absent before he entered. How could such a transformation occur so swiftly? As if his bizarre abilities were nearing a resurgence? Shu Ye muses, a smirk flickering at the corner of her mouth before quickly dissipating. Following the punk's lead, she steps through the door into the eerie domain. Is this not a fortune handed to her on a silver platter? As she sidestepped through the entrance, she discreetly pressed a couple of buttons on her phone, then hastily released it. The moment she crossed the threshold, the door behind her vanished. The punk youth strides across the playground towards the teaching building, stating, "I've scoured the playground. No issues." While the eerie domain appears extensive, it can merely encompass the size of the teaching building. The bizarre ability manifests as switching the lights on and off, with illumination heralding death, gazing at the dim, rainless sky and the desolate playground devoid of twisted-limbed corpses, devoid of muck and hair. Shu Ye furrows her brow. Upon hearing the punk's analysis, her brow furrows once more as they reach the teaching building and ascend the empty staircase. Her brow no longer stirs. Yet, this controller of the backpedaling anomaly seems somewhat different from her expectations. You proceed to the first floor and inspect each classroom. Such a familiar directive. Shu Ye observes the punk, his face a mask of terror, too frightened to step into the building. What had transpired to instill such fear in him, rendering his complexion pale and accentuating the dark circles beneath his eyes. The bizarre truly lacks decorum, showing no regard for the novice before it, failing to acknowledge the prowess of a seasoned controller. Shall we not enter together? Shu Ye extends a hand, invitingly. Getting quickly. The punk retorts, raising his fist in a threatening manner, his voice a roar, yet the fear lurking in his eyes betrays his bravado. Shu Ye, disinterested in prolonging the interplay, has pressing matters to attend to at Hai Ning High School. She lifts the phone hanging around her neck and, amidst the punk's furious glare, calmly states, Director Jiang Ning. How goes it? What are your thoughts? The punk's expression shifts from rage to sheer terror. The voice on the other end resonates. I have previously stated my trust in the judgment of controllers. Thus, your decision is mine to abide by. I shall handle matters outside. And regarding whatever transpires within Hai Ning High School, I will remain uninvolved. My presence at the Hai Tian Club will remain unexamined. So be it. Jiang Ning complains, why does the headquarters keep dispatching people to Hai Ning City? Do they relish the chaos of the bizarre events here, or do they believe I lack sufficient work? As the call concludes, Shu Ye glances at the punk youth, who had been preparing to flee since her conversation with Jiang Ning, now ensnared by her binding red cord. You heard that, did you not? She kicks the punk's leg lightly, and in the face of his horror, she continues, the Hai Tian Club has sold you to me for an eerie sum of 100 million that you are quite valuable. Though I wish to expedite your exchange for currency, I still have some inquiries. Suddenly, Shu Ye lifts her gaze, staring intently at the teaching building, uncertain of what exactly she observes. You heard me. Keep an eye on him. I will investigate how to manage the lighting anomaly, but should I fail, I must make my escape. The punk remains utterly bewildered, convinced she is yet another controller driven mad by their powers. In the next moment, the pitter-patter of rain begins to fall, cascading from the dim sky onto the punk. Mud and hair surge from beneath the playground, and the previously vanished corpse trees quietly re-emerge. The punk gazes at the unfolding scene, his eyes wide with disbelief, even oblivious to being dragged away by a corpse tree. Impossible, it cannot be. How could the bizarre comprehend human speech? No. Let me go. I do not wish to die. I have yet to attain immortality. Shu Ye shakes her head. Immortality for a controller? Dreaming in broad daylight seems premature. Moreover, while the bizarre certainly cannot understand human speech, a competent controller can. Would you not agree? A moment of silence ensues that a somewhat juvenile female voice suddenly emerges from behind Shu Ye. Do you truly possess the means to vanquish the anomaly within the teaching building that kills when the lights are lit? Chapter 36. The girl upon hearing the voice. Shu Ye turns to find a diminutive girl, clad in a somewhat oversized and dirty school uniform, her head lowered, obscuring her face beneath long bangs. The grime upon her uniform is not merely rain or mud, but marked with shoe prints and various unsightly inscriptions. At a height of 1.7 meters, Shu Ye towers over this girl, who, despite being a high school student, barely reaches her shoulder. In this world, even the game Resurgence does not spare underage players, making the bizarre's targeting of students hardly surprising. Shu Ye purses her lips, exhaling a sigh as a flicker of emotion flashes in her eyes. You are the controller of the backpedaling anomaly. The girl remains with her head bowed. Upon hearing Shu Ye's sudden address, she trembles and takes a step back, once reassured by Shu Ye's lack of hostility. She stands still, cautiously nodding and murmuring a soft affirmation. The students on the playground and in the hallway. I did not intend it. Beneath the oversized uniform, the girl fidgets with her fingers, her voice delicate yet coherent. The lighting anomaly appeared abruptly on the 5th floor of the teaching building that I discovered that each time it switches the lights on or off, it randomly claims a certain number of lives. The number of victims escalated, and for some reason, it made its way down to the 4th floor. Eventually, it reached the 1st floor, and I could not halt its advance. IT was about to escape the school, and I had no choice but to employ the power of the anomaly within me to envelop the entire school. However, after using this ability, those who perished within the school began to transform. Becoming like this, they were not my doing. In essence, this girl was attempting to prevent further casualties. Nevertheless, Shu Ye still had questions that required clarification regarding the recent series of murders. Were those individuals the ones who bullied you? The girl weakly nods, hastily shaking her hands in denial. But it was not my doing. During that incident when they bullied me, it suddenly started to rain. She pauses, biting her cracked lips, her voice dwindling to a mere whisper. They suddenly screamed and fled that I was on the ground, inadvertently swallowing a tuft of hair, and my body ached terribly. When I awoke, the anomaly was within me. Perhaps due to urgency, the girl finally lifts her face while speaking. She possesses a delicate and endearing appearance. A girl who, had she not endured those horrific events, would likely have been quite popular. Shu Ye refrains from delving into the reasons behind her plight, surmising they are inconsequential. The crux of the matter lies in the bizarre. Shu Ye contemplates the girl's words, gradually piecing together the timeline of events. The rain must have signaled the emergence of the anomaly, marking those exposed with the anomaly's seal, with the rain likely serving as a trigger for death. Those drenched perished, and you, having absorbed a fragment of the bizarre, ultimately succeeded in controlling the backpedaling anomaly. Becoming a controller, the little girl, paralyzed by fear, remained indoors, unable to erase the marks upon those individuals. However, as Chaoyang previously indicated, controllers can sense the marks of the bizarre. Ultimately, this is inconsequential. Regardless, these individuals perished due to the anomaly. Their deaths consistent. The bizarre has been commandeered by the girl, unable to roam freely to wreak havoc. When the two are combined, the police would merely perceive it as a series of murders. Yet, the individuals caught in the rain could not have been limited to these high school students. Otherwise, the system would not categorize it as a serial murder case in Haining City, but rather as one confined to Haining High School. That IT remains uncertain whether those affected are still alive or if their time is up. With this realization, Shu Ye looks towards the corpse marks creeping up from beneath the girl's neck. The stench of decay far more pungent than that emanating from the punk youth. Are you aware that you are nearing death? The girl gently moved her head, a shy smile forming at the corners of her mouth. I understood, but it mattered not. My parents had never truly cared for me, and my younger brother was soon to arrive, and they would not grieve for me. The teachers and students at school were the same. No one would remember my existence. She spoke. She suddenly recalled something, her expression shifting to one of urgency. She clutched the corner of Shai's sleeve with her hand, which bore scars hidden within her sleeve, and exclaimed, "Please, help him. He is on the verge of death. Can you assist him?" At first, Shai was taken aback, but in an instant a figure materialized in her mind. Was it that person from Class 6? The girl nodded emphatically. Yes, that's him. He shouldn't have to endure such bullying. That he once helped me, and as a result, he became their target. He's been the only one to lend me aid over the years. Please, save him. As the girl loosened her grip on Shai's sleeve, she suddenly remembered something and clutched it tighter, as if grasping the last thread of hope. When the lamp ghost appeared, I confronted it, and the power became uncontrollable, suddenly expanding. That I sensed her strength, and I thought, you must have felt it and come to my idea. It was the young girl seeking help. Shai raised her hand, and the girl flinched slightly. I will assist you. Her hand moved gently, pressing against the girl's head. One last question. What is your name? Upon hearing that Shai would help, the girl's face lit up with a radiant smile, bright as springtime. Thank you, big sister. My name is Li Xiaoyu. Like the soft rain, Chapter 37, a height of 1.6 meters, a presence of 1.8 meters before entering with Li Xiaoyu. Shai glanced at the time. Judging by the moments wasted with the Shamate youth coming and going, there were no more than 5 minutes until the next appearance of the lamp ghost. The school building was as eerily quiet as it had been during Shai's first visit, with all doors and windows firmly shut. Firmly shut? How is that possible? Shy halted abruptly near Class 5, and by the time Li Xiaoyu realized, she had already taken several steps ahead. Turning to her, she asked, "Big sister, what's wrong? Did you close all these doors in the school building?" Shy inquired. Li Xiaoyu instinctively tilted her head to look, upon seeing that all classroom doors and windows were closed. Her expression turned to one of astonishment. "Why are all the doors shut? Are the living hiding inside?" Li Xiaoyu was at a loss. Shy pressed on. "Isn't your domain always covering the school building?" Li Xiaoyu bit her lip, lowering her gaze, her tone tinged with distress and regret. "It is covered, to prevent the lamp ghost from escaping, but I can only sense people through the rainwater. I have no way to. I'm sorry." Her voice dwindled, and had Shy not been close, it would have been inaudible. Shy patted her head again. "You have done nothing wrong, so there is no need for apologies." However, while Li Xiaoyu's explanation clarified why she was unaware of the happenings in the school corridors, the situation regarding the person hung from Class 6's ceiling still filled Shy with doubts. Judging by Li Xiaoyu's demeanor, she clearly could move around the school building, even if she couldn't carry the person with her. Why hadn't she entered Class 6 to lower him from the fan? How did she know the person was suspended in the classroom? And why was he hung up in the first place? The meticulous arrangement in the classroom starkly contrasted with others. Shy walked further in. She questioned Li Xiaoyu, eager for answers. Yet all she received were the words, "I know nothing. Oh no. Big sister, I have placed the ghostly servants in the stairwell to block paths and keep watch. They just informed me that the lamp ghost has appeared again." Upon hearing this, Shy paused, a flicker of something unusual flashing in her eyes before disappearing. Noticing her sudden stillness, Li Xiaoyu immediately asked, "Big sister, what's wrong? Did you remember something?" Shy looked at her, smiling. "It's nothing. It's just that the term appeared you used piqued my curiosity. Have you discovered something?" Li Xiaoyu, looking anxious, nodded earnestly as she explained, her voice soft. "It always happens like this. Suddenly appearing on the 5th floor, and shortly after, the lights there will turn on. When they go off, it reappears on the 4th floor. Domain, Shy thought, prompted by Li Xiaoyu's explanation. But if the lamp ghost indeed had a domain, where were its ghostly servants? While deep in thought, Li Xiaoyu suddenly tugged at Shy's sleeve, glancing anxiously at the ceiling, pulling her towards the stairwell. "Big sister, the lamp ghost is on the 2nd floor. Let's hide in the classroom." Shy followed her a few steps, but soon noticed that the previously anxious girl was now moving slower as they approached the classroom, shifting from leading to walking side by side, and ultimately hiding behind Shy. Though this was consistent with Li Xiaoyu's timid personality from enduring long-term bullying, at that moment, as Shy reached the doorway of Class 6, she suddenly turned aside, and ghostly ropes extended from her palm, splitting and swirling in the in an instant. The ghostly ropes ensnared her hand, transforming it into a blood-red glove. With a forceful thrust, the ensnared hand slammed against the startled Li Xiaoyu's head, crashing into the door of Class 6 with a resounding thud. Inside the classroom, the person suspended from the fan twitched violently, yet no one noticed. "Big sister." Oh. Li Xiaoyu's eyes brimmed with tears, her gaze pitiful as she prepared to speak, but was caught by Shy's icy, lifeless stare. It was as if she were gazing upon an inanimate object, a lifeless thing destined for the incinerator. Li Xiaoyu fell silent, her expression changing in an instant. Though her head remained pressed down, she, seemingly oblivious to it, calmly extended a hand to reintroduce herself. "Haitian Club, Li Xiaoyu. Time waits for no one. Shall we enter together? Lazy. Open the door." No longer the pitiful victim of bullying, Li Xiaoyu transformed into a bold and audacious street queen. A familiar shamate figure emerged from the shadows at the end of the corridor, rushing towards them. However, upon seeing Shy, he maintained an air of arrogance. Yet his demeanor was surprisingly restrained. If one overlooked his appearance, he might easily be mistaken for an upright young As he approached, he grumbled. "Li Jia, the boss said to take them to the Haitian Club. Why are you making this more complicated?" As he reached them, he seemed oblivious to Li Xiaoyu and Shy's stances. "Excuse me, I need to open the door. You can continue your fight inside." He turned slightly toward Shy, whispering to himself, "Good luck. I hope you win." This point, Shy could not be oblivious. She understood the situation fully. 2 against 1. Those who recognize the situation are wise, and a temporary truce was in order. She withdrew her hand. Seeing this, Lei Zi ran a hand through his shammade hair, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. He positioned himself between the two girls who had stepped aside, facing the door, and raised his hand. With a creak, the door swung open. Just as Lei Zi was about to speak, the three of them suddenly turned their heads toward a spot at the stairwell, then swiftly squeezed into the classroom. With a swift motion, Lei Zi closed the door behind them. The next moment, the lights in the first-floor corridor flickered on. Inside the classroom, the three silently observed the shadow outside the window, raising their hands as if to greet the dark figure. At that moment, silence enveloped them, so profound that even their breaths seemed inaudible. Then the lights went out again. After a pause, the three finally exhaled a long-held breath of relief. Shai took a few steps back, distancing herself from the two who clearly belonged to the same faction, then pointed at the person hanging from the fan and asked, "Who is this?" Li Xiaoyu removed an outfit of school uniform and pants she had somehow acquired, revealing a red dress underneath. Lei Zi naturally pulled out a cigarette and lighter from his pocket, offering them to her. As the smoke enveloped them, Shai took a step back in distaste. Observing this scene, Li Xiaoyu chuckled softly, her gaze flirtatious and captivating. Despite her petite stature of 1.6 meters, she exuded a presence akin to someone 1.8 meters tall. Still just a child, Shai mused, yet her abilities are remarkable. And her mind sharp, far superior to the brute in my team. So, what do you say? Would you like to join your sister? The benefits are certainly not lesser than those at headquarters for the Ghost Wranglers. But how did you notice something was amiss? I thought my acting was quite skillful. Chapter 38, 5 million. Upon hearing Li Xiaoyu's words, Shai simply uttered two words, "Ghostly servant." "Ah," Li Xiaoyu exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. She flicked her fingers and appeared somewhat lethargic. "So, you never mentioned the term ghostly servants. Perhaps I'm getting old. My memory isn't what it used to be." Gazing at Li Xiaoyu's youthful face, one that could easily pass as a high school student, Shai took her remarks as sarcasm. The shammate Lei Zi, noticing the two sisters had finished their conversation, finally found an opportunity to interject. A towering figure of 6 feet stood obediently behind the 1.6-meter-tall Li Xiaoyu, his voice scarcely louder than hers, or perhaps he simply lacked the courage to raise Ligia. "What shall we do about this person? I can already feel the uncanny energy within me surging uncontrollably. If this continues, if he truly dies and the lights turn back on, the resurrection will be a troublesome affair, and then the boss will have something to say." The term boss suggested that Li Jie was not the leader of the group. Shu Ye did not disturb the other items in the classroom and was about to inquire about the identity of the individual when a chilling gust of wind unexpectedly swept through from an unknown corner, sending shivers down her spine. In the blink of an eye, accompanied by the frigid breeze, the windows around them began to rattle violently, and the classroom door creaked incessantly. Bang! Something slammed against the door. An entity from the outside was attempting to force its way in. The uncanny presence sought entry. Although the door remained unyielded, Shu Ye noticed that the screws near the door's edge had significantly loosened. This door would undoubtedly succumb to the impact of 3 strikes from whatever lurked outside, perhaps even less than that. Li Xiaoyu and Shu Ye swiftly stepped forward, pressing their bodies against the door. Once they had steadied themselves, Lei Zi finally sprang into action. Ligia gritted her teeth, bracing against the door, all the while cursing. "Damn it, you're so slow. Even a rookie would have more sense." Just as Lei Zi opened his mouth to respond, a second impact struck. Bang! The force of the collision sent Lei Zi staggering away from the door, nearly losing his balance that he inhaled sharply, shocked. "Li Jie, weren't we talking about the light lamp entity? Why is it now a door-banging entity?" This was a question that also lingered in Shu Ye's mind. Before the third impact could arrive, Li Xiaoyu took a deep breath and glanced at the corpse suspended from the ceiling fan. Motionless, this individual had disguised himself as a student to exact revenge upon society. According to the club's investigation, aside from being an entity related to the light lamp, he also possessed an item crafted from uncanny materials. Just moments ago, he should have perished, and now the light lamp entity had come for that item. It was astonishing that entities could be fashioned into props beyond mere human forms. Shu Ye blinked rapidly to dispel her shock. And in the face of Li Xiaoyu's perplexed gaze, she stepped away from the door and approached the window. The uncanny rope appeared, entwining itself around the window, causing the handle to twitch. Confirming that the uncanny force exerted by the window was being suppressed, Shu Ye shattered the glass with a swift motion, placing her foot upon the windowsill. Whoosh! The wind rushed in from outside. Standing atop the broken window, Shu Ye steadied herself against the frame, as the wind howled past her ears, tousling her hair like a blade slicing through the air towards Li Xiaoyu and Lei Zi. Li Xiaoyu had an inkling of Shu Ye's intentions, yet disbelief lingered. Li Xiaoyu. Lei Zi, I leave this to you. I will ascend to rescue the others. Good luck. As soon as Shu Ye finished speaking, the uncanny rope shot straight up, piercing through the window of a fifth-floor classroom amidst a chorus of startled screams. And then it yanked. The entire window brushed past Shu Ye, who was being pulled upward by the rope. Goodbye, Shu Ye called out, vanishing from the sight of Li Xiaoyu and the mohawked Lei Zi. Lei Zi opened his mouth, realizing what had just transpired. At the mention of the boss, he felt a jolt of realization. He stepped forward again, positioning himself alongside Li Xiaoyu to brace against the door. His face contorted with frustration as he muttered, I said we should have detained this person first. Shu Ye, you could have used your own uncanny domain to probe. But you insisted it wasn't genuine enough. You also mentioned we could utilize this nearly dead individual whom you had beaten to the brink of uncanny resurrection. Now look, he is dead, and the uncanny resurrection is no longer a mere possibility. The more he spoke, the more exasperated he became, spiraling into despair. What did you say? Li Xiaoyu's eyes twitched. Repeat that. Lei Zi recoiled slightly, instinctively about to apologize when bang, the light lamp entity slammed against the door once more. Meanwhile, Shu Ye, temporarily safe on the fifth floor, found herself momentarily dazed. She gazed at several contorted corpses in the corner. These were students slain by the light lamp entity, now grotesquely altered by Li Xiaoyu's uncanny domain. Turning to another corner, she observed students huddled together, as if trying to meld into the walls. And finally, she caught sight of Ling Xiaoming, who seemed to be preoccupied with something. Are you all planning to play here? Just as Shu Ye was about to reference a game of four corners, she abruptly recalled that such a game did not exist in this world, hastily swallowing her words. What game are you playing? Ling Xiaoming stood up, visibly relieved upon recognizing Shu Ye. He wiped the sweat from his brow, revealing a broken mop handle in his grasp. I was certain it was you. I was worried it could be those things. So, I thought I'd try smashing the window to see if I could jump down to that tree below. Perhaps I could survive, better than being trapped and waiting for death. Shu Ye nodded in understanding. She casually pulled an uncanny rope from thin air, causing a stir among the students in the corner. If you follow this rope down, you should reach the edge of the playground in 10 minutes. You must leave promptly. Though she was unsure why Li Xiaoyu could use her uncanny domain for such an extended period without the risk of resurrection, it was evident that the teaching building was indeed the operational space of the light lamp entity. Thus, the primary objective for ordinary individuals was to vacate the premises. The students were clearly terrified that if they were to observe carefully, they would realize that the light lamp entity's activity was confined to the teaching building. As long as someone could reach outside, they would at least be spared from the entity's indiscriminate killing mechanism. Recalling a piece of information she had encountered in a forum dedicated to anomaly handlers, Shu Ye reflected, ordinary individuals have a significantly greater chance of survival if they can discern the killing patterns of the entities. Now she understood. Without wasting any time, she succinctly conveyed her instructions, disregarding the students' thoughts, and exited through the window once more, this time heading to a classroom on the fourth floor that still had occupants, delivering the same message. Unfortunately, there were only these two floors with any semblance of life remaining. The random killings perpetrated by the light lamp entity posed an immense danger if allowed to run rampant. One could only imagine the catastrophic outcome should the entity trigger a massive outbreak. Half the population of the province could perish in an instant. Standing at the base of the building, with students trembling as they descended from above, and directly across from her stood Li Xiaoyu and Lei Zi, who were desperately resisting the light lamp entity while glancing at her with bared teeth. She gazed at the individual hanging from the ceiling fan, an idea flashing through her mind. To spare you from the harassment of the light lamp entity, 5 million. Bang! The door was slammed against once more. Shu Ye had lost count of how many times the light lamp entity had struck, but judging by the severely bent angle, the door was on the brink of giving way. Had it not been for the uncanny force enveloping it, it would have surely crumbled by now. Damn it! Li Xiaoyu cursed under her breath, turning to Shu Ye. What is the plan? Speak quickly. If we wait any longer, I won't be able to hold on much longer. Chapter 39. The Heian City serial murder case concludes. While Shu Ye and Li Xiaoyu were conversing, several students had already begun to slide down the rope, landing on the ground with faces etched in terror as they sprinted towards the playground's edge and the entrance. These students bore some makeshift protective measures, evidently crafted by Ling Xiangming. As the students descended, they deliberately veered away to avoid Shu Ye. Inside, Li Xiaoyu felt a surge of urgency as she glanced at the precariously wobbling door. Her mind racing. There was no doubt that this door would not withstand another collision from the light lamp entity. Once it breached the threshold to seize the uncanny item from the corpse, it would be a matter of mere moments. The possession of the item itself was not terrifying. After all, the one who acquired it would be wary of excessive use, fearing the resurrection of the uncanny. However, if the entity obtained it, that would be an entirely different scenario. Shu Ye refrained from revealing her method directly. Instead, she posed a question. Why don't you take the uncanny item first? If it's removed, the light lamp entity will follow its established pattern and continue its descent from the 5th floor, right? Silenced. Li Xiaoyu and the mohawked Lei Zi exchanged peculiar glances, and Shu Ye found herself at a loss. Li Xiaoyu signaled to Lei Zi with her eyes, urging him to speak. I assented. Just the youngest? Always bullied by you all. Lei Zi sighed, turning to Shu Ye with a distorted expression. This person was worried about losing the item while sleeping or at some other moment, so he left the uncanny item there. There? The reference was vague, and Shu Ye frowned. Where is there? Lei Zi pressed his lips together, a flicker of struggle and disdain crossing his eyes before he finally slumped his shoulders, lowering his head to mutter 2 words quickly. Upon hearing those 2 words, Shu Ye was momentarily stunned. He had the item where? What about when he needs to use the restroom? And how did he manage to conceal it there? Lei Zi shook his head. Who knows? All I know is it was a perfectly good, uncanny item. But now it's been left in a place where it's practically worthless. Now, even those lunatics from the club don't want it, considering it dirty. He sighed again, lamenting the fate they had met. In truth, even Shu Ye felt a pang of sympathy for the two. To be honest, if she were in that indescribable position, she would likely feel the same. Well, if it were truly a matter of life and death, she might consider using it. Shu Ye observed the 2 individuals in the classroom with utmost seriousness and inquired, what is the market price for the peculiar item? Li Xiaoyu seemed to anticipate her question and decisively replied, the market price is upwards of 150 million. Share your method with me, and I shall grant you half. Shu Ye shook her index finger, stating, I require an equivalent amount in gold. Upon mentioning gold, Li Xiaoyu paused to contemplate. Acquiring gold had become increasingly difficult, and the price fluctuations were steep. After deducting transaction fees, the weight one could procure for the same price was merely 1/3 of what it used to be, though the quality remained assured. Regardless of the quantity, having any was a blessing. Agreed. Shu Ye responded. Have you not considered utilizing the golden woven bags to envelop the corpse? The light anomaly is drawn to the peculiar item. As long as the entire body is shrouded, it will not perceive the anomaly, and thus will not collide with the door, maintaining its trajectory. As for the evident absence of woven bags in their possession and how to handle the light anomaly. Shu Ye smiled, turned, and departed. What concern was it of hers? She had already rescued so many. Her deeds were commendable. Moreover, she had not forgotten how Li Xiaoyu had tested her with the domain of the Bachman anomaly. Although it was not an attempt on her life, it was hardly a commendable action. Regardless of the plans Li Xiaoyu and Lei Zi harbored, Shu Ye used her anomaly rope to create a fleeting gap at the edge of Li Xiaoyu's domain. Without needing to utter a word, the students and police officers outside, upon witnessing the opening, surged forth with tears in their eyes, racing towards the warm, reassuring embrace of the officers. This is the 2nd time you have saved my life. Thank you. Lin Xiangming nodded in acknowledgement. Perhaps word had reached the higher-ups in advance. The officers present this time were certainly not the same as those Shu Ye had encountered earlier. As they observed her exit, none made any move to detain her for questioning or recording statements. Shu Ye learned the cause of the incident at Haining High School, but the final outcome would depend on the actions of Li Xiaoyu and Lazy Within. Personal panel, the luminous screen reappeared. Name, Shu Ye ID. 404 identity. Smuggler, player, courier of the anomaly post office task. Survive. The label identifying her as a suspect in the Haining serial murder case vanished. Was this truly how the matter was resolved? Shu Ye felt a mix of surprise and relief. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The special phone rang again. Shu Ye glanced at the screen. Jiang Ning, Director Jiang. She had not sought him out. Yet he had come looking for her. Good afternoon, Jiang Ning greeted, his tone casual. I apologize for the hurried conversation earlier. There were some circumstances at play, but I have dispatched personnel to handle the subsequent matters. Shu Ye deduced that the absence of the officers detaining her for a statement was related to that. No, I must also apologize for another matter. It is better discussed in person. With that, the line went silent. As Shu Ye listened to the dial tone, she looked up to find the area deserted. In the narrow alley between two buildings stood Jiang Ning, clad in a pristine suit. His ever-present smile adorning his face, standing upright in the middle of the path. Shu Ye took a few steps, pausing at the entrance, unwilling to step inside. Jiang Ning naturally advanced a few steps closer, then bent down. Shu Ye felt an undeniable curiosity about the matter for which Jiang Ning wished to apologize. Just as Jiang Ning opened his mouth to explain, Shu Ye's pupils narrowed slightly as her gaze pierced through him. Focusing on something behind. Chapter 40. The anomaly post office. Upon noticing the shift in Shu Ye's expression, Jiang Ning swiftly drew a gleaming golden handgun from his side. Click, click, he turned, aiming yet saw nothing. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, holding the weapon aloft, facing the empty alley while questioning, "What do you propose?" Shu Ye, however, remained silent, taking a few steps to his side, gently patting his shoulder, her gaze shadowy. With that, she moved forward. 1 step, 2 steps. Wait! Jiang Ning suddenly called out, prompting Shu Ye to turn. Jiang Ning rushed over, directly handing her the golden handgun, along with a magazine, stating, "Take this. I don't know if it will be of use. But better safe than sorry." Shu Ye had no reason to refuse, replying with a word of thanks. Confirming he had no further matters, she walked towards the depths of the alley. Jiang Ning stared intently, his eyes unblinking, even as they grew dry, not daring to blink for fear of missing something. Yet, despite his watchfulness, Shu Ye abruptly vanished from his sight. With each step she took, she seemed to enter another realm. In her line of sight behind Jiang Ning, streetlights suddenly appeared along the roadside. After flickering a few times, they steadied, illuminating the path brightly. It was a quaint cobblestone path, flanked by the first set of streetlights. Peering further down the path revealed a small bridge, approximately 2 meters long, under which a winding stream flowed, its source and end unseen, the water of vivid crimson. Crossing the bridge, directly opposite, stood an ancient wooden building. 7 stories high, every level aglow, yet its interior remained unseen. The entrance bore 2 pale lanterns, flickering with an eerie green flame. Positioned slightly behind the lanterns was a blood-red wooden plaque inscribed with 2 black characters. Post Office. The identity listed in her personal information was the Anomaly Post Office. 3 days, 1 identity to resolve each day, truly relentless, standing on the cobblestone path beside the bridge, gazing at the looming post office. Shu Ye felt an unsettling foreboding from the Resurgence game. The 3 identities presented by the game system each corresponded to a strange incident. As a player, the anomaly manipulator, every resolution of these matters would undoubtedly require invoking the anomalous powers within. Should this continue, players might find themselves facing anomalies before they could resolve the identities assigned by the system, leading to untimely demise. This was still the anomaly manipulator, based on the system's initial notifications. Only 3 players, IDs 88 for 04 and 711, had become anomaly manipulators from the 26 survivors. If nothing significant occurred that day, it was unlikely many of the remaining 23 ordinary players would become anomaly manipulators either. And yet, they were expected to confront and even resolve these strange incidents. Shu Ye stood at the edge of the bridge, feeling the anomaly dossier still secure in her pocket, taking a deep breath. She stepped onto the bridge, Silence. Nothing happened. Still contemplating whether to advance or retreat for a clearer assessment, another illuminated path appeared not far away. Before long, a man clad in a down jacket rushed towards her from the end of the road. He hastily crossed the bridge without pausing, darting beneath the white lanterns burning with green flames, and finally halted before the post office's entrance, gasping for breath. The anomaly rope detected nothing. This man was neither an anomaly manipulator nor an anomaly servant. It was at this moment that he noticed Shu Ye, standing immobile on the bridge, his expression transforming into one of shock, disbelief, and uncontainable joy. He suddenly thrust open the tightly shut door of the post office and shouted inside. "A newcomer has arrived." The exuberance he exhibited starkly contrasted with his earlier panic. Unfamiliar with the circumstances, Shu Ye was puzzled by his excitement. After exclaiming this, the man waved at her, beckoning, "Come quickly. Your letter has surely arrived." Her letter, the very one she intended to deliver. What was the source of his enthusiasm? As she pondered, several individuals began emerging from the post office behind the man. They were both men and women of varying ages. Upon exiting, they scrutinized Shu Ye, some merely turning to re-enter without a word. Among them was the man who had initially called for people, alongside a stunning woman in a blue qipao. This path bore an uncanny resemblance to a realm of shifting realities. The words anomaly domain flashed through Shu Ye's mind. It bore an eerie resemblance to an anomaly domain. Yet, the anomaly ropes sensed nothing. The atmosphere was palpably abnormal, yet only one possibility lingered. The anomaly post office. An overwhelming terror. In such a place. One would be compelled to enter by an invitation, and it was unlikely one would meet their end before even crossing the threshold. Moreover, the recently emerged individuals were decidedly ordinary. If they could survive, then surely she would not perish at this moment. With those thoughts in mind, Shu Ye finally stepped onto the bridge with her other foot. Still, nothing occurred. Having made her decision, she resolved to proceed without hesitation. Shu Ye quickened her pace, remaining vigilant. As she approached the entrance, she discerned the details of the man and the woman in the qipao more clearly. The man was middle-aged, clad in a leather jacket, with visible stains on his clothing, stubble on his chin, and disheveled hair. That he appeared to be a man of modest means, perhaps struggling against the trials of life. The woman, in stark contrast, adorned a blue qipao embellished with exquisite embroidery. Her hair was meticulously styled and secured with a delicate hairpin, while her makeup was perfectly applied, enhancing her features. Upon noticing Shai's approach, a middle-aged man stepped forward, extending his hand. Shai refrained from shaking it. In such places, it is wise to avoid indiscriminate contact with both people and objects. Listening to Wang Xingwen's words, the woman in the qipao stifled her laughter, tears brimming at the corners of her eyes. With her elegantly manicured hand, she gently brushed away the tears, exclaiming that she almost believed his words. Chapter 41. Room 10 for the remarks from the qipao-clad woman were decidedly unflattering to Wang Xingwen. Yet he merely tugged at the hem of his jacket in embarrassment, showing no signs of anger or rebuttal. He awkwardly said, "Jinlan, please don't frighten the newcomers." Turned out the woman's name was Jinlan, a name quite befitting. Wang Xingwen's temperament appeared to be rather agreeable. Interestingly, the peak of his agitation seemed to occur upon first encountering Shai. From Shai's perspective, the number of individuals present was indeed limited. Otherwise, they would not have immediately recognized her as a newcomer. However, with the post office comprising 7 floors, the scant number of people made it seem implausible. Ignoring the subtle clash between the two, Shai surveyed her surroundings, finally fixating on a white lantern alight with green flames overhead. "Young lady, that thing can be quite terrifying," Jinlan remarked, producing a fan from seemingly nowhere to cover her mouth. Her eyes twinkling with mischief as she spoke. "If you don't deliver the letters properly, it may just swallow you whole." Thus, it was evident that the object was indeed strange, and furthermore, it was a peculiar item that held value outside. Did Shai need money? Certainly. How else could she purchase gold? Without gold, even if she successfully contained the bazaar, how could she transport it away? From the moment she received the eerie dossier, Shai had established a clear strategy: keep the useful and sell the useless for gold. Gold, as a strategic resource to combat the bazaar, was always in demand. While the situation here remained opaque, Shy glanced again at the lantern, deliberately diverting her gaze, but mentally noting it. She turned her attention to the two individuals engaged in a subtle rivalry. What kind of letters did this post office send? And to whom were they addressed? Suddenly, the door behind her swung open again, this time from the inside out. From the gap, a gaunt man with a sinister demeanor leaned out, his voice sharp and piercing. A newcomer, perhaps on the brink of death. Why waste words? Hurry up and come in. The door that has remained shut is finally marked. Upon hearing the man's words, both Jinlan and Wang Xingwen's expressions shifted dramatically as they hurried into the post office. Their footsteps visibly hurried. Shy followed silently, observing everything without uttering a word. Crossing the threshold of the post office, she entered a modest lobby, roughly 30 square meters in size, leading to a semi-open wooden counter. On the counter sat a yellow oil lamp, filled to the brim, yet unlit, with the flame remaining steady despite the comings and goings of people. Though the lobby was small, it was impeccably tidy. While the surrounding walls bore signs of having been scorched by fire, Wang Xingwen approached, following Shy's gaze, and explained, "It has always been like this since we arrived. Some have encountered the higher-ups on the upper floors. They mentioned it looked the same when they came, as if it had been rebuilt after a fire." "Upper floors?" Shy echoed, intrigued. "Do the people here really have designated floors? What floor am I on?" Wang Xingwen smiled kindly, the creases around his eyes deepening. Hearing Shy's question did not seem to bother him. Instead, he earnestly explained, "Newcomers start as couriers on the first floor. Once you successfully deliver 3 letters, you can ascend to the second floor. As for the subsequent levels, I'm not sure. I've been on the first floor for half a year and have only delivered 1 letter." This piqued Shy's curiosity. "Where did that letter go?" Wang Xingwen's expression stiffened momentarily, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes as his hand trembled slightly by his side, but he quickly regained composure, turning to Jinlan with a smile. "Thank you, but don't worry. I'm fine on why insurance was sorted out last time. So even if something happens, the payout will suffice for my wife and child." Jinlan scoffed dismissively, leaning against the counter and retorting, "A lifetime of poverty awaits you." Wang Xingwen merely smiled, seemingly accustomed to her remarks. Shy, having gleaned no useful information, waited for their conversation to conclude before inquiring, "What was your last letter delivery like?" "Oh, I almost forgot to mention. I'm getting old and forgetful. That time, I went to an abandoned old building in Anning City, dropped off the letter, and ran out that he chose not to elaborate further." Clearly unsettled. If it was merely about leaving a letter, his reaction was decidedly peculiar. Yet it was evident that, at least for now, Shy would not elicit any further details from Wang Xingwen. "Are we done talking?" "If so, hurry over here," the sinister man interrupted again, this time from the hallway of the first floor of the post office. "The door has finally been marked. Everyone has tried and failed to open it. You're the last 3. Jinlan rolled her eyes and leisurely followed, while Shy trailed last. The first floor of the post office was rather intriguing, resembling an old-fashioned building with multiple households on either side of a single floor. Observing the layout, she noted 4 rooms on the left and 3 on the right, numbered from 101 to 107. The left rooms bore odd numbers, while the right ones were even. Some doors stood ajar, while others were tightly closed. The illuminated rooms contrasted with those shrouded in darkness. The walls surrounding the floor mirrored those of the lobby, appearing as though they had been scorched by fire. Above, 3 dim yellow glass bulbs hung, illuminating the space devoid of windows. In total, 7 rooms existed, yet 11 individuals lingered in the corridor. As Shy approached, the impatient onlookers quickly parted, their expressions and words urging her to hasten in opening the door. Aside from their anxiety, a hint of greed flickered in their eyes. Wang Xingwen moved slightly, a flicker of reluctance appearing in his gaze, but Jinlan stepped forward to block his path, extinguishing the courage he had mustered. This prompted Shy to speculate. Following the group's lead, she reached the door, glancing up at the room number. 104, another instance of the number 4. However, unlike the other room numbers, which were black, this one was marked in red. This should be the identification the sinister man spoke of. Placing her hand on the doorknob, Shy pressed down, effortlessly opening the door that had remained immobile in the faces of the onlookers. Chapter 42. Do you want my life? Just as those waiting beside her prepared to rush in, Shy swiftly closed the door, sealing it against even the tiniest of intrusions. The sharp sound of the door closing sent the onlookers into a frenzy. "What are you doing?" "Young lady, don't be afraid. We're just worried there might be danger inside." "Let's check it for you." Yes, your letter is still inside. Go take a look quickly, if you wait too long. Who knows what might happen? Be careful not to end up dead." Listening to their threats and coaxing words, Shy leaned against the door, a smile playing on her lips, yet remaining silent. When their pleas yielded no desired response, the tension in the air shifted. This newcomer is far too composed, and no matter what they said, she did not display fear or even a hint of panic. How strange. The sinister man seemed to assume the role of leader. As he stepped forward, the crowd fell silent. "You have quite the audacity." His sharp voice, combined with his appearance and expression, evoked an impression of a scheming eunuch. Leaning against the door, Shy tilted her head slightly. "I believe your audacity surpasses mine. That a group of ordinary individuals daring to confront a supernatural being, especially one armed with a firearm, was audacious indeed." While Shy did not care much for the hierarchy between ordinary people and supernatural beings, it did not negate the fact that, barring their lifespan, supernatural beings held a dominating position over ordinary individuals. Humph. The sinister man smirked, his eyes narrowing like a snake's as he sneered. "Another fool who thinks arriving in this extraordinary place makes them a chosen one. It seems a lesson is in order to help you grasp the horror that lies here." To his words, the crowd stirred uneasily, fear evident on their faces, instinctively stepping back from him. Sensing the shift in mood, the sinister man's eyes glinted with satisfaction and contempt as he slowly retrieved something from his pocket, all the while surveying the surroundings, pleased to see no one daring to meet his gaze. He sought to reinforce his authority and status on the first floor. The enigmatic man chuckled once more, radiating a sense of self-satisfaction that he boasted, "My brother has ascended to the second floor, a formidable figure who has dispatched 3 letters. As long as you heed my commands, I might persuade him, albeit reluctantly, to allow 1 or 2 of you to accompany me on my ascent, granting you a glimpse of the world beyond." As he spoke, he finally retrieved an object from his pocket. The sound of a metallic cap being unscrewed resonated in the air. Shy glanced over and was astonished to find that the item in the man's grasp was a lighter, a golden lighter. The moment the lid swung open, an inexplicable sensation stirred within Shy, as it was evident that this lighter possessed supernatural power. The reason she had failed to sense it earlier was that its exterior was cloaked in gold, effectively containing the ethereal energy within an object of such bizarre nature, of substantial worth yet unattainable. Since realizing the significance of gold, Shy, who found herself in a state of extreme poverty, felt her eyes gleaming with desire. She fixated on the lighter in the man's hand, her mind consumed by a singular thought: gold. However, the enigmatic man misinterpreted Shy's expression as one of fear and shock, with an air of arrogance. He declared, "Do not say, I haven't given you a chance. Open the door, rummage through the contents within, present all the items to me, and in addition, hand over 500,000 in cash. I shall reluctantly forgive you. As for what follows, it depends on your performance." Upon hearing this, Shy's displeasure escalated. She was far more distressed than when she had been coerced into opening the door previously. In her current plight, aside from the meager collection of a dozen gold bars in her room, a woven bag made of gold, and the several million in gold she had yet to reclaim from Li Xiaoyu, she possessed nothing now. As she gazed at the gold exterior of the lighter in the man's hand, she felt an overwhelming urge to drool. How could this person dare to extort 500,000 from her when she was already so destitute? How outrageous! You expect me to part with 500,000. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. The ethereal ropes in the air hung ominously and, in the blink of an eye, coiled around the man's neck. Ready to pull upward, I am but a pauper with a mere few million in gold. How can you demand 500,000 from me? You are asking for my life? Ah, the spirit has come. A bystander, witnessing the scene, suddenly shouted and fled toward a lit room. Just as they were about to continue running, the lights in that room flickered off. Not good. The entity is emerging again. Quickly. Take shelter inside. Wang Xingwen warned, but fell silent thereafter. Yet Shy sensed that the situation was not as dire as it seemed. With the perception granted by the ethereal ropes, she could still see clearly in the darkened corridor. The room with the lights on was number 103, directly opposite hers. The moment the lights extinguished, she distinctly felt a surge of supernatural energy emanating from that room, sweeping over the fleeing individual, who then perished in that instant of death. A somewhat familiar shadow, dark and waving, emerged. It exited the room and ascended the stairs to the second floor, then vanished without a trace. When Shai attempted to look again, she could only see a swirling mass of dark mist on the stairs leading to the second floor, reminiscent of an eerie domain. With the lights off, it killed. With the lights on, it killed. The essence of the dark entity and the illuminated one were clearly intertwined. It was at this moment that Shai recalled why the shadow of the light entity had appeared so peculiar when she encountered it in the teaching building. When face to face with the light entity, it had distinctly raised its right hand. Only the right hand, yet the dark entity in the post office had raised its left hand. Only the left hand. Two spectral figures, each with a single arm. Could it be that they were indeed one entity, inexplicably divided into two? Upon witnessing the dark entity ascend to the second floor, Shai realized that this level was temporarily devoid of danger. However, around her, aside from the now unconscious man, who was still suspended and rolling his eyes, there were no other figures in sight. The man, deprived of oxygen, trembled weakly, desperately attempting to turn the wheel of the lighter. But to no avail did it last. With one final effort, there was a thud as the lighter fell to the ground, successfully capturing Shai's attention. She picked up the lighter from the floor, retracting the ethereal ropes, and was about to inquire about its usage from the incapacitated man, when suddenly, a rhythmic and stiff footfall echoed from the second floor. Accompanying it was a familiar stench of decay wafting downwards. An entity was descending from above. Chapter 43. The ghost-killing team and the 12 zodiac signs. A scream pierced the air in a classroom on the first floor of Haining High School. The door to the classroom was tightly shut, yet several individuals, men and women, young and old, stood within, clad in various attires. The spirit tamers and the enigmatic beings were neither fully human nor entirely spectral. Ordinary individuals would scarcely recognize them. Yet each member of the club had encountered their kind numerous times, having traversed the realms of life and death. While we might lack experience in dealing with ordinary people and may not possess the courage to confront the supernatural, when it comes to dealing with spirit tamers, we certainly have much to discuss. A bald man prodded the Shamate youth, Lazy, who was suspended from a ceiling fan, with a stick made of gold. At that moment, Lazy appeared battered and bruised, his hands and feet bound with golden restraints, particularly the hand that had been sealed with the spirit-opening anomaly, which was now encased in a locked golden glove. Strangely, however, Li Xiaoyu was nowhere to be found, and the corpse that had previously hung from the fan was also missing. Enough, he has had ample time to rest. Let us continue, came a raspy voice from the shadows. The bald man raised his stick. You know our ghost-killing team, as modus operandi. As long as we obtain what we desire, the process is inconsequential. Before you suffer further, think carefully. Where is that item? Li Xiaoyu, or perhaps the newcomer you are assessing. Shai, was it? Or did you secretly hand it over to some ordinary person to carry out? As he spoke, he shook his head. In the end, it's just you 12 Zodiac members, always devising ways to protect ordinary people. That's impossible, which leaves only two options. The girl with twin ponytails, known as Sha Air, finally raised her head, adjusting her oversized headphones that threatened to slip down her small head. Sha Jiao, say it again. I know, Vice Captain. So what have you? Sha Air crunched down on her lollipop, intermittently speaking through the crunching sounds. This investigation is pointless. It's clear that this rabbit has dug a hole to let the snake escape. He must have stayed behind to handle subsequent matters, which is why we caught him. She shrugged. Saint, hurry and die. Sha Jiao turned to Lazy. The 12 Zodiac members now have 5 positions remaining. Goat 8, Monkey 9, Rooster 10, Dog 11, Pig 12. That according to your rules, every member who joins receives a joining gift. So that supernatural item, was it given to the newcomer Shai? Upon hearing this, Lazy finally opened his eyes and spat a mouthful of bloodied phlegm onto Sha Jiao's face. You can only achieve this much. Dare to kill me. The boss will flatten all of you. Zhou wiped the spit from his face, unfazed as he had experienced similar insults countless times during his days as a lowly thug. Why would we kill you? The spirit within your body can only open doors. It wouldn't even survive in a slightly stronger anomaly that you're too weak. It wouldn't fetch a good price. But that newcomer, she is a spirit doctor that even the headquarters has marked as significant, and she is merely a novice. We must hurry to deal with her and secure the valuable prize. Lazy recalled how Shy seemed indifferent to life and death, solely focused on her own survival, particularly vengeful, desperate for money, and opportunistically exploiting every chance. He scoffed, "She is still not one of us 12 Zodiac members." After that, he fell silent. Shajio found such individuals most irksome. Whether in the past or present, there were always those who believed that integrity was a noble quality, and that those who broke their word deserved death. But what could be more important than one's own life? Suddenly, he raised his hand and swung the stick down with a resounding crack, severing Lei Zi's leg at the knee. Lei Zi let out a pained scream, but said nothing more. As Shajio grew increasingly angered, his strikes became more forceful, and Lei Zi's cries gradually faded, his breath becoming barely perceptible, yet the stench of decay intensified. "All right, enough. If you kill him, the anomaly will revive." Shajio abruptly halted, the bloodied stick discarded carelessly to the ground. He kicked a nearby desk with a loud crash. "Damn it. Air, Vice Captain, I request to handle that rookie Shy, if I don't vent my frustration." I'll suffocate. Upon hearing that last statement, the bald man, Shajio, flinched momentarily. "Let us go." The raspy voice from the shadows spoke once more. It was evident that this was the leader. He spoke. All followed suit, leaving without hesitation. Only Shajio, who had expressed the desire to deal with Shy, remained rooted in place. Once everyone had departed, a chilling voice suddenly materialized beside Shajio's ear, as if a spirit was whispering. "He says the rabbit cannot die yet." With that, the chilling presence dissipated. Killing 7, I have already stated, do not speak beside my ear. This time, all the people have departed. However, with Killing 7's final words. Killing 9 ultimately shattered the already fragile fan with a single strike, allowing Lei Zi to fall to the ground. He glanced at Lei Zi and scoffed. "Back in the day, we both survived the same bizarre incident. I offered you a chance to join the ghost killing team, yet you insisted on going to the 12 Zodiac. Just look at you now. It's utterly embarrassing." With that, he bent down to gather all the golden items before turning to leave. Once everyone had departed, Lei Zi struggled to extract his phone from his pocket with his contorted hand, dialing a sequence of numbers. "Sisterly, you were right. They're coming for Shu Ye. This time, it's Killing 9." He then ended the call. Chapter 44. The embroidered shoes. Meanwhile, as Killing 9 ventured off to seek Shu Ye in an unknown location, the real Shu Ye within the ghost post office sensed that something was amiss. The entity descending the stairs was formidable, far stronger than the coughing entity. Upon hearing the footsteps of this entity, the spirit within Shu Ye became as still as death, daring not to make sound. This reaction mirrored her initial encounter with the ghost post office itself. Yet, this entity was trapped within the ghost post office. If a wandering spirit within the post office was this terrifying, one could only imagine the countless other entities confined within. Step. At that moment, the familiar stench of decay re-emerged, albeit with a distinct difference. This time, the odor seemed to be mingled with something else, particularly nauseating. Shu Ye could not identify it, but she knew that this entity was beyond her current capacity to confront. It was possible that within the first moment of their encounter, she could be obliterated. The peculiar pattern of murderous entities indeed necessitated certain conditions. If one could discern the pattern, even an ordinary person could escape, but this held a crucial precondition. They must not be entities that kill indiscriminately. Among those, as far as Shu Ye was aware, the coughing entity qualified as a half. If that light entity had not been confined by Li Xiaoyu at Haining High School, it too would belong to that category. Such entities could very well eliminate you before you even laid eyes upon them. In the grand scheme of strategies, retreat was the best course of action. Shu Ye decisively concluded it was evident that she could not escape the ghost post office, and time was of the essence. Given the prior incident with the darkness entity emerging from the rooms, she dared not roam about recklessly as a newcomer. Thus, only one choice remained. Room 104. Listening to the increasingly near footsteps and the stench of decay that threatened to overwhelm her senses, Shu Ye swiftly opened the door behind her, slipping inside. After a faint sound, the door was closed. Step, step, sizzle, sizzle. At that same moment, a red embroidered shoe stepped down, dispersing the black mist that shrouded the staircase from the first to the second floor. Following that, another red embroidered shoe followed suit. However, the strange figure adorned in these embroidered shoes remained obscured by the mist, rendering its features and attire indistinct. As the entity treaded upon the staircase leading to the first floor, the three dim yellow light bulbs that the darkness entity had extinguished flickered erratically, emitting a sound reminiscent of an electrical current on the verge of failure. The embroidered shoes, however, showed no hesitation and raised the other foot, preparing to step down once more. Crack, crack. At the counter, a motionless oil lamp suddenly burst. It was with this sound that the footsteps of the embroidered shoes ceased. Pop! The oil lamp erupted once more. Step, step. Amidst the now rhythmic footsteps, the embroidered shoes vanished into the mist, ascending the stairs anew. Sizzle! The trio of flickering oil lamps brightened after two more flashes. The first floor of the ghost post office returned to the tranquility that Shu Ye had encountered upon her arrival. Only the shadowy figure of a man, his body charred and lifeless as if scorched by flames, lay silently in the center of the corridor, having succumbed to silence. Inside room 104, Shu Ye entered backwards. Quickly turning around to survey her surroundings, a dim light illuminated the center of the ceiling, but it was insufficient. The room's furnishings resembled those of a standard motel from long ago. The walls were made of cement, marked with indiscernible stains. In one corner stood a single bed, accompanied by a wooden bedside table that had seen better days, bearing numerous slender scratches. Red, as if stained by blood, on the bedside table sat a lamp with a dusty, dark yellow shade, yet it lacked a bulb. In another corner, a wardrobe stood ajar, revealing a pitch-black void within, obscuring its contents. There was also a bathroom, but the door was firmly shut. Given the peculiarities of the room, Shu Ye had no intention of disturbing anything. She resolved to remain there, waiting for half an hour before cautiously peeking outside to assess the situation. It was best not to touch anything within the room. Knock, knock. Lost in thought, a sudden sound emanated from the bathroom, resembling something striking the wall. Shu Ye took a decisive step back, her hand resting on the doorknob. Knock, knock. This time, the sound had transitioned from a wall knock to a door knock. The noise grew increasingly frequent, as if urging the person outside to hasten their entrance to this. Shu Ye had but one word: leave. Yet this entity was not one to be deterred by her refusal to open the door. As the knocking intensified and grew heavier, Shu Ye watched helplessly as the already flimsy wooden door trembled violently. First once, then in a relentless series of shudders, but it showed no signs of yielding or breaking. Drawing out the golden handgun given to her by Jiang Ning, Shu Ye raised it. With such a large target as the wooden door, precise aim was unnecessary. Bang! The sound of the gun echoed, followed by a muffled thud, akin to a sharp object piercing flesh. Upon hearing this, Shu Ye furrowed her brow. The door had purportedly never been opened, so how could someone be inside? After the gunshot and the muffled sound, a brief silence enveloped the air, only for the bathroom to once more erupt in a flurry of knocking sounds. She could not speak. On the off chance, Shu Ye fired 2 additional shots. The bullets pierced through the wooden door from different angles, vanishing beyond it. The muffled sound ceased, yet the knocking persisted, albeit returning to its original frequency. Knock, 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 knock. The sound and rhythm became increasingly familiar to Shu Ye, yet she could not recall where she had encountered it before. Gradually, she noticed that her heartbeat synchronized with the frequency of the sound. Heartbeat. Shu Ye unleashed her ghostly ropes, ensnaring the doorknob and pulling outward. But the door remained immobile. It seemed this door required inward pressure. With several more ghostly ropes flying out, they intertwined and pushed the door inward. Knock, knock. The noise intensified, aligning ever closer with the rhythm of her heartbeat. Shu Ye did not rush to enter. Instead, she tilted her head slightly to peer into the darkness of the bathroom. It was pitch black, its size indiscernible, as she could not ascertain what lay within. nor could she see the ceiling. Moreover, since the door swung inward, there might be concealed threats lurking behind it. Ugh, I really do not wish to enter. Chapter 45. The corpse moved, although Shu Ye was genuinely reluctant to approach the bathroom, which clearly resembled a trap. The incessant sound urged her on. She harbored a premonition that when her heartbeat matched the frequency of the sound, something dreadful would undoubtedly transpire. Yet, why was there no sense of supernatural power? The ghostly ropes coursed through Shu Ye's body, detecting any intrusive supernatural force. However, this time, she sensed something was amiss with the heartbeat, yet the ghostly ropes exhibited no unusual reaction. It was peculiar. Shu Ye stepped closer to the bathroom, coming nearer, but still unable to discern its contents. However, the golden bullets she had fired earlier lay clearly on the ground, one of which was stained with blood. The first shot had indeed struck a person, while the subsequent shots were all blanks. Yet if the bullets were here, where was the body? Shu Ye sent her ghostly ropes into the bathroom, allowing their senses to substitute for her vision. Was it a ghost or a human? The first sight that greeted her was a corpse, skeletal and emaciated, yet its chest still faintly heaved. She had found it in that instant of spotting the peculiar corpse. Shu Ye understood what the previous sounds had been. A decayed and grotesquely twisted black heart pulsated relentlessly in the center of the corpse's chest. Aside from that, the bathroom contained nothing but darkness above and behind the door. The ghostly ropes coiled around the corpse's ankle, yanking it forth from the bathroom. Once the corpse emerged, the black heart abruptly ceased its rhythm, and the disquieting sounds that had unsettled Shu Ye vanished. The corpse's chest continued to rise and fall. Once, twice, suddenly, the corpse's eyes flung wide open, the irises darting around in a state of confusion, while its body remained eerily motionless. When the corpse finally caught a glimpse of the figure of Shu Ye in its peripheral vision, its pupils dilated suddenly, followed by a rush of joy and the elation of having survived a calamity. Seeing that expression, Shu Ye finally confirmed that this body belonged to a person, a living being, a survivor of the bizarre occurrences confined within this very room, specifically the bathroom, for an indeterminate length of time. Shu Ye did not approach him, but merely asked, "Can you speak?" The man's lips moved imperceptibly, and then he blinked twice. Shu Ye inquired, one blink for yes, two for no. The man blinked once. "Are you a psychic controller?" One blink. Oh, you know where this place is? One blink. Asking what had transpired here and why he had been confined in this manner seemed improbable at this moment. After pondering for a moment, Shu Ye asked, "How long have you been here?" He blinked 4 times. 4 days is impossible. For years seems excessive as well. That leaves 2 choices. 4 weeks. 2 blinks. Shu Ye, unable to believe it, exclaimed, "For months?" The man blinked emphatically. "And you're still alive? You haven't undergone bizarre resurrection?" Shu Ye expressed her incredulity. The man seemed to want to say something, but could not, a glimmer of helplessness flashing in his eyes before he closed them. Shu Ye surmised what that meant, choosing to bypass the topic for now and pressing on with her inquiries. "Have you sent any messages?" One blinked that your confinement in the bathroom related to sending messages. 2 blinks that your imprisonment connected to the messenger outside. 2 blinks. Shu Ye contemplated before asking, "Is your confinement linked to the peculiarities that suddenly appeared in the bizarre post office?" 1 blink. This indicated that the man had entered room 104 to evade the bizarre. Much like her, for some reason, he had sought refuge in the bathroom of room 104, where certain events had unfolded, leaving him trapped until her arrival. If this were true, it meant he had endured 4 months of starvation. No wonder he appeared as little more than skin and bones. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Shu Ye asked, "Is the reason you haven't died because the bizarre you control is your heart?" The man blinked once more. Such a powerful entity to sustain a person for so long. Shu Ye posed her final question. "Did you somehow know I had entered the room and used your bizarre heart to call for me, seeking my assistance to escape?" 1 blink. After this, Shu Ye refrained from probing too deeply into the nature of the bizarre heart. Each psychic controller's connection to the bizarre was a secret, a matter of life and death. It was prudent to minimize exposure, as excessive inquiry could breed suspicion. Once she confirmed that there was no immediate danger, Shu Ye disregarded the man lying on the floor, still bearing the mark of her earlier strike, and using a bizarre rope, closed the bathroom door behind her. She stepped over the man and approached the main door, cautiously grasping the doorknob and slowly opening it just enough to peek through. She dared not lean in closer, fearing a sudden ambush that could lead to a face-to-face encounter with something ghastly, which would not be kind to her heart. After all, if the bazaar still lingered, the stench of decay would remain. She merely needed to ascertain whether any scent persisted in the corridor. The door to room 104 creaked open, revealing a red string that slithered out, swaying left and right as if scanning its surroundings like a head on a swivel. Suddenly, the string darted back inside, and then a figure emerged from room 104. As Shu Ye stepped out, she spotted a charred corpse lying on the ground. Given the circumstances, it was likely the individual rumored to have a brother among the prominent figures upstairs. Buzz, 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 the special phone from headquarters suddenly rang. Remarkably, this device functioned even within the bizarre post office. The quality of gold assured its reliability, prompting her to consider stocking up on more gold. With this thought, Shu Ye sighed, glancing at the golden handgun in her hand and the discarded golden lighter from the charred man. "I'm truly impoverished." Affected by these thoughts, her voice sounded somewhat feeble when she answered the call, startling Zhaoyang on the other end. "Shu Ye, are you all right?" Zhaoyang scratched his face awkwardly, suddenly serious as he continued. "Shu Ye, based on the signal from the special phone, I've observed your location constantly changing. Have you encountered a bizarre incident?" Upon hearing this, Shu Ye raised an eyebrow. This implied that Director Jiang Ning had not reported her encounter with the bazaar to headquarters, which was indeed peculiar. Chapter 46. 1 + 1 is less than 2. Although Shu Ye thought this in her mind, she did not voice it directly. Instead, she retorted, "What locations have you tracked my signal passing through?" Zhaoyang flipped through the paper reports in his hand, responding, "There are too many cities. Aside from the sub-district, there are signals from external districts and even from the ocean and places like the Abyss. It's quite strange, but other psychic controller signals seem fine, so I suspect you may have encountered some bizarre event." The bizarre post office was indeed moving throughout the entire Federation. Shu Ye stroked her chin, contemplating, "It's nothing, just a minor issue that I can handle. How's the situation at Haining High School?" Unaware of her previous conversation with Tian Jun, Zhaoyang naturally retrieved the report, stating that everything had been handled smoothly by the local largest psychic controller organization, the Haitian Club, with the individual in charge being Li Xiaoyu. This was troubling. Since headquarters possessed Li Xiaoyu's file, how could they be unaware that her bazaar was related to the back person, when she had inquired earlier? Zhaoyang had clearly stated that there were no records of bizarre occurrences related to back person, rain, mud, or hair. Shu Ye continued to ask, "Is there a record of the bazaar controlled by Li Xiaoyu?" Zhaoyang scratched his face again, appearing somewhat hesitant. The specifics of a psychic controller's bazaar are confidential, but there are rumors within the liaison department that Li Xiaoyu's bazaar is related to searching. The details remain unclear. Searching? This had no connection whatsoever to what Shu Ye had witnessed at the time. One person, controlling 2 bazaars. Shu Ye was taken aback. To control 1 bazaar, a psychic controller's lifespan is often reduced to merely 1 or 2 years. And that's without employing any supernatural powers. How could she control another bazaar and not perish on the spot? 1 + 1 not only does not equal 2, it is less than 2. Shu Ye noted this matter mentally and casually informed Zhaoyang, who was still waiting for her instructions. "I'm fine. If anything comes up, I'll call you." With that, she hung up the phone. Zhaoyang, once again abruptly cut off, felt a sense of exasperation as he tousled his curly hair. "What's wrong with you?" The door to Zhaoyang's office swung open, and a person walked in, smiling and inquiring. Zhaoyang hurriedly gathered all the records and reports from his desk, hastily flipping those he couldn't manage to hide face down, ensuring that no information would be leaked before turning to the newcomer with a resigned expression. "It's nothing, just the disobedience of some psychic controllers, which I've seen plenty of." The newcomer appeared experienced, sipping from a cup of hot water. "Just leave them be." Zhaoyang was taken aback. "Leave them be? But what's the harm? These psychic controllers are neither fully human nor entirely bizarre. They won't die immediately even if they encounter trouble. If they call you, just leave them hanging for a bit. Once they realize you're fine, they'll naturally comply. They won't dare stray to the east if you instruct them to head west." Zhaoyang felt somewhat awkward. "But they saved many people while handling bizarre incidents. It feels unethical for us to act this way." "Ethics?" The newcomer scoffed. What ethics can one discuss with beings that barely qualify as human? Perhaps these bizarre incidents were brought about by these psychic controllers themselves. We are merely shouldering burdens that shouldn't be ours. They're the true culprits. Not having burned them alive already shows mercy from the people of the sub-district. Many psychic controllers in external districts were initially treated as witches. With that, he waved his hand, glancing casually at Zhao Yang's desk, before exiting. All right, you get back to work. Remember what I said. Offer them a stick and then a date. It's all experience. The door closed behind him. Within, Zhao Yang shed his earlier naive demeanor, promptly dialing Tianjin's number to report all the previous details. Tianjin exclaimed in anger. I knew those psychic controllers under him were causing trouble. Some of them, when near death, intentionally seek out the headquarters or areas densely populated with ordinary people to undergo bizarre resurrection. This is all his doing. Zhao Yang, you did well. This matter is serious, and I'll handle it immediately. Outside, Mr. Shajio, I went to check, but that Zhao Yang kid is quite vigilant. As soon as I entered, he stashed all the documents away. Yes, I'm useless, but I got in quickly and saw one last detail. On another sheet of paper, it was noted that the signal of the bizarre doctor, Shu Ye, has been fluctuating frequently tonight, indicating she may have encountered a bizarre incident. That Mr. Shajio, I don't know this information. Yes, I entrust you with the matter of the safe house quota. Thank you so much. Who are you? Let me go. Tianjin, after finishing his words, gazed at the struggling figure before him, then picked up the phone that had fallen to the ground, a device that was certainly not sourced from headquarters. Shajio, is it the ghost killing team of the Haitian Club? Inform that individual to conceal himself well. My concealment of the identity of the enigmatic doctor, Shu Ye, is not born out of fear of him or of you, but rather a desire to prevent matters from becoming overly complicated. Once I capture him, I need not lift a finger. The countless enigmatic controllers he has wronged will ensure he experiences a fate worse than death. As for you who serve him, it would be wise to tread carefully and keep one eye open while you sleep at night. With that, he hurled the phone to the ground, crushing it underfoot. He darkly dialed another number. Jiangning, do not hang up. I have something of importance to discuss. It is indeed of significance. Someone from the ghost killing team has bribed a liaison from the communications department using the quota for the safe house. I'm uncertain how news of the safe house leaked. Only 5 individuals are privy to this information, and the safe house plan has been abandoned. I shall investigate. And one last matter. The Shajio from the ghost killing team has sought out Shu Ye. Ensure she exercises caution, and if things become untenable, let her take refuge at your brother's place on the other end. Jiangning scoffed, recalling his elder brother at that moment. What is your brother to you? Your personal sanctuary? Tianjin chuckled lightly. I merely wish to inform you. Your brother, Mr. Long of the 12 Zodiac, had previously suggested that if the ghost killing team were to cause trouble, Shu Ye could seek shelter with him. Jiangning cursed under his breath. Angrily hanging up the call, he stood in a private room of the Haitian Club, observing his elder brother, who had silver hair and stood barely under 1.70 meters, comfortably seated in a corner of the sofa. This was, after all, the legendary Mr. Long, who commanded 3 enigmatic controllers, standing at the forefront of their kind. Could you refrain from consuming beverages? And these cakes, look at your blood sugar. 16. Mr. Long slowly blinked, leisurely finishing his drink, and replied, Dear brother, the drinks are delightful. The blood sugar of an enigmatic controller is of no consequence. Jiangning forcibly calmed himself, adjusted his attire, straightened his glasses, and donned a perpetually unchanging smile as he strode to the door. Flinging it open with a flourish, he smiled at the bruised lazy standing outside. Let him indulge in his diabetes. Should he perish, no bizarre resurrection could rival the calamity of his diabetes. And soon the entire world would be drowned in sugar. What a splendid outcome! Behind him, within the room, Mr. Long blinked and raised his hand, lazily waving, Brother, I shall see you next time. Remember to bring drinks. I desire strawberry flavor. We only have durian flavor. Chapter 47. You are going to die. In the enigmatic post office, Shu Ye. A weak, raspy voice emerged, laden with an air of exhaustion. Shu Ye lowered her gaze. Observing the man she had dragged out from the restroom of room 104, her surprise, his chest had noticeably risen within such a brief span. He no longer resembled the skeletal figure she had first encountered. Your enigmatic heart has been functioning for 4 months, Yet there has been no bizarre resurrection. How is that possible? The two men spoke with a lack of strength, their words coming in halting bursts. Heart, still blood. Enigmatic heart, enigmatic blood. This individual, much like Li Xiaoyu, was indeed an enigmatic controller commanding two entities. While her suspicions regarding Li Xiaoyu were merely conjectures, this man was undeniably genuine. In no time at all, the man began to recover swiftly, transforming from a gaunt figure into a slightly undernourished young man. Yes, a young man, perhaps even a youth. Observing this, Shu Ye added, "You must be of age now." The man, somewhat helpless, nodded slightly, his speech flowing more smoothly. 21, too young, just graduated, single, unemployed. And you, in this enigmatic post office, having an additional enigmatic controller to assist was indeed a fortunate occurrence. However, this person's name was rather imposing. Contemplating this, Shu Ye confidently stated, 18, Feng Xiaoji, the Sea King, a freelancer. The man fell momentarily silent, caught between laughter and tears, then began to move his previously immobile body. He struggled to prop himself up with his still somewhat weak arms, shifting back to lean against the wall, and said, "If I recall correctly, just now, when you called, your liaison addressed you as Shu Ye." Unfazed by the exposure of her deception, Shu Ye promptly replied, "Oh, that must have been my mistake. I am 30, named Shu Ye, perpetually single, and the king of kindergarten." Tu Yang realized he would not be able to gather more information about Shu Ye and did not mind. His expression becoming serious as he said, "Thank you for rescuing me, but I am a solitary individual with no close friends and utterly penniless. I can only repay you by serving as your loyal assistant. I require very little sustenance, just one meal every 3 days, and I can sleep on the floor or in the hallway." As Tu Yang finished speaking, his features, now fully revitalized, came in a clear view before Shu Ye. Two words flashed through her mind: captivating beauty. This was a face that was enchanting yet entirely devoid of femininity, adorned with a tear mole at the corner of his eye. He also commanded two enigmas. Had the heavens been overly meticulous when crafting Tu Yang's visage? However, no doubt about it, with all that had been said, it must be noted that in addition to a face that could easily become a top-tier celebrity, he was utterly destitute. She was already impoverished enough. Could he truly expect to drain her resources? No way. Now, it was Shu Ye who fell into silence. She lowered her head in contemplation, subtly inching away, yearning to distance herself from this man who spoke extravagantly, yet whose essence was merely that of a leech. Just then, Tu Yang had managed to stand. Leaning against the wall, he moved his body. Stiff from months of inactivity, stretched, and languidly sighed, "Ah, I am not entirely devoid of compensation. If you would hear me out regarding my relocation fee before deciding to flee, and besides, in the enigmatic post office, you cannot exit without delivering a letter." His tone had completely shed the previous feigned gentleness, replaced instead with an exceedingly lazy arrogance. Yet his words held a measure of truth. Shu Ye halted her retreat. Lifting her gaze, "You may proceed." Of course, Tu Yang nodded, skipping any preamble, directly stating, "You are going to die." Shu Ye's pupils constricted sharply, her brow furrowing. Reason? Tu Yang extended his hand, tapping the door of room 104 beside them. "Did you see an envelope on the nightstand inside?" "A white one." Tu Yang shrugged. "That's the situation." Shu Ye was somewhat perplexed. Tu Yang blinked, expressing surprise. "You are a newcomer? A pure rookie, delivering letters for the first time?" "A rookie assigned to room 104's correspondence." His astonishment grew, his tone increasingly incredulous. Shu Ye felt even more bewildered, which displeased her. In such a place, ignorance could lead to death. What did this mean? Was there something particularly unique about the letters in room 104? White letters. Were there letters of other colors? Upon hearing Shu Ye's question, Tu Yang confirmed her as indeed a first-time visitor to the enigmatic post office who had yet to deliver a letter. He straightened up, carefully scrutinizing Shu Ye, observing this somewhat delicate yet decisive young woman whose appearance belied her character. He explained, "Each floor's messenger is tasked to deliver 31 letters. 3 ordinary white letters of moderate danger, and 1 high-difficulty red letter. Each red letter appears in rooms with a terminal number of 4. Thus, room 104 corresponds to the first floor, room 204 to the second. Enter a room with a terminal number of 4. There are only 2 routes. Either you're the one delivering the red letter, or you hold a red letter from any floor. However, aside from these two scenarios, there exists a rare case that is seldom seen and often only heard of. As he spoke, Tu Yang glanced at Shu Ye, who was clearly deep in thought. Observing him pause, she followed up, "The last scenario you mentioned is akin to my situation," whereupon entering the room. There were no letters on the nightstand. However, if what you say is true, then you must be a messenger from beyond the first floor of the enigmatic post office. If so, when you entered room 104, you must have been in possession of a red letter from another floor. Why did you not deliver it? Hearing Shu Ye's inquiry, Tu Yang smiled wryly, pulling a red letter from his pocket and offering it to Shu Ye. She did not accept it, wary of what the letter might contain. What if it fell into the hands of someone other than the intended messenger? Thus, she merely observed. This was also the first time Shu Ye had seen a letter meant for delivery within the enigmatic post office. The letter appeared ordinary, sealed on the back with red lacquer, while the front bore a string of addresses emblazoned in the center. "I am a messenger from the second floor. From months ago, I was supposed to deliver a letter to ascend to the third floor, but I discovered a secret, one concerning the truth of delivering letters within the enigmatic post office." Chapter 48. Am I about to strike it rich? This statement carried an air of profundity. Tu Yang's words were abruptly interrupted, leaving him momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter, a loud and carefree laughter that he covered with his hands, which soon transformed into laughter that caused him to clutch his belly. "Ha ha, you are indeed extraordinary. Following you has proven to be the best decision I've ever made, even better than when I tamed the second Eerie." Shu Ye found it difficult to comprehend the sudden shifts in his emotions. As if he were devoid of any fixed personality, like a madman. Though she initially intended to ignore him, his last remark struck a nerve. "I never said I would take you in. Perhaps solitude suits you better. If not, would you consider following someone else? I could introduce you to someone." She resolved to introduce him to Tianjun, who would surely be delighted. Tu Yang abruptly halted his incessant laughter, insisting, "Let us continue. I'll lay my cards on the table first, and then you can decide whether to take me in or not." Shu Ye raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you afraid I might just abscond with the funds?" Tu Yang shrugged. "Then I can only blame my bad luck. If that happens, I won't be in a good mood either, and I do have to engage in activities to cheer myself up." As he spoke, Tu Yang's smile was exceptionally bright. However, Shu Ye discerned the underlying bloodlust behind that grin. Frowning, she shifted the topic, asking, "Let us discuss the letters." That Tu Yang, seemingly oblivious to her concern, continued seamlessly. "The absence of letters does not mean there are genuinely none. It simply means there are no red or white letters. In this scenario, successfully delivering a single letter would suffice to complete the delivery task of 31, allowing you to ascend to the rank of a second-level messenger. The letter you are to deliver is not a letter in the traditional sense, but rather that." As he spoke, Tu Yang suddenly extended his hand, pointing toward the eerie post office lobby outside the first floor. Room 104 was situated in the middle of the corridor on the first floor, out of sight of the lobby. Shu Ye glanced at Tu Yang to confirm his seriousness, then hastened to the entrance of the first floor. She was taken aback by what lay before her. Beside her, Tu Yang stood, gazing at the familiar scene of a quaint bridge, flowing water, and cobblestone paths outside the eerie post office, calmly stating, "Indeed, it is just as you imagined. The letter you must deliver is this eerie being." Before her lay an eerie entity tightly sealed within a layer of a wax-like substance, obscuring its inner contents, in a place where Tu Yang could not see. Shu Ye's expression shifted from shock to eeriness, then to excitement, finally settling into a calm demeanor strikingly similar to Tu Yang's, albeit tinged with a hint of greed. She swallowed hard, nearly wiping her mouth in anticipation. "This eerie being, has it already been imprisoned?" Tu Yang, as if reading her thoughts, retorted, "Don't even think about selling this eerie for a fortune. That layer of cloth is the corpse wax of an unknown eerie. This wax can temporarily seal the eerie, but upon contact, whether with a person or object, the wax will gradually melt away, allowing the eerie to escape within 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, you might barely have managed to carry this thing out of the eerie post office." Thus, transporting a fully revived eerie to a location, even for a master of the eerie, would only accelerate its revival due to prolonged close contact, increasing the likelihood of succumbing along the way. This delivery task is referred to among messengers as follows. The eerie post office deems you superfluous, yet if you survive a seemingly fatal task, you will become invaluable. What's the use of saying all this? Shu Ye filtered out the extraneous information and directly inquired, if I were to use gold to restrain it upon exiting, would that be feasible? Such a method had been proposed and attempted before. Tu Yang circled the eerie, explaining, if you isolate the eerie with gold, the eerie post office will automatically assume you have forfeited this delivery task. Can one forfeit a delivery? Of course, for ordinary letters. Whether torn or burned, destroying the letter equates to abandoning the task. However, messengers across all floors would never recommend such an action. The consequences are dire. Indeed, exceedingly so, Tu Yang affirmed earnestly, whether red or white. Forfeiting a task will trigger a riot among all the Eries on this floor. The Erie post office will cease to suppress these Eries, allowing them to fully revive. Shu Ye pondered, is there no time limit to the riot? The more questions she posed, the more Tu Yang understood her intentions, responding not with admonishments or misunderstandings, but rather with palpable joy and excitement, as if he had found a kindred spirit. Yes, there is 1 hour. If you can endure that hour, the Erie post office will actively resuppress these Eries. However, prior to that, the Erie post office will be completely sealed off, preventing you from escaping to the real world. 4 months, and your red letter has yet to be delivered. Does that not count as an unfinished task? Shu Ye suddenly queried. Tu Yang paused momentarily, then shrugged it off. The time interval for red letter tasks is generally long. As long as it is delivered before the final deadline, it does not count as incomplete, and Y letter still has a month left. Having gathered more information, Shu Ye turned and walked to the middle of the corridor. Knocking on the doors of the secured rooms one by one. Come out quickly. Take the letters you need to deliver and leave. You have 10 minutes, if you're not out in 10 minutes. I take no responsibility for your demise. Tu Yang lounged against the wall lazily, resembling a boneless figure, a bunch of ordinary people. What do I care if they live or die? Besides, the letters they are delivering might spark eerie incidents across the entire Federation. It would be better to let them perish here. The more messengers there are, the more eerie incidents will proliferate outside. Shu Ye turned her head. Is the truth you mentioned about delivering letters and the Erie post office related to this? That delivering letters can incite eerie events? Tu Yang nodded. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind them, from the direction of the Erie post office lobby. Hey, where is this? Quite beautiful, isn't it? This stuff looks like artifacts. Am I about to strike it rich? Wait. Why is it melting? No, if the contents oxidize, how will I sell them for money? Upon hearing this, Shu Ye and Tu Yang exchanged glances. Shu Ye, Tu Yang, we're in trouble. Chapter 49. Digging up the Erie's grave. 5 minutes. In 5 minutes. The Erie will awaken from the corpse wax. Shu Ye sprinted into the lobby, only to find a disheveled man covered in dirt, carrying a bag and equipped with a military shovel and a compass-like device at his waist. A grave robber? Why dig up the Erie's grave of all places? This is truly courting death. The man continued to rummage around obliviously. Shu Ye felt a mix of pity and excitement, exclaiming, what a reckless way to seek death. Upon seeing Shu Ye and Tu Yang, the man replied incredulously, no way. There are wild mandarin ducks in the graveyard. If you want a thrill, this isn't the way to go. The hobbies of the wealthy are quite admirable. He then leered at Tu Yang, who, if judged solely by his face and not his attire, resembled a pretty boy. So, what do you think, handsome? Tu Yang clearly noticed the man's gaze but remained unperturbed, casually nudging Shu Ye with his elbow. She deftly sidestepped and stood upright, sighing, it's such a pity to find a suitable benefactor only to have him die imminently. My life, the grave robber, somewhat confused, split his focus between the dissolving corpse wax and the two peculiar individuals seeking thrill in such an unusual place. Upon hearing Tu Yang's comment, he looked up, opened his mouth, and cautiously took a few steps back. You too. Don't tell me you have that disease. Tu Yang, looking serious, was about to explain when time continued to tick away, despite his seemingly relaxed demeanor. He appeared to possess some hidden trump card aside from the two Eries he was controlling, but she was certain he would survive, unless Shu Ye glanced at the time displayed on her phone for 35. The time flow within the Erie post office was quite peculiar. It felt as though only an hour had passed, yet the special phone issued by the headquarters of the special department showed otherwise. Perhaps it was the peculiar nature of room 104 in the eerie post office. Lost in thought, she noticed that the troublesome grave robber had fallen silent. Looking up, she realized he had perished. Shu Ye watched as the man, who had merely looked up and down, suddenly lost his breath, his body beginning to emit the stench of decay and corpse-like discoloration, as if he had been dead for several days. She dared not approach. The 5 minutes referred to the complete revival of the Eerie, but within those 5 minutes, the Eerie could gradually utilize its supernatural powers. Tu Yang remarked lazily. Seems like it. How about this? You save me, and I owe you a favor. Or, I save you, and we call it even. Shu Ye kept a close watch on the 5-minute countdown on her phone. Hearing Tu Yang's proposal, she immediately asked, "You're not suggesting we hide in the restroom of room 104 again, are you?" Tu Yang's long eyelashes fluttered, and he smiled. "What else could we do?" "Assist you in addressing the peculiarities of the Eerie post office. If I were capable of doing so, would I still be hiding in the restroom, awaiting rescue? The time now is 4:37. In just 1 minute, this unknown anomaly will fully awaken that if her calculations are accurate, all she must do is endure 6 more minutes from the 38th minute, amidst the Eerie post office's bizarre assaults. And perhaps a turning point will emerge. The destination to which you intend to send this anomaly is, astonishingly, a cemetery in Haining City. That locale is hardly a favorable place. The two proprietors of the Haitian Club would never allow just any anomaly to materialize within their territory. That would be utterly reckless. A.S. Shu Ye gazed at the address formed by the melting wax of the corpse. She inquired, "Are you familiar with the Haitai Club in Haining City?" Tu Yang nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, I am aware. However, there is no time for a detailed discussion now. Since you have declined my assistance, I can only wish you luck. Your best." Without hesitation, he turned and opened the door to room 104. His back to Shu Ye as he murmured, "By the way, if you succeed, remember to come back and take me with you. The procedure remains the same as before. Don't think of abandoning me. We are, after all, doomed lovers seeking thrills." With that, he swiftly closed the door behind him. In the lobby of the Eerie post office, upon hearing Tu Yang's words, Shu Ye's face darkened. What kind of lunatic is this? To rescue you would truly be an act of folly. With 5 minutes remaining until the anomaly's revival, only 10 seconds are left. She could not afford to wait for time to trickle down. If the interval is too brief, she wonders if her little tricks will still be effective. If not, then today could very well be a matter of life and death for her. The only avenue of escape lay in that peculiar room 104. Shu Ye took a few steps forward, positioning herself a mere step away from the anomaly in the center of the lobby, attempting to catch a glimpse of its true form without approaching directly. She had not forgotten that among the 3 individuals present, only the one who may have been a grave robber had perished, while the other 2 had evaded the fatal rule. The distinction among the 3 was minimal. The most apparent difference was their orientation, facing versus turning away. The grave robber, who had confronted the anomaly and even touched it, had met his end, while the other 2, who had their backs turned and had not engaged with the anomaly, remained alive. Naturally, Shu Ye would not attempt to verify this fatal rule of the anomaly. She had a superior plan, retrieving the Eerie dossier from her pocket, which she had kept alongside the Eerie lighter. Shu Ye cautiously flipped to a blank page and, in the next moment, pressed the dossier against the back of the anomaly's head. It was not her intention to be humorous. It was simply that the human body housing this anomaly was rather diminutive. Standing at 1.70 meters, this anomaly likely reached a maximum height of 1.60 meters, perhaps a child, a dwarf, or merely someone of short stature. Of course, this was not the crux of the matter. Shu Ye fixated on her hope, the Eerie dossier. As long as it could be utilized, she would only need to endure the final 6 minutes. Even if she did not profit, at the very least, she would avoid losing everything. With a gasp, she noticed that the anomaly had vanished, leaving only the lifeless body of the grave robber standing before her. Overjoyed, Shu Ye crouched down and swiftly retrieved the blood-red Eerie dossier that lay inverted on the ground. Whether it was her imagination or not, following her prior confinement of the Eerie hand, and now this unknown anomaly, the blood-red hue of the dossier had deepened, with an unmistakable scent of blood wafting in the air. However, just as Shu Ye prepared to examine the nature of this anomaly and its abilities, the lights of the eerie post office extinguished once more. Thud! Thud! Sensing the trembling, eerie ropes, Shu Ye abruptly looked up, her gaze seemingly penetrating through the ceiling. Hadn't Titu Yang asserted that the anomaly's revival was limited to just one floor? What was happening with this anomaly? As she pondered, a sudden clap echoed in the eerie post office lobby as the oil lamps flickered. Crack! Another burst followed, and then another. 3 in total, before the footsteps faded away. Excellent. If it can be pried loose, then pry it. In the darkness, she decisively approached the counter, raising her hand to gently tap the formidable oil lamp with the gold handgun she possessed. The oil lamp remained unmoving, as if rooted to the counter, providing the last vestiges of light within the pitch-black eerie post office. Alas, what a pity. Chapter 50. Returning to reality, Shu Ye removed the special phone that hung around her neck, activated the flashlight, leaned it against the oil lamp, and ensured the screen remained lit, displaying the time. The oil lamp offered no comment or suggestion regarding the addition of a companion. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the sound of doors being flung open reverberated, followed by a chorus of shrill screams. Both male and female, as previously stated, they should have taken their leave promptly. Instead, they chose to linger out of curiosity. Shu Ye found herself at a loss for those who harbored a sense of invincibility. She had explicitly warned them in advance that a full 5 minutes had elapsed during which these individuals could have escaped, yet they opted to hide and witness her preparations. However, with every door flung open, it indicated that each room contained an anomaly ready to emerge. Yet, since those ordinary individuals instinctively sought refuge in times of danger, could it not suggest that the fatal rules of these anomalies were indeed challenging to trigger? As she contemplated this, the eerie ropes suddenly emerged from her palm, transforming in an instant into countless fine threads, ensnaring an anomaly that had just turned the corner of the hallway from head to toe. Bang! The anomaly stiffened and collapsed to the ground. The suppression of the eerie ropes. Eternal glory. Without a second thought, Shu Ye dashed forward and pressed the eerie dossier onto the unfortunate anomaly, successfully apprehending it. However, matters became somewhat complicated from that point onward. Shu Ye raised her head, observing a few individuals trickling out of the other rooms, save for room 104, cluttering the hallway with eerie shadows, her expression darkening. Eerie post office, you wretched little thing. Can't you play fair? A double-digit brawl against one is excessive. Suddenly, Shu Ye emitted a muffled groan. The eerie ropes within her sensed the invading supernatural force penetrating her body and actively sought to suppress it. She had done nothing yet found herself ensnared in a fatal rule of the anomaly. Was it the darkness anomaly or another? A hand, marred with corpse-like stains, suddenly reached out from behind her. Just as it was about to make contact, it was ensnared by the red ropes that had inexplicably enveloped the ceiling of the eerie post office, subsequently hoisted into the air. Wang Xingwen had perished. Uncertain of the anomaly's fatal rule, he bore no conspicuous marks, rendering analysis impossible. After being suspended, a photo slipped from Wang Xingwen's leather jacket pocket. Shu Ye had no time to examine it and hastily stowed it away in her own pocket. Bang! Ah! Shu Ye suddenly felt as if her leg had been torn apart by some unseen force, a pain rivaling that which she endured while wielding the eerie ropes. That it was a heart-wrenching, soul-piercing agony. Her face turned pale as she broke into a cold sweat. Pulling up her pant leg, she discovered 2 charred handprints adorning her skin. It was as if an invisible entity had stealthily crawled from the darkness, its hands filled with malice, gripping her leg. The eerie slave mark. Should she be grateful that there were not many ordinary individuals within the eerie post office? As a result, after receiving the eerie slave mark, she would only be pursued by anomalies rather than besieged by countless eerie slaves. During Shu Ye's contemplation, the diligent eerie ropes, aware of the presence of the eerie slave mark, instinctively began to purge the lingering supernatural energy from her body. The energy was sealed, yet the black, searing mark was all too real. Shu Ye paid little heed to the scar. Her concern lay with the restless, eerie ropes. After consecutively employing the power of the eerie ropes, she could distinctly sense their growing audacity within her. Previously, they may have only stirred during her unconscious hours of slumber, but at this moment, Shu Ye felt that such occurrences could transpire at any moment. She closed her eyes, striving to control the eerie ropes. Suddenly, all the eerie ropes in the air intertwined, coiling together to form countless long whips, with the dark red blood gradually dripping from their tips. Falling to the ground, merging together, in the following instant, the long whips moved without wind, actively coiling around the necks of the approaching anomalies. Many anomalies became ensnared and suspended, their feet leaving the ground. And in that instant, they fell utterly motionless. They were completely subdued by the eerie ropes. While this was initially a positive development, Shu Ye's expression grew increasingly grim. The eerie ropes were drawing nearer to revival. Such power, capable of suspending and suppressing so many anomalies, was far beyond what a mere anomaly handler could achieve. The most terrifying realization was that as more anomalies were suspended, Shu Ye found herself experiencing an unexpected sensation, a feeling akin to omnipotence. She glanced toward the counter in the eerie post office lobby, where the oil lamp and special phone were placed, and in the next moment, she vanished from her spot, reappearing directly beside the counter. Teleportation to in another heartbeat. Shu Ye strode forward, directly towards the solitary figure of the grave robber standing in the center of the lobby, yet she passed through him without a second glance, controlling the virtual and the real. The eerie ropes, it seemed, possessed their own eerie domain. Just as Shu Ye contemplated further experimentation, her head suddenly spun, and darkness enveloped her vision. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in her familiar personal room. The clock on the wall clearly displayed 4:44, the disheveled blankets strewn across the bed, the clutter of a computer, books, snacks, and beverages scattered haphazardly on the living room table, and the kitchen sink filled with pots and pans awaiting a morning wash for breakfast preparation. It was a familiar environment. The bizarre ambience had dissipated, and Shu Ye felt her body and mind relax, instinctively putting away the still restless strings of the uncanny, preparing to indulge in a brief slumber. Tomorrow, she would go to the movies and enjoy a lavish meal, treating herself for 3 exhausting days that felt akin to 3 years of labor. In the next moment, she froze, stiffly lowering her gaze. She found the eerie strings greeting her in the palm of her hand. Yes, indeed. This game was an embodiment. Shu Ye muttered in a daze. This indicated that she was still ensnared in the strange revival. It also meant that at this stage of peculiar resurgence, she had less than 6 months to live. She could feel the end of her lifespan drawing near, vividly evident. How truly disheartening. Shu Ye lay back on her bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to the cacophony of traffic outside the window, her eyes glazed over. After an indeterminate period, she suddenly sprang up from the bed. Her complexion was worse than after enduring numerous bizarre assaults or the impending threat of her own strange revival. If players were embodiments, it meant that if a player were on the verge of a bizarre revival, if a player were to experience a strange resurgence in Blue Star would become the second world of revival. Shu Ye seized the phone from her bedside table, which had the revival app, pausing for a moment before resolutely tapping it open as soon as she entered the player forum of the revival app. A deluge of death notifications assaulted her senses as she scanned the titles and content of the posts shared by other players in the forum. Her hand trembled. This time, it was truly disastrous. Chapter 51 ID. Revival 2.0. In the revival world, where the bizarre coexists with humanity, it may appear as a tranquil iceberg, yet beneath the surface, turbulent waves churn. The glacier afloat on the swift currents could collapse at any moment, drawn into a whirlpool, quietly vanishing. However, Blue Star was initially the last bastion in such a perilous environment, a safe haven, a complex world where true goodness, beauty, and the various flaws of humanity intertwined. Yet, the unrest within her body, coupled with the content of the posts in the revival app, shattered Shu Ye's barely perceptible expectations and hopes. Standing by the window at around 4 in the morning, the outside world remained bustling with traffic, and beneath the dazzling neon lights, men and women reveled in a life of intoxication. She had previously thought these individuals lacked psychological resilience. Yet now, she too yearned to indulge heedlessly. Personal information. Summoning the panel. Shu Ye spoke with conviction rather than hesitation. Immediately, the luminous screen appeared, affirming her thoughts. Name, Shu Ye. Identity, smuggler, player, eerie postman mission, survivability 1. Eerie strings, 33 days until complete revival. Ability 2, eerie files. Players can utilize the abilities of the eerie entities contained within the files, with each use resulting in a 1/3 reduction in the corresponding file's records. After 3 uses, the eerie entity will be released at a random location and cannot be recaptured. Merely a month until her demise. Indeed, that lunatic Tu Yang had not been wrong. Gazing at the newly displayed countdown to revival on the panel, Shu Ye self-deprecatingly remarked that things were truly dire. If the bazaar existed solely within the revival world, then in the reality of Blue Star, players still retained their sanity. However, if the boundaries between the game and reality became blurred, the ordinary individuals who had experienced bizarre events and the eerie controllers, observing this seemingly peaceful world, would inevitably be driven to unpredictable actions by the disparity in their emotions. Shu Ye extended her hand, noticing the eerie strings emerging from her palm, deeper in color, thicker, even adorned with unknown patterns. Simultaneously, the floor of the room suddenly became coated in black-red blood, and in the void, red strings stretched forth, many of which were attached to eerie entities and eerie slaves. This scene vanished once Shu Ye retracted the eerie strings. Her abilities had been completely inherited, without any suppression or weakening from traversing different worlds. This was certainly not a good omen that in the current Blue Star world. There had been no encounter with the bazaar, no corresponding departments, nor official eerie controllers. If at this moment a malevolent eerie controller emerged, it would be exceedingly difficult to detect them in the short term. If this eerie entity possessed a domain like hers, the situation would become even more troublesome. The eerie domain could allow the eerie controller to exist in a space completely invisible to ordinary individuals, unseen, and even the glimpses they caught would be what the eerie controller wished them to perceive in such circumstances. After the revival game, Blue Star might also become a Blue Star game. And in this game, players as the fourth calamity could essentially be classified as chaotic neutral, true calamities. Departing from the window, Shu Ye settled onto the sofa, clutching a large strawberry bear plush toy to her chest, resting her head atop the bear's head as she began to scroll through her phone. It was just past 5 in the morning. After some time had passed, the plethora of emotionally charged posts in the forum had finally been subdued, replaced by an abundance of life-saving posts, analytical discussions, and boasting threads. Posts flaunting their status as eerie controllers, proclaiming themselves as future paragons, saviors, and favored children of fate. Shu Ye refrained from opening these posts, swiping directly to the top of the forum. Revival Official Test 1.01,000. 9. It exploded, completely obliterated. Out of the 1,000 selected players, only 14 remained. Indeed, 14. Yet in that moment, Shu Ye watched in disbelief as the number shifted, flickering to 12. Upon returning to the real world, 2 more players had perished, and now, with only 9 remaining, it indicated that within a mere half hour, 3 more had succumbed. In this seemingly ordinary and peaceful Blue Star, 5 individuals had perished in the blink of an eye. Shu Ye could already imagine the headlines that would flood the news during the day. New criminal techniques, stay vigilant. The truth of the world. Shu Ye could hardly fathom more, given the vast imagination of media personnel. It was entirely possible that tales of human eerie encounters or parallel universes would emerge as short stories. 3 days in the game world equated to 3 days in reality, and time continued to flow in the real world, meaning players had genuinely vanished for 3 days. Suddenly, a bold, red-highlighted post was pushed to the top. That familiar sensation. Shu Ye glanced over, and as expected, it was an official post. The revival officials had previously issued only one post, primarily advising players not to disclose their identities and to avoid death. The former was unknown to Shu Ye, but the latter, observing the gruesome survival statistics, it was evident that things had not gone as planned. Yet it must be said that the first post had indeed been quite helpful for Shu Ye. This time, the title of the post remained simple. Player Advisory ID. Revival 2.0 Revival 2.0. Where did 1.0 go? When was the upgrade? Without further ado, Shu Ye clicked into the post. The content was neither long nor short, Successful completion of the hidden task to survive for 24 hours. Players with IDs 88 and 404, please take note. Once again, player IDs were recklessly exposed. One of the players with ID 404, who had been thanked by the officials, Shu Ye felt no sense of honor whatsoever. The officials had placed them in the limelight without compensation, akin to a ruthless exploitation. However, what truly sent chills down her spine was the death of player 711. She distinctly remembered that there had been 3 individuals who completed the hidden task, which indicated that 711 must have been an eerie controller. This was an eerie controller. Shu Ye dared not dwell on the implications, suppressing her thoughts as she continued reading. The Revival 2.0 game would open its next session in a week. With an anticipated influx of 1,000 new players, 2.0 reminded both new and old players not to disregard the content of 1.0's posts. Shu Ye felt utterly drained of sarcasm. She simply scrolled down to the last piece of content. In stark contrast to the previous black text, a massive red font stood out strikingly. This brief content was laden with warnings and cautionary implications. Attention. The cumulative number of identities is directly proportional to encounters with bizarre events. Chapter 52 Peculiar Experiences. Upon reading the final line, Shu Ye's gaze sharpened. However, reflecting on her harrowing experiences over the past 3 days, which have been nothing short of heart-pounding, she let out a sigh of resignation. One could only say that the game did not treat its players as human. After muttering a curse under her breath, Shu Ye meticulously reviewed the 3 posts from Revival 2.0 once more, ensuring she hadn't overlooked anything. With a swipe of her hand, she delved into the comments below. Unlike the previous post from Revival 1.0, which had prohibited comments, the post from 2.0 allowed for discussion. However, the number of participants was neither too many nor too few. After all, including herself, there were only 9 survivors among the first batch of players. Excluding some meaningless curses and exclamatory remarks, Shu Ye focused on the other snippets of information, some concerning Blue Star, others regarding the Revival world, which might come in handy at some point. 6L. I'm an ordinary citizen. Everyone, don't be too tense. I found a method for ordinary people to deal with the bizarre. Specific contact information is as follows. 1343344. Consider downloading an anti-fraud app. 9L. I may not be among the few prominent figures who have completed the hidden mission 24 hours of life and death, but I inadvertently became a master of the supernatural during a bizarre incident. However, it was only after reading the post that I realized this occurrence was anything but coincidental. Here, I can only utter one phrase. Do not become a master of the supernatural. Do not become a master of the supernatural. Do not become a master of the supernatural. After that strange incident, I found myself unable to live for more than 3 months. 18L. I am curious to know where my fellow companions have been dispatched in terms of provinces and cities. What are your lives like? After spending 3 days here, we should all be aware that the Revival is under federal control, merely divided into regions. Oh, my astonishment. I am not in the Asia region, but rather in the America region. I am utterly flabbergasted. The America region is akin to the apocalypse. I have heard that when masters of the supernatural first emerged, they were either captured and burned alive or sent off for experimentation or to mental institutions. Yet now, as bizarre events manifest in various locations requiring the presence of these masters, they have banded together to establish a form of slavery in the America region, where ordinary people have yet to secure even a modicum of dignity. I have also heard that there is an exceptionally powerful master of the supernatural here, one who can make missiles simply vanish upon impact. It is utterly incomprehensible. On my very first day here, the game insists on thrusting players into the Revival world in the dead of night. I was in the midst of slumber when I was abruptly awakened by a whip. To my horror, I found myself in a foul gutter. I have not encountered such filth in over 2 decades. Subsequently, I was taken away with a rope tied around my neck, initially fearing for my life, only to realize that upon arrival, my situation was worse than death itself. The despair and indignation in this person's words are palpable. This is the first time Shu Ye has acquired information regarding foreign masters of the supernatural on the Supernatural app of the Special Department for the Revival world. Although the Master's collective discourse appears somewhat haughty, they do not seem devoid of humanity, or at the very least, they are capable of communication. Based on this player's account, perhaps it is because the Supernatural app is predominantly frequented by masters that those in the America region are reluctant to provoke them. Nevertheless, they have concealed information remarkably well. Other regions have seemingly received no news at all. Not a single shred of information has leaked out. With so many individuals in one area, isn't the probability rather slim? Could it be that certain masters possess peculiar abilities? The order of the posts is somewhat disorganized, and after this point, the content becomes difficult to track. Shu Ye can only resign herself to reading through them one by one until she reaches 45L and finally sees the continuation. I have just read 18L, so I shall continue. I was brought to the city center by someone resembling a slave master, to a hotel that exudes opulence. Yet I am certain the slave master is not a master of the supernatural. For according to other slaves, these masters never personally frequent such places. The individual escorting us stated that the entire establishment belongs to a female master of the supernatural named Sophie, and that our selection was purely fortuitous. Initially, I did not comprehend, but soon we were taken to a room, forcibly scrubbed clean, smelling fragrant, and ultimately dressed in attire inappropriate for children. I am about to be sullied. Shu Ye fell silent. This silence is unavoidable. This person's plight is indeed tragic. As this player stated, the Asia region can undoubtedly be described as a paradise for ordinary individuals, and I must commend the officials for their maintenance of order there. She may lack the self-sacrificial spirit for the sake of others, yet that does not impede her respect and admiration for these individuals. However, to label this player as fortunate would be somewhat of a stretch. Despite sharing the same 3 identities upon entering the game, 3 days passed with one bizarre incident each day. While this player has yet to encounter any such occurrences, their only concern is how to maintain their purity. The harrowing tales of this individual instantly captivated the attention of other players like Shu Ye. Once all were shared, they began to leave comments beneath this information. Wow, is life in the America region truly this dire? Here, I am just living an ordinary life. If it weren't for the absence of the bizarre, it would feel no different from Blue Star. My identity is merely that of a stowaway and a laborer. And in 3 days, I've only worked without encountering any incidents. Brother, why not just surrender? At the very least, being with the masters of the supernatural would prevent you from dying off at the outset. There is some truth in this statement. Shu Ye continued to read on. By the way, what is the bizarre post office? Has anyone heard of it? A bounty of 100,000 currency units is offered. This individual must be a wealthy second generation in Blue Star. Players are certainly aware of what they are wearing. Perhaps this wealthy player will simply purchase a firearm abroad and bring it back, not wanting to be caught in that situation. It's a gamble. Either you perish or Sophie does. Upon reaching this point, Shu Ye's expression darkened. Indeed, players are dressed upon their arrival, and 3 days have passed in the game world, which also corresponds to 3 days in the real world. Thus, when players return after 7 days, will 7 days have also elapsed in the game world? Chapter 53. Apologies, I made an error. Shu Ye's inquiries remain unaddressed and uncertain until the next game session, where she could truly experience the situation firsthand. 22L. Has anyone else noticed that when we enter the revival world, we appear alone out of thin air, and upon returning, we also suddenly manifest alone? There has been no eyewitness testimony throughout. Upon reading this, Shu Ye paused her scrolling. If what 22L states is accurate, it would explain why there are no reports of players suddenly appearing amidst a crowd. 27L. Has anyone attempted to inform others about this game? As soon as I returned, I rushed to the police station to report it, but the moment I opened my mouth, I forgot everything. Without mentioning the revival world or the game, there is no issue. Yet the moment I do, I suffer amnesia. This is a mechanism to prevent discovery. Nevertheless, over 3 days, nearly 1,000 individuals have perished. How could this possibly remain concealed? Shu Ye found herself puzzled, but she could only take note for now. If she survives a month, she will investigate further. The subsequent content yielded no substantial information, aside from the player offering the 100,000 bounty. The remaining players kept their identities confidential. After perusing the official 2.0 post, Shu Ye glanced at the other threads, only to be captivated by one particular title. The power of ordinary players should unite. Masters of the supernatural are not saviors. They are the true enemies. This is filled with malice. Shu Ye frowned and clicked on it. The opening line of the post reads, "Masters of the supernatural are merely pretending to be the thieves crying stop thief, attempting to become the saviors of a new era. The faith of a new age." This perspective is somewhat intriguing. As Shu Ye scrolled further, she encountered the next line. "These bizarre occurrences are instigated by the masters of the supernatural. My research indicates that the more masters there are in one area, the more bizarre events transpire. We must band together, observe, arm ourselves, and eliminate the surrounding masters if we are to usher in peace for this world." Upon reaching this point, Shu Ye immediately retracted from the post. She scoffed, finding the post utterly ludicrous. What ailment afflicts this individual? The death of masters of the supernatural would indeed be the most troublesome situation. Research? Why doesn't he consider the words of the official too? 0. If we were to say that all players are the true source of the bizarre incidents, what kind of thinking is that? Those who believe it are simply fools. The player who arrived in the America region earlier serves as a cautionary tale. They have yet to learn their lesson. If all masters of the supernatural were to be provoked, and matters were left unattended, should Blue Star become the next America region, these individuals would find themselves crying too late. Shu Ye glanced out the window. Dawn was breaking, and before the full revival, she had no intention of sleeping unless she could find a secure place to rest. Otherwise, should she doze off only to awaken mid-bizarre revival, she could find herself dangling alongside the others. While she was not particularly concerned, she considered herself a model student and could not abandon humanity altogether, buzzing, just as she was halfway through the post. Her phone suddenly vibrated. The caller ID displayed an unknown number. Shu Ye answered, remaining silent. Yet the caller did not speak either. What is happening? Shu Ye checked her phone, ensuring she had not accidentally hung up, and then placed it back to her ear, asking who? "I'm sorry, I dialed the wrong number." Click. The call ended. Yet Shu Ye stood up abruptly. The supernatural ropes danced, a crimson glow flashed, and the supernatural domain activated, enveloping the entire building. In the next moment, she found herself on the rooftop of the building. Although the bizarre revival had curtailed her lifespan, one could not deny that such circumstances, increasingly close to the supernatural, presented an excellent opportunity for her to unearth further abilities. Were it not for the pressing matters concerning the supernatural post office that compelled her to maintain her use of the supernatural ropes, she would never have discovered that the ropes possessed their own supernatural domain. Moreover, this domain exhibited growth potential. Shu Ye could feel that the more entities and supernatural beings she ensnared with her ropes, the stronger the domain would become. However, the amplification from the former was somewhat greater. It could be said to be a ratio of 1:10,000, and that was merely an optimistic estimation. The actual ratio likely exceeds that. In simpler terms, it is a distinction between quality and quantity. Maintaining the supernatural domain, the sky, which had just been dimly illuminated, suddenly became tainted with a blood-red hue under the influence of Shu Ye's supernatural powers. Deeper than a fiery sunset, shrouded in darkness, exuding an ominous and sanguinary aura, in the boundless sky, strange ropes drifted down like phantoms, some of which bore lifeless bodies marred by decay, isolated in their desolation. As Shu Ye gazed upon these newly manifested entities, she swiftly severed their connection to reality using her eerie domain, isolating both them and herself. Within this domain, everything was subject to her will, and one could not help but marvel at the remarkable capabilities of this realm. It was indeed a flaw in the fabric of existence. She contemplated her own situation. One moment she had stepped off the edge of the top floor, and the next she found herself on the ground below without disturbing a single passerby. Utilizing her eerie domain, Shu Ye conducted a thorough search of the surrounding buildings, yet discovered no anomalies. She was certain that the moment the call ended, the nearby structures were enveloped by her domain, trapping all within. Anyone attempting to escape would encounter an insurmountable barrier. Was it due to her swift actions, or was it something else? Shu Ye abruptly lifted her gaze, her once lifeless eyes now fixed upon the entrance of her community, where surveillance cameras were scattered across the street. Upon returning to her abode and confirming that no intruder had left any traces, Shu Ye retracted the increasingly restless strange ropes and settled onto the sofa, closing her eyes in an effort to quell their agitation. She also awaited the dissipating stench of decay that clung to her. Each detail served as a reminder to refrain from unnecessary exertion of her powers, the consequences of which she could not bear. The busy signal rang in her ears as a self-proclaimed social misfit. Shu Ye had always preferred solitude in her endeavors, leading to a complete lack of friends or confidants throughout her schooling and post-graduation life. The caller, if not a fellow player, who could they be? And what was their intent? If they were indeed a player, how did they come to know her identity, and what was the purpose of their call? Had the caller been marketing a product? She would not have pondered so deeply. Yet the individual on the line spoke succinctly, employing a voice modulator to obscure their identity. Shu Ye felt that the resurrection game was at odds with her very being. Faced with such a predicament as a model citizen, her options were limited. Chapter 54. Socially awkward. The only choice was clear. Without hesitation, Shu Ye rose, grasped her keys and phone, and stepped outside, hailing a cab. Driver, to the police station. Thank you. Upon hearing the destination, the driver, glancing through the rearview mirror at the calm and composed young lady, exhibited a flicker of understanding in his eyes. He pressed the accelerator. Speeding away. Young lady, this is the right course. If your boyfriend has been unfaithful, do not attempt to handle it yourself. It is not worth the potential harm. Such a man, lacking in virtue, deserves immediate apprehension. However, I must say, you might be a bit late to report this directly to the police. My suggestion would be to claim you witnessed someone engaging in prostitution. The police would have video evidence and eyewitnesses, which could be invaluable when you seek legal counsel. The driver grew increasingly animated, his enthusiasm rising to an outsider. One could easily mistake his fervor for a severe transgression. The irony being, the man in question did not even exist. Yet, Shu Ye found amusement in his words. With the eerie resurrection game looming in a month's time, she finally grasped the sentiment behind Feng Zhi's statement that apart from significant individuals, everything else was expendable. This truth resonated deeply with her, more so than it did with Feng Zhi, for she had yet to encounter anyone significant enough to evoke her emotions. It was as if an enigmatic figure, clearly out of place, had contacted her, yet she felt no panic or resentment, merely a hint of curiosity, ultimately leading to contemplation about this person's identity and intent. Why was she not cold enough to dismiss such matters with indifference or worse? It was the moral standards instilled in her over the years that tugged at her conscience. This sensation, an idea, suddenly emerged. Could it be that the culmination of the eerie resurrection leads to antisocial behavior? As she pondered the parallels between antisocial tendencies and the wielders of the eerie resurrection, the vehicle abruptly halted. The driver's voice trembled with palpable panic and fear as he swallowed hard, exclaiming, "Little girl, it seems we have encountered an eerie barrier. Such a phenomenon could only stem from one possibility, the eerie domain. Yet whether this domain was genuinely peculiar or a creation of the wielder remained uncertain. However, given the apparent isolation of others and the recent phone call, the latter seemed more plausible. After all, the eerie phenomenon truly achieved a form of equality. Within the unforgiving rules of survival, distinctions of you, me, or him were rendered irrelevant. Shu Ye was also curious as to why the strange ropes remained unresponsive to validate her hypothesis. She needed to undertake a singular action. Shu Ye retrieved cash from her pocket and placed it on the seat. She opened the car door, stepped out, and closed it behind her, approaching the flustered driver, who was sweating profusely and attempting, yet failing, to make a call. She knocked gently. The driver, engrossed in his frantic efforts, was startled by the sudden sound so near, causing him to bounce in his seat, fortunately restrained by his seatbelt. Once he settled, Shu Ye addressed him. "Driver, just stay quiet for a moment. You might just find yourself able to leave." The driver, having witnessed this unexplainable scene, gaped in disbelief, unable to utter a word. Simultaneously, the surrounding noise surged back, the sounds of life flooding back into his ears. The driver closed his eyes, then reopened them, incredulous. Am I encountering the eerie, or have I just seen a deity? At that very moment, as the driver was thrust into an unknown eerie domain, Shu Ye found herself standing atop a shopping mall, gazing at the mysterious figure across from her, who was thoroughly concealed. "How did you find me? You used the eerie domain not long ago," came the mechanical voice of the mysterious individual, still using a subpar voice modulator. "I happened to pass by. Such a coincidence seemed far too fortuitous, bordering on inevitable. Noticing Shu Ye's silence, the mysterious figure spoke first. I harbor no ill intentions. I am here to seek an alliance with you. Shu Ye replied, You wish for me to employ supernatural powers to further my resurrection? That hardly sounds benign. You are simply too sensitive. What do you mean? Shu Ye inquired, perplexed. The exasperation in the mysterious figure's voice was palpable. Even through the mechanical modulation, I only know that a wielder of the eerie phenomenon has appeared in this building. I am uncertain if they are a resident here. I have examined the water and electricity meters in every corridor, contacting those who have not consumed resources for over 3 days. Water and electricity meters? Shu Ye suddenly recalled how the management of her former community would post each resident's remaining resources on the elevator wall weekly to prevent disruptions in daily life. Why did you not speak when you called? And why the use of a voice modulator? The mysterious figure paused. I suffer from social anxiety. Shu Ye raised an eyebrow in confusion. The mysterious figure appeared unfazed by her reaction, merely stating, I fear bright lights and dislike making eye contact. As for speaking, the mechanical voice allows me to detach from reality, providing a sense of safety that if it makes you uncomfortable, I apologize. You're simply too sensitive. The final remark, intended to be a quiet aside, was inadvertently amplified by the voice modulator, becoming inadvertently loud. Upon realizing this blunder, the mysterious figure crouched down, gradually fading into their own shadow before Shu Ye's eyes. This was her first encounter with the true essence of embarrassment, a sight to behold. Yet, the manner in which the individual spoke, their personality, and their sardonic humor led her to sense that this mysterious figure was a young person, perhaps untouched by the harsh realities of society. However, that shadow, as Shu Ye observed it consuming the mysterious figure's form, she queried before they vanished, Are you a woman? The mysterious figure halted mid-vanish, their upper body still visible. What are you saying? I am a staunch man. Shu Ye pointed at the shadow. The mysterious figure shifted slightly, yet their shadow remained still. This is rather embarrassing. My shadow has been consumed by this female shadow. The friendly exchange came to an abrupt end. Shu Ye directly inquired, So what do you mean by alliance? Chapter 55, Obedient, wealthy. Wait, let me show you something. Shu Ye stood at a moderate distance, observing as a single eerie rope gradually materialized from the void, hovering ominously near the nape of the mysterious figure's neck. Before her lay a fresh neck, ensnared by the eerie rope, which, teetering on the brink of resurrection, exhibited signs of agitation that Shu Ye forcefully suppressed. She remained uncertain of the mysterious figure's intentions, yet felt compelled to observe further. Moments later, the mysterious figure seemed to have discovered something, lifting their gaze to Shu Ye with a hint of hesitation. What is it? May I borrow a shadow? Their request was indeed peculiar. Shu Ye regarded the ground beneath her, enveloped in her eerie domain, where no shadow was cast. Upon encountering the mysterious figure, he promptly added, Rest assured, I seek to ally with you. I shall not disturb your shadow. I discern that you are an influential individual, far more formidable than I, and all I desire is for you to shield me under your auspices on Blue Star. I shall be utterly obedient, truly, except when it comes to basking in sunlight or being taken to crowded places. That a particularly intriguing remark lingered unspoken, as Shu Ye merely stated, Place the items on the ground and take 2 steps back. I shall retrieve them myself. The mysterious figure, seemingly delighted at the prospect of maintaining distance from Shu Ye, bent slightly, then stood upright, hastily retreating 2 steps while proudly asserting, You said to step back. And so I shall. I have not taken an extra step, nor a lesser one. Shu Ye found herself puzzled by the man's peculiar mindset. To casually approach a stranger with a proposal for an alliance seemed rather nonsensical. Everything appeared to be going awry. She glanced at the items he had placed on the ground. An elongated, transparent bag roughly the size of A4 paper, allowing her to discern its contents with clarity. Approximately 2 sheets of paper inscribed with something. Given the circumstances, it was impossible for Shu Ye to simply walk over and take them. With a subtle motion of her finger, a peculiar rope emerged from the void, coiling around the transparent bag several times before floating towards her, appearing almost too feeble to bear the weight of such an inconspicuous object as the contents of the bag drew nearer. They became clear without her needing to open it. Then, Shu Ye fell into silence. Silence may be the bridge to tranquility, yet she had not anticipated such profound stillness would visit her multiple times this evening. Since the onset of the 30-day countdown to the peculiar rope's eerie revival, her emotions, having been deeply eroded by supernatural forces, had fluctuated drastically. Yet, upon encountering the contents of these two A4 sheets, her emotional tide surged to an unexpected pinnacle. She extracted the papers from the bag, scrutinizing them once more before lifting her gaze to the mysterious figure across from her, then lowering it again, and raising it once more. The mysterious man, under her scrutiny, appeared somewhat awkward, then anxious and flustered. He lowered his head, his hands fidgeting beneath his robe, muttering, "What's wrong? Did I inadvertently expose myself? I distinctly checked everything before I left. I should be fully covered." Shu Ye remained silent, returning her attention to the document in her hands. The resume read, Name, Zhou Pa Pi, gender, male, age, 20, place of origin, a city, marital status, unmarried, former name, Zhou Pa Pi. Bachelor's degree, early graduation, work experience, none, additional information, parents alive, one elder sister, a 1-year-old husky, affluent family, a second-generation wealthy individual, lacking in skills, fatal flaw, severe social anxiety, virtue, obedient, abundant financial resources. She recited each line with an impassive expression, then turned her gaze to the now subdued, mysterious man, who had confirmed his body remained entirely shielded from sunlight. He resembled the individual in the resume photograph, pale due to prolonged absence from sunlight, yet radiating a cheerful disposition, akin to a simpleton, like a goofy husky named Zhou Pa Pi. Shu Ye inquired, "Are you here to apply for a position?" Yes, Zhou Pa Pi nodded vigorously. "I'm willing to offer my time and effort without expecting a salary." "Do you think I will believe that?" "Why not? My identity should be easy to verify. I'm likely the only Zhou Pa Pi from the Su family in the city. Zhou Pa Pi scratched his head, puzzled, then suddenly exclaimed in shock, "Could it be that my parents and sister have conspired to deceive me? And the Su family has long since gone bankrupt, yet they have concealed the truth from me." "Stop," Shu Ye interjected decisively, halting his spiraling thoughts. "If you mean the Su family of the renowned Su group in a city, you need not worry. There have been no reports of their bankruptcy." A visible sigh of relief escaped Zhou Pa Pi. "You nearly frightened me to death. I almost resorted to selling my collectibles to support the household." Shu Ye held no doubts regarding his identity. The resume was accompanied by a photograph and personal details, and as long as she verified it at the Su group, any falsehoods would spell disaster for him. Even a master of the supernatural could sometimes succumb to the power of wealth. This was the Su group, among the top 30 in global wealth rankings, undeniably a titan of affluence. Should one offend a master of the supernatural and time permitted, a bounty of several billion in gold could be issued, prompting other supernatural beings to rush to assist. Of course, this was contingent upon surviving the ordeal. Yet a lingering question remained. Shu Ye tucked away the resume, allowing the peculiar rope to coil around itself and dangle in the air. She addressed the motionless Zhou Pa Pi, whose expression remained inscrutable. "One final question. As long as you are truthful, matters of alliance or employment will be easily negotiated." Her caution was not unwarranted. The resume contained 2 words that struck her to the core. Upon hearing this, Zhou Pa Pi eagerly nodded. "You ask away. If I lie, let my rare collectible be thrown away by my mother." Though his vow seemed somewhat frivolous, the gravity of his tone suggested serious consequences. "I wish to revisit your earlier inquiry. The incident occurred at 4:44. Unless you, a scion of wealth, fortuitously reside on the outskirts of a city, or have ventured into this impoverished area, surrounded solely by graveyards, crematoriums, and abandoned factories, what led you to find me?" Her question remained unfinished, yet the implication was unmistakable. As Shu Ye concluded her inquiry, she posed one last question. "Thus, how did you come to locate me here?" Chapter 56. Expedite the matter. I am pressed for time. However, Zhou Pa Pi's reaction was entirely unexpected. Shu Ye anticipated that her pointed remarks would cause him to panic, become anxious, or perhaps even hastily flee due to his secrets being unveiled. Yet, the outcome was exuberance. From the moment she commenced her questioning, Zhou Pa Pi's head bobbed eagerly with each of her statements, ultimately culminating in an incessant nodding reminiscent of a garlic crusher. Once she finished her inquiries, he looked at her with admiration and joy, exclaiming, "Wow, you are truly impressive, Shu Ye. The system did not deceive me." The system? At the mention of this term, Shu Ye furrowed her brow in disbelief. "Are you implying that a system directed you to seek me out? Could it be that each player possessed a distinct system?" Hers was taciturn, while Zhou Pa Pi's seemed benevolent. If that were the case, she found herself preferring her OWA. An overly anthropomorphic system could evoke a sense of being surveilled, and with matters of identity and mission, that sense of manipulation might arise, leading to discomfort. Zhou Pa Pi, oblivious to her incredulity, raised his robe slightly, revealing a bump near his head, which Shu Ye surmised was him scratching his head. He quickly elaborated, "When I was transported into the revival game, I was assigned to the American region, where the language was incomprehensible, looking like some alien script. Yet curiously, I could understand their speech once I arrived. Imagine this. I entered a game and suddenly became fluent in a foreign language. If my parents and sister were to learn of this, they would believe our ancestors had smiled upon us, and they would rush to pay their respects." As he spoke, his excitement manifested in animated gestures. Yet, Shu Ye found it challenging to grasp what was so joyous about this revelation. Though he was capable of graduating early from university, suggesting a bright intellect, she struggled to align with his exuberance. Perhaps this was the realm of the intellectually gifted. Realizing he had become overly animated, Zhou Pa Pi cleared his throat, composed himself, and promptly resumed his narrative. The story unfolds as follows. One fateful night, Zhou Pa Pi's voice shifted, adopting a mechanical tone reminiscent of a voice modulator, while the statement itself posed no issues. The delivery was decidedly problematic. What manner of tone resembled the narration of a melodramatic soap opera? Thus, considering Zhou Pa Pi's assorted behaviors, it was perplexing how he could project social anxiety apart from his aversion to sunlight. Nevertheless, this peculiar storytelling style successfully captured Shu Ye's attention. After all, indulging in a melodramatic narrative could be quite the reprieve. Yet, regrettably, this was not an opportune moment. Her supernatural domain could not remain active indefinitely. If the peculiar rope spiraled out of control, everyone within the vicinity would face dire consequences. The domain could expand, perpetuating a cycle of entrapment until a master of the supernatural could contain the source of her binding rope. Glancing at her watch, she urged, "Please expedite the matter. I am pressed for time." Zhou Pa Pi paused, then resumed speaking at an accelerated pace, nearly doubling his previous speed, demonstrating remarkable compliance. This aligned with one of his self-identified virtues, obedience. So it was one night, in solitude and desolation, I found myself unable to sleep. Rising from my bed, I gazed at the moon, lamenting the loss of youthful prosperity and the joys of financial growth, now overshadowed by societal hardships. Suddenly, a flyer slapped against my face, thus fulfilling my yearning for a metaphorical blow. IT successfully garnered the attention of the second heir of the Su family, the youthful, affluent version of myself, though I was neither a domineering CEO nor a delicate flower of a secretary. But that was inconsequential. It is of utmost importance that upon entering the game, I have finally liberated myself from the guilt of spending our collective resources daily without contributing anything. In this game, I find myself traversing into the past as a mere commoner. I am elated to finally embrace the role of a commoner. However, I still recall one significant fact. I am plagued by social anxiety, destined to perish under the light. Thus, I hastily wrapped myself in a bedsheet and dashed out, joyfully running beneath the moonlight. As I sprinted, lo and behold, someone seized me and cast me into a dark, half-spherical dome. And, surprisingly, my happiness only grew. I observed that the shadows of others, cast into this realm alongside me, were also rising. At that moment, I resolved to unravel the bedsheet, liberate my shadow, and let it become my brother. Henceforth, he would be the third son of the Su clan, Su Shaosan. Alas, just as I made this decision, I realized a grave matter. My persona is that of a socially anxious individual destined to perish under light. And the moonlight is still light. That I stood there, torn between choosing my unborn brother Su Xiaosan or maintaining the persona I had upheld for years. Meanwhile, the person beside me was devoured by their shadow brother. These shadows, after consuming their kin, merely stood there. I grew increasingly concerned that my brother Su Xiaosan might meet the same fate, intensifying my hesitation. Our family, the Su clan, has always taught us that love among family members should be profound. And such love-hate dynamics should only exist between spouses. Though, ultimately, that is of little consequence. The crux of the matter arose when, amidst the shadows, one suddenly stirred. I discerned that this particular shadow was female. She had long hair, cascading like waves. The shadow approached my feet and merged with my shadow, brother Su Xiaosan, destined to be inseparable for eternity. After the female shadow became my own, I felt an overwhelming sense of control over this dark, half-spherical dome. Grieving the loss of my brother Su Xiaosan, I decided to conceal the dome and seek a secluded place to mourn. Upon stepping outside, someone spotted the female shadow at my feet and suddenly knelt, striking their forehead against the ground. Soon after, a throng of others followed suit, all kneeling and addressing me as Mysterious Shadow Lord. Although the title sounded quite impressive, I couldn't shake the feeling that it bore an ominous connotation. It is known that characters referred to as ex-shadow in anime often encounter unfortunate fates. However, at that moment, I was too engulfed in sorrow to refute them that, of course, this was not the most significant matter. What truly mattered was that I was subsequently brought to a supposedly luxurious restaurant, which, in my eyes, paled in comparison to our family's vacation villas. I was informed that this would be my stronghold, and that everyone within a certain radius would be my slaves. I believe that was the term, but I mean, what age are we living in? The concept of slaves and masters are utterly nonsensical. These people truly lack foresight, unaware of how easily they could be devoured. Still lost in my sorrow, I lay on the bed, gazing at the moon, silently shedding tears and mourning for my departed shadow, brother Su Xiaosan, and eventually drifted into slumber. What a poignant tale! Oh, but that is not the focal point. Upon awakening, I spent the day in seclusion, and by evening, the system unexpectedly notified me that I had completed a hidden task related to life and death within 24 hours. I must admit, while this fellow rambled on, his words, though somewhat verbose, were quite effective at diverting attention. Moreover, Zhou Pa Pi's experiences were undeniably fortunate. However, at this point, Shu Ye finally interrupted him. Her curiosity piqued. You are one of the two surviving shadow manipulators who completed the hidden task. Chapter 57. Mother, look! Just as Zhou Pa Pi was getting into the groove of his storytelling, he was not displeased by the interruption. Upon hearing Shu Ye's inquiry, he merely responded with an affirmative sound. Indeed, that was me. My identification number is 88, which is rather auspicious, coinciding with my birthday. After a brief pause, he continued without waiting for further questions, resuming his narrative. The system then informed me of my hidden task rewards. Still grieving, I fell asleep again. Upon awakening on the third day, I continued my seclusion. By evening, I had managed to suppress my sorrow enough to glance at the system panel, eager to discover what rewards awaited me. It stated that these rewards could be retained indefinitely. Yet, according to the teachings of the Su family, procrastination is absolutely forbidden. Thus, I promptly utilized them. Upon hearing this, Shu Ye found herself on the verge of rushing over to seize his throat and transport him directly to the Su Corporation, demanding answers from their family regarding their son, questioning if he was truly a shadow. She suppressed her impulse, mentally repeating to herself, "This is someone else's reward. Regardless of how it is used, it has nothing to do with me. Nothing at all." Finally, having prepared herself mentally, Zhou Pa Pi's narrative reached its conclusion that I then posed a question to the system. Which player is most likely to survive until the game's end? The answer was one I could already surmise. Zhou Pa Pi's odds of residing here were exceedingly low. Thus, only one possibility remained. This was how he discovered her. However, I must commend the clever method of determining this through the fluctuations in the water and electricity meters. In summary, this story, though seemingly absurd, surprisingly adhered to logic. After confirming that Zhou Pa Pi posed no immediate threat, Shu Ye finally ceased maintaining the shadow domain and retracted the shadow rope. That a flash of blood-red light vanished, revealing her shadow within Zhou Pa Pi's domain. This was the only moment when Zhou Pa Pi could have utilized a shadow to eliminate her. It also served as another of Shu Ye's tests. Zhou Pa Pi did not disappoint her. Perhaps he was indeed cunning, as he effortlessly retracted the shadow domain, allowing reality, previously isolated by the shadow domain, to re-emerge around them. Shu Ye took a few steps. Standing at the edge of the building, observing the tiny figures below, moving like ants as Zhou Pa Pi approached, halting a meter away, also gazing down, his tone grave. Are you not also lamenting the injustice of fate? Though it elicits pity and sorrow, facts remain unchangeable. The heavens shall shift. Quite melodramatic. This lad, at merely 20 years of age, seemed genuine enough. Shu Ye turned her head, exasperated. I was merely searching for the uncle who sells soy milk and pies. I haven't had breakfast, and am quite hungry. Zhou Pa Pi awkwardly chuckled. I see. By the way, since we have established the Watchers Alliance, how about we dine at my club? You can also assess whether the place is suitable as a base for the Alliance. If it's not, I can ask my sister for a vacation hotel. If that fails, I might request a vacation island for my mother. If I still cannot find suitable base, I shall beseech my grandmother for a mountain to construct one. That will do. Shu Ye raised her hand, halting Zhou Pa Pi's unintentional display of wealth. Nevertheless, from these words, she further confirmed the second trait in her self-introduction, affluence, regardless of the inexplicable Watchers Alliance that seemingly materialized out of nowhere. In the abrupt transition from breakfast to base selection, one question lingered in Shu Ye's mind, yearning for an answer. Why are all the things you desire maternal? Because my father and grandfather believe that my presence at home diminishes my mother and grandmother's attention toward them, rendering me somewhat bothersome. Well, that reasoning is indeed quite valid. Hey, Manager Lee, I will be heading to the Quanbai Zhuang Club shortly. Please hasten to replace the sign with Watchers Alliance, using a font and color that conveys depth yet remains lively. Serious yet amiable, dignified yet approachable. She turned, contemplating. This lad has yet to be met with dire consequences. The Su family truly endures much. For various reasons, Shu Ye ultimately decided to accompany Zhou Pa Pi. Upon her agreement, Zhou Pa Pi joyfully dove into the shadow beneath his feet, exclaiming, "Come on, I will take you flying." At that moment, the story concluded, and his voice reverted to the mechanical tone of a voice changer. No need. Following him did not equate to placing her trust in Zhou Pa Pi. It was better to avoid such close proximity to Zhou Pa Pi's shadow. Shu Ye firmly declined, adding, "Just tell me the location. I shall go myself." Zhou Pa Pi rapidly recited a familiar address. "Let's go, go, go." With that, he vanished in the blink of an eye, accompanied by his female shadow. Shu Ye, however, strolled leisurely to the building's entrance, raised her hand, and hailed a cab, providing the address. She had said she would go by herself, but she did not specify how. Unlike Zhou Pa Pi, who exhibited an unusual fearlessness toward the revival of the uncanny and could freely wield the power of the shadow domain, she could not afford such liberties. After all, she was merely a month away from her own demise. The journey from Shu Ye's home to the club Zhou Pa Pi mentioned would take approximately half an hour. Shu Ye closed her eyes, preparing to rest for a moment. It was crucial to note that she had not closed her eyes for an entire day and night. Yet, she dared not fully succumb to slumber. Shu Ye suddenly sensed something was amiss. An inexplicable chill enveloped her, reminiscent of that day, when Li Xiaoyu's malevolent spirit had possessed her. No, it wasn't her body. She glanced at her palm, where the cursed rope she had painstakingly subdued began to sway violently, trembling as if gripped by fear or perhaps excitement. In an instant, Shu Ye's complexion darkened. This situation led her to associate it with ominous possibilities. It must be remembered that this was Blue Star, not the bizarrely reviving world of the Resurgence game. Creak. The chilling sound of brakes echoed around her, followed by the blaring of horns and a sudden uproar. Good heavens, look over there! What is that? A mirage in City A? Where am I? I must see it. Fellow viewers, I am currently in City A, and you must see this miraculous phenomenon appearing in the sky. The broadcaster is live at the scene. All right, thank you to all the generous patrons. Send in those 666 rockets, and I will take you all for a closer look. Mama, look, Chapter 58, terrifying speculations caught in a traffic jam. The taxi in which Shu Ye was riding came to a halt. The driver stepped out, joining the crowd and photographing the spectacle while expressing his astonishment. In his shock, he failed to notice the earlier scene of the cursed rope uncontrollably flying out. Shu Ye opened the car door, stood up, and gazed ahead 3 streets away from the road. The once clear sky abruptly turned a murky gray, resembling a localized thunderstorm, starkly contrasting with the surrounding sunny day. Yet what was truly shocking was that this was a gloom so dense that even sunlight could not penetrate it. Any light that dared venture and seemed to be swallowed whole, rendering the surroundings dim and lifeless. A gray boundary line cleaved the world in two. Observing this scene, Shu Ye's expression hardened as 2 words escaped her tightly clenched teeth. Cursed domain. Such a commotion could only be roughly estimated as an event of strangeness on par with the S-Class coughing incident at Haining Hospital, which player S' bizarre resurrection had occurred so brazenly in the city rather than in the wilderness. Had they not made it in time, this trending topic was bound to explode. She wondered what the situation was like for the people engulfed in the cursed domain of that street. Furrowing her brows, Shu Ye pulled out her phone and opened the Resurgence app to enter the forum. Indeed, players were already discussing this matter, their theories aligning closely with her own, speculating that some cursed controller had triggered the bizarre resurrection. However, Shu Ye swiped to the top of the forum. Refresh. The numbers remained unchanged. 1,000. 9 out of 1,000 players. Only 9 survived. This number had plummeted from 14 at around 4 o'clock in the morning to 9. And since 5 o'clock, it had not budged. Even now, it lingered. Shu Ye murmured, "Is it that among the deceased players, a cursed controller's anomaly has just revived? Or could it be that this is not a player S resurrection at all?" This conjecture sent a chill down her spine. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Her phone rang, displaying an unknown number. "Hello? Boss, did you see that thing? The place where I was thrown in by the people from the beauty district looked just like that. Covered by something. I need to check it out." Just as Shu Ye was about to question when she had acquired the title of boss, she heard Zhou Pa Pi's urgent voice and immediately retorted, "You can't go." "Huh? But what if I take too long and someone else snatches that superpower? Or do you know some insider information? Is it true that only one person can possess a superpower?" Only someone as muddled as Zhou Pa Pi, a cursed controller, could utter such words. Any other type of cursed controller would have fled at the sight of a bizarre event, not daring to approach and seek death. Boss.it was still Zhou Pa Pi, but this time his voice came not from the phone, but from behind Shu Ye, sounding somewhat constrained. His voice was barely audible, completely lacking the confidence he had displayed moments before. Shu Ye turned around and saw Zhou Pa Pi standing on the other side of the taxi, having appeared without her noticing that he looked just as he did in the photos. Soft black hair, sunlit features, and a pale complexion. No signs of deception. He resembled a particularly popular type from the university campus. Yet in that brief moment, beads of sweat had formed on his forehead. Spring had just begun, and the weather was still somewhat chilly. Cautiously, he shifted from the other side of the car to stand next to Shu Ye, making every effort to avoid any contact, whether through eye contact or physical touch, with the throng of people snapping photos and chatting nearby. Then he crouched down, cradling his head, and fell silent. Shu Ye crouched beside him. "Have you been affected by the cursed domain?" Zhou Pa Pi's head moved ever so slightly, but he still said nothing, his hands clasped tightly around his head, the veins on his hands bulging, leaving deep imprints. It was evident that he was not lying. His social anxiety was severe. This state rendered communication impossible. Shu Ye cast a glance at the shops lining the roadside and spotted a small accessory store. "Wait here." She stood to leave. A force tugged at the hem of her clothing. Turning her head, Shu Ye saw a hand gripping her garment tightly. It was this hand that allowed her to glimpse a small portion of Zhou Pa Pi's face, which was pale, sweating, and with lips tinged blue. This was no mere social anxiety or photophobia. He was clearly unwell. Shu Ye immediately crouched down, searching through Zhou Pa Pi's pockets. "Where are your meds?" Zhou Pa Pi's lips trembled, but he could not utter a word. She rifled through every pocket, even checking for hidden seams in his pants, but there was no medication to be found, not even a phone or smartwatch. Did he really think that being a cursed controller meant he could cure all ailments? Just as Shu Ye was about to pull out her phone to call for help, Zhou Pa Pi grasped her wrist. "No, it can't. You're about to die, and you're saying it can't? If you die here, we'll have a cursed shadows resurrection, and city, it will turn into a ghost town. I can't afford to buy another house in a different city. While Shu Ye spoke these words, she ultimately refrained from calling for help. It wasn't merely because of Zhou Pa Pi's plea, but also due to the current traffic conditions. Even if she called for an ambulance, it would take at least 20 minutes to arrive, followed by a trip to the hospital. Of course, if Zhou Pa Pi truly were to perish at any moment, she would promptly use the cursed records to contain a shadow. Heaven grants anomalies. Only a fool would refuse to collect them. As long as he was alive, she couldn't simply stand by and watch him die. However, if she used the cursed domain, they would have to vanish in plain sight, with cameras around and numerous witnesses to their appearance. If exposed, it would be far too dangerous. Suddenly, Shu Ye said, I have a plan, but once it's used, your life and death will be under my control. Zhou Pa Pi, exhausted yet resolute, replied, Why yes. His lips trembled, revealing his struggle. But ultimately, it was futile, but he was far too weak to articulate a complete word. People around them were starting to take notice. They could not continue any longer, or it would become too chaotic. Shu Ye slightly turned her body. Then, in a place hidden from others, she retrieved the crimson cursed records. Opening it, on the first page was Meng Gang's cursed hand. Subsequently, there were 2 more pages. These 2 pages contained the anomalies she had secured during her time at the cursed post office. The second page held the letter she was tasked to deliver. The third page depicted the first anomaly that emerged from around the corner of a stairwell, ensnared by the reviving cursed rope like a zongzi. Among these 2 anomalies was the method she referred to that could save Zhou Pa Pi. Chapter 59. Cursed friend. Shu Ye looked down on the second page of the cursed records were 3 identical cursed eyes, indicating 3 remaining uses. These eyes appeared lifeless and dazed, emanating an eerie aura. In the cursed post office, her actions alongside Tu Yang had indeed been correct. The cause of the Tomb Raider's demise stemmed from facing the anomaly directly. As they had remained behind the anomaly, they had not triggered the death rule of confrontation. Naturally, this could not be the method to save Zhou Pa Pi. Flipping the page to the third, she gazed at the unfortunate anomaly before her. This was indeed the method. It must be said, the abilities of curses were truly diverse. Yes, Shu Ye contemplated this. She placed her hand on the page and willed it, though it was still a hand. It transformed into that of a child, merging with her left hand. In the blink of an eye, her left hand from fingertip to wrist turned pale, speckled with signs of decay, and a faint odor of rot began to emanate from it. It was entirely akin to the hand of a curse. It felt as if a curse had been sealed within her hand. However, unlike the cursed rope, which always felt restless within her, this hand remained still as if it were an inanimate object. This was the sensation of utilizing a curse through the cursed records. Experiencing this for the first time, Shu Ye found it to be fascinating. However, now was not the time for contemplation. She stowed the cursed records, grasped Zhou Pa Pi's right hand, and held it tightly. In that instant, Zhou Pa Pi's face flushed with color, and the near-death pallor vanished entirely. That very moment, Shu Ye's left hand returned to normal, and one of the 3 eerie illustrations of the child's sinister hand on the third page of the bizarre file quietly vanished. Noticing that Zhou Pa Pi had recovered, Shu Ye decisively released his hand, asking, Did you leave without your medication? Turning around, she found he had disappeared. Shu Ye was taken aback. She raised her hand to open the door. And through the taxi window, she glimpsed Zhou Pa Pi in the corner, who had lowered his hand and turned across through the crowd to a nearby shop. Hello? May I assist you? I need bed sheets. A duvet cover? Or curtains? Any will do, but I want the cheapest option that offers good blackout quality. Shortly, the sales assistant returned with a wine-red curtain, approximately 2 meters long. Dear customer, this is our best blackout curtain. During the day, it makes the room indistinguishable from night. Does this one suit your needs? As she spoke, she draped it over an adjacent LED lamp as a demonstration. Shu Ye nodded, inquiring, How much, regardless of the price? It constituted a sale, and the young sales assistant beamed. 45. Shu Ye's heart ached as she scanned the code. She was so impoverished. Apart from the dozen gold bars her safe, she had little cash to her name. For the sake of future labor, she deemed this 45 as an initial investment. Swiftly, Zhou Pa Pi emerged from the taxi, invigorated, standing beside Shu Ye. Boss, thank you so much. In my haste to leave, I forgot my gear and nearly suffocated. Although he lacked a voice modulator this time, The absence of having to face anyone visibly eased him, allowing his speech to revert to its previous rambling and youthful exuberance. As Shu Ye listened to the distant wailing of police sirens and the urgent calls of ambulances. Her gaze fell upon the street still shrouded in a gray fog. Calmly, she remarked, "From now on, carry your medication. If you perish, the bizarre revival in Blue Star will complicate matters." Shu Bai nodded in understanding, but suddenly blinked, asking, "Who's sick? I'm not ill. Why would I need medication?" Shu Ye turned to observe the wine-red cylindrical object beside her. "Then what was that display of yours earlier?" "Ah, something akin to panic attack." "Perhaps." Shu Bai scratched his head. "I suppose so. When doctors visited during my childhood, they told my family I needed to adapt, but here I am, still struggling with it." "How did you manage university then?" "Online courses. I'm in the humanities, so I could study from home." "Fair enough. However, if it were a heart condition, facing more bizarre events in the revival game could be perilous. A single misstep could lead to death. And that would waste a third of the uses of my eerie friend." Suddenly, Shu Ye asked, "Aren't you going to take a look inside?" Surprisingly obedient, he replied, "But why didn't you ask why I held your hand earlier?" "Hey," Shu Bai waved dismissively. "It doesn't matter. I'm already yours, boss. You can do whatever you wish." Shu Ye sighed. "Speak plainly. My sister taught me not to be indecisive. If I choose you as my leader, I must trust you." "My sister called it?" "What was it?" "Truly, there is a certain charm in foolishness." Shu Ye shook her head. Although Shu Bai seemed unconcerned, she felt compelled to explain that as an eerie friend. Holding hands signifies a close bond. Once we do, we become eerie friends. After becoming friends, harboring malice towards me is forbidden. Otherwise, our friendship would shatter, and you would perish. Until then, unless this supernatural force is overpowered or eradicated by an even stronger force, you should find it quite difficult to Shu Bai fell silent for a moment. Shu Ye anticipated a surge of emotion, but the next moment, he exclaimed, "My goodness, this ability is so cool. Way cooler than my shadow." "But boss, doesn't your ability leave some sort of mark? That way, I can show it off?" Was she overthinking it? Perhaps this is what it means to be a whimsical youth. However, the commotion was decidedly excessive, successfully drawing the attention of passers-by from the eerie domain. Shu Ye stepped 2 paces to her left, gazing skyward, pretending not to recognize Shu Bai, even if she were on the brink of death. She wished to avoid social embarrassment beforehand. The cacophony of police, fire, and ambulance sirens intertwined with the honking of startled drivers and the discussions of curious onlookers filled the air. Suddenly, the murmur grew louder, reaching a point that could only be described as a clamor. The shocked voices of the crowd pierced the heavens. "My heavens, what is that?" Chapter 60. Random mission in the brief span of time. The gray boundary seemed to dissolve like an eraser's touch, allowing sunlight to flood into the previously obscured area. The eerie domain was vanishing, just as this uncanny phenomenon was about to disappear. Shu Ye glimpsed the interior enveloped by the eerie realm, resembling a hazy mirage. Within the gray world, a blood-tinged stage glowed, devoid of any performance. Yet the audience below was clad in varied attire, applauding and laughing. However, peering into their gaping mouths revealed an assortment of familiar and unfamiliar instruments crammed within their innards. This was merely unsettling. Yet what truly terrified Shu Ye were the clothes worn by those individuals. From ancient times through the Republic to modernity, they adorned a plethora of fashions. This seemed to signify something to that moment. A golden object traversed this vision, further blurring the already surreal scenery. It was then that a figure dressed in a blood-soaked costume abruptly flickered across the stage, after which the grayness vanished in a thin S if it had all been an illusion. Though it felt prolonged, it occurred in the blink of an Shu Bai, having absorbed Shu Ye's words. Quickly remarked, "I remember that area. It's a city's largest temple, the Jialan Temple that we visited every New Year. Golden. It's the plaque. 2 years ago, our family funded its replacement with pure gold." They were indeed wealthy. However, gold. If it was gold, perhaps something within the eerie domain was influenced by it, revealing what they were otherwise unable to see. That a sudden flash of light appeared. Random mission. The stage is a realm sought after by many, a place pursued throughout life. That it is said that if someone can listen to an entire opera, The eerie presence upon them may allow them to remain there as an audience member. You have encountered a tremendous stroke of luck. Chase after it, sit down, and listen to a piece. Perhaps you will learn something. Time limit. None. Mission reward. None. Are you suggesting I die right now? Shu Ye scoffed, feigning ignorance towards the task. Time limit. No reward. This eerie stage was clearly a formidable entity. If the system's mission stated that listening to an opera could allow the eerie presence to replace oneself as an audience member, it indicated a significant truth. Those individuals dressed in various eras were either eerie manipulators or the eerie themselves. To imprison so many manipulators and eerie beings, if she ever encountered this stage again, she wouldn't hesitate to flee. Boss, did you see that? Zhou Pa Pi pointed at a seemingly empty space, waving his hands. Shu Ye saw nothing, but understood what he meant. There lay the system panel's location. It seemed players could not see each other as panels. Clearly, this random mission was sent to all players. Hey, young lady, are you still leaving? The bizarre scene faded, traffic gradually resumed, and the taxi driver resumed his business. After speaking, he ushered Zhou Pa Pi into the car. The driver glanced in the rearview mirror, asking, "Who is this?" "A friend," Shu Ye replied. The driver said nothing further, merely starting the engine and driving onto the road. The journey was smooth, with no incidents, yet Shu Ye felt a heavy heart. Upon arriving at their destination, she scanned the payment code, not even pausing to feel the sting in her heart, and looked up to see an eye-catching sign emblazoned with golden letters. Guardian Alliance. She paused. Is this the deep yet lively, serious yet amiable, imposing yet approachable font and color you mentioned? Zhou Pa Pi replied proudly, "Yes, I sent it particularly striking. It perfectly aligns with the aesthetics of the Shu family." Recalling his earlier mention of the pure gold plaque at Jialan Temple, it wasn't hard to understand why the club's letters were crafted from gold. Still, it sparked an urge to snatch it and run away. This was gold, capable of containing the bizarre. Wait a moment. Considering the current situation, it felt as if Blue Star would be affected in due time. At that point, gold would undoubtedly become a strategic resource. The price wouldn't be an issue. Rather, the challenge would be acquiring it. If that were the case, shouldn't she hastily stockpile some now? However, this was not the right moment. The club comprised 3 floors. Yet its height surpassed that of the adjacent 5-story building. Outside, black and red neon lights intertwined. Though it was still early morning, elegantly dressed men and women continued to enter and exit, following Zhou Pa Pi to the entrance of the club. The security guard approached dutifully. Suddenly, the burgundy curtains in Zhou Pa Pi's face swiftly opened and closed. It was evident that he had been recognized. Upon entering the club, the first thing that caught their attention was a stage at the center. Adorned with numerous musical instruments, scattered around were several tables and chairs, arranged aesthetically, while 2 bars flanked either side. One stocked with alcoholic beverages and the other marked for non-alcoholic drinks. As the 2 made their way inside, they were greeted by an elderly gentleman with white hair and a beard, dressed impeccably in formal attire, exuding an air of refinement. Upon noticing the burgundy-clad figure, he merely remarked, "Second young master, please use the front entrance next time you come out. Otherwise, it becomes difficult to explain to the lady when she inquires." Understood. I'll be sure to do so next time," Zhou Pa Pi replied, his tone clearly dismissive, indicating a promise made only to be broken later. The old gentleman, accustomed to such exchanges, paid it no mind. Zhou Pa Pi naturally shifted aside, saying, "Old Fu, allow me to introduce you. This is my boss, the owner of the Watchers Alliance. From now on, this place will be under my boss's jurisdiction. So do ensure those chaotic transfer rights and signatures are handled accordingly." This. Old Fu displayed a hint of surprise, yet he simply smiled and glanced at Shu Ye, who had entered expressionless and with an indifferent gaze. Before replying, "Very well, second young master, I comprehend." With that, Zhou Pa Pi joyfully dashed toward the 2nd floor, then the 3rd, calling out, "Boss, come quickly. I have a treasure to show you." Shu Ye, who had been following at a steady pace without uttering a word, remarked, "Speak normally." Following behind, Old Fu smiled and said, "I trust you will look after our young master from now on." Shu Ye replied, "I cannot guarantee that. Does that include being wasteful?" Old Fu inquired. "That includes being wasteful." He continued, "Though it may seem impolite to say, The Shu family's wealth is such that the second young master could squander a considerable amount yet remain unscathed, as long as he steers clear of the 3 forbidden items. Shu Ye asked, "What if he does touch them?" Old Fu, with an amiable smile and gentle tone, replied, "In that case, it seems the Shu family will only have one young lady left." Chapter 61. Do you have a special understanding of a short? Watching Shu Ye and Zhou Pa Pi enter the only room on the 3rd floor, which was also Zhou Pa Pi's usual retreat, Old Fu quietly closed the door and descended the stairs with a measured gait. "Do, Old Fu. What's the matter? Lawyer Zhang, please expedite the organization of all documents requiring signatures for the transfer of the Watchers Alliance Club and deliver them here today." The formidable Lawyer Zhang of the Shu group, who had spent the night poring over documents, applied eye drops, saying, "Old Fu, who has the second young master taken a liking to this time? Introduce me so I can ingratiate myself." Old Fu promptly ended the call. He glanced at the phone and scoffed, "That cunning lad." Resuming his composed demeanor, he began to survey the club on the 3rd floor. Within Zhou Pa Pi's room, he immediately discarded the burgundy curtains that had shrouded him. Revealing his true self, Shu Ye surveyed the room. The curtains were drawn tightly, the lights were off, and the dim lighting illuminated only specific areas, creating a soft ambience that to the left was a wall filled with various anime and car models, while to the right stood a small bar devoid of alcohol, stocked instead with an array of soft drinks. Occupying most of the room were several computers and large screens scattered about. There were also sofas and similar furnishings. Shu Ye settled onto the sofa, observing Zhou Pa Pi engrossed at the computer, typing away energetically. She ventured a reasonable guess. "Are you a hacker?" Quite the versatile individual. Zhou Pa Pi, momentarily bewildered, turned and exclaimed, "Huh, I guessed. Who's coming?" As he turned, the screen behind him came into view. Shu Ye focused her gaze, Timmy. All right, perhaps she's a tad out of touch. On the table in front of the sofa lay cold, yet still warm, yo chow and soy milk. Shu Ye, not picky, declared, "I'll eat first." Zhou Pa Pi, lost in his game, muttered, Hey, you're supposed to go. Why are you controlling my soldier?" This was followed by an outburst of expletives from the notorious gaming hub. Despite the chaos, he exhibited no signs of social anxiety. Indeed, as long as he was not in the presence of others, he seemed at ease. That statement carries a hint of ambiguity, Shu Ye thought, glancing between Zhou Pa Pi and herself. Not wishing to dwell on trivial matters, she swiftly consumed a few youtiao and soy milk, feeling content enough to wait quietly for Zhou Pa Pi to finish his game. Although she indeed had matters to discuss, she chose to respect the gaming experience of someone engrossed in a game notorious for inciting frustration. 20 minutes later, as the blue victory text appeared on the screen. Just before Zhou Pa Pi could start another round, Shu Ye hurriedly interjected, "Let us discuss serious matters." Zhou Pa Pi paused his hand above the keyboard, spinning his chair to face her. "Boss, what is it?" Shu Ye pondered for a moment before stating, "What are your thoughts on the player's essence traversing the revival game and the matter of Blue Star?" This was something that piqued Shu Ye's curiosity. Something felt off about it. However, since Zhou Pa Pi had dispatched someone to investigate, she need not concern herself further, only noting that the power of wealth indeed ranks as the foremost superpower. Transitioning the topic, Shu Ye continued, "Did you notice the disappearance of the stage at the end of the performance today?" Zhou Pa Pi promptly shook his head. "Boss." At that moment, his sentence was cut short, and Shu Ye understood that time. He was not human, but rather a burgundy cylindrical object, his face obscured, hence he could not see. Shu Ye proceeded to describe the attire of the individuals beneath the stage, the musical instruments within their bodies, and the fleeting glimpse of the golden plaque from the Jialan temple within the eerie realm, as well as a figure dressed in bloodied theatrical garb singing. Following her account, without needing her to elaborate further, Zhou Pa Pi seized the desktop phone nearby. "Old Fu, get online. Save all videos and images related to the stage from today. Someone must have captured the individuals seated below the stage. Employ facial recognition and expedite the results." After the response from the other end, he hung up the call. In that moment, Zhou Pa Pi radiated a semblance of the authority befitting the second son of the Shu family, though often tinged with a hint of youthful exuberance. Next, they broached the third question regarding hoarding gold. Zhou Pa Pi expressed his confusion. Shu Ye explained, "Now that you've become a master of the uncanny, haven't you been informed that gold is impervious to supernatural influences?" Encasing it in boxes or bags can effectively imprison the bizarre. Zhou Pa Pi opened his mouth after being taken to the hotel by those people. It seemed someone was about to say something. However, I fell asleep, lost in the sorrow of losing my shadow brother, Su Xiao-san, and thereafter, I remained enshrouded in grief. You could have simply stated that aside from being a homebody, you were asleep. There was no need for such unnecessary elaboration, Shu Ye remarked, exasperated. With no other choice, she began to enlighten Zhou Pa Pi on the necessary knowledge for a master of the uncanny. Among the points was the importance of gold, advising him to hoard some while it was still feasible, ideally using it to construct a safe haven. Bizarre entities are categorized by levels, those capable of indiscriminate killing, with extensive and mobile reach, are generally classified as A or S level, while immobile ones fall into the B category. The remaining fall under C level. Due to differing death rules, distinguishing between them can be challenging. Your shadow entity is classified as C level. According to your description, its fatal rule involves one's own shadow being eroded by supernatural forces, resurrecting to kill its human counterpart. However, since you have been wrapped in bedsheets, the shadow entity could sense you as the only living being in that eerie domain but could not perceive your shadow to kill you. It must adhere to this rule. The only method to achieve this is to give you a shadow. Zhou Pa Pi's eyes widened in realization. So, it decided to become my shadow and then kill me. But since I possess a shadow, albeit concealed, it cannot become my shadow. Yet it has already positioned itself beneath my feet as my shadow. A person cannot have two shadows, thus creating a logical paradox that caused it to malfunction. Malfunction. That is a rather apt description. Shu Ye nodded in agreement, continuing, "How long do you think you have until the uncanny revives?" Zhou Pa Pi mused. It should be quite a while. I feel that if I refrain from using it too often, I should be able to live until 50 without issue. Isn't that normal? Is it too short? Short? It is decidedly too long. Chapter 62. The so-called elite education. Zhou Ye felt an overwhelming urge to blast Zhou Pa Pi's head off at that moment. It is crucial to note that for those mastering the uncanny through conventional means, a lack of frequent use of supernatural powers, like her state prior to entering the eerie post office, would indeed result in a lifespan slightly exceeding 2 years compared to others. Yet Zhou Pa Pi claimed he could live until 50. 50. Malfunction of the uncanny. Those 4 words etched themselves deeply in her mind. This was one of the clues she could utilize to prolong the revival of the uncanny and continue living. After briefly explaining to Zhou Pa Pi his distinctions from ordinary masters of the uncanny, Shu Ye paused before posing her final question. "Zhou Pa Pi, you must be aware of one crucial matter. Our fates are now intertwined by the rules of the enigmatic friend. Any malice you harbor towards me could shatter our friendship, resulting in your demise. Conversely, should I perish, our bond would equally be severed, leading to your demise as well. Therefore, should she fail to discover a means to alleviate the bizarre recovery within a month, she shall meet her end due to this peculiar resurgence, and Zhou Pa Pi will perish too. It is truly disheartening to think that one who could have lived to the age of 50 is now limited to just a month. Such a psychological disparity is nothing short of astonishing. My dear leader, you are truly remarkable. I must say, if we were in a narrative realm, you would undoubtedly be the protagonist. Only a protagonist possesses such extraordinary prowess. Facing tribulations that grow ever more formidable, only to encounter adversaries who bestow treasures and experience, enabling further ascension. Truly, you are my esteemed leader." Well, it seems she does not yet fully comprehend the nature of the Chinibi youth. A few inquiries later, the alliance between the two was thus established. If anyone were to unravel the rules governing the enigmatic friend within Zhou Pa Pi, she would sense it, leading to a collapse of trust. Yet for now, with the rules of life and death binding them, Zhou Pa Pi stands as Shu Ye's most trusted ally. A knock resounded at the door. Zhou Pa Pi pressed a button at the table's edge, and the door swung open. It was Lao Fu, accompanied by a waiter bearing a tray laden with warm soy milk, fried dough sticks, and side dishes, while a refined middle-aged man in a blue pinstripe suit, polished shoes, and elegantly rimmed glasses, carrying a briefcase, stood at the side. The waiter placed the tray down and discreetly exited. Once the waiter departed, Lao Fu ushered in the middle-aged gentleman, securely closing the door behind them. Second young master, Secretary Zhang has arrived. Very well, I understand. Please expedite the signing process and have him leave promptly. The familiar mechanical voice of the voice changer reverberated. Shu Ye turned to see the familiar burgundy cylindrical object in the gaming chair. A swift change of equipment. Zhang Xin evidently had grown accustomed to such treatment, nodding naturally, while the only unfamiliar face in the room, seated opposite Shu Ye, retrieved a stack of documents from his bag. Indeed, a stack. Signing each name individually would surely be a strain on the hand, and Shu Ye resolutely declined. Yes, she refused. Su Bai maneuvered around Zhang San, sliding over from the other side to sit beside Shu Ye, remarking that this place was ill-suited for a base. Otherwise, I could seek my grandmother's assistance to construct one ourselves. What do you think? Shu Ye shook her head, stating that this location would suffice. It's safer to establish the base in the city. We have nothing to conceal, and we need not fear the comings and goings of people. However, if this is to serve as a base in the future, it would be wise for ordinary individuals to refrain from frequent visits, that a single misstep could lead to chaos, resulting in fatalities in the blink of an eye. Speaking softly to clarify her point, Su Bai reluctantly agreed and urged Zhang San to leave quickly. As he departed, he discreetly cast a glance at Shu Ye, memorizing her appearance, confirming the identity of the remarkable second young master of the Su family. And left with a sense of satisfaction, one could avoid forming ties with a golden leg, yet provoking it was an absolute no-go. Lao Fu maintained a genial smile, and, after Zhang San's departure, removed the burgundy curtain, discarded the voice changer, and voraciously devoured the soy milk and fried dough sticks, entirely unconcerned about his image. Second young master, Miss Shu, I shall take my leave now. Should you require anything, feel free to summon me. The address of Miss Shu sent an inexplicable shiver down her spine, creating an awkward atmosphere. Shu Ye quickly interjected, No need for Miss Shu. Just call me by my name. Lao Fu continued to smile. Very well, Shu Ye. Without waiting for Shu Ye to respond further, he efficiently exited, his movements more agile than many young individuals who seldom leave their homes. Su Bai swallowed his food, took a couple of sips of soy milk, patted his chest, and exhaled a breath, remarking that Lao Fu, having graduated from a butler academy, could not change his ways. Shu Ye also perceived this, with Su Bai, who currently harbored no fear of the bizarre resurgence, and the adept controller of the enigmatic domain. Shu Ye was finally able to rest properly, having gone a day and night without sleep and encountering so many events. Her mind was reeling. Su Bai, I need a rest for a while. I'm on the verge of a bizarre resurgence. If I lose consciousness, the enigmatic ropes may emerge on their own. Please use the enigmatic domain to separate the ordinary people below and wake me up. She fell asleep. Zzz. Shu Ye drifted into slumber. Su Bai cautiously and quietly draped a blanket over her and placed a small pillow under her head. Sure enough, the family group chat erupted in a flurry of messages. The primary source was his mother. Son, I never imagined that after 3 days of being missing, you would find yourself a girlfriend. I am so pleased, son. I saw that the 3rd of next month is an auspicious date. Perfect for a wedding. Son, I've already thought of a wedding gift. That island your grandfather gave me for my birthday last year. Son, how about a honeymoon traveling around the world? I'll cover the expenses. Following these were similar messages, interspersed with a few from his elder sister and father. Dad, keep your distance from your mother. She is my wife. Elder sister, second young master. Do you remember the teachings of the Su family? Su Bai, Mom, this is my acknowledged leader. This person is a big shot and saved my life today. Su Bai, Dad, are you still there? Did Mom beat you again? Haha. Serves you right. Jealousy, Su Bai. Sister. Understand that, Su Bai. By the way, sister, Dad, Mom, starting today, gather as much gold as possible. This is of utmost importance that IT would be best to construct several pure, golden safe houses in various locations. There are matters I cannot yet disclose, but they are truly significant. Additionally, this safe house business must remain confidential. No one can be informed, sister. Received, Dad. Received, Mom. Received. Even the usually silent grandparent chimed in. Received. the family's approach to educating him and his sister in elite competition was altogether different. For him, when faced with challenges, the mantra could be summarized as, if you can't beat them, join them. Call for help. Money. After replying to the messages, Zhou Pa Pi glanced at the still comfortably sleeping Shu Ye, donned his headphones, and resumed his gaming in the canyon. Before long, it was noon, the time for lunch. Throughout this period, the enigmatic ropes remained eerily silent, alongside the knock of Lao food delivering the meal. A notification sound indicated an important message had arrived in Zhou Pa Pi's email. Significant information had arrived. Chapter 63. Where are the bodies of the players? Shu Ye awoke from a deep slumber. Having not encountered the scene of the enigmatic ropes exploding upon losing consciousness as she had feared, it was Zhou Pa Pi who roused her. Leader, the report you requested has arrived. At the sound of his voice, Shu Ye's eyes snapped open. Her gaze was clear and alert, entirely unlike someone just awakening, yet the absence of fatigue indicated she had indeed received some rest. Shu Ye sat up, the blanket slipping from her shoulders, which she caught and neatly folded before placing it on the nearby sofa. Thanking him, Zhou Pa Pi scratched his head. No need for thanks. It is only right for a younger brother to care for his leader. Leader, I've already handled the matters regarding purchasing gold and constructing golden safe houses. Everything is proceeding smoothly, but at this point he suddenly clenched his teeth, an expression of fury crossing his face. Shu Ye, puzzled, inquired, "What is it?" Zhou Pa Pi was not one to conceal his emotions. Having no intention of keeping her in suspense, he exclaimed in anger, "I lost 5 consecutive matches. Each opponent was either idle or just throwing away their lives. It was nothing but a breeze for them. What kind of players are these?" As he spoke, he slammed the freshly printed A4 paper onto the table, turned on his heel, and stomped away, his determination evident. "No way. I refuse to accept this. I must win at least one match today. Just one. If I can't, then I deserve to be a dog." With that, the familiar sound of the game starting echoed in the room. Shu Ye understood his feelings, as losing streaks could severely affect one's mentality. The sound of the keyboard began to clatter, and amidst the cacophony, Zhou Pa Pi added, "Leader, that report regarding today's stage and the previous players is for you to review. I'll be back shortly." Upon finishing, the clicking of the mouse and the furious tapping of keys resumed, clearly indicating he was engaged in combat rather than calmly farming minions. That it wasn't that the report was of lesser importance. Rather, it was alarmingly brief. Despite being a thorough investigation report, the black text barely filled half a page. Even with Shu Ye's keen attention, she finished reading it in no more than 2 minutes. The content was quick to digest, yet the implications sent a chill down her spine. Zhou Pa Pi. Hearing her call, Zhou Pa Pi, even amidst an intense battle in the game, immediately set aside his mouse and keyboard. Striding over. "What's wrong, leader?" Shu Ye frowned, handing him the paper. She pointed out several phrases in the report, indicating a significant probability. The individuals present beneath the stage were dressed in various attire, and it was evident that results closer to the time of the investigation emerged more swiftly. This was a modern individual, notably one who had been reported missing by their roommate for at least 3 days, a modern person who vanished for 3 days. The duration of the first resurrection game was precisely 3 days. Coincidences cease to be mere happenstance and transform into a premeditated inevitability. Shu Ye continued, "However, I believe there remains an unresolved issue here." Zhou Pa Pi glanced at her and inquired, "Boss, are you suggesting that Blue Star is also undergoing a bizarre resurgence?" "Initially, I did entertain such a thought upon encountering the strange play platform," Shu Ye admitted, her expression grave. "Yet, now, with a significant likelihood of players emerging within it, my certainty has waned. The presence of players introduces alternative possibilities. Beyond the notion that the strange play platform may signify Blue Star's own eerie revival, there exists another possibility. A certain player, a harbinger of oddities, may have met an untimely demise for reasons unknown, thus bringing the bizarre resurgence from the gaming world to Blue Star. Without further information, it is indeed challenging to ascertain." Shu Ye retrieved a golden-cased lighter from her pocket and flicked it open. With a deft movement of her finger, a ghastly green flame flickered to life, eagerly awaiting its moment. As the flame approached the sheet of paper, it vanished in an instant, reduced to ash without leaving a trace. This supernatural lighter was a curious find from the shadowy man on the first floor of the strange post office, who was rumored to have connections on the second floor. After all, at that time, the enigmatic figure had inexplicably discarded the lighter onto the ground. The design of the lighter was straightforward enough to decipher its function: to incinerate. It unleashed a superheated blaze upon ordinary objects. While its effects on the bizarre, Shu Ye had yet to experiment. Perhaps she would do so next time. She cast another glance at the lighter, pondering whether it might fuel the flames of chaos. Temporarily setting this matter aside, Shu Ye turned her attention to Zhou Pa Pi, who was engrossed in another report. What do you think? This report contained considerably more information than the previous one, though it was still rather concise. Amounting to about a page and a half. Zhou Pa Pi swiftly skimmed through it before handing it to Shu Ye. Pulling up a chair to sit down, he took a couple of sips from a bottle of sugary soda before stating, "The investigation was initiated based on the condition that they reappeared 3 days after going missing, only to succumb subsequently." Shu Ye studied the report, remarking the cause of death was uniformly cardiac arrest, and their final actions were eerily consistent. Each seemed compelled to share a secret with those nearby or the authorities before collapsing abruptly. Such strikingly similar behaviors in life and death were likely documented by the police as well. This must be the reason that Zhou Pa Pi tapped his phone, and a familiar interface materialized before Shu Ye's eyes. The official announcement of the Resurgence 1.0 had cautioned against revealing one's player identity, a warning that surely extended beyond the confines of the gaming world. Shu Ye suddenly paused, her countenance darkening. Were there specific addresses for these 4 players, along with photographs or autopsy reports from the days before their disappearance? TSK, can this information be obtained from the authorities by contacting their families? Initially puzzled, Zhou Pa Pi soon grasped the situation. Shu Ye looked up and articulated deliberately to the still-dazed Zhou Pa Pi, "If one of these 4 individuals is a harbinger, then after their demise, were they buried or cremated? Most importantly, where are their bodies now?" Chapter 64. "Mom, Spider-Man." Hearing Shu Ye's words, Zhou Pa Pi was taken aback. He leaped from his seat, making a dash for the door, his expression one of grave concern. With each step, the shadows around him deepened, revealing an increasingly pronounced dark figure trailing him. The eerie specter was indeed in motion, though Shu Ye's face reflected her anxiety. The primary reason was, even if immediate annihilation was unlikely, being detained was almost inevitable. The harbinger wielding an eerie domain would likely feel cornered, with no escape in sight, potentially leading to a desperate act of mutual destruction in a densely populated area, resulting in an eerie resurgence. Following that, numerous other possibilities would unfold. In any case, Shu Ye wished to avoid a breakdown in the game of revival, particularly after having come a blue star only to hide and evade. If such a fate befell her, she might as well seek solace in a secluded forest for the rest of her life. Yet, it was precisely this myriad of reasons that clouded her expression. A stark contrast to Zhou Pa Pi's panic. His fear had escalated to the point where even the bizarre was set in motion. As Shu Ye observed Zhou Pa Pi preparing to fling open the door and flee, she swiftly grabbed the wine-red curtain draped over the back of her chair and tossed it behind her as she ran, covering his escape. In the next moment, a crimson object surged through the doorway, racing downstairs, with the elderly but still sprightly Lao Fu following closely behind. Second young master. In such dire circumstances, it was fortunate that Zhou Pa Pi's eerie shadow did not manifest as blatantly as her eerie rope. Its emergence was subtle, making it less likely to draw attention, though vigilance was still required. At this juncture, Shu Ye had no intention of remaining behind alone, especially since Zhou Pa Pi evidently had pertinent leads to follow. She hurried down after him, scanning her surroundings with a furrowed brow. The afternoon crowd was too dense. Taking risks was ill-advised. Shu Ye was slightly delayed in exiting as she rushed down from the 3rd floor, while Zhou Pa Pi was already nearing the 1st floor, closely followed by Lao Fu. This would not do. She needed to catch up. However, summoning her eerie rope was not an option, of course. There was no need to deploy the rope. It resided within her, and even without active use, she retained certain passive advantages, such as enhanced control over her limbs. Suddenly, a commotion erupted on the 2nd floor, capturing the attention of those on the 1st floor. The patrons gasped, their eyes widening in shock. The figure, having leapt from the third-floor railing, soared down, gracefully traversing the second-floor banister. Just as onlookers braced for a disastrous fall to the first floor, the individual sprang once more. Landing nimbly on the railing below, that moment, gravity seemed to lose its hold on them. Mom, Spider-Man! No, that was Superman. This individual was none other than Shu Ye, who, in her haste, had opted for a shortcut. Ignoring the murmurs and gazes of the crowd, she leaped from the railing and dashed towards Zhou Pa Pi and Lao Fu, who were about to burst through the door, grabbing one of them to halt their advance. Lao Fu was effortlessly restrained. In a moment of panic, Zhou Pa Pi turned, ready to retaliate with a punch, only to freeze upon recognizing her. Shu Ye released her grip on his shoulder, patting him gently. I am coming with you. Just wait a moment, stay calm, and make a call. That it was only then that Zhou Pa Pi recalled his phone, rummaging through his pockets in a fluster, only to realize he had left it on the third floor in his rush. Just as he was about to retrieve it, a hand appeared before him, holding out the very phone he had forgotten. Without time for gratitude, he snatched it and began dialing. Their strange behavior had already drawn considerable attention from those around them. Shu Ye turned to Lao Fu, who wore a worried yet composed expression. Old Fu, just call me Lao Fu. Not wanting to waste time on pleasantries, Shu Ye stated directly, Lao Fu, I will take responsibility for Zhou Pa Pi's matters. Your immediate priority is to permanently delete all surveillance footage from the moment Zhou Pa Pi burst through the door until now, absolutely unrecoverable. Also, make a note of all these onlookers, if anything transpires. Her words trailed off, but Lao Fu, a veteran of the Su Corporation for decades, understood implicitly. He nodded, casting a concerned glance at Zhou Pa Pi, straightening his sleeves. Understood, I'll handle this. Second young master is in your capable hands. Rest assured, as things stand, I could perish, and he would still have several years ahead. Lao Fu assumed Shu Ye was merely jesting to lighten the mood, and he nodded with a smile before turning on his heel. His expression swiftly shifting to seriousness as he departed with haste to manage the surveillance situation. Now, the focus shifted entirely to Zhou Pa Pi. Shu Ye turned to him, noticing his rising anxiety, though his face was obscured. His fervor and frantic movements suggested he was on the verge of breaking his phone screen with his frantic tapping. Clearly, the situation was dire. Shu Ye swiftly maneuvered past him, heading forward. If they couldn't reach him by phone, they would go directly. Across the street was a shopping mall where they could find a restroom devoid of surveillance. Once inside, she could utilize her eerie shadows domain to reach their destination. Just don't forget to bring me along. I can't use the eerie rope at my convenience right now. With a plan in place, Zhou Pa Pi visibly regained some composure, at least no longer appearing utterly lost. The two of them pressed on toward the shopping mall across the street, following Shu Ye's instructions with relative ease, until they reached. What is this? Shu Ye observed a family of 3 collapsed at the entrance of the first villa they passed in a residential area. The youngest appeared to be of school age. Now, these 3 lay there, eerily silent. This is the neighborhood where I live. That is Uncle Lee's family. We vacationed together on their private island last year. Zhou Pa Pi's voice faltered. My sister should be in her office, and my parents must be en route to visit my grandparents. Yet, none of them were answering their phones. This was not a good sign. However, Shu Ye found no solace in attempting to reassure him. Your family may not necessarily be in trouble. This was the bizarre realm, an existence ordinary people could neither combat nor comprehend. It is said that perhaps even the face of the enigma had never been seen before, simply due to having engaged in a monotonous task that had been performed countless times in the past. Suddenly, a bizarre occurrence transpired, transforming this mundane act into a condition that triggered an inescapable death rule. Then, without a sound, death ensued. In the end, Shu Ye could only pat Zhou Pa Pi on the back, not urging him to continue on his way to seek his family, but rather to say, let us go inside and take a look. Before Zhou Pa Pi could respond, Shu Ye had already positioned herself at the doorstep of Uncle Lee's home. Crouching beside the lifeless bodies of the 3 deceased, she gazed intently, reflecting on the knowledge she possessed, which was limited, yet accrued through numerous strange occurrences where I either risked my life or witnessed others sacrifice theirs. Now, I impart this knowledge to you. The first thing to do when encountering the uncanny is not to attempt a rescue. Shu Ye lifted her gaze to Zhou Pa Pi, pointing at the three bodies at their feet. What you must do now is observe them. Information, the murderous rules of the strange. This takes precedence over all else. As Zhou Pa Pi had always shrouded himself in a wine-red curtain, Shu Ye could not discern his expression. She concluded with a statement. Saving lives does not equate to courting death. If you choose to act solely on emotion, I shall withdraw from our alliance. I do not wish to perish not due to the resurgence of the strange, but rather from the absurdity of being brought down by an incompetent ally. Chapter 65 in summary. Zhou Pa Pi followed Shu Ye's lead, crouching down, a slit appearing in the wine-red curtain, as he observed from within. The strange entity that Zhou Pa Pi was harnessing was indeed a fitting enigma. Aptly named shadowy apparition. Do you sense the strangeness within you? No, that is quite normal. What does this imply? The enigma is not present here, as Shu Ye had previously stated. She was conducting a practical teaching session. It was not that she disregarded the safety of Zhou Pa Pi's family. It was simply that within the resurgence game, they were not situated in the same realm, making encounters exceedingly difficult, and thus, teaching within the game became nearly impossible. Therefore, their meeting in the real world was exceptionally precious. Time could not be squandered, and growth was imperative. Upon hearing Zhou Pa Pi's assertion, Shu Ye nodded in affirmation. Acknowledging the point that the strangeness was absent, she continued, there are two additional points. First, this enigma does not possess a realm. The sensitivity between realms of strangeness is more subtle than that between the wielder and the strange. Secondly, the enigma has departed. Zhou Pa Pi nodded in understanding. Shu Ye observed the three bodies on the ground. The trio stood at the door, not to open it, but rather, they were preparing to step outside. Their actions inadvertently fulfilled the murderous rule of the strange. Suddenly, Zhou Pa Pi reached out, turning over a body, appearing composed, entirely devoid of the demeanor typical of someone encountering a corpse for the first time. However, the tremor in his voice betrayed him. Shu Ye feigned ignorance, for she too had not been without fear at the outset. It was merely that when she first entered the game, fortune had not favored her, thrusting her into an S-class coughing incident due to a mere mishap in that place. She experienced an overwhelming series of events, and before she had the chance to dwell in fear, she became numb. Subsequently, as she became a wielder of the strange, her grasp on human emotion dulled significantly, rendering her less fearful, in contrast to Zhou Pa Pi's experiences, which echoed her initial fears. Shu Ye pondered. Just then, she heard Zhou Pa Pi's quivering voice. Attempting to maintain composure, there are no wounds, no peculiar marks. The three of them appear as if they were poised to step outside, only to suddenly perish. Upon hearing his words, Shu Ye rose, glanced around, shifted her position a few steps closer to the bodies, occasionally adjusting her stance before finally coming to a halt. In this location, regardless of stance taken, one could only see the road outside through this door. Thus, the most plausible scenario was that the three had opened the door, stepped outside, and upon raising their heads, encountered the strange either standing or passing by the threshold. The roads within the villa district should be under surveillance. Where is the security room? When they had just entered, it was Zhou Pa Pi's realm that had brought them in directly, bypassing that location. Speaking of the security room, Shu Ye suddenly lifted her head. Let us first go to the security room. Although the phone cannot connect here, it is not due to the isolation of the realm, which leaves us with one possibility. The base station here is malfunctioning. If the base station is malfunctioning, it indicates more than just an anomaly. What kind of murderous rule could obliterate a passing base station? Zhou Pa Pi had also contemplated this, and with a flick of his realm, he swiftly transported Shu Ye to the entrance of the security room. The security room of this villa district was unlike the small room in Shu Ye's community. Here, there was an outward-facing room, followed by a small house behind it. The two first appeared in the outward-facing room, which was devoid of any personnel, just as Zhou Pa Pi was about to take a detour through the entrance. He heard the shattering sound of glass nearby. He turned to see Shu Ye stowing a golden handgun behind her waist, then covering it with her coat. It was evident that the glass window had been shattered by that very firearm. Shu Ye swiftly climbed onto the window ledge and jumped into the room, abandoning the pretense of being a law-abiding citizen. Shu Pa Pi obediently mimicked her actions and entered the room. Inside, there were indeed no places to conceal oneself. The security personnel were absent. The security here operates 24 hours in shifts. It is impossible for there to be no one on duty, Zhou Pa Pi remarked. This suggested that something had occurred that necessitated the presence of all security personnel. Shu Ye pulled out a chair, seated herself before the computer, disabled the ongoing real-time surveillance, and navigated to my computer, randomly selecting the D drive, where she discovered a folder labeled historical surveillance. Opening the most recent video, she set it to triple speed. The video began to play, accompanied by the eerie voice of Zhou Pa Pi as a background score. The unsettling gaze was immediately followed by the report mentioning that before the police arrived, Yilan had suddenly died, succumbing to cardiac arrest. Ye's mother recounted that Yilan had claimed she was on the brink of death and possessed a secret, yet she perished before disclosing it. This narrative, Zhou Pa Pi understood, was akin to the melodramatic plots prevalent in contemporary dramas and novels. However, the reality was even more absurd than fiction. In truth, everyone had access to ample information, and the affairs of the Yi family were widely known. Yilu was not merely the twin sister of the true daughter Yilan. She was not even a legitimate daughter. Yilu was the daughter of Ye's father's first love during his youth. Left an orphan due to certain circumstances, and Ye's father had concealed this from Ye's mother, claiming that twins had been born. But as he recounted the tale, Zhou Pa Pi's tone was almost indescribable. My sister said that the staff at the hotel mentioned that Ye's father and Yilu were in a room together, and later, while cleaning the room, it was said that they were quite indulgent. Chapter 66, Stretching Out to Meet Death. Upon hearing Zhou Pa Pi's words, Shu Ye's expression became a vibrant tapestry. Why read novels when reality is far more explosive? Her gaze remained fixed on the still, unaltered video. Pondering, does Yilu know her true identity? Zhou Pa Pi shook his head. I'm not sure. Just then, Shu Ye abruptly pressed the spacebar, pausing the video to hear Zhou Pa Pi hurriedly leaned closer to observe, exclaiming at first glance, "That's her, Yilan." At the villa's entrance, Yilan stood quietly, motionless. Shu Ye moved the mouse to enlarge the video. The clarity was commendable, a testament to the high-end neighborhood surveillance quality. As the image expanded, Yilan's features became increasingly distinct, rigid, with a pallid complexion and mottled skin visible on her exposed flesh. Without needing further elaboration from Shu Ye, the facts were glaringly evident that why Yilan had died, and within the villa district, the bizarre resurgence occurred. She remained there, unmoving, presumably because no one had yet triggered the murderous rule? Zhou Pa Pi inquired, to which Shu Ye nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, that is the most probable explanation. Pressing the spacebar once more, the video resumed its playback. Time passed, and Yilan stood silently at the entrance, unmoving. Shu Ye furrowed her brow. Which villa is this? Can you identify it? Zhou Pa Pi glanced at the villa in the video. Hesitating, it seems to resemble the Yi family, yes. I visited once during the New Year, but I can't be certain. Yet if it were indeed the Yi family, the likelihood was substantial. Shu Ye scrutinized the still figure of Yilan outside the villa. Then the immobile structure itself. It appeared that the Yi family was the first to meet their demise. Yet Yilan's body was not taken to the hospital, but rather left in their own villa. Had Yilan's corpse been promptly removed, the villa district might have avoided disaster. However, this logic seemed flawed, and neither Zhou Pa Pi nor Shu Ye could reconcile it. The two continued to observe the video. Unless there were external disturbances, Yilan stood in a military-like posture, rendering the video nearly indistinguishable from a paused frame. Suddenly, Shu Ye and Zhou Pa Pi witnessed Yilan abruptly lift her head, gazing in a particular direction, before sprinting away, quickly vanishing from the screen. Someone had triggered the murderous rule. Shu Ye hastily paused the video, marking the timestamp, and began searching other surveillance feeds from different areas. Before long, she spotted Yilan's silhouette in another video. This time, Yilan had halted once more. However, this area was devoid of anything but greenery. It did not belong to the villa district, merely a deserted path. Shu Ye examined it closely, still failing to discern any figures. Zhou Pa Pi extended his hand, pointing to a corner of the screen. Hesitating, could it be that cat? Shu Ye immediately magnified the area and, to her astonishment, spotted the half-head of a cat. The feline lay in a prone position. Could it be that this eerie creature not only killed humans, but also animals? This was also the first time Shu Ye realized, or rather, paid attention to such a detail. After all, amidst the countless deaths, who would still notice whether the cats and dogs around them were alive? It doesn't take long to rewind. Triggering the killing rule typically occurs in an instant. The video began to play, showcasing the cat's afternoon. The cat was seen grooming itself on a tree, napping, rolling over, descending from the tree, stretching, and then it perished as Zhou Pa Pi was taken aback. The killing rule of this entity was stretching. Such disbelief was palpable. In truth, Shu Ye harbored the same sentiment. Although uttering it might come off as humorous, who could truly fathom the killing rules of such a creature? Yet, it was undeniably astonishing, prompting Shu Ye to continue watching, seeking validation through the unfolding facts. The video refocused on the motionless Yilan. Not long after, Yilan began to move again. As before, Shu Ye traced the direction of Yilan's movement through the surveillance footage. And this time, Yilan halted at the entrance of a villa. Shu Bai slammed his hand on the table. Shu Ye hit the pause button, pausing for a moment. Is this your home? Zhou Pa Pi remained silent. Glancing at the timestamp on the surveillance video, it indicated they had arrived here half an hour ago. Shu Ye wished to grant Zhou Pa Pi some buffer time, but now, time was the most precious commodity. She could only express in feeble words, not seeing a corpse is the best outcome. Take a look around. Is there anything unusual? Zhou Pa Pi continued to remain silent. Shu Ye busily scoured through the video with her mouse and keyboard. Without a moment's respite, without warning, she kicked him, sending the reclusive gamer stumbling. She paused her actions, turned to Zhou Pa Pi, and coldly remarked, "Why don't you head straight home, if luck is on your side? The entity isn't there. If not, you'll confront it without knowing the killing rules." Had she known he was such a naive youth, she would have let him perish earlier, rather than waste her precious resources to save him. The abilities sealed within the entity's dossier could only be used 3 times. Each use diminished their availability, making each instance exceedingly valuable. "I'm sorry," scolded so sharply, Zhou Pa Pi seemed to finally regain his composure. Murmuring an apology, and then, without further words, leaned closer to the screen to observe. Shortly, he pointed at the railing of his villa, where a rope was visible. "I mentioned to you before, I have a Siberian husky that stays outside during the day. It's very lively. That rope shouldn't be still. That it was indeed peculiar for a husky to remain quiet for so long." The most plausible explanation was that this husky, like the cat that stretched on the tree, had also perished. Yet thus far, the deceased were all animals, not humans. Could it be that the killing rule of this entity truly revolved around stretching? Just as they pondered this, an uproar of footsteps and voices suddenly erupted from outside the door. Were there still so many living people casually wandering about in the villa district? Not merely walking, but chatting as they strolled. This hardly resembled a place marked by the eerie. Without further prompting from Shu Ye, Zhou Pa Pi took several steps forward and swung the door open, only to come face to face with an approaching individual. The second young master of the Su family? Security? They exclaimed in unison. Chapter 67. Death in the toilet. Upon hearing Zhou Pa Pi's words, Shu Ye turned to see several individuals clad in security uniforms standing at the door. They appeared unscathed and remarkably composed. Seeing them, Zhou Pa Pi rushed forward, asking, "Where are the others in the villa district?" The security personnel seemed puzzled by his inquiry. One of them replied, "Did something go missing, young Master Su? Or has an outsider intruded while we were away?" Zhou Pa Pi was momentarily taken aback. "Didn't you see?" The guard were even more bewildered. "We received reports from the villa district indicating issues with the base station, which affected communications in the area. We couldn't act recklessly and sent some to the vicinity of the station while others went outside to meet the repair crew. Young Master Su, are you here regarding this matter? This situation wouldn't be resolved quickly." And the guards urged him to be patient. "Didn't you leave anyone at the security booth?" Shu Ye suddenly stepped away from the surveillance, striding a few steps forward, emerging from behind Zhou Pa Pi. The villa district housed very few residents, and the security team recognized nearly every face, including familiar guests. However, the individual emerging from the security booth was an entirely unfamiliar visage. Without waiting for the guards to inquire, Zhou Pa Pi readily declared, "This is my good friend. From now on, just let her in when she arrives." The guards scrutinized Shu Ye's face attentively, committing it to memory. In this line of work, memory was truly paramount. As they spoke, the guard seemed somewhat perplexed. The issue with the unreachable phone signal had been explained, yet a new concern arose that if someone remained behind, then where was that security guard? Xiaolu? Shu Ye promptly asked. Where's the restroom? One of the guards pointed towards the small building where they typically took breaks. Right there, da-da. Xiaolu. There has been a death. Quick, call the police. Without another moment's hesitation, Shu Ye and Zhou Pa Pi dashed past the still-stunned guards toward the small building. The door was slightly ajar, and with a push it swung open. As they entered, they found a crowd gathered outside a room, blocking their view entirely. This time, Shu Ye didn't need to take the lead. Zhou Pa Pi climbed onto a nearby table, wasting no time in urging the crowd apart. He soon descended and turned to Shu Ye, who was deep in thought. A security guard appears to have died while squatting in the restroom. Upon hearing Zhou Pa Pi's words, Shu Ye's hands began to gesture in the air as if sketching something. Moments later, she declared, "Let us go." Zhou Pa Pi, puzzled but compliant, followed closely behind. Just as he stepped into the landscaped area, Shu Ye instructed, "Use the eerie domain to transport us to your house." Without hesitation, Zhou Pa Pi summoned the eerie shadow, enveloping them both as the domain unfolded, and within mere seconds, they found themselves in a living room. "Ah!" A piercing scream erupted. "Who?" A male voice exclaimed. "Brother?" A female voice followed. "Dad, Mom, sister. Thank goodness, you're all safe." Zhou Pa Pi, spotting three vigilant figures in the living room, flung aside the wine-red curtain, revealing his human form, and lunged forward. Yet before he could reach them, a red rope unexpectedly ensnared his ankle and yanked him backward. Bang! He crashed to the ground. His family, still in shock, witnessed the sudden emergence of the red rope, which abruptly hoisted Zhou Pa Pi into the air. Everything transpired in an instant, leaving everyone unable to react. Zhou Pa Pi, reassured that Shu Ye would not harm him and relieved to see his family alive, felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Hanging in midair, he playfully swung back and forth, exclaiming, "Boss, this eerie rope is so amusing. Can I come and play bungee jumping with you sometimes?" Shu Ye coldly scoffed. "Next time you let your guard down so carelessly, this eerie rope won't be around your ankle. It'll be around your neck." Zhou Pa Pi, realizing he had become overly jubilant, placed his hands beside his head. "Boss, I was wrong." Shu Ye ignored him, calmly addressing Zhou Pa Pi's wary family. "This is for your son's safety, and for your own good. It's best to remain standing like this until you confirm that there are no issues nearby." Zhou Pa Pi abruptly halted his playful swaying, bending down to look up while suspended in the air. He wiggled a bit, then flipped over, grasping the eerie rope that extended from his ankle. He soon regained his standing position. "Boss, is the killing rule of this entity related to height?" Shu Ye looked up, maintaining a semblance of composure. To be precise, it pertained to stature. Upon reflection, the cat had been safe initially because it remained perched in the tree. Once it climbed down and stretched, it was shorter than Yilan, thus aligning with the killing rule, which prompted Yilan to suddenly spring into action to kill the cat. However, Yilan's entity lacked a domain, resulting in a very limited range for its killing rule. The cat's location, right across from your house, was too close to your husky, which was also shorter than Yilan, thus meeting the criteria for the eerie killing rule, leading to its demise. This fatal chain of events continued to extend to the first family in the Villa district, a family of 3. Zhou Pa Pi interjected, "But among them, Uncle Li is obviously taller than Yilan." Shu Ye shook her head. That it was difficult to explain without having witnessed it firsthand, but the most plausible explanation was that at that moment, they might have been bending down or looking down, thus aligning with the killing rule of the entity within Yilan, resulting in all 3 of their deaths. Subsequently, there was security guard Xiaolu. He had been standing without issue, yet upon squatting to use the restroom, he inadvertently conformed to the killing rule. Your family likely survived because they remained vigilant after the death of your husky, standing guard, which was fortunate, much like you. Shu Ye paused momentarily, waved her hand, and the mysterious rope vanished into thin air. Amidst the startled exclamations of the Su family, Zhou Pa Pi plummeted from the ceiling, which stood over 2 meters high. The 3 members of the Su family rushed forward to catch him. Suddenly, a shadow materialized beneath Zhou Pa Pi's feet, quickly extending into the air, enveloping him in an embrace before retracting and disappearing. Zhou Pa Pi landed safely. Shu Ye proceeded to walk outside, intending to discuss the other matters. As it would be prudent for the family of a Yuge, the term for a supernatural manipulator, to be informed of certain events. Boss, where are you going? Zhou Pa Pi took a couple of steps to follow Shu Ye, but she had already departed. Once Shu Ye left, Zhou Pa Pi was immediately surrounded by the three members of his family. Their expressions ominous. In unison, they inquired, "Girlfriend?" Chapter 68. The chosen city Shu Ye was undoubtedly unaware of the interrogation that Zhou Pa Pi was undergoing. Following her previous conversation with him, she circled the villa area, a journey that took 2 hours. Typically, entering and exiting this place without a vehicle would be exhausting. However, the good news was that the supernatural entity had indeed vacated the villa area. As she walked, Shu Ye arrived at the foot of a mountain near the villa district, where a signal station responsible for the surrounding area stood atop. Curious about the sudden malfunction of the station, she intended to investigate. However, before she could proceed far, her phone rang unexpectedly. "Hello, is this Ms. Shu Ye? This is the A City Criminal Investigation Unit. We were wondering if you could come to the police station regarding the serial murder case in the villa area. We would like to gather some information that if it's inconvenient, we can send a female officer to take your statement." The tone was courteous, yet something felt amiss. The serial murder case in Haining, coupled with the bizarre occurrences in the villa area, seemed too coincidental. Although this particular incident involved Zhou Pa Pi's family, leading to her involvement, it felt rather fortuitous. Could it be that the theory of Revival 2.0, which suggested that the more personal information one possesses, the more likely one is to encounter supernatural events, applied not only to the Revival game, but also to Blue Star? That would certainly be disconcerting. "Hello, Miss Shu Ye. Are you still there?" Abruptly, Shu Ye hung up the phone, her expression betraying a calmness that belied her inner turmoil. Hadn't the security guards mentioned that they lacked the necessary tools, and that the station would not be repaired until tomorrow? How then had this call been made? While it was commonly said that one could still dial 110 without signal, that referred to a temporary loss of connectivity, which was different from the current situation where the station was incapable of receiving any signals. Surely, it could not be that during a supernatural revival, the station malfunctioned and lost signal, only to miraculously restore itself once the entity departed. If so, this station was more sentient than the supernatural itself. Glancing at her now functioning phone, Shu Ye called Zhou Pa Pi. "Did the police contact you about taking your statement?" "They did, but how come the signal is fixed today when they said repairs wouldn't start until tomorrow?" "I don't know, which is why I'm heading up the mountain to investigate. I'm ending the call now. If anyone asks, tell them I'm in the mountains where the signal is weak. Boss, I'm going with you." "There's no need. Stay here and don't go to the police station on your own. Have them send someone to take your statement. 3 players are dead, and we still don't know their identities. If they're also Yugue, they're most likely at the hospital or the police station." "What should I tell them?" "I understand. Other than what my sister told me about the Yi family, I know nothing else." "Okay, I'm heading into the mountains now. Unless something crucial arises, refrain from calling me." With that, without waiting for Zhou Pa Pi to respond further, Shu Ye took her first steps towards the long ascent. Though she could traverse the supernatural realm in the blink of an eye, doing so would only draw her closer to death. The revival of the supernatural was no mere jest. Just a moment ago, when she had suspended Zhou Pa Pi with a mysterious rope, she had nearly lost control and could have strung up all 4 individuals present. However, after only a few steps, Shu Ye's movement abruptly halted mid-stride. In the next instant, she decisively stepped back, retreating step by step until she was at the foot of the mountain. Gazing up at the summit, she marveled at a city, a veritable treasure trove of feng shui. Halfway up, there was an eerie stage that had even startled the system. She, Zhou Pa Pi, and Yilan, along with the deceased player from the eerie stage, collectively accounted for at least 4 Yugue present here. Adding those on the mountain, there were 5 in total. Among them, Zhou Pa Pi and the individual before her all wielded supernatural powers. Now only 9 players from the initial group remain alive, with 5 of them in a city. "Goodness," Shu Ye murmured to herself, standing at the mountain's base, "that if no one provokes me, I shall not provoke them. We bear no grudges. Once I handle my business with the police, I will depart the villa area, just like that young man who accompanied me, and I shall not return. This territory belongs to you now." Suddenly, a ripple appeared in the air before her, and something began to emerge from it. Light and airy, it landed softly. A piece of paper inscribed with words. Shu Ye did not reach for it. Instead, she took a couple of steps back, observing it from a distance. There was a single line written on it. Concise and to the point. Shu Ye appreciated such straightforwardness. Just as she was about to leave, a thought struck her, and she looked up, stating, "This territory belongs to you, that I won't come unless necessary. And if I do, I will certainly pay my respects first, in the spirit of reciprocity. The city is my domain, and for any matters, it is best not to approach me directly. Should you need assistance, go to the Watchers Alliance and seek out Zhou Pa Pi. Do not come to me directly." Another piece of paper squeezed out from the ripple, bearing a single word. Good at a consensus reached, Shu Ye left the two pieces of paper untouched. Turning away, she departed. After Shu Ye had disappeared from sight, a figure gradually materialized at the mountain's base. A little girl clutching a doll, her head tilted as she watched Shu Ye fade into the distance. After a while, she vanished just as she had appeared. Only when the sensation of being observed by the supernatural faded did Shu Ye pause, casting her gaze back at the now distant mountain. Throughout her journey, she had felt as though something supernatural was watching her, sending chills down her spine. This sensation was too intense. Could it be that the Yugue she encountered had something to do with eyes or vision? At the entrance, a police car was parked, empty inside, but a police officer stood at the door. Clearly, those giving statements had already entered. Shu Ye approached without waiting for the officer to inquire, declaring, "I am Shu Ye. You called me earlier." The officer did not immediately allow her entry, but slightly turned to communicate something via the intercom. Afterward, he turned back to permit her inside. "Thank you," Shu Ye politely acknowledged before seamlessly stepping in. Upon entering, she was met with the synchronized gaze of 6 pairs of eyes, 4 composed, 2 resigned. Everywhere she looked, Zhou Pa Pi seemed to have a penchant for attracting this kind of attention. Shu Ye accepted the drink placed on the coffee table in front of her, but chose not to sit beside the Su family on the couch. Instead, she pulled up a chair and sat facing the 2 officers who were observing her intently. Su Pa Pi naturally positioned himself behind her, creating a dynamic that prompted the 2 officers to exchange glances. Ahem, the older officer cleared his throat, adjusting himself before addressing her directly. "You must be Miss Shu Ye." Chapter 69. Investigation. Shu Ye glanced at the wine-red pillar-like object seated stiffly on the sofa. Alongside the other 3 members of the Su family who bore identical smiles, Su's mother, graceful and composed in a delicate qipao, sat there sipping tea, as if transported from a modern living room to an elegant courtyard. Su's father, with chiseled features, exuded a rugged charm that could easily incite admiration from young women, yet his gaze was entirely consumed by the gentle woman beside him. Finally, there was Zhou Pa Pi's sister, the quintessential queen bee, her mere presence emanating an aura of authority, reminiscent of a ruler surveying her realm. And then there was Zhou Pa Pi, whose youthful, striking features were overshadowed by his social anxiety. Now cocooned in the wine-red curtains purchased by Shu Ye, a stark contrast to the rest. In conclusion, aside from his face, Zhou Pa Pi seemed to have been adopted by the Su family. This appraisal took but a moment. The juice was set on the coffee table in front of her, while Zhou Pa Pi, lacking decorum, sat on the floor beside Shu Ye. This series of actions ushered in an uncomfortable silence. Cough. The older officer cleared his throat again, this time bypassing trivialities to address the matter at hand. "According to the existing evidence, we have discovered that both Miss Shu Ye and Su Pa Pi were present at the crime scene." His words trailed off, but it was evident he sought to understand why they had been there, what their intentions were, whether they were aware of the fatalities, how they had come to learn of them, and most crucially, their alibis. This was indeed a delicate situation. It must be noted that the pair had arrived directly at the Villa District using supernatural means, and there had been no surveillance to capture their movements during that time. However, other details were certainly available to discuss. Shu Ye cast a glance at Zhou Pa Pi, who was swaying his head beside her, seemingly preoccupied with something beneath the curtain. She then turned her attention to the elderly police officer and remarked. Zhou Pa Pi, feeling restless, attempted to reach out to his family for a casual chat. However, he was unable to get through to any of them, and there was no news from the company, which made him somewhat anxious. Prompting him to come to the Villa District for a look, the older officer nodded in understanding, while the younger officer rapidly jotted down notes in his notepad. Shu Ye continued, I happened to be with Zhou Pa Pi at the time, and seeing his concern about potential mishaps on the road, I decided to accompany him. Upon arriving at the villa district, we discovered 3 individuals lying at the entrance of the first villa, and upon closer inspection, we confirmed they were deceased. Wait a moment, the old officer suddenly interrupted, asking, "We have reviewed the surveillance footage of the villa district. Why did you not report the presence of these 3 individuals immediately upon discovering them?" Shu Ye glanced at him, but offered no explanation, simply continuing with her narrative. The younger officer furrowed his brow, clearly irritated, but was restrained by the smiling older officer beside him, who was patient and seasoned. We proceeded to locate security officer Xiao Lu, only to find that he had perished in the restroom. Following that, Zhou Pa Pi and I came directly here, where we found everyone else unharmed, as Zhou Pa Pi stayed behind to comfort his family. And I felt it was inappropriate for me to linger, so I decided to take a stroll. Eventually, I received a call requesting a statement that encapsulated the entire incident, which Shu Ye summarized succinctly. She told no lies, merely omitting certain information that ordinary individuals ought not to know. Once it was confirmed that Shu Ye had finished her account and the younger officer had completed his notes, the older officer did not speak immediately, but lowered his head in contemplation before raising it again, directing his inquiry not at Shu Ye, but at Zhou Pa Pi or Zhou Pa Pi. Do you know the Yi family in this villa district? Specifically Yilan. Suddenly called upon, Zhou Pa Pi looked up, exclaiming, "Oh, Yilan, yes, I'm acquainted with everyone in this villa district. I heard that you went missing alongside him as Yilan 3 days ago." "Boss, are you referring to Ms. Shu Ye?" "Indeed. How fortunate it is that someone happened to pass by. Otherwise, the situation could have escalated. However, what a coincidence it is that you were rescued by Ms. Shu Ye today, just as Yilan made her appearance." "Yes, indeed, I concur. May I inquire what Ms. Shu Ye does for a living? Today is a weekday, and in the event of such an unexpected incident, if your workplace requires us to provide documentation, we can certainly accommodate that. Is there a suspicion that she, too, was among those who went missing for 3 days?" Shu Ye remained unfazed by the sudden questioning, merely lifting her gaze and calmly responding, "It's of no concern. I'm a freelancer, my own boss, with no defined work days or days off that that's so. Ms. Shu Ye, you're truly impressive, managing to be a business owner at such a young age," as the older officer spoke. He rose to his feet, prompting the younger officer to hastily close his notepad and follow suit. Everyone else naturally complied without objection. The older officer concluded, "The case is rather intricate, until it is resolved. I must ask you all to refrain from traveling abroad or venturing into remote areas where you might be difficult to locate." After stating this, he departed with the young officer, who might be his apprentice. Zhou Pa Pi, however, remained oblivious, comfortably seated on the ground. "Boss, does this mean it's all behind us?" Zhou Pa Pi nodded, letting out an "oh," but then added, "However, that older officer mentioned we should avoid disappearing for the time being. What happens in 7 days?" At this remark, Zhou Pa Pi's 3 family members suddenly became uneasy, as her mother exclaimed, "What is going to happen in 7 days?" Zhou's father added, "You aren't involved in anything you shouldn't be, are you?" Zhou's sister interjected, "You young people and your reckless behavior nowadays." Chapter 70. A frustrating iron. Well, there are many topics related to games that are best left unmentioned. Otherwise, one might inadvertently trigger the system's sensitive points, resulting in a catastrophic fate of cardiac arrest. This would be an utterly unjust demise. Shu Ye did not need to state this. Zhou Pa Pi, who was mindful of his family's concerns, was already aware. With the strangers now absent, Zhou Pa Pi shed the wine-red curtain draped over him and placed it on the sofa's backrest, standing beside Shu Ye. After pondering for 3 seconds in front of his anxious family members, he suddenly clenched his fist and declared, "In 7 days, I will join the boss to save the world." At this proclamation, silence enveloped the room. Shu Ye sighed, suppressing the multitude of rationalization she had previously contemplated. "Well then, before the police arrived, what had Zhou Pa Pi shared with you?" Shu Ye inquired, looking towards Zhou Pa Pi. Zhou Pa Pi straightened up, fixing his gaze ahead. "Perhaps I should explain." Shu Ye suggested, if Zhou Pa Pi were to recount every single action he took hour by hour, or even minute by minute, it would surely take until nightfall. Excluding details about the revival game, players, personal panels, tasks, identities, and the forum app, What remained would boil down to two elements: the eerie and the controller of the eerie. This encompassed the bizarre rules of murder, the means by which ordinary people could survive within strange events, and how controllers of the eerie came into being, along with their lifespans, all of which were disclosed with clarity. These explanations did not require excessive time. After a swift elucidation, the Shu family members were left in disbelief, their eyes wide, as their worldview and values were evidently shaken. Shu Ye finished the last of her juice, stood up, and stated, "That is the situation. Aside from this, I advise you not to delve deeper into matters you ought not to know. Cardiac arrest is unlikely to be an isolated incident. Gold can shield against the eerie. Its significance should be apparent to you, so stockpile as much as you can. You just mentioned lifespan, Zhou Pa Pi. How long can you expect to live?" Zhou Pa Pi's sister asked, her voice trembling. This was understandable. Shu Ye contemplated before responding. The controller of the eerie is most attuned to their own condition. Fortunately, Zhou Pa Pi is relatively lucky. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he should last for at least 50 years, with frequent usage. 5 years should pose no issue. 5 years. Zhou Pa Pi's sister's lips quivered, and her eyes immediately welled with tears as she rushed to embrace Zhou Pa Pi, sobbing. Zhou father's eyes were also reddened. But as the head of the family, he struggled to suppress his emotions. He rose and approached Shu Ye, softly inquiring, "Is there any way to extend this lifespan? If, as you say, the controller's lifespan diminishes due to engaging with the eerie, what if we could separate the eerie?" Shu Ye fell silent. Our very existence as controllers of the eerie is an accident. No one comprehends the principle of coexisting with the eerie. However, from my perspective, the eerie cannot be actively detached. Only upon a person's death, during the revival of the eerie, can it be contained. Shu father nodded, observing Zhou Pa Pi, who was frantically comforting his distressed mother and sister. "Zhou Pa Pi, we appreciate your help. Is there anything we can do to assist you in 7 days?" Shu Ye had no intention of lying, nor was there a need to. She replied plainly, "When we reach that place, we won't even cross paths, so there's no need for concern that I cannot divulge specifics. But in general, the environment he will face is less favorable than mine, though the dangers are not as severe. Therefore, he simply needs to maintain his position and gradually expand his influence. Here, the most significant assistance would be gold. Gold should not be a concern. However, acquiring this metal in bulk may attract unwanted attention. So, we must be discreet. We will endeavor to prepare more in the next 7 days." Shu Ye nodded. Ideally, it should be fashioned into coffins, woven bags, or sealed storage containers. Shu Pa Pi has previously informed you about the safe house for gold. Correct? This matter is better addressed sooner rather than later, and the fewer individuals involved, the better. If anything were to transpire, should Zhou Pa Pi and I be absent, a larger group would pose a risk. You need not worry about that. Shu father's gaze sharpened, revealing a menacing demeanor. He quickly regained his composure, apologizing, "I lost my temper. I am still adjusting to the newfound resolve of turning over a new leaf." As Shu father looked at Zhou Pa Pi, his expression gradually morphed into something unsettling. Inwardly, Shu Ye drew across, "Zhou Pa Pi, may you find joy in these 7 days," initially believing the conversation would conclude here. Shu Ye was taken aback when Shu father suddenly posed a question that halted her in her tracks. "You mentioned gradually expanding influence. Does that imply there will be more individuals who vanish and then reappear?" Shu Ye turned slowly, signaling for silence with a gesture. "I know nothing." As Shu father's expression shifted, a flicker of joy. Yet the next moment, Shu Ye added, "My situation is unstable. As a precaution, Zhou Pa Pi needs to be vigilant." With that, she departed. Once Zhou Pa Pi had successfully consoled the 2 higher-ups in his family, he noticed his father's hostile glare directed at him, tinged with a hint of disappointment. Zhou Pa Pi quickly devised a strategy, denying his father the chance to take the lead. "Mom, sis, Dad's glaring at me." Shu mother and Shu sister immediately directed their gazes at Shu father. Shu father donned his usual innocent smile, feigning ignorance. "How could that be? I just finished speaking with Shu Ye. I had no time to focus on him." Zhou Pa Pi turned on the spot, realizing that Shu Ye had indeed vanished, and he felt a surge of urgency as he rushed out. "I'm off to discuss world-saving plans with the boss." Behind him, Shu father remarked languidly, "The club, Zhou Pa Pi." "Understood." As Zhou Pa Pi's figure faded away, Shu father chuckled once more. That rascal. Shu Ye even asked me to remind you not to venture up the mountain. I suspect he has long forgotten about it, as your mother approached. But Su's father raised his hand to stop her, gently patting her shoulder and leaning down to say softly, "Do not fret. You are well aware of our son's talent for seeking powerful allies." Su's mother wiped away her tears. Yet Su's father recognized her sorrow stemmed from Zhou Pa Pi's lifespan after becoming a deceiver. Ultimately, he could only divert her attention. Before Shu Ye departed, she mentioned that a considerable amount of gold would be required. "We are their support here, and there is much to accomplish. The more we assist, the safer they will be. This place is not secure. Let us pack our things and spend the night at the old residence." As Su's mother busied herself with packing, Su's father turned, his expression serious. Knowing that Zhou Jie had important matters to discuss, she immediately stood at attention. In the next moment, Zhou Pa Pi suddenly reappeared, seizing the wine-red curtains from the sofa and darting outside once more. Su's father sighed. This boy, he can be useful as a subordinate. If he acts foolishly, he may only receive a beating. However, if he truly finds a girlfriend and continues to act thoughtlessly, he may not survive. He mused further, and if his girlfriend happens to be a deceiver as well, the ensuing conflict would be no ordinary scuffle, as Shu Ye remarked. Sibling romances are quite trendy these days. Do you think Shu Ye would find this appealing? Chapter 71. The Strange Resurgence. Unbeknownst to Zhou Pa Pi, who was oblivious to his father and sister's attempts to play matchmaker, he naturally followed behind Shu Ye, who walked with her head down, lost in thought. Sensing Zhou Pa Pi's presence, Shu Ye did not lift her head but stated, "Before the next game begins, spend the day with your parents. And in the evening, we will convene at the club. I need you to help monitor the strange threads within my body at night." Her resurgence was imminent, and should she lose consciousness for even a moment, the threads would spiral out of control. With Zhou Pa Pi's shadow as a deceiver present, they could swiftly isolate ordinary people should danger arise, thus preventing widespread casualties. Although the more deaths occurred, the faster the threads would grow. Any deviation from this norm would inevitably lead to her being hunted down as a boss in the future. Zhou Pa Pi nodded. "No problem. As a seasoned cultivator, daytime is merely my time to rest. Rest assured, I will be alert at night. There was no need for such pride in being a night owl." Zhou Pa Pi inquired, "What about the base station? Did your father not inform you? Perhaps I hurried out and missed it?" He shrugged it off. The base station was off limits. A city truly harbored hidden talents. As per the Special Department's intel in the Resurgence game, the deceivers with domains were rare. Yet within a small villa area in a city, there existed 3 deceivers with domains, alongside an ordinary deceiver named Yilon. One wondered if it was due to the feng shui. Zhou Pa Pi felt a surge of pride, realizing that indeed, the chosen one was always surrounded by the strong. Shu Ye nodded dismissively, hailing a taxi from the roadside and stepping inside. Zhou Pa Pi, still rambling, fell silent upon entering the taxi, becoming introverted in the presence of a stranger, not uttering a word, barely making a sound. Had the driver not seen this wine-red figure board the vehicle, the destination would likely have been the police station. After all, due to the strange resurgence, Shu Ye's expression was far from friendly. It was, in fact, terrifying. The 3 passengers in the taxi exchanged not a single word until they arrived. Zhou Pa Pi promptly paid, and as he waited for Shu Ye to exit, the taxi sped away as if pursued by an unseen horror. Zhou Pa Pi wondered aloud, "Is the driver in a hurry?" Shu Ye strode directly into the club, now renamed the Watchers Alliance, where old Fu stood at the entrance, seemingly having waited there for quite some time. "Miss Shu, young master," he greeted, not inquiring about the various incidents at the club or Shu Ye's request to delete surveillance footage. It was as if he had confirmed that Zhou Pa Pi was unharmed, and with a smile, he departed to attend to other guests. Zhou Pa Pi tightened his grip on his wine-red curtain, swiftly navigating past numerous patrons toward his designated territory on the 3rd floor of the club. The atmosphere felt remarkably tranquil to Shu Ye, who suddenly found Zhou Pa Pi's social anxiety rather endearing. These past 6 days had been eerily calm, perhaps due to the caution instilled by the demise of other players, as the number of survivors displayed on the Resurgence app had not changed since. Recently, various gold items have been delivered to the club, ranging from nails, small knives, and bead bracelets to coffins, woven bags, and storage boxes. Although this influx had drastically reduced their living space, Shu Ye savored the experience of sleeping on a bed of money. ever since Zhou Pa Pi's family learned that they intended to use the club as a base. It had ceased operations, undergoing various renovations by the Zhou family. The silver lining was that in these 6 days, neither strange occurrences had transpired nearby, nor had any unusual news surfaced. Shu Ye's strange threads had remained dormant and quiet. While she was dressed, she had not brought many items when she arrived. Unsure if there would be restrictions on what could be taken, she pondered how much gold they could carry across. With only 1 day left before entering the Resurgence game, and despite the Zhou family not knowing the specific destination, Zhou Pa was granted a day off. This marked the only occasion in these days that Zhou Pa was present at the club during the day. Without the family's training, Zhou Pa lounged on the sofa, relishing the rare opportunity to rest. Upon hearing Shu Ye's words, his gaze remained vacantly fixed on the ceiling. Ah, I suddenly find the Resurgence world rather appealing. I can just stay indoors without anyone bothering me. Shu Ye replied, whatever we can carry is beneficial. The gold on the other side will already be considered strategic resources before we arrive. And we cannot procure it in bulk, that by side. The only downside of this area is the lack of entertainment. I wish to play a game, but I cannot even gather 10 players. Shu Ye mused, these small knives are quite useful. Next time we encounter a strange entity, we could stab it with one and place a surveillance device on the blade. I'll need to think more on that. Zhou Pa lamented, if only the shadow had some intelligence. We could recruit another player for a game of Dodiju. The two of them, in one room, each speaking their minds, formed a harmonious atmosphere. Suddenly, Shu Ye let out a muffled groan and collapsed. The strange threads abruptly extended from her palm, instantaneously transforming from one into countless fine strands, swirling aimlessly in the blink of an eye. They were enveloped in a blood-red domain, which rapidly expanded. Within this domain, a multitude of red threads emerged from the void, with several bodies already suspended on some of them. These corpses were either the remnants of the strange occurrences at the strange post office or the deceased couriers who perished during the outbreak. Among them was the man who had gifted Shu Ye the supernatural lighter. Boss, Zhou Pa was taken aback. Rushing forward, his shadow manifested, and the black domain spread, enveloping the red domain with utmost speed. However, the innate talent of the strange threads lay in suppression, and the domain naturally inherited this trait. And no matter how hard Zhou Pa tried, he could not prevent the red domain from gradually expanding outward. If this continued, there would be no living souls left on this street. In his desperation, Zhou Pa recalled Shu Ye's prior words. If she experienced a strange resurgence, the first step would be to isolate ordinary people with the shadow's domain. Zhou Pa redirected his black domain, no longer encircling the red domain, but instead expanding outward at a speed surpassing that of the red domain. The panic ordinary people would feel in the face of such strange events was a thought Zhou Pa had no time to ponder. Isolate. Without this strange entity, there would be no one for the threads to satisfy, and thus the domain could not grow. The visible expansion of the red domain came to an abrupt halt. Zhou Pa exhaled in relief, then turned to check on Shu Ye's condition. Yet he had forgotten one crucial detail. Now, within the realm of the strange threads, he was the sole target. Chapter 72. Eliminate Player 404. The myriad threads targeted a singular objective, converging silently upon the unsuspecting Zhou Pa, who had crouched down to check on Shu Ye's condition. In an instant, as his body lost control and the familiar agony of his soul being torn apart surged within him. Shu Ye realized the threads had spiraled out of control, that on the final day of Blue Star, she ultimately succumbed. The preceding 6 days felt like the calm before a storm. Everything had been building toward this day. This moment, Shu Ye witnessed the outbreak of the strange threads, saw Zhou Pa's efforts to prevent the domain's expansion, and noted his attempts to isolate ordinary people. Everything unfolded as they had previously prepared. Their mutual understanding was to minimize the impact on ordinary lives, not merely out of selflessness, but because if the threads claimed more victims, the domain would evolve and strengthen. Shu Ye awaited only one outcome, a complete resurgence of the strange, leading to her demise. However, she forgot, as did Zhou Pa, that if he remained to isolate ordinary people with the domain, he would inevitably become the only living soul within the thread's domain. He would become the singular target of the strange threads. Shu Ye wished to warn him, but found herself unable to control her threads, her eyes darting desperately in an attempt to alert Zhou Pa. Fortunately, despite his childishness, Zhou Pa Pi's wits remained intact. Upon witnessing the unsettling state of Shu Ye, a sinister shadow abruptly emerged behind him, enveloping him entirely, before it flowed into the ground like water. Shu Pa vanished alongside this eerie shadow. Meanwhile, the shadowy tether lost its only target and began to drift aimlessly once more. "Boss, what should we do now?" Zhou Pa's voice suddenly resonated from beneath Shu Ye. With great effort, Shu Ye turned his gaze in that direction, only to find that his own shadow had inexplicably transformed into Zhou Pa's likeness. The capabilities of this sinister shadow truly left no trace. It was indeed well suited for stealthy ambushes. Yet, Shu Ye found himself unable to articulate a response at that moment, after nearly 10 minutes of this state. Zhou Pa's voice emerged again, now tinged with urgency. "Boss, it's bad." At this juncture, Shu Ye could barely move a finger, but speaking was no longer an issue. "What is it?" "That's wonderful. Boss, you can finally speak," Zhou Pa exclaimed. Then quickly added, "Boss, I just received a hidden mission from a system. Didn't you get it?" Hearing this, Shu Ye instinctively summoned the interface. As usual, it remained unchanged. She dismissed the panel and replied, "No. What is the hidden mission? Just read it out in such a dire moment." Zhou Pa's anxious task was likely of great significance to her, and it probably wasn't good news. The sooner she knew, the better. Without hesitation, Zhou Pa opened his mouth to declare, "Player 404, an anomaly has erupted, approaching revival. Commence player extermination mission. Eliminate player 404. The imprisoned player 404 possesses all anomalies. Mission reward: 1 random method to extend the life of the anomaly controller." "What? Boss, what should we do? My interface is showing your location, and those players will surely rush over at the fastest speed." However, Shu Ye interjected, "The method to extend the life of the anomaly controller is not limited to just one." The two were clearly focused on entirely different concerns. Zhou Pa was momentarily stunned by Shu Ye's words and quickly insisted, "Boss, this is not the time to contemplate that. What do we do? Should I move you to another location?" If it weren't for the fact that her life was at stake, Shu Ye would have eagerly plunged a knife into herself to hasten her demise. The prospect of extending her life was irresistibly tempting, especially for an anomaly controller with such a fleeting lifespan. But why was there a system notification just when she was about to erupt? Along with this mission, the resurgence of Yilan's anomaly was due to physical death. She was still alive, yet perilously close to an anomaly revival. Was it merely this subtle distinction? The closer the anomaly controllers were, the sooner they would arrive. Although distance was hardly an obstacle for controllers with anomaly domains, the one stationed in the Villa District was not only near, but also wielded an anomaly domain. When these factors combined, coupled with the system's rewards, even a previously agreed-upon policy of mutual non-interference could crumble under such immense temptation. Boss, at that moment, Zhou Pa was directly brought to Shu Ye's side by the shadow. He crouched down, preparing to take Shu Ye away. "I've been to the Villa District base. The anomaly controller there gave me a note. They will honor the agreement. That eliminated 1 player, with 9 players remaining. Subtracting Shu Ye, Zhou Pa, and the base's anomaly controller, only 6 remained. Among these 6, there was that unfortunate fellow from the forum who had been captured in the American region to serve as the female anomaly controller's male companion, a wealthy second-generation heir. If he hadn't fabricated such a tale out of sheer boredom, this player would be an ordinary person. Thus, yet another threat was removed. That left 5 players. 5 players scattered across the nation. How many would be near City A? How many would be anomaly controllers? And how many of those controllers would possess anomaly domains? Everything was uncertain. At that moment, Zhou Pa had already lifted Shu Ye, 1 foot poised on the edge of the 3rd-floor window, ready to flee. Shu Ye urgently interrupted, "Zhou Pa, lock me in that golden coffin." Zhou Pa's expression shifted. "Boss?" Without further elaboration, Shu Ye insisted, "Now, immediately." This coffin had been specially crafted by Shu Ye to prevent imminent anomaly revival for controllers. Once the golden coffin closed, it would automatically seal itself, leaving no crevice whatsoever. The entire coffin would be a seamless hole, rendering it impossible for anyone outside to open it without tools, for the controller trapped inside. The only way to escape was to suppress the anomaly within themselves. Once the anomaly was subdued, they would regain control over their body. All that remained was to input a 16-digit password, after which the coffin could be opened from the inside. That a 16-digit code could never be accidentally triggered. Just before the coffin was about to close, Shu Ye managed to move her hand slightly, causing a blood-red dossier to fall out. Shu Bai paused, glanced at Shu Ye, then bent down to open the eerie dossier, placing it on Shu Ye's hand. I understand, he whispered. With a creak, the coffin gradually closed, the light slowly fading, and the smile at the corner of Shu Ye's mouth disappeared from Zhou Bai's view. Chapter 73. Is this it? Zhou Bai sat on the ground, leaning against the golden coffin, his fingers lightly tapping on its edge. Boss, you mentioned there are only a handful of us left. I wonder how many oblivious souls will come seeking their demise, if the previous analysis held true. The next time players enter the game should be at 4:44 a.m. Would you really bring the entire coffin with you? That would be quite the dramatic entrance. No wonder you are the chosen one. The shadowy tether silently descended behind Zhou Bai, eager to make a move, but was waved away by the shadow, standing nearby. Shu Bai appeared oblivious, sitting there quietly. Time ticked away. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The sound of footsteps echoed. Someone entered the club. The club had long been isolated by the dual anomaly domains of the tether and shadow, rendering it invisible to ordinary people, let alone allowing them to step inside. The only individuals capable of entering were anomaly controllers. The footsteps halted at the entrance. Shu Bai remained seated, raising his eyes to the door, as if peering through it to glimpse the anomaly controller beyond. The nearby shadow was manipulated to retrieve a wine-red curtain, which Zhou Bai accepted and wrapped himself in. During this interval, no one entered, nor did anyone exit. Shu Bai considered rising to leave, but then settled back down into his previous stillness. He recalled Shu Ye saying that when confronting an anomaly, the first step was to think, analyze the rules of the anomaly's killing. This anomaly controller stood at the door, yet did not push it open to enter, nor did they leave. Perhaps the killing rules were related to opening the door or the first person to speak. Regardless, considering the lengthy duration since the mission was issued, the fact that this anomaly controller had only just arrived suggested that the likelihood of them possessing an anomaly domain was quite low. Adhering to the strategy of remaining motionless, Zhou Bai resolved to wait it out. However, unbeknownst to him, the restless tether did not share this sentiment. Upon sensing the presence of another living being within the anomaly domain, it began to stir. The anomaly controller outside, named Ding Cho, detested this moniker. His myriad experiences throughout life had rendered him cynical, timid, and even sycophantic and vain. Yet everything changed with the advent of a certain game. Becoming an anomaly controller transformed him into a superhuman entity. From that moment on, he vowed that no one would ever look down upon him again. During the past few idle days, he had exploited the anomalies to engage in various endeavors. Revenge, flaunting, and enjoyment. In short, if not for the limitations of lifespan, he believed himself to be a deity. Just then, a system mission appeared. Unlike the hidden mission he learned about through news reports regarding the stage-like mirage in High City, which bore no rewards, this task offered precisely what he needed most, a method to extend his life. All he had to do was one thing: kill the player numbered 404. The number 404 sounded familiar. After entering the forum, he recalled through others' posts that player 404 was the one who had become an anomaly controller on the very first day of entering the game. Eliminate 404, the anomaly that imprisoned 404, along with a hidden mission reward for surviving 24 hours and this life-extending reward. All of it was his. When he received the task, Ding Cho was entangled with the school beauty he had once yearned for, and the sudden mission left him flustered. Although he had angrily commanded the school beauty to take her own life in that moment, the subsequent task reward rekindled his delight that he was in City D. Roughly a 2-hour flight from City A.B. By the time he arrived at the system-designated destination, it was nearly evening. The Watchers Alliance? What a nonsensical phrase. Ding Cho entered the club only to find it utterly deserted. This realization triggered memories of the helplessness he had felt during his first encounter with an anomaly, prompting a cold sweat to cascade down his back as he turned to flee. Yet upon sensing the anomaly within his body, he managed to regain his composure. Despite the absence of others, Ding Cho felt humiliated, and naturally he attributed all of it to player 404. but he ascended the first, second, and third floors. Finally, upon reaching the third floor, his signal intersected without a player 404. Gazing at the closed door before him, he raised his hand and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. But no one came to answer. Could it be that player 404 was too weak to even stand? Ding Cho frowned. While this was a positive development, it also posed a problem. This ability has allowed him to indulge in all the experiences that previously existed only in his dreams over the past 6 days. Countless goddesses prostrated themselves beneath him, while numerous beings referred to as gods were compelled by him to engage in various humiliating acts, even leading to their demise. All of this has only fed his vanity and insatiable desire for control. This entire situation has been orchestrated by the entity known as Go. He relished every moment of it. Now, the only flaw that remained was on the verge of being rectified. Once he discovered the means to extend his lifespan, he would ascend to the status of a deity in this world. Upon this realization, Ding Cho could hardly contain his anticipation that a myriad of vivid scenes danced through his mind, revealing his grotesque demeanor. He licked his parched lips, finally raising his hand to push open the door before him. The world spun around him. Amid the swirling chaos, Ding Cho beheld a familiar figure. Thin and dark, that it was himself. But why was he able to see his own body? Ding Cho's consciousness plunged into darkness. Bang! Is that all? Zhou Pa Pi gazed in disbelief at the shadow manipulator, whose head had been severed by his own shadow from behind. Wondering how someone so audacious could dare approach him, as if they were eager for their own demise. As he spoke, he noticed the ethereal aura beginning to ripple, the corpse exhibiting signs of decay, and caught a whiff of the stench of death wafting through the air. The Gue within him began to stir. Zhou Pa Pi hurriedly commanded the shadow to snatch a red thread from the air, then twisted the shadow of Ding Cho, now his Gue slave, into a shape resembling a needle. The red thread and the needle. The shadow lifted Ding Cho's lifeless body and exited the door, casually discarding the corpse from the third floor. In the next moment, a red thread materialized out of thin air, wrapping around and ensnaring him. Ding Cho ascended into the sky. The realm of the Gue expanded with the addition of another soul. With the nourishment provided by the shadow manipulator, the domain of the Gue extended even further. As long as the domain had not fully erupted, it indicated that Shu Ye was still alive. And all he needed to do was 2 words: wait. Knock, knock. Suddenly, 2 sharp raps echoed from within the coffin. Knock. Another sound resonated from within the coffin. Chapter 74. Big shot. Save me. Gue friends hand in hand. We are all good friends. That Zhou Pa Pi hummed a melody of his own creation, occasionally engaging in a clapping game with the shadow. Boss, it's already past 3 o'clock. The 444 game is about to begin. Surely no one will come now. I don't know. Let us wait and see. Shu Ye's figure appeared behind Zhou Pa Pi, questioning the oddity of his tune. Zhou Pa Pi shook his head, remaining silent. Exuding an air of pride, it was unclear what brought him such joy. Midnight. Taking advantage of the Gue dossier's suppressive abilities, Shu Ye emerged from the golden coffin, gliding past Zhou Pa Pi to settle on a nearby sofa. Once the game commences, if the flow of time in the resurrected world differs from that of Blue Star, I should still be in the Gue post office, which is rife with the supernatural. Aside from a few minor entities, I could take a couple of golden woven bags for convenience. Zhou Pa Pi casually nodded. Then I'll take a golden storage box. I probably won't be going out much once I arrive. Shu Ye pondered. You should also bring a woven bag. Each time players arrive there, they will have an identity, and sometimes you might be unable to leave. Zhou Pa Pi nodded again. Tap, 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 just as the clock struck 4:30. A sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed through the club. Shu Ye and Zhou Pa Pi exchanged glances. That it was surprising that even at such a late hour, a shadow manipulator had come to fulfill the task of eliminating player 404. With the 2 of them present, and only one opponent, there was little cause for concern. As they stepped outside, standing in the 3rd floor corridor, they spotted someone frantically running about on the 1st floor, wiping the sweat from their brow, seemingly searching for something. When the individual inadvertently raised their gaze and caught sight of Shu Ye and Zhou Pa Pi, their eyes lit up with surprise. Shu Ye hesitated. This seems to be an ordinary person? Zhou Pa Pi nodded. Indeed, An ordinary person to it seemed peculiar for an ordinary person to be on mission to kill a shadow manipulator, just as Shu Ye prepared to ensnare them with a gui thread. The individuals suddenly dropped to their knees and exclaimed, "Two great masters, please save the life of this humble brother. I can pay." The freelancer, who had been anxious about the resurgence of the supernatural over the past 7 days, blinked in bewilderment as Zhou Pa Pi, who was never short of wealth, simply raised an eyebrow. The same question mark, yet with different reasons. Shu Ye felt a flicker of familiarity with the individual, pausing the gui thread as its tip hovered just shy of the young man's nape. Zhou Pa Pi squinted, then clapped his hands. "I remember now. He asked the virtual husband of my mother, Zhou Jingming." Shu Ye had a faint recollection, but couldn't quite place it. She was aware of the drama Zhou Pa Pi mentioned. But she had never been one to follow popular shows, typically waiting until the hype died down before watching. Since Zhou Pa Pi recognized him, she felt reassured that this individual wouldn't play tricks regarding their identity. Though a degree of caution remained essential, the gui thread continued to float quietly behind Zhou Jingming's neck. While Zhou Pa Pi and Shu Ye conversed, Zhou Jingming remained obediently kneeling, maintaining a straight posture. Once the two masters finished their discussion and caught their breath from the exertion of their journey, he reached into his pocket and produced a bank card. "Great masters, 1 million. Please save me." It must be said, money has always been a compelling motivator. Zhou Pa Pi was indeed wealthy, but that wealth belonged to the Su family, not to Shu Ye. The importance of possessing a personal stash was undeniable. Shu Ye accepted the card, flipping it over in her hand. "So, what's the story?" Upon seeing one of the great masters accept the card, Zhou Jingming sighed in relief. He wiped the sweat from his brow, cleared his throat, and said, "I am player 999, Zhou Jingming, an actor currently running away from home." "Running away from home, you say?" Zhou, as in the real estate magnate from Sea City, whose family has never revealed his face. Zhou Pa Pi interjected, surprised. Zhou Jingming had anticipated that this crimson-clad master would be aware of such matters, offering an awkward smile as he nodded. Then continued, "My luck was poor when I entered the game. I ended up in the American region, and then I was captured, supposedly to meet a shadow manipulator named Sophie. I would like to ask if you two could give me some advice on how to leave the American region for a safer place." Despite the precariousness of his situation, he presented himself with an air of composure, exuding the essence of a righteous individual ready to seize any opportunity. However, the mention of this shadow manipulator, named Sophie, raised a flag. Shu Ye retrieved her phone from her pocket and tapped a few buttons. Upon seeing this, Zhou Jingming's smile faltered. What followed was not quite the pleasant outcome he had envisioned. Zhou Pa Pi leaned in with curiosity to take a look. And upon finishing, laughter erupted throughout the club, almost piercing through the ceiling and reaching the cosmos. Zhou Jingming's smile reappeared, this time tinged with resignation. "Well, it seems I truly have crossed into a perilous world. And I never anticipated that I would be forced into servitude." Zhou Pa Pi quickly grasped the situation. "I'll go ask." Shu Ye nodded, cautioning, "Assess the situation. If it becomes troublesome, just remember it's merely servitude. As long as you keep your life, that's what matters. If it's not too troublesome to save you, that would be best." In Blue Star, apart from the shadow manipulators, it was vital to gather influential and wealthy players. Of course, listening and following orders was the most crucial aspect. The two quickly decided the fate of the 1 million and Zhou Jingming's future, while he simply felt as though he had survived a disaster. From her dialogue, Zhou Jingming clearly understood his role and decisively stated, "I'll call to retract my departure and apologize to my father, ending my runaway escapade." Shu Ye inquired, "Do you wish to become a shadow manipulator, or simply remain an ordinary person?" Zhou Jingming replied without hesitation, "A shadow manipulator. I must take control of my own destiny." Yet he added, "However, I've been confined since I arrived, and the people around me seldom speak. I am not quite sure how to become a shadow manipulator." Shu Ye repeated the explanation she had previously shared with Zhou Pa Pi regarding shadow manipulators. While Zhou Jingming pondered, she stated directly, "When faced with a supernatural event, one may have a short lifespan, yet a fighting chance, while another may enjoy longevity, yet be utterly powerless. Now, what is your choice?" Chapter 75. Newcomer Report. Is this game fun? Shu Ye was intrigued to see what decision this ordinary person would make. She had encountered many shadow manipulators, but only Zhou Pa Pi had genuinely delved into the intricacies of navigating the supernatural. Like Zhou Pa Pi, she had not actively sought to become a shadow manipulator. She was curious about what choices ordinary people would make when presented with options. As Zhou Jingming pondered, Shu Ye added, "You must have come here following the system's task to eliminate player 404. I am that player 404. Zhou Jingming looked up. Shu Ye continued, "The Gui within me is reviving, which means I am nearing death. The system is likely anxious that the supernatural in Blue Star will become even more rampant, thus preparing to snuff me out in my cradle. In other words, if he chose to become a shadow manipulator. The first challenge he would confront would be the success rate of mastering the supernatural. Even if he succeeded, he would still have to contend with the threat of death from the reviving Gui and the pressure from the system. However, Shu Ye suddenly smiled. But you have no option to choose." Zhou Jingming appeared puzzled. Following this, he heard the esteemed figure known as number 404 utter a phrase. "Your identity in the system's personal panel is that of a courier from the Erie Post Office. You are familiar with the Erie Post Office, are you not?" The esteemed figure continued at IT was precisely due to the choice between delivering messages and prolonging the confinement of the Erie records that the resurgence of the uncanny was hastened, prompting Shy to contemplate the fate of ordinary individuals within the Erie Post Office. However, all of this was contingent upon Zhou by encountering Zhou Jingming in the Resurgence game, at a time when Zhou Jingming was still alive. Yet, why do you remain in such a posture? After conversing for quite some time, Zhou Jingming still sat in a position akin to that of a character from a historical drama. Zhou Jingming displayed an awkward yet courteous smile, his legs having fallen asleep. Although the time until the next game at 4:44 was drawing near, it remained uncertain whether any players of the Erie Manipulators would arrive here to fulfill the task of eliminating her. Among the Erie Manipulators, ordinary individuals were rather easily dispatched. There were currently 8 players remaining from the initial batch. Shy lifted her leg, stepped back into the golden coffin, and lay down in silence as the lid slowly closed. Zhou Jingming felt somewhat dazed. Do Erie Manipulators sleep in golden coffins? Vampires? Gold can insulate against supernatural forces. Shu Pa Pi casually explained. "Once the game commences, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I shall seek you out post-haste." Zhou Jingming nodded repeatedly, then braced himself against the nearby railing, striving to stand upright as the numbness in his legs subsided. "Thank you, esteemed figure. My name is Zhou Pa Pi, and my superior is Shy. Have you heard of the Watchers Alliance?" Zhou Pa Pi suddenly became solemn. Should he be aware of it? Zhou Jingming tentatively inquired. "Is it that game?" Zhou Pa Pi shook his head and replied with utmost seriousness. "I just established it a week ago." Zhou Jingming enthusiastically applauded. Shu Pa Pi was quite pleased, stating, "You are an admirable individual, perceptive and financially secure. Our alliance requires talents, such as yourself." Zhou Pa Pi felt an even greater appreciation for Zhou Jingming. The title of vice president resonated deeply with him that he approached and patted Zhou Jingming on the shoulder, adding, "There is no rush. Once I rescue you from that Erie manipulator named Sophie in the American region, we can discuss this matter further." Upon hearing this, Zhou Jingming felt a greater sense of hope regarding his potential rescue. Having needs is not fearsome. What is truly daunting is the absence of desire, especially when the need is merely for monetary gain. Zhou Pa Pi, lost in thought, turned and walked to the golden coffin, gently tapping it while whispering, "Esteemed figure, the alliance in the American region can be considered a branch. What do you think of using the 4 sacred beasts? It sounds impressive. You can tell it a righteous endeavor." Suddenly, Shy, who had been quietly assessing her existing assets in preparation for the Resurgence world, felt a twinge of helplessness upon hearing this. Was the Watchers Alliance merely a club? Now branches were emerging. Moreover, to her knowledge, the alliance consisted of just herself and Zhou Pa Pi, while she aspired to establish a force. It was merely to create a small-scale network for mutual aid. Perhaps the concept of a branch was somewhat excessive. However, upon hearing Zhou Pa Pi's eager tone, Shy ultimately relented, entered the password, and slightly opened the coffin lid, deciding on the black tortoise as a priority for self-preservation, given the perilous nature of the American region. The black tortoise symbolizes stealth and defense, essentially a resolute turtle shell that does not expose itself. After speaking, she closed the coffin once more to SU by departed in high spirits, glancing at Zhou Jingming, who dared not roam freely, let alone intrude upon this space. The situation in the American region remains uncertain. We must develop the Black Tortoise branch discreetly and inform you of the specifics when you are brought over. To the mention of being brought over, Zhou Jingming had no grounds to refuse and nodded eagerly. However, should you utter anything inappropriate and betray us? Zhou Jingming's shadow suddenly stood erect at Su Bai's words, its shadowy arms transforming into blades that gently yet weightlessly rested upon Zhou Jingming's shoulder. Dangerously close to his carotid artery, cold sweat immediately trickled down his spine. Observing this seemingly innocent young man, shrouded in a crimson curtain, Zhou Jingming felt a twinge of fear, yet more than that. A sense of relief washed over him. In the perilous resurgence world, amidst the increasingly treacherous blue star, kindness was invaluable, yet could easily lead to becoming an unwitting liability, dragging everyone down in a moment of inadvertent benevolence. An error in a crisis could be fatal. Having been educated since childhood in the cutthroat competition of the Zhou family, Su Bai's current demeanor instilled in Zhou Jingming the belief that the Watcher's Alliance, at the very least its Black Tortoise branch, was indeed worthy of investment. After expressing his gratitude multiple times, Zhou Jingming exited the Watcher's Alliance Club. After hanging up the call, he exhaled deeply. The eerie manipulators. Still ordinary people. It was so challenging. Time. 40 current players. 8 scattered across the blue star. Players picked up their phones, opening the vague and eerie emblem of the resurgence. The content at the top remained unchanged, save for a few additional words. First batch of players, 1,000. 9 second batch of players, 1,000. 1,000, 003. 59 countdown to the start of the game, with only 4 minutes remaining. Following this was a post titled, Newcomer Report, inquiring of the first batch of veteran players. Is this game enjoyable? Chapter 76. The game continues. New players flooded into the forum, and another round of the game commenced. The first batch of players warned the newcomers, this is not a game. It is a stark reality. Death in the resurgence world is genuine death. What nonsense is this? Have they gone mad playing games? If they want to promote it, they should focus on doing a good job with the game instead of all these irrelevant distractions. Once players enter the game, everything will be exposed. Those who should leave will still leave. I rate this promotional effort 1 star. Real game. Is it like running around in reality with a phone, taking photos to complete tasks? Sounds quite interesting. Resurgence, the name of the game. Could it be a game revolving around the revival of spiritual energy? Are there dragons? Anticipating the CG rendering effects. However, the art style upon entering the app seemed rather simplistic. Was that video depicting players landing in a beginner's village? With 1,000 new players, the voices of the veteran players were drowned out by the tide of new voices. Even if some noticed the warnings from the veteran players, they hardly took them to heart. IT was merely a game. If it was enjoyable, they could simply stop playing. Useless, unverified experiences would not convince anyone. Shai shook her head, putting away her phone as she awaited the final seconds of the countdown. That I hope this time the identities provided by the system will be reduced by 2. Another day of an eerie event, and I might collapse from exhaustion before the eerie revival even begins. 3.2.1 the game begins. Entering the game this time was utterly different from the searing pain experienced during the first encounter. It was merely a matter of closing her eyes and then opening them again, and the surroundings had transformed. The space was empty, devoid of the uncanny or any corpses. The walls bore a yellowed, charred texture, and a wooden counter stood still, adorned with an immobile oil lamp. Everything in the eerie post office remained unchanged from her previous visit. The eruption of the uncanny had concluded. Shai approached the oil lamp on the counter, where lay the special phone she had placed for timing purposes, issued by a specialized department. The screen of the phone was still illuminated 0.7 days in the blue star, and while this phone might be solar-powered, it couldn't possibly have a 7-day standby time. Was the disparity in the flow of time truly that vast? Who? How are you still alive? They exclaimed in unison. Shai gazed at the woman in a blue cheapao, fanning herself with a folding fan, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes, followed by contemplation, and then hesitantly asked, Jinhua, The woman in the Chi Pao's expression darkened. It was quite a feat for someone so young to have such a poor memory. I am Jinlan. The issue was that they had only met once and exchanged introductions. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. Shai was indeed somewhat astonished. The uncanny had erupted fully, including those previously hidden in various rooms. At that time, the couriers on the first floor had been killed by different eerie entities, and she had assumed they were all lost. Little did she expect that this non-eerie manipulator, Jinlan, had survived. "Are you unharmed? That is what I wish to inquire," Jinlan replied, eyeing Shai up and down, her fan obscuring half her face, making her expression difficult to discern. Fortunate? Or simply skilled? Shai followed her gaze and noticed that outside the eerie post office, beyond a small bridge over flowing water and a pebble path, lay a small road leading to a bustling city. Unfortunately, Shai did not possess sufficient knowledge of the resurgence world to identify its location. Jinlan stepped forward, and, as she passed Shai instinctively sidestepped several paces. This woman exuded an unsettling aura. It was prudent to maintain distance. Jinlan let out a soft laugh, reached out to take a letter that had mysteriously appeared on the counter, palm-sized and white. Afterward, she did not look back at Shai nor utter another word, striding directly out of the eerie post office and onto the small path. Once the path upon which Jinlan had departed vanished, Shai rummaged through the pockets of her attire. The golden coffin and woven bags were not brought along, yet the smaller items, such as gold bars, made the journey. Shai gazed at the few golden trinkets resting on the counter, pondering the limitations imposed on what could be carried. Expanding one's influence in the world of revival had now become imperative. Otherwise, without the means to hoard gold, one could not contain the aberrations. And without the ability to contain them, profit would be unattainable. That a vicious cycle ensued. As she repacked the small items, Shai conjured her personal interface. The greater the number of identities, the higher the likelihood of encountering bizarre events. She hoped fortune would favor her this time. Player 404, welcome to the world of revival. Below is your personal information. Name, Shai. Identities, smuggler, player, courier of the Bizarre Mail Bureau, leader of the Watchers Alliance. Visitor of the Bizarre Market. Objective, survive. Ability 1. Bizarre Rope, ability for players to explore. Ability 2. Bizarre Archives. Players may utilize the abilities of the contained aberrations recorded in the archives, with each use resulting in the disappearance of 1/3 of the record. After 3 uses, the aberration will be randomly released from the archive and cannot be contained again. Note, as the leader of the Watchers Alliance, one must not submit to others, and joining any faction is forbidden. The aberration confined by Meng Gang in the Bizarre Archives still had 3 uses left, while the Bizarre Eye in the Mail Bureau also had 3, and the Bizarre Friend had been used once by Zhou Pa Pi, leaving 2 remaining. Regarding her identities, Shai hadn't anticipated that what was merely a casual remark by Zhou Pa Pi would manifest into a club that had garnered the system's recognition. Shai had no intention of joining any faction, so this did not affect her in the slightest. However, the most pressing issue now was her final identity as a visitor of the Bizarre Market. Lost in thought, Shai suddenly turned her head that a new path had appeared outside the Bizarre Mail Bureau. She recognized this path as the one she took when entering the bureau, where she had been discussing the bizarre events at Haining High School with the police chief. Jiangning. Before she could elaborate, the Bizarre Mail Bureau had materialized. From this vantage point, the sky over Haining was ominously overcast, with a gentle drizzle falling. Curiously, a figure stood on this path, not the incessantly chattering Chief Jiangning, but a bald man with an umbrella, exuding a menacing aura. Shai crossed the small bridge, stepping onto the gravel path, and advanced past the boundary between the Bizarre Mail Bureau and the realm of reality. She beheld the imposing bald man, towering over her with a presence reminiscent of a bizarre conductor. Chapter 77. Bizarre Breathing, Kill 9. At last, you have emerged, Bizarre Dr. Shai, correct? The bald man greeted her with a curt remark. Shai's expression darkened immediately. When would this absurd title of Bizarre Doctor ever change? It was hardly the setting for such juvenile theatrics. With a cold demeanor, she replied, I have no business here, before turning on her heel to leave. Showing no inclination to linger and hear what the bald man had to say, he casually discarded his cigarette, which fell from the shelter of his umbrella, extinguished by the rain before it could even emit a wisp of smoke. I am from the Haitian Club. It seems you've expressed dissatisfaction regarding our suggestion for you to scout Haining High School, and now you're looking for us? At this, Shu halted. She pivoted, a flicker of darkness and malice crossing her gaze before it was swiftly concealed. Li Xiaoyu, and now you. I am not a pest. The Haitian Club need not insist on pursuing me. Calling those 12 Zodiac folks pests is acceptable. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Killed 9 from the Ghost Killing Team of the Haitian Club. How increasingly juvenile. Ghost Killing Team. 12 Zodiac. Such antiquated organizational names felt distinctly out of touch. Shu merely replied with a dismissive, "Oh." The bald man frowned, discarding his umbrella, feeling the chill of the rain drench him, yet appeared satisfied. Seemingly lost in thought, he spoke gruffly, "Do not harbor such hostility. We have your best interests at heart. Previously, the suggestion for you to scout Haining High School was a test. Perform well, and you could be accepted into the Ghost Killing Team as a reserve member. Yet you chose to act unnecessarily, inviting the interference of the 12 Zodiac. Ultimately, I have to deal with the aftermath." Shu regarded the bald man in silence. His timing and location were too suspicious, and his words oscillated between ally and adversary. Particularly that phrase, "for your own good," which felt like a pitfall that the wise individual once proclaimed that if someone claims to make decisions in your best interest, one ought to retaliate with a slap. Asserting that it was also for their own good, Shu wholeheartedly agreed. As for the Haitian Club, it seemed to comprise two factions. Point one was the Ghost Killing Team, evidently ranked numerically according to the bald man's moniker. Killed 9, the other was the 12 Zodiac. If it resembled the 12 Zodiac of the Blue Star, then it consisted of 12 individuals, according to the bald man's insinuation. Either Li Xiaoyu or Lazy, or perhaps both, were members of the 12 Zodiac. Meanwhile, those behind the Ghost Killing Team were clearly linked to the Minister of Special Departments, Tianjin. With this realization, Shu disregarded the incessant chatter of Killed 9 and promptly activated her phone for the Special Department. Long pressing the #1 shortcut, the call connected swiftly. "Shu, are you all right?" It was her liaison from the Special Department, Zhao. Yet this name, Zhao, why did it evoke a sense of something forgotten? She glanced at Killed 9, who had halted his monologue upon hearing her phone call, as the crimson bizarre domain erupted, enveloping the path in a suffocating embrace, with the ethereal red ropes cascading downward within the bizarre domain. An array of aberrations and individuals hung suspended in the air. Upon witnessing this crimson realm, Killed 9's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed in terror, "You possess a bizarre domain." On the other end of the line, Zhao was momentarily taken aback, then quickly began taking notes, saying, "Shu, do not panic. Bizarre conductors are rare, and it is not necessary." Shu interrupted him. "I need to contact Tianjin. Inform him that the Ghost Killing Team of the Haitian Club is after me, intending to kill me." Zhao hesitated. "Today, there is an emergency meeting at the liaison department. I am on the verge of bizarre revival. The bizarre rope, when I was at Haining Hospital during the coughing aberration incident." "Suppress the coughing aberration. Its resurgence will be far beyond your imagination. That if you wish to prevent the entirety of Haining City from succumbing, you must urgently locate Tianjin and relay the message." Her tone was icy, devoid of any fear regarding the impending revival. Zhao, far away in the office, felt a shiver run down his spine. He immediately sprang to his feet, snatching the papers on which he had recorded their conversation, and began sprinting. "Shu, wait. Don't rush. I will find the minister right away." "Where are you?" "Shu. On the path, Killed 9's fleshy visage twitched. It was undoubtedly that Li Xiaoyu, the wretched woman, who had deliberately leaked partial information while concealing crucial details. This rookie had the audacity to possess a bizarre domain, and was on the brink of bizarre revival. Bizarre conductors, still some distance from revival, often refrained from using their abilities for fear of triggering it. Yet to compel one nearing revival to employ their bizarre powers was tantamount to pushing them toward death. This was an unpardonable sin. Damned Li Xiaoyu, truly a viper among the 12 Zodiac. It was evident that they had failed to recruit her, thus orchestrating the Ghost Killing Team's arrival to deliver her demise. She had intentionally left Lazy at Haining High School, fully aware that the Ghost Killing Team would pursue someone possessing the light illuminating aberration. Ensuring they would encounter Lazy, The 12 Zodiac and the ghost-killing team had always been at odds. Upon encountering a member of the 12 Zodiac, particularly one alone, an investigation would inevitably ensue. Such inquiries would unveil the animosity between Shu and them. Consequently, the ghost-killing team would dispatch someone to eliminate the threat, yet this Shu was fortuitously powerful and on the verge of bizarre revival. Sending anyone would be tantamount to suicide. Cold sweat mingled with rainwater streamed down, stripping away the earlier bravado, leaving only a sense of helplessness. Killed 9 remained oblivious. He observed Shu as she conversed with someone over the phone. Turned and bolted down the path. As he ran, he suddenly inhaled sharply before exhaling forcefully. The stench of death rapidly spread outward, enveloping Killed 9. The bizarre ropes in the sky halted their advance towards him, aimlessly drifting as they lost their target. Bizarre breathing. Killed 9. With his ability masked, he confirmed that he had concealed himself well before the last remnants of his breath dissipated. Killed 9 swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed. Deputy, utilize the porcelain doll. This rookie is an impending bizarre conductor with a bizarre domain. Hurry. Chapter 78. Killed 9 is dead. Suicide? Porcelain doll. It sounds like a means to kill from a distance. Could you elaborate? To be honest, I am quite curious. Since Killed 9 began his flight, I have been trailing closely behind, observing him flounder within the bizarre domain like a headless fly, seemingly rushing toward the path, but merely running in circles. Suddenly, he vanished. His abilities were commendable, and his survival skills were nothing short of exceptional. However, this was merely a fleeting moment, not a realm of the uncanny, just a breath that, and no matter how well he concealed himself, the essence of Sheiju still existed in this dimension, rather than in some ephemeral reality. Furthermore, this breath could not muffle sound. While this was inconsequential in the face of the bizarre, it proved to be a fatal flaw when confronted by a human. Upon hearing a noise behind him, Sheiju froze in place, his hands trembling as he struggled with his phone. Vice Captain. Shu Ye addressed what appeared to be an empty space before him, but from which sound was unmistakably emanating. So, what exactly is the porcelain doll? Ah! Sheiju's figure suddenly materialized, brandishing a golden handgun, unleashing a flurry of shots at Shu Ye, who was perilously close, shouting, "Die, die, die." Click, click, click. Even when the bullets were exhausted, he continued to pull the trigger, staring at Shu Ye, who stood motionless, riddled with bullet holes. Sheiju was first taken aback, then astonished, elated, and ultimately erupted into maniacal laughter. "Oh, is that so? Then congratulations." Shu Ye, adorned with bullet wounds, and whom Sheiju presumed to be dead, spoke, offering his congratulations with a smile. The bald man's grin faltered, his neck stiffly bending downward to meet Shu Ye's gaze. "You? How is that possible?" Shu Ye glanced at the bullet holes on his own body, opened his mouth, but the voice came from a distance beside Sheiju. Immediately, Sheiju turned to look, only to find Shu Ye seated on a bench, gazing at him indifferently, holding the very black umbrella he had discarded. He turned back swiftly, only to find the bullet-riddled figure had vanished without a trace. Fear gripped him once more, and compared to earlier, it was now laced with terror. Ignoring Shu Ye's presence and disregarding any potential repercussions from Vice Captain Shu Ye, he shouted into the phone, "Hurry up, porcelain doll. Are you an idiot? Why haven't you used it yet?" Before he could receive a response from the other end of the line, Shu Ye interjected, "Ah, therein lies your mistake. Your Vice Captain, Shu Ye, is quite innocent. After all, just moments ago, you were calling him a brainless rookie and saying he should be detained. How can you now be certain that what you just shot at was indeed a phone?" The bald man slowly lowered his head, only to realize that the place where Shu Ye had stood was merely the cigarette, but he had discarded. Bang. Yes, he beheld the bloodied and bullet-riddled form of Sheiju collapsing to the ground. Rain mingling with the blood splattered about. The lighter he had held to his ear fell from his grip. Shu Ye remarked nonchalantly, "Oh, and one more thing I forgot to ask. Where did those shots you fired go?" The uncanny realm posed significant challenges for humans, especially with the interplay between the real and the illusory world, along with its hallucinatory capabilities. Yet its impact on the bizarre entities was far less pronounced. Collecting the fallen golden handgun and spent cartridges, Shu Ye proceeded to search Sheiju's body, confiscating all golden items. In mere minutes, Sheiju's corpse turned pale, rapidly developing corpse spots, his mouth gradually agape, the stench of decay intensifying and pervading the air. This anomaly was on the brink of resurrection. Whether to imprison it for profit, submit it to the anomalous archive, or allow it to strengthen the uncanny realm was a dilemma laden with choices. However, setting aside the significance of gold, it was pertinent to note that these two anomalies were also gold-devouring beasts. The more entities confined within the anomalous archive, the greater its suppressive capabilities over the uncanny. A sensation she could distinctly feel. Perhaps one day, she would wield the anomalous archive continuously for 24 hours, employing the uncanny rope without the risk of resurrection, thus enabling the subsequent suspension of the uncanny and fostering the growth of the realm. Shaking off impractical notions, Shu Ye remained cognizant that she was merely an ordinary anomaly controller with a lifespan of less than a month. Let us stuff him in a sack for now. I shall ponder later when time permits. With this thought, she forcibly crammed Sheiju's massive frame into the sole large item she had brought from Blue Star, a golden woven sack, and sealed it shut. After waiting for a considerable time until the uncanny rope settled, she once again picked up her phone. What seemed to stretch into eternity was, in reality, merely a matter of minutes. Shu Ye addressed Chaeyoung, who was incessantly calling her on the other end. "Has Tianjin arrived? I am Tianjin." The voice on the line soon changed, unmistakably identifiable, as Tianjin's tone exuded a sense of justice and security that few could match. Regrettably, Tianjin was also a highly competent leader. In his eyes, the larger picture outweighed individual concerns, even the safety of a singular anomaly controller. However, for Shu Ye, her life was far more valuable than the entire resurrected world. With no intention of pleasantries, given their already tenuous relationship, she cut straight to the chase. Does the ghost-killing team know? Tianjin had previously gleaned this information from Chaoyang's records, and beyond that, he was privy to more. The Haitian Club was composed of two teams, the ghost-killing team and the 12 Zodiac. Their leaders, Gue Yi and Mr. Long, akin to Feng Ji, were also anomaly controllers affiliated with special departments. Upon hearing this, Shu Ye did not flinch, deeming it unnecessary to leverage Feng Ji for favors, as long as you are aware of that matter. It simplifies things, Tianjin inquired. What is it that you wish for me to do? Shu Ye replied directly. Very simple, that I lack the contact information for the ghost-killing team. So I reached out to you to relay a message to them. Sheiju is dead. Though it was a suicide, a rift has been forged. Inform them that Sheiju mentioned an entity capable of killing from a distance, known as the porcelain doll, and they should refrain from using it. I assure you, I am not exaggerating about the impending resurrection. Any anomaly controller would know that I am currently in my strongest at such a time. Anyone who provokes me will meet a futile end. Tianjin frowned. Shu Ye, do not be agitated. I understand that the resurrection of the uncanny could destabilize your emotions. Regarding the porcelain doll, I cannot intervene. That pertains to personal property. However, I will strive to mediate with the ghost-killing team that know my emotions are perfectly stable. Shu Ye's gaze was icy as she stated flatly. Let me be clear, Minister Tianjin. Keep a close watch on the ghost-killing team, that if I sense an inexplicable threat to my life, I will ensure that the entire population of Haining City pays the price. Just then, a door materialized out of thin air before Shu Ye. As it swung open, two familiar figures emerged. Tianjin was about to say something further when Shu Ye suddenly smiled. Li Xiaoyu. I almost forgot, you still owe me quite a bit of gold. This gold pertained to a transaction between her and Li Xiaoyu during their time at Haining High School, where she had provided advice in exchange for the supernatural item of the anomaly controller who had been suspended from a fan in the classroom. However, I no longer want the gold. Amidst Li Xiaoyu's visibly displeased expression, Shu Ye articulated each word carefully. What I seek is your method to control the second anomaly. Chapter 79. What was this person's name again? Upon hearing Shu Ye's words, the corner of Li Xiaoyu's eye twitched, and without uttering a single word, his gaze occasionally flickered toward the golden woven sack containing Sheiju at Shu Ye's feet. Meanwhile, Lei Zi, responsible for opening the door, discreetly edged away. His abilities leaned more toward support rather than combat, and during such imminent conflict, it was wiser to keep his distance. Meanwhile, Tianjin, who had been eavesdropping on the call, was taken aback. Li Xiaoyu had successfully controlled the second anomaly. When did this happen? How was it achieved? The headquarters had received no reports. Shu Ye remarked. Remember to convey what I just said to the ghost-killing team. I'm hanging up now. Before Tianjun could gather more information, he was met with the sound of a busy signal. Looking at his phone, he slammed his hand on the table, about to voice his frustrations when another call came through. Hurriedly, he answered. However, the voice on the other end was not the one he had anticipated. Minister Tian, Haining City does not welcome outsiders. They do not send anyone here casually, especially anomaly controllers, although Shu Ye and Mr. Long are at odds. They harbor an even greater disdain for intruders on their territory. Jiang Ning concluded, not waiting for Tianjun to respond before hanging up. Tianjun's jaw clenched, one after another. Their tempers seemed to escalate. After issuing a directive through his intercom for an investigation into all anomalies in Haining City over the past 3 months, Chaoyang hesitated, Minister, but without waiting for a response. He opened the door and entered the conference room. Are you on the verge of a resurrection of the uncanny? TSK. After a brief emotional upheaval, Li Xiaoyu quickly regained composure, patting the black leather jacket draped over him. How about a trade? Not for money. You came here following Sheiju. What is your aim? Shu Ye swiftly assessed the two individuals, noticing the evident bruising on Lei Zi's face, which appeared considerably swollen, suggesting he had been beaten. Are you here for revenge? That seems unlikely. Lei Zi scoffed but refrained from refuting her. Li Xiaoyu listened with great interest. Given this context, their intentions became unmistakably clear. You followed Sheiju to witness the outcome of our confrontation. However, observing Li Xiaoyu's unwavering focus on the woven bag beneath her feet, or rather, the appearance of the entity within, the Killer Nine, Shu Ye decisively proclaimed, You intend to rescue me at the last moment, thus entrapping me in a debt of gratitude. You may even have orchestrated this individual's actions, or rather, the opposition between the ghost-killing team and myself. You wish for me to join the Haitian Club Zodiac. Lei Zi's eyes widened in shock, his expression one of utter disbelief. Li Xiaoyu had initially prepared to counter with, I anticipated your predictions. Your speculations are merely conjectures, aiming to embarrass Shu Ye. Yet, Lei Zi's reaction inadvertently divulged all truths. In exasperation, she delivered a sharp kick to Lei Zi's knee. Watching him stagger as she snapped, Silence. You fool. Lei Zi, feigning innocence, quietly protested, I didn't utter a single word. His towering stature, adorned with a rather garish hairstyle, was somewhat unpalatable in this moment. Li Xiaoyu averted her gaze, choosing to ignore him. She regarded Shu Ye, recognizing her brilliance. The Zodiac was indeed missing someone of her caliber. Join us, and the ghost-killing team will pose no threat. I shall impart the method to subdue the second anomaly without charge. It certainly sounded enticing. To secure that final boon, joining the Zodiac seemed a minor matter. After all, with a formidable backing, wielding power would prove invaluable. Regrettably, Shu Ye glanced at the cautionary note on her personal panel. As the leader of the Watchers Alliance, one must not submit to others, and joining any faction is prohibited, even if her intentions weren't genuine. She doubted the system would allow her to exploit this loophole. However, she still considered herself an auxiliary member of the Special Department. Did that exempt her from restrictions? Thoughts raced through her mind as she declared, Tell me how to control the second anomaly. Obtaining that knowledge was paramount. Once the anomaly was subdued, everything else could be negotiated. Li Xiaoyu recognized that further discussion was futile, sensing the growing tedium. Lei Zi, open the door, let's leave. But there was no response from Lei Zi. Furrowing her brow, she turned back, exclaiming, Lei Zi, who are you? A figure with an otherworldly face leaned lazily against the wall, holding a grotesque, blood-soaked humanoid creature. Ignoring Li Xiaoyu, he waved casually at Shu Ye with his free hand. Ah, my benefactor, long time no see. Shu Ye remained unfazed, her mind racing with thoughts of the messenger from the second floor of the anomaly post office, who had inexplicably holed up in room 104 with a red envelope for 4 months. What was his name again? She couldn't recall that. Li Xiaoyu, realizing the newcomer was not only an anomaly controller, but also acquainted with Shu Ye, instinctively took a few steps back, her expression shifting dramatically. She glanced sharply at Shu Ye, who smirked slightly. The anomaly rope could be described as a specialized enhancement, primarily designed for suppression, although the myriad abilities within the anomaly realm were flashy and varied. They were mere offshoots. The true strength lay in the formidable, even terrifying suppressive power capable of restraining S-rank anomalies like the coughing anomaly. The anomaly rope was powerful, and the anomaly realm even more so. Previously, Lazy's door opening anomaly functioned solely due to its singular enhancement. It had only the capacity to open doors. Engaging Lazy directly would only hasten the revival of her own anomaly. However, in Li Xiaoyu's case, her anomaly had not yet reached the level necessary to counter the anomaly rope and realm. Moreover, her anomaly, which involved rain infused with mud and hair, was fundamentally compromised. Once the anomaly realm was activated, the rain could not permeate the anomaly rope's domain. With this realization, Shu Ye disregarded Li Xiaoyu, who was evidently under significant pressure due to her suppressed abilities, and turned to the nameless individual, who also controlled two anomalies. Did you come from the anomaly post office? Otherwise, given this person's anomaly heart and blood, it would be impossible for him to have appeared silently within the anomaly realm. Tu Yang grinned widely, of course, the little privilege of the second-floor messenger. Each delivery offers but a single opportunity. Since I've chosen to use this one opportunity here, and you seem to have forgotten to take me out of room 104. How about you agree to one favor for me? Shu Ye remained silent. Tu Yang, seeing her reticence, pondered for a moment before raising his hand and shaking Lazy, excitement evident on his face. I'll trade this for it. One anomaly is quite valuable. With a sudden motion, he twisted Lazy's neck to the side. Chapter 80. Frightening, to be honest. After hearing this man's words, Shu Ye felt rather tempted. One anomaly, whether for anomaly documentation or to bolster the anomaly realm, would be immensely beneficial. Regrettably, the man's demand was for her assistance. Such matters were inherently troublesome that a thought crossed her mind as she glanced at Li Xiaoyu, who was likewise maintaining a low profile. Aren't we part of the same organization? Won't you help? No sooner had she spoken than, crack, bang. Shu Ye and Li Xiaoyu simultaneously turned their heads to witness Lazy's distorted neck drop to the ground. Splattering rainwater, he was dead. The crimson-black anomaly blood that had enveloped him gradually flowed back into Tu Yang's body. Noticing their gaze, Tu Yang sheepishly scratched the back of his head, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Oh dear, I apologize. I haven't eaten in a while. My hands trembled a bit. I'll be more careful next time. Li Xiaoyu showed no signs of sorrow, grief, or hatred. She simply stared at Lazy's lifeless form for a long moment before stating, he was the sheep of the zodiac. Oh dear, he was part of the zodiac. What will Mr. Dragon do? Tu Yang suddenly panicked, pacing in place before clapping his hands. I've got it. If you die, Mr. Dragon won't know. With that, familiar heartbeat sounds echoed ominously. An anomaly heart. It was this very tactic that had forced Shu Ye to drag this individual out from the restroom of room 104 to area damage, indiscriminate of friend or foe. At that moment, doors of unknown origins began to open around Lazy's lifeless body. From one of the doors, a voice suddenly called out, Door! There's a door! Open the door! Hurry! Help! Save us! The three maintained their composure, remaining alert, though it was primarily Li Xiaoyu and Shu Ye who were cautious. The next instant, cough, cough, that familiar sound. Shu Ye's expression shifted dramatically. It was the coughing anomaly. The moment she recognized the sound of the coughing anomaly, tendrils of familiar black mist began to seep towards the door. With a creaking sound, the door slowly opened. The coughing anomaly is trying to come through. Without hesitation, Shu Ye summoned the anomaly rope, which emerged beside Lazy's corpse, gently wrapping around his neck before lifting him into the an anomaly. Suspended by the anomaly rope would become part of its power, simultaneously nullifying its abilities. Just as Lazy, or rather, the opening anomaly, was hoisted into the air by the anomaly rope, the other doors around them vanished, while the door harboring the coughing anomaly remained stubbornly ajar. The anomaly realm that Shu Ye had consistently used to encircle the path rapidly contracted, subsequently enveloping the door. The spread of the black mist faltered momentarily. It was this brief pause that caused the opening anomaly's supernatural power to dissipate, causing the door to vanish as well. The screams, pleas for help, and the coughing anomaly's cough faded into silence, returning everything to its original state. Throughout this chaos, Tu Yang merely observed, showing no inclination to intervene or assist. When Shu Ye turned to him, he suddenly crouched down, cradling his head, and remarked in a monotonous tone, "Ah, frightening." Insane, Shu Ye silently cursed, glancing around the empty space. Not the least surprised, Li Xiaoyu was no fool that Shu Ye had drawn the anomaly realm to confront the coughing anomaly. It was only natural for her to escape during the realm's disappearance, especially in a potentially disadvantageous one-on-two scenario. Yet, now the situation was far more complicated. She had made enemies with the ghost-killing team, and now even the Zodiac was against her. Patience was unwise. She needed to act decisively while suppressing the anomaly revival. Observing Shu Ye's intent to leave, Tu Yang quickly rose, his tall figure easily catching up to her few steps. Casually placing his head beneath her umbrella, Shu Ye halted, taking 2 steps back, her refusal unmistakable. Nevertheless, Tu Yang followed suit, stepping forward, his head resolutely sheltered beneath the umbrella while the majority of his body remained exposed to the rain. Shu Ye said, "I suggest you find someone else to assist you." Tu Yang, grinning widely, shook his finger in denial. "That won't do. They are not like you. Not like me." Shu Ye's expression remained unchanged, though her heart sank. She feared she might have inadvertently revealed something that exposed her identity as a player. Such a revelation could lead to her immediate demise at the hands of the system. "You are my..." Tu Yang suddenly spread his arms wide, as if embracing the sun, exclaiming excitedly, "Ah, the sun!" Shu Ye was left bewildered. "Huh, the sun? What is he talking about?" She could not comprehend his ramblings. His sudden enthusiasm was utterly incomprehensible to be a stroke of serendipity. I found myself entering the enigmatic post office as a messenger, fortuitously stepping into room 104, inadvertently saving myself, and ultimately escaping the chaos of the post office uprising. You are nothing short of a divine savior. The identity of the post office was assigned by the system. Entry was mandatory, not merely coincidental, and why entrance into room 104 was dictated by the proximity principle, as a terrifying anomaly threatened to descend from the 2nd floor. I rescued that deranged individual solely because she had invoked a peculiar heart. Failure to assist could have resulted in dire consequences. The final escape from the post office was a gamble. In her mind, Shu Ye countered each point, scoffing at the notion of being a savior. Yet, she remained silent. Tu Yang waved his hand and declared, "We are a match made in heaven. Are you not excited? Are you not happy? Could this fellow be an escapee from a mental institution, having fled after becoming a controller of the peculiar?" However, judging by his demeanor, it was clear that he would not let her go without clarification. Regardless of her words, he seemed intent on following her. "If you attempt to flee through the anomalous domain, don't run away." Tu Yang's eyes narrowed, concealing his emotions, his tone unchanging, devoid of any inflection. "I will become quite angry, and if I do..." Dark blood slowly oozed from his body, forming a pool beneath his feet, which gradually expanded. "What is this?" Chapter 81. The Puzzle. Shu Ye gazed at the blood pool, observing several bodies within, whether ordinary individuals, controllers of the peculiar, or grotesque forms. They rose and fell in a morbid dance. Could this dark blood, akin to her peculiar thread, also grow by consuming anomalies? In an instant, the blood pool vanished. Tu Yang retracted the dark blood, leaning against the wall, his pallor evident as he weakly murmured, "I am so hungry. I wish to eat, and I want milk tea without pearls." Shu Ye paused in silence before taking a step forward. This time, she did not reject Tu Yang's presence. No matter his intentions, he had undeniably struck a chord within her heart. The method to control a second anomaly, given her current relationship with the High Tian Club. Whether it be the ghost-killing team or the 12 Zodiac, the likelihood of obtaining a method to control a second anomaly was slim. Moreover, even if she were to acquire it, she would have to be wary of potential traps. With this thought, she cast a sidelong glance at the swaying figure behind her, appearing as though he might collapse at any moment. His moods were erratic, and his motives obscure. Yet, individuals like him, with such twisted inclinations, often followed through on their words, perhaps out of disdain for deceit. Of course, that was not a certainty. The thoughts of madmen and perverts were difficult for ordinary minds to comprehend. Nevertheless, Shu Ye walked along the roadside, dragging a large bag, indifferent to the gazes of passers-by. She directly inquired, "What is your name?" "Ah." Tu Yang's tone wavered, his languid voice elongated, accompanied by a striking visage that could captivate any onlooker, evoking the ambience of a host in a cabaret. "My esteemed benefactor, you haven't even remembered my name. How disappointing, sob, sob, sob." Shu Ye felt a wave of nausea. Regardless of his good looks, the utterance of sob, sob, sob made her want to punch him. Tu Yang quickened his pace, sidling up to her with a radiant smile. Tu Yang, Tu as in butcher, Yang as in sunlight. I am 21 years old, single, and currently unemployed. Oh, you need more details? As my esteemed benefactor, I can provide any service you desire. Growing increasingly annoyed, Shu Ye stepped aside, distancing herself from Tu Yang before continuing forward. What did you mean by the method to control a second anomaly? Oh, that's quite simple. It's about finding a puzzle piece. Initially a casual inquiry, Shu Ye was taken aback by his response, turning to face this captivating yet not effeminate man. His expression was devoid of playfulness, his demeanor serious. Strangely, Shu Ye sensed that he was not lying or mocking her. He was earnest. Shu Ye glanced at the surrounding shops and ultimately chose a beverage establishment with the fewest patrons, ordering a cup of milk tea without pearls and a slice of cake before heading upstairs. The second floor held even fewer customers, with only 2 tables occupied, including herself and Tu Yang. She settled in a corner by the window. Tu Yang followed suit, slumping at the table, weakly claiming, "Ah, I am so hungry. I haven't eaten in 4 months. I shall starve to death." Shu Ye's lips twitched. Every time she heard such remarks, she felt these individuals were engaging in a form of self-indulgent boasting. Example 1. Zhou Pa Pi controls anomalies. Without using their abilities, they could live for 50 years. Example 2. Tu Yang controls anomalies, claiming to starve to death after 4 months. Shu Ye remained silent, simply sitting there. Tu Yang turned his face toward the window, observing the pedestrians outside, suddenly sitting upright with renewed energy. Pointing excitedly, Hey, esteemed benefactor, look over there. There's a claw machine. I want to play." His voice was notably loud, especially in the quiet of the second floor, coupled with his address of her as esteemed benefactor. It raised eyebrows. Wow, are those two a couple, having such fun? However, given a man's beauty, there was speculation he might be involved in less savory activities. Quite likely, the girl opposite him was also attractive, albeit not as striking as him, suggesting they might not be a couple. Perhaps a more accurate assumption. With such looks, he could benefit the entertainment industry. It would be wonderful for the public, rather than merely benefiting a select few. Don't say that. The handsome man is looking this way. A.S. anticipated. Tu Yang smiled and waved at a pair of girls seated a distance away, eliciting shy smiles from them in return. Shu Ye sighed. "Just call me by my name." "Huh. But I will rely on you for my food and lodging in the future. Calling you by name would be too disrespectful." Did not add lie at the end. "It's quite distasteful." "Oh, very well. Esteemed benefactor." It was evident that Tu Yang was not jesting. He genuinely believed it. He felt nothing was amiss. Shu Ye surrendered to her fate, remaining silent. Once the waitress delivered the milk tea and cake, she turned to the overjoyed Tu Yang, eagerly indulging, and asked, "What do you mean by puzzle pieces?" With his mouth slightly full, Tu Yang mumbled, "It's just puzzle pieces. Don't you find these anomalies quite strange?" "Strange. It's as if they were once complete entities, now missing something." Missing something, she had encountered few anomalies. The best approach was to seek answers within herself. The first thought that came to Shu Ye's mind was the peculiar thread. She recalled her encounters with the coughing anomaly at Haining Hospital. An elderly woman clad in floral attire, adorned with hairpins, her feet shod in cloth shoes, and a basket half covered with floral fabric hanging from her wrist. The first time she saw the basket, it contained a red thread ball with a silver needle protruding from the center. The second time, the red thread ball was absent. She wondered if the needle remained. At that moment, she had not noticed, but before leaving Haining Hospital, she felt an ever-present unease at her back, likely due to the awakening of that needleless anomaly. When she grasped the peculiar thread to evade the coughing anomaly, she inadvertently controlled it, causing the threads in the sky to vanish. Putting these pieces together, the most probable conclusion was that the thread she controlled was indeed the red thread ball carried in the basket by the coughing elderly woman. If one considered completeness, needle, thread, and fabric, it was easy to draw associations that extend this further. The needle represented the unknown anomaly that had plagued her, the thread symbolized the anomaly within her body, and the fabric was presumably the floral cloth covering the basket. Considering the layout at the time, the needle was inserted into the thread ball that if she wished to suppress the awakening of the peculiar thread, the best method would be to control that needle. Shu Ye fell into deep thought, her silence stretching longer than anticipated. When she finally lifted her gaze to pose her next question, she found Tu Yang had already gorged himself and lay sprawled across the table, using his arms as a pillow, appearing to be asleep. Several waitstaff approached multiple times, despite the empty seats beside him, as there were no patrons nor tables to clear. Each time they arrived, they insisted on scrubbing the table in front of him, which was likely the cleanest table on that floor at that moment. It must be said, when a madman sleeps, he transforms from a sinister figure into a captivating youth, drawing attention. The next moment, amidst the astonished and reproachful expressions of a waitress who muttered, "What a cruel heart! You are not human." Shu Ye decisively reached out and shook Tu Yang awake, declaring, "I still have questions to ask." Chapter 82. Love? Shu Ye was about to directly inquire when she suddenly paused, glancing at the waitress who was feigning to polish the already gleaming table. The waitress had initially intended to eavesdrop on their conversation, but had heard nothing. Curiously, she slightly turned her head, and their eyes met, freezing them both in place. Shu Ye offered an awkward smile and quickly retreated downstairs with her belongings. This moment, the second floor was devoid of other customers aside from their table. Shu Ye asked directly, "In the peculiar post office, you used a peculiar heart to suppress the zodiac's lazy, while the means you mentioned to suppress the awakening of anomalies involves collecting puzzle pieces. A complete part of the anomaly within you. Is it human?" Tu Yang was clearly awake, yet he kept his eyes closed upon hearing Shu Ye's inquiry. Shu Ye chose to disregard Tu Yang's peculiar intonation, instead contemplating the second anomaly that Li Xiaoyu had mastered. The essence of Li Xiaoyu's anomaly was the backward anomaly. What could possibly be the culmination of such an anomaly? Or perhaps, this itself constitutes a complete anomaly. After all, no one can ascertain whether all anomalies are interlinked like pieces of a puzzle. Thus, what is the second anomaly that Li Xiaoyu has controlled, which similarly aims to suppress the resurgence of anomalies? The information is overwhelming, yet the useful connections remain scarce. Moreover, in comparison to the information obtained, Shu Ye's thoughts leaned more towards conjecture. Conjecture necessitates validation, and validation demands time. Ironically, what she lacked most at this moment was precisely time. However, as it stands, the most reliable lead is that needle from the cough anomaly. Cough anomaly to the shadow passed over Shu Ye's expression. That is an S-tier anomaly, and given the passage of days, who knows what else may have transpired within. If that needle were also anomalous, it would have surely fully awakened by now, and whether it still resides within the realm of the cough anomaly is uncertain. If it does not, her hopes would be utterly dashed. Temporarily suppressing these thoughts, Shu Ye inquired of Tu Yang, "Is there a method to control the second anomaly?" Tu Yang blinked, realizing, and shrugged, "Are you referring to safe control?" Such a method is non-existent. As someone who has already mastered an anomaly, you, my esteemed benefactor, should understand this better. Indeed, she had been overly optimistic. Mastering anomalies is often a matter of chance. A painless experience akin to that of a chosen one is nearly miraculous. For individuals like them, it is nothing short of a gamble on probabilities. Nevertheless, from what Tu Yang articulated, he did propose a rather logical approach. Although he is somewhat unhinged, given the sincerity he exhibited, it would be unreasonable for her to harbor a grudge against someone who has mastered two anomalies. "You mentioned earlier that you needed my assistance. What is it?" Shu Ye asked, without a hint of hesitation or surprise upon hearing her question. Tu Yang swiftly produced an item familiar to Shu Ye and placed it upon the table. It was a crimson lettered, yes, Tu Yang, in addition to being a master of two anomalies, is also a courier from the second floor of the anomaly post office, soon to ascend to the third floor. Each floor and every courier must deliver 3 ordinary white letters and 1 red letter to ascend out of course. Shu Ye, being directly dispatched by the anomaly post office to deliver anomalies to a specific location, is an exception. The red letter signifies that the delivery bears an extreme level of danger. Shu Ye refrained from touching the letter and instead asked, "What does this signify? If you intend to destroy the letter and wish for my assistance in evading the tumult of the second-floor anomalies of the anomaly post office, allowing you to survive, then 3 words, not possible." Even though she is still alive now, she is not far from death. Asking her for assistance at this juncture would be tantamount to courting disaster. Upon hearing Shu Ye's words, Tu Yang's smile remained unchanged, and he appeared even more elated, exclaiming, "Ah, splendid! I adore those who speak the truth. Truly, you are my chosen benefactor." Shu Ye fell silent, gazing at Tu Yang, whose smile persisted despite her scrutiny. She squeezed out 3 words, "Speak," human words that Tu Yang nodded at the letter and stated, "I have come to invite you to attend a wedding and a funeral." A wedding? A funeral? In the wake of anomalies, the term funeral hardly evokes positive connotations. Coupled with wedding, it sounds akin to a horror film. Shu Ye lowered her gaze, examining the crimson letter for the first time with scrutiny, yet still refraining from touching it. The letter did not warrant further attention, aside from its red hue. It was an ordinary envelope in appearance, but the address and recipient. Shu Ye lifted her gaze. In Ning District and Ning Grand Hotel, 6th floor, Tu Hongxing, the surname Tu is rather uncommon. Typically, it would not raise suspicion, but given that she is seated before someone bearing the same surname, it feels excessively coincidental. Tu Yang tucked away the red letter, his expression unchanged. "Oh dear, being observed by my benefactor makes me blush. What if, in a fit of excitement, I inadvertently eliminate everyone here?" It seems he is engaged in such acts numerous times. However, what Shu Ye needed to focus on was not this, but rather the 6th floor of the hotel. She knew of the wedding, but what did the funeral signify? For the first time, Tu Yang's expression shifted. It was neither mocking, nor perplexed, nor languid. That it was excitement. Witnessing this expression, Shu Ye found herself less inclined to listen. Initially, she had merely asked out of curiosity, neither offering assistance nor preparing to delve deeper. Knowing too much could easily entangle one with a madman, leading to misfortune. Yet, it was too late. Just as Shu Ye prepared to rise and leave, Tu Yang began to speak rapidly, like a machine gun. "Tu Hongxing, my dear father, is also the current district mayor of Ning. Quite impressive. My beloved half-brother is to hold a wedding on the 6th floor of a Ning Grand Hotel in 3 days, and I, the obedient little brother, have not been invited. I am utterly heartbroken." Sob, sob, sob. This weeping was unlike his previous whimpering. Tu Yang was genuinely crying, tears streaming down his face. He wiped his tears, choked slightly, and continued, "But I, the most generous little brother, bear no resentment towards my dear brother and father. I have even prepared gifts for them. I am truly wonderful." He smiled again, beaming with pride, entirely devoid of the sorrow from earlier. Shu Ye surveyed the letter on the table. Based on the information she gleaned from the first-floor couriers of the anomaly post office and what Tu Yang himself had disclosed, the delivery location would undoubtedly witness some anomalous event. "What is the gift you mentioned?" As the words left her lips, Shu Ye already anticipated the answer, especially given the peculiar nature of the recipient and address. She watched as Tu Yang delicately kissed the crimson letter held between his fingers. His gaze was gentle and warm, like an angel, yet his words were venomous. "Ah, I truly adore them." After uttering this, he turned his attention to Shu Ye, whose expression remained placid and inscrutable. "Benefactor, would you care to join me? It will undoubtedly be delightful." Chapter 83. Good evening. Grandpa Li being invited by a lunatic in such a manner instinctively prompted Shu Ye to consider a refusal. After all, it was hardly a promising proposition. Even though Tu Yang had indeed provided her with a means to delay the resurgence of anomalies, she was reluctant to accompany a madman. There was a chance that she might be mistaken for an accomplice and subsequently hunted down. Just as she was preparing to decline, Tu Yang seemed to have anticipated her response and interjected, "But it is a paid invitation." However, another question arose. Shu Ye inquired, "Why must you seek my company?" This had puzzled her for quite some time. She was hardly a formidable anomaly master, and she was on the verge of resurgence, akin to a ticking time bomb. This was the first point. Furthermore, given that Tu Yang had already delivered 6 or 7 letters, his need for a companion for merely one delivery seemed unwarranted. Even if the recipient were an old acquaintance, Tu Yang's demeanor did not suggest that he was anxious about returning home and needed someone for moral support. Thus, it could only mean either Tu Yang believed, or was indeed certain, that the events unfolding on the 6th floor of a Ning Grand Hotel would be severe enough that he could not manage alone and required someone for mutual support. Or there was a conspiracy at play. Alternatively, there was yet another possibility. Shu Ye glanced at the grinning Tu Yang. The last option, while seemingly improbable for others, was exceedingly plausible for someone like Tu Yang. He was simply bored and seeking trouble. Tu Yang tucked away the crimson envelope, resting his chin on his hand, and smiled at Shu Ye. "It is simply because I am afraid this elucidates why she had become entangled with such a lunatic." Was she experiencing a streak of bad luck lately? Shu Ye rose, intending to depart. "Oh dear, benefactor, do not be hasty. I am quite serious." Tu Yang's voice trailed off with an unusual lilt, and Shu Ye was at a loss for how one might produce such a peculiar tone. Nevertheless, her steps faltered at his earnestness. Looking down at this madman, resembling a carnivorous plant, she declared, "Utter one more word of nonsense, and I will leave immediately." Tu Yang raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Still smiling, as far as I know, Tu Hongxing possesses an otherworldly artifact. An otherworldly artifact. Oh, that sounds intriguing. Shu Ye nodded, indicating for Tu Yang to continue. Observing her reaction, Tu Yang swayed with delight. "This item is quite fascinating. Rumor has it that the anomalous artifact in his possession guarantees a 100% escape from anomalous events. If you take this, I no longer require it. How enticing, is it not? Do you not desire it?" He grew increasingly animated, a flush appearing on his cheeks. Such enthusiasm rendered the nearby service staff momentarily dumbfounded. Approaching, the server shyly addressed the two, particularly Tu Yang. "Apologies, but we are closing for the night. Guests may return tomorrow." However, as she raised her gaze for one last look at Tu Yang, she was taken aback. That moment, Tu Yang's expression had shifted to one of indifference, even frigid detachment. An eerie calmness that enveloped the server, leaving her breathless. It was not the oppressive force of one in power over another, but rather an overwhelming sense of biological hierarchy. The waiter stood rigid, paralyzed by fear. Yet, amidst the silence, Tu Yang appeared to be in a foul mood, the atmosphere thick with oppression. Tick-tock, a drop of dark crimson blood fell onto the polished floor, producing a faint sound. The waiter felt an urgent tension, hearing nothing, while Shu Ye perceived everything with crystal clarity. Cough. That one cough abruptly stifled the escalating tension. Only then did the waiter remember to exhale, repeating his previous words to the two, before hastily departing as if pursued by a ghost. Once the waiter left, Tu Yang's expression transformed instantly, reverting to a beaming smile, and the ominous drop of blood on the floor vanished. "What would you like to say?" "My esteemed benefactor, I'm all ears. I currently have no intention of relocating to another city." Tu Yang blinked. Feigning ignorance, he rested his chin on his hand, pondering for a moment before suddenly clapping his hands. Realizing, I see. My esteemed benefactor, you mean for me to carry out my killings discreetly in the future. Understood. After encountering Tu Yang, Shu Ye found her moments of silence multiplying exponentially. So, how exactly can she rid herself of this person? Shu Ye glanced at Tu Yang again. Upon noticing her gaze, he flashed a radiant smile, though a hint of emotion in his eyes would have rendered him more human. Sighing, Shu Ye descended the stairs first. With Tu Yang quickly following they traveled back to Sunshine Community. The number of people dwindled, until only Shu Ye and Tu Yang remained, accompanied solely by the rustling of trees swaying in the wind. Silence enveloped them until they passed Sunshine Supermarket, when Shu Ye suddenly inquired, "Are you certain about that supernatural item you mentioned?" Tu Yang lazily replied, "Of course. I've quietly apprehended many to inquire. and those who control the supernatural have said the same. Shu Ye was too disinterested to contemplate the fate of those individuals. She gazed at the moon overhead, murmuring almost to herself, "It seems I should go on a trip, a supernatural item that could guarantee 100% evasion of eerie events. If she could acquire such an object, would she be able to navigate the haunted markets mentioned in the personal panel unscathed? If she could refrain from using the cursed rope for extended periods, she would have more time to search for the needle that might suppress it, or perhaps pursue other, more promising alternatives. But would there truly be someone who wouldn't desire such an item? What if, when the time came to obtain this supernatural object, Tu Yang turned against her? That would spell trouble." Tu Yang seemed to sense Shu Ye's thoughts and leisurely remarked, "I truly have no need for such things. I abhor having anything on me besides clothing. This letter has been the only item, aside from the shock collar, that has remained with me for an extended duration that I've tolerated it for quite some time." The mention of a shock collar struck Shu Ye as alarming. She glanced at Tu Yang's neck. There were no traces. However, in the next moment, her pupils dilated in shock. Countless scars suddenly appeared on Tu Yang's previously normal skin. Lacerations, burns, pinpricks, and wounds that defy description. Looking at Tu Yang's neck, she noted the most gruesome injury, half a finger wide, encircled in dark purple with flesh rolled back. Then there was his face, marred by cuts, rendering his original visage unrecognizable. In the blink of an eye, those wounds vanished as if they had never existed. This ability to overlay reality was characteristic of the haunted domain. Whether it stemmed from a cursed heart or cursed blood remained uncertain. However, judging by the pool of bodies, it was likely derived from cursed blood. Yet, attributing this injury to a mental institution seemed off. From the very beginning, Tu Yang had been fixated on Shu Ye's eyes, and upon observing that her gaze held nothing but surprise and subsequent contemplation, he burst into laughter. "My esteemed benefactor is simply marvelous. You truly are the most suitable for me. Please never change." Regardless of his experiences, the final conclusion was that he was simply deranged. Thus, they continued in silence until they reached Sunshine Community. Shu Ye pushed open the rusted iron gate. With a creak, the gate closed behind her. She nodded at Grandpa Li, who stood before the bulletin board posting something, and greeted him. "Good evening, Grandpa Li." He continued to face away from her. Engrossed in the bulletin board, Shu Ye sensed nothing amiss. Grandpa Li had always been a bit hard of hearing, and this was entirely normal. After exchanging pleasantries, she led Tu Yang further inside, upon arriving at the door of room 404. As Shu Ye inserted her key to unlock it, Tu Yang suddenly spoke up, his tone markedly different, imbued with seriousness. "My esteemed benefactor. What is it? Just now at the community entrance, who were you speaking to?" "Why, it was Grandpa Li, of course. He's been the gatekeeper of Sunshine Community for many years." "Many years?" Shu Ye's hand paused mid-motion. She stood frozen, utterly still. "Many years," adding today she had been in the revival game for just over 3 days, and had spent merely half a day in Sunshine Community. Grandpa Li had been around for a long time. How did she know this? Chapter 84. That missing person notice, seeing the expression on Shu Ye's face. Tu Yang spoke again in the silence. "I saw nothing unusual. I only saw you, my esteemed benefactor, talking to thin air. I almost thought you were my fellow patient." She was the only one who had witnessed the oddity. She had been targeted. The blood-red haunted domain unfurled in an instant, spreading rampantly. Using the haunted domain, Shu Ye found herself at the bulletin board at the community entrance in the blink of an eye. There stood Grandpa Li, still facing away from her, in her line of sight. It was perfectly normal for Grandpa Li to be posting something on the bulletin board that a feeling told her so. Yet, memories from Blue Star and the revival game informed her that this was impossible. Entangled, suspended. Everything unfolded unexpectedly smoothly. Was this eerie phenomenon so easily subdued? Just as Shu Ye pondered, a piece of paper drifted down from the air. She took a step back, allowing the paper to fall. After confirming it was safe with the cursed rope, she approached to retrieve it. One glance caused her expression to shift dramatically. A missing person notice. Photo.jpg. Shu Ye, female, wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, holding a black umbrella. This was, astonishingly, a notice seeking her. Yet, many questions arose. The photo displayed only the upper half of her face, and the description provided was merely partial. However, even this fragment instilled a sense of dread within her, holding a black umbrella. And this umbrella did not belong to her. It was one she had taken from Shajio. What kind of eerie phenomenon was this missing person notice? Was it prophetic or something else? Regardless of its nature, it could silently alter a person's thoughts. What was the purpose of this notice? If the photo and details within it were to be completed, what would the consequences be? No, this item must be destroyed. Whatever it was, it could not remain. Shu Ye gripped it tightly, preparing to tear it apart, only to discover that this seemingly fragile piece of paper remained utterly unyielding. It wouldn't tear, nor could it even be creased. Before this strange missing person notice could be destroyed, Shu Ye dared not halt the haunted domain, fearing that the eerie entity might suddenly appear to complete the notice. Suddenly, a sensation arose. Something had entered the haunted domain. Shu Ye turned warily and saw Tu Yang stepping through the pool of blood, approaching her one deliberate step at a time. Oh dear, my esteemed benefactor appears quite troubled. Do you require my assistance? Recognizing him as an acquaintance rather than the strange entity, Shu Ye exhaled a small sigh of relief. With someone voluntarily offering help, she welcomed it. She raised the missing person notice, extending it toward him. With your cursed blood, can you see if you can destroy this? Tu Yang took it, glanced at it, and raised an eyebrow. What kind of eerie phenomenon is this? It even writes missing person notices. He casually tossed the paper into the blood pool, displaying no apparent interest in discovering its answer. However, mere moments later, he looked down with a peculiar expression. The missing person notice floated up from the blood pool, completely unscathed, gently bobbing along with the sanguine tide. Though uncertain of success, it was worth a try. Shu Ye retrieved the golden lighter she had obtained from the shadowy figure at the cursed post office, flicked it open, and, with a movement of her finger, a dark green flame flickered to life. She brought the lighter closer to the missing person notice. Whoosh! The dark green flame flashed by, and in an instant, the notice that had shown no change moments before was reduced to black ash, drifting to the ground. The moment the notice was destroyed, a memory surged into Shu Ye's mind. It was from her first time in the revival game, passing this very bulletin board. Back then, as she walked by, she had noticed two announcements. Point one was handwritten, stating that there had been an increase in stray animals in the community and urging residents not to discard leftover food in the roadside bushes, nor to feed or keep them. Violators would face a fine of 500. The other was a printed missing person notice, photo.jpg. EU, female, 16 years old, standing 162 centimeters tall, with a mole at the corner of her left eye, and a noticeable scar from surgery on her left arm. She had been missing while sporting a ponytail, dressed in a Haining high school uniform, white shoes, and a white short-sleeved shirt at the time. She had even taken a photo. Now reflecting on it, the implications were staggering. He was the last victim in the Haining serial murders, yet according to her memory's timeline, the missing person notice for He had appeared before her death. Shu Ye pulled out her phone. Sure enough, in her album, she discovered a photo, but the content of the notice displayed was her own. As she opened her eyes to the world, the missing person's notice bearing her own image began to slowly fade away, until ultimately, only a blank sheet of paper remained in the photograph. This eerie phenomenon was utterly terrifying and dangerously unsettling. After a moment's contemplation, Shu Ye decided to retract her peculiar domain, yet she maintained her vigilance. Regardless of any anomalies that might arise, her strange realm would be activated without hesitation once more. 0.5 seconds, 50 seconds, 5 minutes passed without a single disturbance. Ignoring the exclamations of others, Shu Ye crouched to examine the ashes of the incinerated missing person's notice on the ground, then retrieved a blood-red dossier of the supernatural and placed it atop the ashes. The remnants vanished. Astonishingly, the ashes left behind by the burned notice were also part of the supernatural. Picking up the dossier, she noted 3 identical clumps of ash on a single page. The ashes, when soaked in water and consumed, could suppress the resurgence of the supernatural. For an entire month? Chapter 85. Another Anning District? The revelation that this missing person's notice possessed such an effect left Shu Ye utterly astounded. Meanwhile, Tu Yang swayed from side to side, appearing exceedingly curious about the dossier in Shu Ye's hands. Shu Ye's motion of stowing away the dossier paused at it seemed slightly larger. The deepening crimson hue, combined with the current transformation, could no longer be dismissed as mere illusion. The dossier was capable of evolution. With the increasing number of supernatural entities confined within, what might this dossier become? A boon or a bane? The thought flitted through her mind. Sitting on the couch, Shu Ye observed Tu Yang huddled in the corner of the room, gazing out the window at some unseen sight. Should she venture to the Anning Grand Hotel 3 days hence? Initially, her urgency stemmed from the impending resurgence of the supernatural within a month, compounded by the recent encounters with the ghost-killing squad and the 12 zodiac signs. The frequent reliance on the already unstable supernatural tether had placed an immense burden upon her. To complicate matters further before resolving this issue, she would have to confront even greater challenges. Everything regarding her system identity was shrouded in the unknown, belonging to the realm of supernatural tourists, that moment. Tu Yang suddenly appeared, informing her of an item that could ensure her safe escape from the supernatural events, igniting a profound intrigue within her. Even if this individual was a lunatic, even if he commanded 2 supernatural entities, the odds of her seizing the item and fleeing were still considerably favorable. She had nearly prepared to acquiesce. Otherwise, she would not have inquired about certain matters. But then an unexpected twist occurred. The notice that could influence human thought, once set ablaze, was capable of delaying the resurgence of the supernatural. This was nothing short of a miraculous boon, coupled with the dossier allowing her 3 uses. This meant a postponement of the supernatural resurgence by 3 months. Her anxiety was significantly alleviated. With time to further explore, Shu Ye hesitated. Should she still go to the Anning Grand Hotel? Dear benefactor, even if you continue to watch me so intently, I shall not depart from this place. Tu Yang suddenly interjected, his voice elongated, his considerable frame curled up cat-like in the corner, his back turned to Shu Ye. He murmured, I have no money. Shu Ye replied, Oh, neither do I. The dialogue between 2 impoverished souls was unadorned and straightforward. Shu Ye temporarily set aside her concerns for Tu Yang and did not rush to transform the ashes of the burned notice into a drinkable solution. Such a thing was far too valuable as a trump card. With newfound confidence, she sought to advance further from this foundation. The best course of action would be to dominate a second supernatural entity. Shu Ye lowered her gaze in contemplation, her fingers tapping irregularly on the table as her thoughts unfolded. After a while, she retrieved her phone, the special contact number, and made a call. After 2 beeps, the line connected swiftly. Shu Ye, what has happened? It was her contact, Xiaoyang. Shu Ye stated directly, I have encountered a supernatural event, level S, codename, strange missing person. Another S level. Typically, supernatural controllers rarely even encountered S-level entities, yet Shu Ye had encountered them consecutively in a matter of days. The odds were astonishing. Xiaoyang set aside his thoughts and quickly jotted down notes. Once Shu Ye finished speaking, he exclaimed, Are you certain, Shu Ye, this supernatural entity can genuinely influence human thought? I have experienced it firsthand. Shu Ye replied matter-of-factly. The situation unfolded thusly. I encountered a supernatural entity. I managed to escape, but the entity vanished, taking with it one of my otherworldly items. Keep an eye out for related matters, and contact me if you have any updates. Naturally, she omitted any mention of the ashes from the missing person's notice and their ability to delay the resurgence of the supernatural. Such information, if divulged, would diminish her significance in the event of locating the entity. When it comes to her own life, a touch of selfishness is only prudent. She prepared to hang up. Xiaoyang called out to her. Wait. Shu Ye paused, her hand stilled. If you have something to say, just say it. Xiaoyang continued. It is this. Anning City, which is now Anning District, has experienced an incident. Could you possibly take a look? Anning City was adjacent to Haining City, according to the current layout of supernatural controllers. All nearby individuals were on assignments, except for her. All of them are on assignments? She scoffed. Who would believe such a statement? However, Anning District had been mentioned thrice. The first mention was from Wang Xingwen of the Strange Post Office, who casually mentioned that his first delivery was to Anning District. The second was Tu Yang, still delivering mail, with a hint of personal sentiment. The third mention was this time coming from an official source. Anning district seemed rather lively. Shu Ye did not outright refuse, but countered with the question, "What incident?" Zhao perused the relevant reports and records, summarizing quickly. A new supernatural controller appeared in Anning district the day before yesterday. We dispatched personnel to engage with him, but he ended up killing everyone we sent, claiming this world is a game, not real, and he has come here to claim dominion. At this point, Zhao Yang's tone turned somewhat peculiar. Yet Shu Ye's expression became rigid with disbelief. She remained silent, and Zhao Yang continued. We suspect this controller may have a mental illness. Given his behavior and statements, the danger he poses is considerable. The department arranged for other controllers to detain him this morning. However, when our team arrived, they reported that this mentally unstable controller was already dead. Strangely, there was no resurgence of the supernatural, and no signs of the supernatural were present in the vicinity. The phone signal finally settled in an area devoid of activity, a location that felt peculiar, leaving them uncertain as to why they were there. Anning District Grand Hotel, basement level 1. The name of this mentally unstable controller was Feng Yongning, a 19-year-old college freshman. The controller we dispatched was Feng Ji, the strange fire, Feng Ji. Zhao Yang abruptly fell silent. Shu Ye frowned. What's the matter? Zhao Yang's voice softened. The controller we sent was Feng Ji, the strange fire. Feng Ji. This was truly, so glaringly obvious, yet they still used the flimsy excuse of having no available controllers to send. Was Minister Tianjun enjoying too much comfort, thinking himself invincible with a host of controllers at his disposal? Zhao Yang hastily interjected. Feng Ji is not dead. Chapter 86. SC Char Dinger's not dead? Just as Shu Ye was about to hang up, she halted her movement upon hearing Zhao Yang's statement. What do you mean? No fire incident? Feng Ji commanded the strange fire. If a person died, the supernatural entity would surely resurge, and if he hadn't been detained, the fire's eruption would have been evident. However, this did not necessarily mean the person was alive. Shu Ye responded coolly. He may have been detained before death, right before the resurgence of the supernatural. There was one more point she did not articulate. This controller, who spoke of this world as a game and aimed to claim kingship, if not genuinely insane, could be a player. Ordinary players or controllers wouldn't pose an issue, aligning with previous analyses. However, if this player was akin to her or Zhou Pa Pi, having completed the 24-hour death hidden mission, could it possibly be player 711? If this line of thought continued, player 711 might have received some extraordinary system reward, even leading him to feel as if he could claim dominion. Feng Ji's death was SC Char Dinger's death, until she witnessed the body herself. He existed in a state of half-life. Player 711, too, was a SC Char Dinger player. Moreover, if Feng Yongning truly was a player, then his death carried another possibility. The system had warned players from the outset not to expose their identities. To this day, the first entry on the player's personal panel remained as smuggler, player. Everything pointed to Shu Ye that the answer lay within the Anning Grand Hotel. I can go, upon hearing Shu Ye's words. Zhao Yang was elated, but the next moment he heard Shu Ye add, What do I stand to gain? Zhao Yang hesitated. Well, according to departmental regulations, handling a supernatural incident counts as a monthly task achievement, and delivering the supernatural can be exchanged for equivalent gold. Shu Ye waited, but the next line never came. Is that it? Just that. Zhao Yang. Just that. Shu Ye's lips twitched. Is that all? Just this? With such treatment, you expect an external personnel to handle matters? The headquarters must be daydreaming. Even though she was eager to uncover the truth, with such scant compensation, she was not inclined to risk the unknown adventure in Anning City Do. Then I shall not go, this time. Shu Ye no longer cared. She simply hung up the phone. Lifting her gaze, she locked eyes with Tu Yang, who was leaning against the wall, his eyelids drooping, looking rather drowsy. Tu Yang stifled a yawn and mumbled indistinctly, Your contact actually has Yang in their name, too. It seems we are indeed fated. Tu Yang remained indifferent. But I truly despise sharing a name with someone. I absolutely loathe the dog named Yang Yang that my dear brother raised. I was so glad I managed to kill it with a knife back then. Otherwise, I would have struggled to sleep at night. Oh, what a neurotic pervert. Yet, isn't Tu Yang's brother a bit peculiar as well? What kind of person names their dog after a family member? However, the implication here, if she remembers next time, she will remind Zhao Yang to change their name, or perhaps consider it fortunate that they would never encounter Tu Yang again. Watching Tu Yang, who had already closed his eyes and appeared to have drifted off into slumber, Shu Ye leaned back against the sofa, gazing at the ceiling, utterly unable to sleep. The potential for an explosive situation loomed at any moment, compounded by the presence of a neurotic pervert nearby. She simply could not afford to sleep. Her eyes remained wide open until dawn. Morning sunlight streamed through the window, casting its rays upon Shu Ye, while Tu Yang remained curled up in the corner, motionless throughout the night, narrowly escaping a grim fate. The chorus of chirping birds followed, a sound that was impossible to evade. Shu Ye stretched lazily, splashed her face with cold water in the bathroom to awaken herself, and then retrieved a bag of milk and some bread from the refrigerator. After a few bites, she mused, "It is unethical for the benefactor to indulge alone." Shu Ye smiled. Without money, one must endure hunger. Her current predicament left no room for part-time work. Every little bit of money was crucial. Gold held far greater value, and she would never consider exchanging it for cash. In summary, one word defined her situation: impoverished. Ultimately, under the watchful gaze of Tu Yang, Shu Ye threw him a bag of milk. After they finished eating, Shu Ye glanced at the woven bag containing the remains of Sha Jio on the floor and suddenly said, "Tu Yang, could you do me a favor? If you do, I will accompany you to the Ning Grand Hotel. How does that sound? As for the supernatural item you mentioned, we will rely on our own abilities." Upon hearing that Shu Ye would accompany him, Tu Yang perked up immediately. Hey, benefactor, don't be so formal. Just take the item. I don't need to help with anything to illicit murder or capturing the supernatural." Speed it up, speed it up. His tone trailed off whimsically. Shu Ye had grown accustomed to this peculiar emphasis and merely nodded towards the woven bag at her feet. "I remember you telling me in the supernatural post office that Haining City is unique because there's a club here. And within that club, there are two individuals that Tu Yang squatted beside the woven bag, poking at it and shaking it back and forth, instantly finding amusement in the activity." Hearing Shu Ye's words, he looked up, blinking. "Oh, that? Yes, one is the killer of the Ghost Slayer squad, and the other is Mr. Dragon from the 12 Zodiac. They both oversee Haining City, and any wielder of the supernatural who knows some insider information would not dare to act recklessly here. They could be terrifying when angered." As he spoke, he placed his hands beside his head and opened his mouth wide with a howl. Upon hearing Tu Yang's comment, Shu Ye suddenly felt as if she had inadvertently poked a hornet's nest, unwittingly offending the powers of two significant figures. Indeed, she had to. Shu Ye pulled out the supernatural dossier, untied the woven bag strings, and stuffed the dossier inside, pressing it against Sha Jio's body. When she retrieved it, the ashes of the missing person notice had gained an additional page. The supernatural breath. Shu Ye understood the purpose of the supernatural breath. Exhaling, it could obstruct the exploration of the supernatural. Even if the supernatural were right beside them, it would remain undetected, akin to rendering the supernatural blind. With the supernatural breath imprisoned, what remained in the woven bag was merely a corpse belonging to the Ghost Slayer squad. Its true name unknown, but known by the moniker Sha Jio. Shu Ye took an ordinary burlap sack from the bathroom and transferred Sha Jio's body into it. Next, she neatly folded the two golden woven bags from her home and placed them into her backpack, one of which was held by a supernatural wielder named Meng Gang, who had claimed to be a member of the Hai Tian Club. In retrospect, Meng Gang's actions were somewhat reminiscent of the Ghost Slayers. It was highly likely that he was also a member of the Ghost Slayer squad, akin to a reserve. The Hai Tian Club truly acted as a benefactor. The Ghost Slayer had bestowed upon her a supernatural hand, a supernatural breath, and a golden woven bag. Lifting the burlap sack, Shu Ye opened the door, extended her hand, and for the first time smiled at Tu Yang. "Lead the way. Our destination is the Hai Tian Club." Chapter 87. The peculiar twin tales amidst the bustling crowd and ceaseless flow of vehicles. The gilded walls, gleaming porcelain-tiled floor, and dazzling crystal chandeliers refracted radiant light. Countless individuals, some clad in exquisite attire, and others in opulence, entered and exited with smiles, their footsteps light. The two words that encapsulated the scene were luxurious. The Hai Tian Club exuded extravagance. Shu Ye stood in the small path opposite the Hai Tian Club, observing this obvious den of indulgence. Leaning against the wall, Tu Yang, appearing half asleep with drooping eyelids, yawned, It's only noon, yet there are so many wealthy people around. How envious. This sentiment echoed Shu Ye's thoughts, despite it being midday. These individuals were dressed as if attending a lavish evening banquet. Initially, she had intended to explore the Haitian Club during the day, but upon seeing the attire of the incoming and outgoing patrons, and observing the staff at the entrance bowing and smiling to welcome guests, she glanced at her and Tu Yang's ordinary casual clothing. Adding to that, Tu Yang had inadvertently stepped on the burlap sack placed at his feet, which naturally contained the corpse of Sha Jodara. It's just a regular corpse now. In this weather, it will surely smell that he tilted his head as he spoke. Otherwise, should we dismember it for cold storage? Boil it. Drain the blood for preservation? Shu Ye listened, increasingly curious. The next second, she envisioned Tu Yang preparing to attempt the very steps he had just mentioned, and her forehead twitched. Impossible. Tu Yang sighed regretfully, returning to his previous lackluster demeanor. What a pity. I previously researched so much information and procedures. Shu Ye decided it was best not to inquire about his intentions behind such research, as she felt the answers might diverge greatly from her expectations. However, the comings and goings of so many individuals at the Haitian Club, coupled with the presence of both the Ghost Slayer and the 12 Zodiac, amounted to at least a dozen supernatural wielders. Even if not everyone was present daily, if only half, or even a third, or just one remained here if something went awry, is it because of Sha Ye and Mr. Dragon that we could feel at ease? Noticing Shu Ye's murmurs, Tu Yang glanced at the hotel. Suddenly, a familiar sound echoed. Though it was a mere thump, it captured Shu Ye's full attention. She swiftly stepped aside, her gaze alert towards Tu Yang. Observing her reaction, Tu Yang squinted, smiling mischievously, spreading his arms. Oh, benefactor, don't be so tense. I'm not a pervert who kills people on a whim. You clearly exhibit traits of such a pervert. Shu Ye chose to ignore Tu Yang's comment and instead inquired about his recent actions. What was that sudden use of the supernatural heart for? Tu Yang raised his hand, brushing aside the bangs swaying before his eyes, his expression a mix of confusion and excitement. Excitement? Shu Ye took a few steps away. She had not forgotten Tu Yang's earlier remark about being unable to control his urge to kill when excited. Regardless of its truth, it was safer to treat it as real. Yet, what could have triggered these two emotions? Tu Yang offered no clarification, though his posture shifted from a relaxed lean against the wall to a straightened stance. How peculiar. It's truly strange that both kings of the Haitian Club are absent today. Absent. This was monumental news. Regardless of what the leaders of the Ghost Slayer and the 12 Zodiac were occupied with, it was evident that this was the perfect opportunity for them to cause a ruckus. Should we focus on the Haitian Club? Can your supernatural heart discern how many supernatural wielders are inside and where they are located? Of course, Tu Yang exclaimed excitedly. Let me see. Let me see. Thump! Another heartbeat echoed. Tu Yang quickly noted, there's one in the corner on the 3rd floor, 2 on the 4th. There are only 3 people. 3 people. And one is alone. Shu Ye's eyes sparkled with determination. This was an opportunity not to be missed. With the ashes of the missing person notice, she could once again harness the power of the supernatural domain. After confirming the precise location of the lone supernatural wielder on the 3rd floor with Tu Yang, she narrowed her eyes at the window there, her voice dropping to a whisper. I will handle the one on the 3rd floor. As for the 2 on the 4th, Tu Yang licked his lips, his eyes gleaming. One down is one less. Shu Ye smirked. Once I finish with the 3rd floor, I will head upstairs. Tu Yang focused intently on the 4th floor, a restless energy swirling around him. With 2 beams of light, one blood red, the other dark red, flashing through the narrow path in an instant, the blood red light surged through the window of the Haitian Club's 3rd floor, crashing inside. The dark red light flickered on the 4th floor. This scene unfolded so swiftly that it garnered no attention from ordinary individuals. Shu Ye, freelancer. Let me see. What is your recent expenditure? Shu Ye replied. I am too broke. I haven't spent anything recently. Who? Shu Ye gazed at the young girl before her, sporting twin ponytails and glasses, who was engrossed in fiddling with her computer. The screen displayed a photograph of herself. And coupled with the girl's evident proficiency with technology, it was not difficult to piece together the situation. However, in this blood-red realm, as Shu Ye observed the girl, who appeared to be bracing herself for confrontation. A wave of confusion washed over her, a mere ordinary person. She felt not a trace of supernatural power emanating from her. Normally, if she were in the same predicament, and someone suddenly appeared in her room, regardless of their intentions, she would first ensure she had the upper hand over that individual. Yet, the girl with twin ponytails exhibited no such reaction. How peculiar. Despite her bewilderment, Shu Ye hesitated not for a moment. Though Tu Yang seemed rather eccentric, there was a certain merit to his absurdity. He had claimed that the occupants of this floor were all controllers of the supernatural, leaving Shu Ye with but one course of action: to act decisively. Without waiting for the ponytailed girl to make a move, she unleashed her supernatural rope, which danced through the air, swiftly ensnaring her. In the blink of an eye, the girl was bound. Suppression, though endowed with the formidable power of this eerie domain. The efficacy of the supernatural rope could not be underestimated. Regardless of the girl's peculiar abilities, the instant she was ensnared, she was rendered powerless. Suddenly, the girl suspended by the rope stirred slightly. Not dead. Her eyes remained shut, her limbs hung limply, and her chest showed no signs of life. She appeared utterly lifeless. Yet at that moment, Shu Ye witnessed the girl's body quiver once more. Chapter 88. Awakening. How could she still be alive? This ponytail girl was not merely a controller of the supernatural. She was related to Tu Yang. Such an anomaly that could withstand a supernatural rope-esque restraint was exceedingly rare. Something Shu Ye had scarcely encountered. This girl was undeniably a force to be reckoned with, whether in the Ghost Slayer squad or among the 12 Zodiac. Nonetheless, Shu Ye decisively pressed the blood-red supernatural dossier against the girl's body, and in the next moment, she lay motionless. Shu Ye waited a moment longer, dead. Yet, was this anomaly not a bit too overpowered? Observing the dossier, now more crimson and slightly enlarged due to the confinement of this supernatural entity. She mused on her ill fortune. She was simply fated to clash with her. After confirming the ponytail girl was deceased, Shu Ye searched the room thoroughly. Aside from the computer, there was naught else. No gold, no supernatural artifacts. Was the controller of the supernatural at the High Tian Club truly impoverished? Having completed her disdainful assessment, Shu Ye raised her gaze, sensing the intermittent fluctuations of supernatural energy from above. The situation with Tu Yang appeared rather intense. Even 2 against 1, he struggled. She could not ascertain whether the controller above was incompetent or if Tu Yang was exceptionally formidable, but a red light extended toward the area she had just sensed, only to be halted by a barrier of black and red light. Yet the obstruction lasted but a moment as Shu Ye, enveloped in crimson light, ascended to the 4th floor. She beheld 2 male controllers of the supernatural, struggling amidst a pool of blood, while Tu Yang, wielding a makeshift clothesline, struck at their heads as if playing a whack-a-mole game. Such morbid amusement. However, amidst the blood, Shu Ye observed the bodies of those controllers, who, though they appeared to be supernatural entities, flailed their arms like ordinary people desperately trying to stay afloat in the red tide. Her gaze darkened that Tu Yang's blood was indeed a suppressive force before Tu Yang could glance her way. Shu Ye quickly composed her expression. She nodded, acknowledging him. Tu Yang, having grown somewhat bored with his antics, immediately discarded the clothesline upon noticing Shu Ye's arrival, exclaiming with excitement, "What about that controller on the 3rd floor? Was it fun? Impressive, but it's probably dead. What a pity. I wanted another formidable controller for my blood collection. It's not a card collecting game. That's impossible." One of the controllers, still struggling in the blood, gasped in shock. The vice captain is immortal. The other controller, silent, conveyed a similar sentiment through his wide-eyed expression. Immortal. Tu Yang blinked, glancing at the speaking controller, then at Shu Ye. That's not supernatural. How could it be immortal? Too much blood, drunken blood? Shu Ye recalled the dossier. This ponytailed girl, whether from the 12 Zodiac or the Ghost Slayer squad, was indeed harboring an anomaly. The claim of immortality held a degree of truth. A supernatural doppelganger. What an utterly unreasonable and bug-like anomaly. The one who commanded the doppelganger theoretically would not truly perish, for every death would result in a random individual within the supernatural realm dying in her stead, until there remained no one else but her. Only then would her death be final. Regrettably, Shu Ye's ambush had come swiftly. Suddenly, she froze, cold sweat cascading down her back at the moment she had ensnared the ponytail girl with the supernatural rope. She had truly died and then stirred without movement. It would mean she had died a second time. If that were the case, 2 lives had already been lost at random within the realm of the doppelganger. She and Tu Yang were undoubtedly within that sphere. They had narrowly evaded disaster by sheer luck. Carelessness. Absolute carelessness. Cold sweat erupted on Shu Ye's forehead. When had she begun to entertain the notion that she could easily suppress controllers of the supernatural? Even anomalies? Without prior investigation, without vigilance, she had acted rashly, something she would never have done in her former self. When had she become so arrogant? Was it due to the overwhelming suppression of the supernatural rope? Or perhaps the diverse abilities she had gained from the dossier? Or was it simply the influence of possessing the eerie domain, which rendered ordinary people powerless? She had even contemplated leaving behind the corpse of Shajio, a veritable signature of her vengeance. Such a hateful act was in stark contrast to her need for concealment as a player. Fortunately, her realization came in time. Had she waited until the next instance of the death rule of the anomaly fell upon her, she might have found herself buried under 3 feet of grass. Vowing to remember this lesson, Shu Ye exhaled gently, unzipping the bag she carried and allowing the supernatural rope to hoist Shajio's corpse. She then turned to the curious Tu Yang and stated, "It's time to leave. We cannot linger here any longer." Tu Yang, intrigued, asked, "Wasn't that corpse meant to serve as a warning to them?" Shu Ye pursed her lips, and considering Tu Yang's significant assistance, offered a brief explanation. "I underestimated the situation." Tu Yang paused, his half-lidded eyes widening slowly, before bursting into laughter. "Ah, my benefactor, you truly are my chosen one." With that, the bodies in the blood pool, which had previously resembled mere props, suddenly stirred. Reaching for the 2 controllers who had unwittingly crawled halfway out, they pulled, dragging them down, employing a tactic of mass corpses. In no time, the 2 controllers fell silent. Moments later, they surfaced from the blood pool, merging indistinguishably with the surrounding corpses, and Tu Yang's blood pool visibly expanded. The 2 departed, one after the other. Half an hour later, a figure appeared unexpectedly on the 3rd floor, followed by the 4th. "Mr. Long, it has been confirmed. The individual is indeed deceased." "How did you know?" "All right, I understand. Yes, we will not investigate." "Very well, this matter ends here." Meanwhile, Shu Ye and Tu Yang had already distanced themselves considerably, seated atop a large truck hurtling down the highway. Tu Yang's hair whipped wildly in the wind as he, somewhat dazed, mused, "So, why didn't we take the train? Or at least a bus?" Shu Ye calmly adjusted the cap she had inexplicably acquired, lowering her head to shield herself from the gusts, observing the supernatural rope connecting them to the truck, and replied blandly, "Do you have the money?" Tu Yang, the epitome of destitution, tilted his head, his expression one of realization. "Ah, so even sitting atop a truck can induce motion sickness." Shu Ye retorted sharply, "If you're going to vomit, roll over there." Chapter 89. Anning City. This is Anning City. How remarkable. Shu Ye leapt from the decelerating truck, marveling at the city before her. How to describe it? If Haining City was an ordinary place nestled against the mountains, then Anning City was a vast steel forest firmly rooted on the plains. Towering skyscrapers dominated the skyline, each one taller than the last, with soaring buildings dotting the landscape. The streets were alive with the flow of traffic, where the faces of the people reflected a mix of seriousness, anxiety, animated discussions, and brisk walks. The atmosphere here was saturated with a singular word: speed. Those who resided in this city seemed to believe that slowing down would lead to their obliteration. Standing amidst the city, Shu Ye and Tu Yang felt like snails wandering onto a racetrack. Time equated to money, and the residents of this city embodied the essence of that adage. Shu Ye glanced at Tu Yang, who had inexplicably drooped his eyelids since their arrival in Anning City, appearing even more fatigued than before. It was hard to fathom that Tu Yang, who usually avoided standing if there was something to lean against and preferred sitting over standing, hailed from this city. It seemed a mismatch. When Tu Yang uttered those words, his voice was surprisingly normal, devoid of any peculiar intonations or exaggerated tones. This city must feel quite different to him. How noisy it is. Let us just eliminate it all. Shu Ye averted her gaze, observing everything around her and feeling a sense of impoverishment. Everything here must be quite expensive, right? Tu Yang yawned, seemingly oblivious to the world. I really don't know. I haven't stepped out in ages. With no fund for lodging, she realized only one option remained. Shu Ye decisively took a step forward, heading straight for the Ning Grand Hotel. Buzz, 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 it was the special department's phone. Shu Ye answered. What's the matter? Shu Ye, I see you've arrived in Ning District. Are you planning to meet Feng Ji at the Ning Grand Hotel? It was Liaison Officer Zhao Yang. The satellite positioning of this phone could be quite bothersome at times, yet proved invaluable during critical moments. Then she heard Zhao Yang say, Shu Ye, if you need assistance, feel free to let me know. Liaison officers and the manipulators are not adversaries. The reasoning was sound, yet the existence of definitive factions among people was ever elusive, trustworthy, but not entirely reliable. Nonetheless, Shu Ye found herself in need at this moment. I'll first check on the situation at the Ning Grand Hotel, but whether I can handle it is my responsibility, and I won't guarantee anything. All right. So, will the accommodation and travel expenses be reimbursed? Of course. Just a moment. After Zhao Yang's words, there was silence, but the call remained connected. Shortly after, Shu Ye's own phone rang unexpectedly. Upon checking, she found a text message. Deposit. 10,000. Shu Ye fell into contemplation. Lost in thought, Tu Yang noticed her silence as she stared at her phone screen, her expression weighed down with gravity. Curiosity piqued, he inched closer, stretching his neck to see. However, before he could catch a glimpse of the screen, he heard Shu Ye murmuring, is there really that much money? Perhaps I should just yield. Such wealth. The poor. How disheartening. Tu Yang blinked, puzzled. Shu Ye revealed the phone screen to him, and in the next moment, he exclaimed, Oh, the benefactor is so wealthy. This voice, this address, combined with Tu Yang's strikingly handsome face, drew the attention of passers-by. Whispers ensued. Shu Ye didn't need to eavesdrop. She could easily guess the content of their murmurs. Sighing, she realized she was just an ordinary person, still somewhat sensitive to the gazes of those around her. Only someone as self-absorbed as Tu Yang would speak and act with such abandon. She chose not to engage further with him. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Zhao Yang continued. This is funding. You can request more once it's used up. That I've also contacted the director and deputy director of the Ning City Bureau. If you need anything related, just call the police station and mention your name. Shu Ye acknowledged, ending the call, that if she listened any longer with all the sweetened words, she might just be swayed. Even if she did feel tempted. Her identity as a Guardian Alliance member, specifically noted by the system as one who could not join any other faction, rendered her helpless. Stowing her phone away, she walked ahead, her mind preoccupied. Behind her, Tu Yang, slightly hunched and tilting his head, sauntered along. Where are you off to, benefactor? Let us go together. With her pace unbroken, Shu Ye's voice floated back, of course. First we eat. Tu Yang's eyes widened, quickening his steps. Together then. Although they were walking, it merely took them to the roadside. Half an hour later, the two emerged from a taxi. Tu Yang yawned incessantly, seemingly perplexed by Ning District. Ever since their arrival, he had been dozing off. The Ning Grand Hotel. Are you planning to rent a room with me, benefactor? I'm fine with that, but I'd prefer to sleep first. I'm so sleepy. Passers-by stared in shock at the duo. Shu Ye's face darkened in an instant. After resolving this matter, she absolutely had to rid herself of this lunatic. At this rate, she wouldn't even succumb to the bizarre revival. She'd perish first due to Tu Yang's incessant chatter. The Ning Grand Hotel, being a hotel, naturally combined dining and lodging. Since she wasn't spending her own money, Shu Ye decided to indulge herself. Upon entering the reception, she directly chose a luxurious suite, 2 bedrooms, each with its own bathroom, as for the so-called presidential suite. Shu Ye smiled. It's just a room with a pool, costing 50,000 a night. The hotel isn't afraid of bursting at the seams. However, in the end, Shu Ye did not separate into 2 suites with Tu Yang. One reason was that even if they occupied 2 rooms, for someone like Tu Yang, it would be a mere blink of an eye, and he could enter without knocking. In that case, it was better to just share 1 suite. Fortunately, the luxurious suite had a massive bed and 2 separate rooms. The other reason, Tu Yang, just so you know, my condition is quite unstable. The bazaar could erupt at any moment, that if they were in the same suite, should the bazaar occur, Tu Yang would be able to respond swiftly and suppress it. Ultimately, the ashes of the missing person notice, which could delay the bazaar revival for a month, should only be used as a last resort to maximize efficiency. Additionally, it was crucial to utilize what could be utilized. Previously, it was Zhou Pa Pi. Now, it was Tu Yang. Point 1. Could only hope that Tu Yang wouldn't act rashly and allow her to manifest the bazaar, leading to an overwhelming expansion of the bazaar realm. Especially since this hotel could potentially harbor at least 3 bizarre incidents simultaneously. A suspected player, Fang Yongning, Fang Ji, who disappeared while attempting to capture Fang Yongning, and the letters from the Post-Bazaar Bureau. Much like a city, the Ning Grand Hotel was also a fated site, a city as players and manipulators, particularly those with bizarre realms, clustered here. The Ning Grand Hotel was a hotspot for bizarre events. Afterward, the period of rest was self-explanatory: eat, drink, and sleep as necessary. However, Shu Ye was fortunate enough to have a relatively normal night, managing to sleep reasonably well. The morning sun shone brightly, yet was firmly blocked by heavy curtains. Leaving the bedroom emptied, at a closer look revealed a figure curled in the corner of the room, utterly motionless, akin to a statue. Tap, tap, tap. Click, bang. Footsteps, the sound of a door opening and closing. Someone had exited. The person in the corner opened their eyes, clarity shining through, entirely unlike someone who had just enjoyed a night's rest. Tu Yang, eyelids drooping, murmured softly, having controlled 2 bizarre entities, and yet I still can't fall asleep. If this continues, my body will collapse. I really want to sleep. I wonder if there are any sleep-inducing bizarre entities. Yun, where's the benefactor off to now? Chapter 90. The non-existent basement floor, the so-called benefactor that Tu Yang referred to, was currently on the 2nd floor. Relishing a long-awaited, warm, non-fast food breakfast, soy milk, fried dough sticks, tofu pudding, noodles, side dishes, bread with jam and butter, milk, juice, and porridge, Shu Ye naturally reached for the inviting soy milk, coupled with fried dough sticks, and settled in a less crowded corner to enjoy her meal. Damn this bizarre revival. Even my sense of smell seems dulled. I hope the manipulators aren't all developing anorexia. After voicing her frustration, Shu Ye quickly consumed a few bites, then decided to grab some convenient bread and milk to take upstairs. Using her card, she opened the door. Tu Yang's room remained tightly shut. Shu Ye placed the breakfast she brought on the table, opting not to knock on the door, if he happened to be in a foul mood. An unexpected wake-up call could lead to a bizarre blood eruption, complicating matters. Grabbing a piece of paper from the side, she scribbled a note before leaving the room. Tomorrow was the day Tu Yang mentioned, his elder brother's wedding, and the moment he intended to deliver the letter from the bazaar post office to Tu Hongxing. She was uncertain what might transpire then, that if things got complicated and she found herself short on time to visit the basement floor, it would be troublesome. Therefore, the best course of action was to resolve everything today. Even if she couldn't fully address the issues, gathering some information to understand the situation would be ideal. Lost in these thoughts, Shu Ye's plans faced an unexpected setback right from the start. I am sorry, but we don't have a basement floor in this hotel. Even the parking spaces are located on the rooftop across 2 levels. Gazing at the manager's overly polite smile, Shu Ye fell silent. This was the 5th person she had asked, so this so-called bazaar was not merely about Fang Yongning's sudden death or Fang Ji's abrupt disappearance. Perhaps the source of all these bizarre occurrences was indeed this non-existent basement floor. But Zhao Yang had clearly mentioned a basement floor. Was it the influence of the bazaar affecting the thoughts of the people here? Or was there an issue with the information provided by the special department? After thanking the manager, she retreated to a corner and made a phone call. Observing the comings and goings of people in the hotel lobby, when the call connected, she directly asked, "Are you certain that the Ning Hotel has a basement floor?" A rustling of paper followed. After listening, Shu Ye furrowed her brows. I inquired with 5 individuals working here, and they all provided me with the same answer. There is no underground level. What? Zhao Yang exclaimed in surprise, followed by a flurry of paper rustling. This is impossible. I must verify the information again. Upon concluding the call, Shu Ye lowered her head, as if attempting to peer through the floor to glimpse the scene below. Was it something peculiar, or merely a misunderstanding? Shu Ye pondered, feeling an oddity in the air. What exactly was happening here? There was no sense of any supernatural forces. Suddenly, her expression shifted. Could it be related once more to that missing person's notice? Such a situation could prove troublesome. Should she retreat? Or, it was indeed a rather difficult decision to make. Just as Shu Ye remained in indecision, a series of knocks resounded. Knock! Knock! What is that? Shu Ye abruptly lifted her gaze upwards, questioning the intent of Tu Yang. Without hesitation, she stepped forward and turned into an empty corner. In an instant, a flash of red light illuminated the area, and she vanished around the corner, gazing at the room enveloped in dark red light. Shu Ye prepared to force her way in, yet sensed something amiss. This feeling was distinctly different from the danger encountered at the eerie post office. Knock! 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 This time, it was not Tu Yang's supernatural presence, but a knock on the door. Shu Ye knocked. There was no response. However, quietly, a gap formed in the dark red barrier belonging to Tu Yang, wide enough for a person to pass through. She was still awake. Shu Ye slipped through the opening. Upon entry, she was met with a rather bizarre sight. Tu Yang was bare from the waist up point, one must admit. The individual was exceptionally fair, radiantly so, with skin that would undoubtedly evoke envy in many a girl. However, this was all overshadowed by the terrifying scars adorning their body, with the lower half submerged in a horrifying pool of blood. What on earth is going on? Shu Ye inquired. Tu Yang opened their eyes, a flicker of dark red light passing through them, and lazily remarked, "Ah, my esteemed benefactor has arrived. However, I am quite busy at the moment and unable to provide service. Of course, if my esteemed benefactor is in a hurry, I could." As they spoke, Tu Yang attempted to rise from the blood pool. Yet the dark circles beneath their eyes indicated a state far from optimal, despite their words remaining unchanged. Shu Ye disregarded the ambiguous implications in Tu Yang's speech. Crouching beside the blood pool and quietly observing, has the eerie blood finally overwhelmed your supernatural heart? Tu Yang paused, momentarily losing their smile, only to regain it in a blink. It seems I cannot hide anything from my esteemed benefactor. How delightful! My esteemed benefactor is concerned about me. This tone made Shu Ye feel slightly nauseous. Upon confirming that Tu Yang was not encountering a ghost master or a supernatural event, she stood and stated indifferently, "Your commotion is rather excessive, though it does have its benefits. Just now, I could hear the heartbeat of the supernatural entity from the first floor. The coverage area is quite extensive, aside from us. Have you heard anything else in this building?" Chapter 91. The sudden fog at this moment, in Anning City, on the first floor of the Anning Hotel. Such dense fog. The weather forecast didn't mention anything about it. Today was supposed to be sunny. How annoying. With this, we can't possibly go out and have fun. It seems we have no choice that in this weather. We must wear masks. It's so troublesome. The crowd gazed outside at the thick fog. Visibility less than a meter, some complaining, others resigned. Such weather was always discomforting. Yet, these individuals failed to notice how abruptly the fog had appeared. The hotel was situated near a transportation hub. Stepping outside led directly to the road. Yet not a single car horn could be heard. This feeling. Shu Ye took a few steps forward and pulled back the curtains that had been drawn in Tu Yang's room. Not a single beam of sunlight penetrated through the window. Contrasting starkly with the morning scene she had awoken to, suddenly, a splash of water echoed behind Shu Ye, followed by the sound of footsteps. Before long, a tall figure appeared beside her. It was Tu Yang, devoid of the terrifying scars that had previously marred their skin. Shu Ye turned her gaze away, stating coolly, "Put on some clothes. Being naked will only lead others to think you're a pervert." "But you are my esteemed benefactor. It's perfectly normal for me to appear like this here, right? My esteemed benefactor dresses so formally every day. It seems rather inappropriate. Clearly, I look quite good. I've been the object of admiration many times throughout my life. Why is my esteemed benefactor showing no reaction? Have I become ugly?" Truly, they were completely out of touch with propriety. Shu Ye gazed out at the fog, feeling an overwhelming sense of unease. It was not a supernatural force, but rather an unsettling sensation that sent chills down her spine. Tu Yang had grown accustomed to Shu Ye ignoring their remarks, and naturally picked up their clothes from the side of the bed. Soon, the sounds of changing clothes filled the air. "Esteemed benefactor, You mentioned that the Anning Hotel lacks a basement, correct? Each time Tu Yang recounted past experiences, it painted a picture of a rather tragic history, coupled with their scars and tales of childhood admiration. It was not hard to understand the potential for eccentricity. Alas, understanding and acceptance were two different matters. Shu Ye did not wish for a person capable of murder, regardless of their mood, to accompany her at all times. However, Tu Yang's statement was certainly worth reflection. According to their account, the Anning Hotel must indeed possess a basement. Yet, everyone working here uniformly claimed there was none. This included the seasoned manager whose tenure exceeded a decade, whose words were plastered on the wall. Were they under the influence of supernatural forces, or had the powers of the real world silenced them? The Anning Hotel was indeed a place of turmoil. One wave had yet to settle, and another was already rising. The previous incidents involving Fang Yongning, Fang Ji, and the eerie post office letters remained unresolved, and now a new situation had emerged. This location was undoubtedly a hotspot for the supernatural. This fog, was it eerie in nature, or an extension of a ghost master's domain? Should she venture forth to investigate, or wait patiently? Encountering supernatural events and remaining stationary had always proven to be the best course of action. The more actions taken, the more likely one was to trigger the lethal rules of the supernatural. In such moments, the focus should not be on avoiding wrongdoing, but rather on waiting for others to err, a practice often referred to as treading lightly. Upon hearing Shu Ye's words, Tu Yang yawned, gesturing towards the bed. Then I shall take a nap. I'm quite sleepy. Shu Ye's train of thought was interrupted as she glanced at Tu Yang. Incredulous that you've just slept for over 10 hours, and you're still tired? At that moment, Tu Yang had already reclined on the bed but soon crawled back to curl up in the corner. Clutching a blanket over themselves without opening their eyes, they mumbled, "But I was worried my esteemed benefactor would ambush me last night. I waited all night, yet no one came. So disappointing. Ugh." One could only say that Tu Yang knew precisely how to induce nausea in Shu Ye. Effectively silencing her, as Tu Yang's breathing gradually settled into a steady rhythm. Shu Ye recalled something she had read in a book long ago. The content remained vague in her memory, but she recalled that a truly sleeping person would not breathe so evenly. She wondered if this held true, or if Tu Yang was simply an anomaly. Not wishing to dwell on that further, Shu Ye gazed out at the increasingly dense fog. Observing her own cold reflection in the window, before her, however, lay a system panel visible only to her. Identity: smuggler, player, courier of the Eerie Post Office, leader of the Watchers Alliance, visitor of the Eerie City. There had been no changes. Prior to the commencement of the second game, the Revival 2.0 had mentioned in a forum that the more identities one possessed, the higher the frequency of encountering supernatural events. Yet, was her frequency of encounters not exceedingly high? If all players experienced such treatment, this would imply that with 1,000 players entering the game, there could potentially be 1,000 supernatural events occurring simultaneously in this revival world. How could that be possible? Hence, was her situation an anomaly, or was she simply perpetually unlucky? Ah, what a stroke of bad luck. This line of thought naturally led her to consider Zhou Pa Pi, far away in the American region. And that unfortunate ordinary person, Zhou Jingming. She wondered if the plans in the American region would proceed smoothly. Although the environment in the Asian region was quite favorable, it must be noted that if one disregarded humanity and morality, the American region was a veritable paradise for ghost masters. She hoped everything would go well there. The power of her eerie friends had yet to fade, and Zhou Pa Pi was still alive, which was a positive sign. The system had not provided a definitive timeline for the conclusion of this game. With new players entering when the game concluded, would it be based on the new players or the old ones? Stowing away the panel, Shu Ye found herself in a daze, her mind swirling with various thoughts. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted. Before she could discern whether it came from above or below, a chorus of screams and the sound of running feet followed. Tu Yang abruptly opened their eyes, clarity returning to them. Both Shu Ye and Tu Yang turned their gaze towards the window. What is that? Chapter 92. One wave has yet to settle. Another rises as if disbelieving her own eyes. Shu Ye leaned closer to the window. She stared intently outside. What on earth was that? Her eyes widened in shock. If in response to Shu Ye's words, a severed head bound to the end of a balloon. began to ascend slowly. The visage of the head was devoid of expression, even appearing tranquil, as if peacefully asleep. Immediately thereafter, one by one, balloons shaped like human heads floated up before Tu Yang and Shu Ye, eventually coming to a halt above the hotel. Motionless in a brief span of time, dozens of such balloons adorned the sky. Shu Ye took a couple of steps back, distancing herself from the window. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Her phone suddenly began to vibrate. Shu Ye's gaze remained fixed on the head balloons in the sky as she picked up the phone and answered. "Who is it?" "It is I," came the response. With an unmistakable tone, "It is I." Jiang Ning confirmed. Although she was uncertain about Jiang Ning's purpose for calling, it was evident that this was not an opportune moment. Shu Ye's full attention was concentrated on the Ning Grand Hotel, now the epicenter of numerous bizarre occurrences. This was not a time for exploration, but rather for escape. The unfolding events here were reminiscent of the chaotic eruption that had transpired on the first floor of the Erie post office. Even before the supernatural threats were on the verge of resurgence, she would never have lingered in such a place, let alone now, when every use of her supernatural rope was fraught with instability. Just as she was about to explain her situation to Jiang Ning, she heard him ask, "Did you and another unfamiliar supernatural wielder kill 3 members of the ghost killing squad at the Hai Tian Club yesterday?" The rapidity with which they had been discovered caught Shu Ye off guard. However, what surprised her even more was the realization that the only 3 supernatural wielders at the club that day were indeed members of the ghost killing squad. She could not determine whether the ghost killing squad had simply encountered bad luck, or if the 12 Zodiac had been particularly fortunate. Shu Ye remained silent. Such matters, as long as she did not acknowledge them, had nothing to do with her. Jiang Ning did not expect Shu Ye to confess outright, nor had he come to accuse her. Among the supernatural wielders you killed, one was the vice captain of the ghost killing squad, Shu Ye. She possessed a supernatural item that Shu Ye had stolen from Mr. Long. As far as I know, Shu Ye always carried that item with her. Have you found it? It is crucial. A supernatural item? The revelation startled Shu Ye, causing her pupils to constrict momentarily, and she replied directly, "I do not know what you're talking about." She had indeed found nothing. Even if she had, she could not say whether or not the item existed. "Shu Ye, who is she? How did she die? What does it matter to me?" Her tone and words suggested that Jiang Ning seemed to have quite a good relationship with the 12 Zodiac. Before Jiang Ning could continue, Shu Ye interjected, "What was the matter you wanted to apologize to me for when you mentioned it in that alley?" Jiang Ning paused for a moment. "Back at Haining High School, I had called to inform you that the Hai Tian Club was to be dealt with, but I did not anticipate. It was my oversight, I apologized. So that was the issue. To be honest." Had Jiang Ning not brought it up, Shu Ye would have completely forgotten. However, one could say this person had an excessive sense of responsibility. After speaking, he hung up the phone. Tu Yang, who had been listening nearby, waited for her to finish before stretching his voice. "Oh, esteemed benefactor, while you were speaking just now, someone knocked on the door." Knocked on the door? Shu Ye indicated that she had not heard a thing. She glanced at Tu Yang. "Are you sure it was a person and not a ghost?" "I didn't hear anything." Tu Yang lazily nodded, placing his hand beside his head. "I swear, it was truly a person, not a ghost." Shu Ye approached the door, intending to peep through the peephole, but fearing a potential eye-opener kill, ultimately chose to ignore it. That if they knocked once and were still alive, they would surely return if they had something to discuss. If they knocked once and there was no further action, they were either dead or had moved elsewhere, making any attempt to open the door futile. Having made her decision, Shu Ye distanced herself from the door, sat on the sofa in the suite's living room, closed her eyes, and remained still. Tu Yang tilted his head, lazily sauntering over to sit at the edge of the sofa, stretching his limbs, and curiously asked, "Aren't you curious, esteemed benefactor? Don't you want to go check it out? Perhaps your friend is about to kick the bucket." Shu Ye did not even bother to open her eyes, simply replying, "Oh." Tu Yang blinked. "Esteemed benefactor?" Shu Ye indicated her desire to ignore him. "Esteemed benefactor?" The way he dragged out the words was utterly nauseating. Taking a deep breath, Shu Ye suppressed her urge to do away with Tu Yang. Finally opening her eyes, "Let us get to the point. But I'm so curious about what that esteemed benefactor mentioned. The non-existent basement level. That if you're curious, then go by yourself. But I'll be scared alone." "Oh, then good luck. If you go a few more times by yourself, you won't be scared anymore." Why, you have such a cruel heart. Esteemed benefactor, as he spoke, Tu Yang suddenly leaned in closer, observing Shu Ye, who had instinctively shifted back, his smile stretching into one that exuded both allure and coldness. Esteemed benefactor. Suddenly, a series of rapid knocks echoed at the door. Tu Yang paused, his smile fading, leaning back as he resumed his usual lazy demeanor. Indeed, a psychopath is a psychopath. No matter how absurd they may seem at times, they can be quite troublesome at critical moments. Shu Ye was unaware of why Tu Yang was so insistent on venturing to the basement level. After all, he had initially only intended to deliver the eerie letter from the post office at his brother's wedding the following day. Could it be that her mention of it had triggered some childhood memories, leading him to develop an obsession? Not being a psychologist herself, Shu Ye could only speculate. Fortunately, this knock interrupted their standoff. Otherwise, in this already restless hotel, they might have ended up fighting over the matter. Regardless of the outcome, neither would fare well, and they might even be killed by some other supernatural occurrences within the hotel. However, this knock, it only happened once, but it should be consistent with what Tu Yang had previously said. It was indeed a regular person knocking, without any supernatural energy fluctuations. Yet, why had she not heard it before, only Tu Yang? Now they both heard it. This hotel was truly strange. Now, Shu Ye faced a crucial decision. To open the door or... Click! Just as she was still contemplating, Tu Yang suddenly stepped forward and opened the door. Chapter 93. Have you heard of? Indeed, parting ways with Tu Yang was inevitable. Upon witnessing Tu Yang's impulsive action, Shu Ye could think of nothing else. Ignoring the situation outside, he dared to open the door. What if it was a ghost similar to an eye-opener kill? Watching Tu Yang greet an unknown entity with a smile as he opened the door, Shu Ye stood up from his sofa and silently stepped back several paces. Forget it. If Tu Yang wanted to probe the bushes, it was better than her putting herself in danger. As the door swung open, a gust of wind swept in, carrying with it a faint stench of decay and blood. What a familiar scent, Shu Ye mused. The last time she had encountered such an overwhelming and nauseating aroma was during the bizarre incidents at Haining Hospital and Haining High School. It was not quite a mountain of corpses or a sea of blood, but it certainly resembled a veritable hell on earth. Along with the repulsive scent wafting in, a shadow flickered past the doorway. Vanishing outside, without hesitation, Tu Yang bolted after it. Just as Shu Ye was about to follow, she suddenly halted. Something was amiss. While Tu Yang was indeed a psychopath, and his words could be quite off-putting, that did not imply he was a fool. The strange knock, the reckless opening of the door, the abrupt shadow. In this perilous and Ning Grand Hotel, how could someone like Tu Yang see a peculiar shadow and chase after it without a second thought? Did he know that odd black shadow? Yet, Shu Ye had to admit, it was a relief that Tu Yang had left. She was finally rid of this psychopath. Seizing the moment, she would quickly complete her tasks and then escape, never to cross paths with Tu Yang again. With that thought, Shu Ye glanced at the now empty hallway, stepped forward, and closed the suite door behind her. Before that, she decided to let others bear the brunt of the danger for now. Furthermore, with such a large hotel in turmoil, special departments would undoubtedly dispatch supernatural wielders to handle the bizarre occurrences. If she could coast along, it would be even better. She waited and waited for a full hour. Indeed, survival was KEY'd as far as she knew. There were still other guests on this floor, yet the hallway was devoid of even a single soul, not even a sound. This indicated that no one had come down from above or ascended from below. This floor, and indeed every room on this floor, seemed as if it had been isolated by some force, if the entire hotel was in a similar state. Hiss! Shu Ye inhaled sharply. What sort of formidable supernatural force could achieve this? Moreover, the most troublesome aspect was that the murderous rules of this bizarre phenomenon remained elusive. Shu Ye tilted her head slightly, observing the increasing number of head balloons in the sky. Oh, right, there was still the unexplained supernatural entity here with unclear killing rules. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Her phone rang. IT was not unexpected to receive a call at such a time. What was curious was that it had only come through now. She hoped it wouldn't be yet another directive to scout the situation before sending others to reap the rewards. Otherwise, Shu Ye felt her mood would genuinely sour. After contemplating for a moment, the call automatically connected. Oh, this time, there was no need to guess who it was. Such a coercive demand for phone conversation is something only the headquarters of the liaison department would dare to undertake. And indeed, only they could do so. Shy, are you all right? Are you a robot? Upon hearing Xiaoyang's monotonous opening line each time he called, Shy expressed her doubt. Xiaoyang paused for a moment, rendered speechless. Shy raised an eyebrow, and with a lack of further words, declared, "Then I'll hang up." "Wait." Xiaoyang hurriedly interjected, "It's like this, Shy. Anning City has reported a large-scale bizarre incident and hopes to send someone to handle it. Since you're there today to meet Fengji, could you perhaps take care of it? You'd best not finish that sentence, or I might just find myself heading to Jing City to chat with you and Tianjin all night long." Xiaoyang immediately fell silent. Shy scoffed, her voice laced with cold sarcasm. "Tell Tianjin that the matter in Anning City should be dealt with by their local anomaly handler. Otherwise, the headquarters should send their own anomaly handler. I'm merely an innocent traveler caught in this mess. This isn't the first time you've nauseated me with such words, but it will be the last." Without explicitly stating the consequences, her calm tone sent chills down Xiaoyang's spine. He had never encountered a bizarre incident before, and Shy was the first anomaly handler under his charge. All he knew about anomalies and their handlers came from departmental teachings and the mouths of other liaison officers. The tales he heard from these senior officers were invariably brutal, cold-blooded, inhumane, and bloody, yet Shy was different. This anomaly handler seemed inherently more composed than the others, capable of exercising greater control over her temper and demonstrating a rational demeanor. In her eyes, liaison officers were not figures of reliance, but merely a convenient and temporary repository of information. Moreover, she appeared utterly fearless, as if there were nothing in this world that truly concerned her. Her actions were dictated solely by her whims, and whether her safety was at stake. This realization left him feeling quite frustrated, especially when compared to his relationships with other liaison officers and anomaly handlers. However, this time, he sensed a genuine fury emanating from Shy. Xiaoyang found himself at a loss. He was Shy's liaison officer, but also served as a liaison for the Special Incident Department. From the very beginning, he had been trained to guide anomaly handlers, assist others, and obey orders. After numerous interactions and exchanges, Xiaoyang had come to a conclusion. It was utterly impossible. Forcing Shy to comply was an endeavor doomed to failure, whether through inducement or coercion. Just as Xiaoyang was preparing to speak, he suddenly heard Shy's voice. "You out there, perhaps you have no idea what is truly happening here, or what is unfolding right now." Shy gazed outside, where a growing number of human-shaped balloons filled the IT seemed that not just the hotel's guests, but also the staff had been entirely overrun. "You had best send more anomaly handlers. And they better be capable ones to deal with the situation here." Shy lowered her gaze from the balloon-dotted sky to the ground that had previously been obscured by fog. "This situation has become quite troublesome." "Xiaoyang." Xiaoyang had been listening intently when Shy called his name, causing him to respond with a startled, "Ah, Xiaoyang, have you ever seen or heard of an anomaly handler reverting to an ordinary person?" Chapter 94. Could it be that he is actually an imbecile? Upon posing the question, Shy received the predictable response from Xiaoyang. He had never encountered such a phenomenon. However, Shy raised her hand. Examining her palm, it was empty. The anomaly rope had vanished, so what is the current situation? Had she inexplicably transformed back from an anomaly handler to an ordinary person? She had no time to discuss trivial matters with Xiaoyang now. What bizarre power had stripped her of her anomalies? Was it an illusion, or perhaps a type of anomaly that could influence human thought, akin to a missing person's notice? In such times, one naturally needed an anchor. A point that would remain unaffected by the anomalies. The personal panel, glowing with white light and inscribed with black text, quietly materialized. The earlier information seemed trivial. Shy directly scrolled to the bottom. Anomaly handler abilities, 1. Anomaly rope, 2. Anomaly archive. The ability of the anomaly rope had not disappeared. After confirming this, Shy stowed away the panel, exhaling a sigh that was a mixture of relief and disappointment, and steeled herself anew. She hoped that the dispatched anomaly handlers would possess higher capabilities and implored them not to underestimate the gravity of the situation. She certainly did not wish for them to arrive only to meet their demise, which would exacerbate the already dire circumstances. As Shy pondered the current situation and the unknown anomalies outside the Anning Grand Hotel, 100-meter security perimeter was established. What did headquarters say? The individuals sent to investigate should still be breathing. Right? Amid the warmth of short sleeves surrounding him, one speaker donned a thick, long trench coat, wrapping himself tightly and wearing a mask, thus rendering his voice muffled. Although it appeared he was conversing with someone, he was, in fact, alone. His self-muttering demeanor prompted a peculiar expression from the officer who had brought him here from a distance. It was akin to expecting to witness a fireworks display at an amusement park, only to find a gorilla performing a hula dance. Absurd indeed. However, this individual had been emphasized by superiors to be treated with utmost respect, so the officer could only mutter a few quiet complaints behind his back. Li Hao, the anomaly handler inside, is an external personnel. Hao scoffed derisively, finally lifting his gaze toward the hotel shrouded in fog. Women are always troublesome and timid. They serve no purpose other than to hinder progress. She doesn't even dare to step out of a mere hotel room, yet she claims to be an anomaly handler. What a waste of anomalies. The liaison officer, being a woman herself, had heard such remarks often enough to ignore them. She patiently waited for Li Hao to finish venting before maintaining her gentle tone. Thank you for your trouble. She then proceeded to reiterate all relevant intelligence to Li Hao, but was forced to cease when interrupted by his crude remarks. Fearing that the call might be abruptly terminated, leaving her to shoulder the blame for any ensuing errors, the liaison officer could only remain silent. Hao reveled in his absolute control over the liaison officer, his satisfaction and arrogance palpable. After exerting verbal dominance over her once more, he finally recalled the purpose of his visit. He took a couple of steps forward, stopping abruptly 20 meters from the fog. It seemed that Li Hao's mood was still somewhat agreeable today. He hoped to maintain this spirit throughout the handling of the bizarre incident. Tell that external wretch that when I find her inside, she had better kneel and lick my shoes, begging for mercy. Otherwise, after all, she is merely an ordinary external anomaly handler. It wouldn't be a significant matter for her to be disposed of. The hapless liaison officer could only act as a messenger, slightly embellishing the content before relaying it to Shai's liaison officer, Zhao. Considering Shai's usual demeanor of rebuffing anyone, even Minister Tianjun, he gasped in shock, his pupils dilating in disbelief, unable to recover for a long moment. After some time, he spoke in a tone far more subdued than usual, or perhaps one that reflected his shock-induced mental breakdown, to Li Hao's liaison officer, who assigned Li Hao to handle the affairs at Anning Grand Hotel. Is that person at odds with him? Not merely at odds, but perhaps harboring an earth-shattering enmity. Shai had dealt with 3 bizarre incidents in 3 days, plus the one involving a missing persons notice during the early morning call. Totaling 4 in such a short span, she had resolved matters that other anomaly handlers might take 6 months or even over a year to address. Zhayang had always believed that it was Shai's extraordinary abilities, or rather her exceptional talent in utilizing those abilities, combined with her swift accumulation of experience over just 3 days, that allowed Minister Tianjun to endure her antics. Capable individuals naturally enjoyed certain privileges. With such privileges in hand, her penchant for confrontation was a trivial matter. Possessing such abilities, coupled with her temperament, and knowing that Li Hao was merely an average anomaly handler with no notable reputation, rather infamous even, Zhaoyang found it absurd that he would propose such a suicidal notion. Unable to contain himself, Zhaoyang asked again, fearing he had misheard, "Are you sure Li Hao suggested that Shai should beg for mercy, and not that he should seek her support?" The role of the anomaly rope in suppressing anomalies had spread throughout the department. To suppress anomalies meant to mitigate the potential resurgence of those anomalies. The liaison officer knew that this implied that every one-on-one anomaly handler under each liaison officer was also aware of it. Unless Minister Tianjun had issued a direct order, there would be a steady stream of anomaly handlers clamoring for Shai's assistance. Could it be that Li Hao was, in fact, an imbecile? Li Hao's liaison officer chuckled awkwardly. Well, Li Hao doesn't look down on women, cough. It's just that he isn't particularly fond of them. Every time I want to discuss something, he insists on first asking about the anomaly handler's gender. And the result is that Li Hao doesn't even know what Shai's anomalous abilities are. Zhaoyang clasped his hands in prayer. Li Hao, good luck. May you find a place devoid of anomalies. Meanwhile, completely unaware of the impending danger, Shai remained vigilant, her gaze fixed on the door. Thud, 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 thud. The sound of knocking echoed, starkly contrasting with the shadow that had previously sent Tu Yang fleeing. This knocking was persistent yet gentle, as if aware of the presence of someone inside, yet powerless to enter. Shu Ye glanced at the door, and, whether it was merely an illusion or not, it seemed to her that cracks had begun to form upon its surface, synchronizing with the unrelenting knocks. Chapter 95. Fifth floor. The hotel corridor and the room were enveloped in an extraordinary stillness, broken only by the continuous knocking and Shu Ye's barely audible breaths, despite the horrific events transpiring within the hotel. Not a sound escaped from the other floors. That it was as if this level had become an isolated world, distinct from the others. Or perhaps it was this floor that was normal, while the other levels had succumbed to chaos. This unsettling quietude, marked by a sense of impending doom, induced a fear that was compounded by a suffocating anxiety. Observing the door, now distinctly fissured, Shu Ye realized that a decision was imperative. Should she remain and confront this enigma, or seize the moment to escape before the sinister rules of this realm could ensnare her? In less than 2 seconds, she resolved her course of action, grasping an old kettle from the table. Its prior purpose now a mystery, she hurled it at the window with a swift motion. The resulting crash was thunderous, yet the glass remained unscathed, revealing its formidable nature. With conventional methods failing, she would have to resort to unconventional means. Discarding the kettle, which landed with a dull thud, she vanished from the suite. Almost immediately, a red cord shot in from the window, ensnaring the chandelier and stabilizing it with a slight tremor. In this strange domain, where reality and illusion intertwined, she found herself balancing on the wall between the 6th and 5th floors, gripping the mysterious cord that prevented her fall, her neck craned backward, but a balloon resembling a human head. Its expression eerily serene, drifted slowly past her, ascending into the air. The proximity to this grotesque entity filled Shu Ye with trepidation. She dared not breathe, holding her breath as the balloon glided by. Akin to an anxious driver encountering a frail elder on the road, too fearful to pass. Cold sweat trickled down her back, the pressure of such close contact with the bizarre phenomenon overwhelming. Though her entrance through the window had been fraught with misfortune, narrowly avoiding collision with the head balloon, the silver lining was that no other grotesque entities were vying for the same aerial space. Once assured that her movements would not disturb the balloon, Shu Ye finally exhaled, breaking the silence that contrasted sharply with the chaos of the 5th floor. The corridor was littered with lifeless bodies. The eerie scenery did not necessarily scream bloodshed, yet the stench of decaying flesh was unmistakable. While the corridor remained silent, the rooms were anything but. The 5th floor, with its numerous standard rooms, housed many more occupants than the sparsely populated 6th. Excluding those who had perished outside, approximately 20 individuals were scattered throughout the remaining rooms. One person huddled in a corner, trembling as they clutched a phone, desperately attempting to reach the outside world. Meanwhile, 4 or 5 others, whether acquaintances or strangers, congregated in one room, some whispering, others silent. Regardless of their demeanor, all displayed a palpable fear of the outside, flinching at any noise, whether it originated from within or without. Yet, one room stood out as peculiar. The empty standard room, devoid of life, bore no trace of human presence that a card was inserted into the electric slot on the left wall, while one bed was disheveled. And a half-unzipped suitcase lay in the corner, indicating that someone had once occupied this space. On the bedside table rested a palm-sized doll, its features a miniature replica of human traits, with exquisitely detailed hair. Adorned in a vacation-style dress and comfortable wedges, embellished with pearls of uncertain value. The doll's face, however, appeared blurred, as if deliberately smudged during its creation, rendering its features indistinct. Suddenly, the lights in the room flickered erratically, casting an eerie ambience over the already dim environment. Just as abruptly, they extinguished, plunging the room into silence. Yet at that moment, the doll's left eye became sharply defined, blinking awake as if roused from slumber. Its gaze darted around the room, filled with panic and fear. In a standard room occupied by 2 men and a woman, a thick silence enveloped the trio, their eyes betraying visible despair. The sudden pounding at the door jolted them. their expressions shifting to one of impending collapse. Is there anyone inside? If you're alive, make a sound, a youthful voice, strikingly innocent, called out from the other side. The middle-aged man among the three sprang to his feet, struggling to steady himself as he rushed to the door. Cautiously pulling it open, just a crack to his astonishment. Standing outside was a young man, perhaps barely reaching 5'5", with unruly red hair and dark eyes, adorned with tattoos resembling black flames trailing down his neck. Clad in black attire and sporting gold accessories, he radiated an aura of volatility, embodying the archetype of a delinquent that parents warned their children to avoid. "Hey, what are you staring at?" the young man barked, having caught the middle-aged man's judgmental gaze regarding his stature and age. "I'm an adult." With that, he shoved the door wide open, disregarding the man who stumbled back against the wall, and entered as if there were nothing amiss outside. Upon entering, he scanned the room, his attention honing in on the small boy who stood a head shorter than him. "You, come with me." The boy quivered, his eyes reddening, the chubby cheeks trembling as he opened his mouth to protest. This familiar scene caused the once imposing delinquent to falter, his eyes widening in alarm, revealing a stark contrast to his earlier bravado. Before he could articulate his thoughts, he abruptly glanced toward the window. "Who's there?" Descending from the outside, Shu Ye caught sight of the boy on the verge of tears and the alert delinquent. Had she stumbled into a scene of bullying? Chapter 96. Is this person insane? "I'm not, I didn't." The delinquent stammered, his earlier confidence evaporating. Shu Ye took in the situation within the room. The man leaned against the wall by the open door. Rubbing his shoulder, the woman remained silent and downcast, while the young boy was paralyzed by fear of the delinquent. None of them were familiar faces, and the delinquent was clearly an outsider. While children's emotions could complicate matters, a group that included a child generally inspired more trust, as those who took in children were unlikely to be malicious. However, this scenario was anything but ordinary. The red-haired delinquent was a manipulator of the bizarre, as evident from the unusual phone hanging from his neck. Not wanting to reveal her own ability to navigate this realm before an unknown manipulator, Shu Ye knocked on the window. "May I come in to talk?" The delinquent pondered for a moment before reluctantly moving to open the window. As it swung open, he instinctively stepped back, wary of an ambush. Shu Ye, using the window ledge for support, gracefully stepped inside. A red cord quickly retracted behind her, vanishing in an instant. This display sent the other three into a state of shock, their faces paling at the impending revelation that if you want to attract every bizarre entity in this building, feel free to scream, Shu Ye remarked casually, causing the three ordinary individuals to shudder and cover their mouths in fright. The delinquent, noticing the tearful boy, cast a hostile glare at Shu Ye. The gaze was saturated with malice. A brazen bully tormenting the young. "If you have the audacity, come at me. Today I shall teach you to become a better person," or something akin to that sentiment. Shu Ye raised an eyebrow. Upon witnessing her gesture, the delinquent youth immediately recoiled a couple of steps. Was she some kind of formidable beast? Shu Ye was left speechless. "Are you the anomaly controller dispatched by headquarters to handle the bizarre occurrences at Anning Hotel? Did I not mention that the situation here is quite troublesome? How could you have come alone? Or perhaps you've become separated?" As her mind pondered what kind of strangeness could compel multiple anomaly controllers to scatter, the delinquent interjected, "What do you mean dispatched by headquarters? There's no way I could be under their control. I'm just here on vacation." Despite his frequent use of the term "I," juxtaposed with his wolfish features, he appeared somewhat diminutive, perhaps not even reaching a height of 165 centimeters. Reminiscent of a chihuahua barking fervently on the roadside, coupled with the interaction she had just witnessed between him and the young boy. He exuded little menace. Shu Ye mused that if Zhou Pa Pi were also in the area, he might just become fast friends with this individual. Strangely, they both evoked a sense of familiarity in her. However, the delinquent's words momentarily stunned her. "If you're not sent by headquarters, then the one who was sent hasn't arrived yet, right? Half a day has passed, and with airplanes as a means of transport, they should have arrived by now." The delinquent seemed to calm slightly upon hearing Shu Ye's words, finally noticing the special department's phone hanging around her neck. "That you're also from headquarters?" he queried. Perplexed, "How come I've never seen you in Jing City? Are you a newcomer who hasn't had the chance to report in yet?" He spoke normally when addressing her as I, but resorted to I when angered or embarrassed. This anomaly controller was unexpectedly easy to understand. Shu Ye casually replied, "Extra staff." The delinquent nodded in comprehension, perhaps recalling the awkwardness of their meeting, as he cleared his throat and averted his gaze slightly, murmuring, "Gu Xinghe." As a controller of anomalies, one whose emotions had become increasingly muted due to the encroaching strangeness within him, he still managed to maintain such a diverse emotional range. His character was thoroughly transparent, and his emotions were clearly discernible. This Gu Xinghe must be the newcomer, yet his demeanor left Shu Ye questioning whether he had truly reached adulthood. Employing child labor was something she could not condone. Even with her diminished emotional state, her moral compass simply would not allow it. Ultimately, drawing from her knowledge of novels and television dramas, she refrained from mentioning the common stereotype of the short person exploding with rage when their age was questioned. "Oh," Gu Xinghe nodded, ruffling his fiery red hair. "So where do we go next?" "I've located all the survivors on the 4th floor. This is the first occupied unit on the 5th, this spontaneous formation of a team." Yet when Gu Xinghe spoke of gathering, could it be that he meant what she understood? A flicker of confusion and shock crossed Shu Ye's eyes. "Are you really planning to gather all the living souls in the hotel?" Gu Xinghe nodded decisively. Of course, it would be more convenient to protect them that way. Shu Ye felt a surge of frustration. She was on the verge of a breakdown. She needed to abandon this team. Even if there were only a dozen people in the hotel, they were still a dozen individuals with disparate thoughts, fluctuating emotions, and unknown temperaments. If they were to congregate, and something were to go awry, it was improbable that these individuals would quietly await instructions. Furthermore, Shu Ye recalled that blonde man from Haining Hospital who had shoved her, seemingly wishing for her demise. The likelihood of these panicked individuals acting recklessly was high. Any single one of their actions could trigger a series of deadly unknown rules. Calmness was essential in bizarre occurrences. However, the more people involved, the more elusive calmness became. Humans are social creatures, easily swayed by the emotions of their peers. When Gu Xinghe uttered those words, Shu Ye distinctly observed the glimmer of hope and anticipation reflected in the eyes of the 3 ordinary individuals in the room, who were too intimidated to speak. It was a desperate flicker of hope amidst despair. If despair were to ensue again, these individuals would cease to be human and become lunatics. Gu Xinghe's current course of action could only be described as self-destructive. This individual and these people must be kept at a distance. Shu Ye resolutely turned to leave. "Where are you going?" Gu Xinghe appeared bewildered. Just as she was about to exit, a chill wind swept in, carrying with it a sense of decay from the ever-open door. In an instant, the temperature around them plummeted, and the oppressive atmosphere enveloped the 5 individuals inside, including Shu Ye, who was half outside the window, rendering them all uneasy. Shu Ye hesitated to move, recklessly. The piercing scream of a child shattered the air, triggering a chain reaction as the middle-aged woman, who had been keeping her head down, joined in the panic. Soon, a middle-aged man, also shouting, rushed towards the group, particularly towards Gu Xinghe. Bang! The man abruptly halted, face down, crashing to the ground. Silence ensued. Chapter 97. Do I really appear so benevolent? The sight of the man collapsing lifelessly clearly startled the 2 already emotionally unstable ordinary people. The middle-aged woman's and child's shrieks escalated to a deafening crescendo. And no matter how Gu Xinghe attempted to calm them, even resorting to angered reprimands, their voices could not be silenced. Shu Ye, witnessing this scene, shook her head slightly. This is what a good person looks like. While he easily garnered the favor of ordinary individuals, he lacked the imposing presence required in such dire circumstances. These people inherently understood that he was their protector and would not harm them. The consequences of this were all too evident. The 2 could not control themselves and were preparing to gather all the living souls in the hotel that a recipe for disaster. This Gu Xinghe was undoubtedly a good person. If she were an ordinary individual, he would be their savior. Yet, unfortunately, with such a mindset and heart, this young man was bound to be drained dry by the politicians at the headquarters of special incidents. This is not a disparaging remark. Rather, it is a recognition that, at times, adults prioritize self-preservation, that if one day they were to encounter a truly bizarre event of grave consequence, most controllers would likely seek an excuse to evade involvement, leaving the likes of Gu Xinghe to bear the brunt of the situation. What a pity. Shu Ye lamented for a fleeting moment, her attention shifting back to the corridor outside the door, as well as the desolate room within. The peculiar wind, along with the familiar scent, was a clear indication that something strange was approaching. Yet, despite the passing moments, she detected no signs of movement. This was decidedly abnormal. The possibilities were limited to three. The anomaly might have just passed by, and the middle-aged man inadvertently triggered a lethal rule, resulting in his demise while they remained unharmed, thus allowing the anomaly to depart. Alternatively, the anomaly could be en route, and the earlier phenomena might have been collateral damage. Lastly, there was the possibility that the anomaly was simply invisible to them. Contemplating this last thought, Shu Ye's brows knitted tightly. She observed Gu Xinghe, who was still preoccupied with calming the now sobbing middle-aged woman and child, and slowly withdrew her foot from the window. Once she had descended, she turned around deliberately, not attempting to appear dramatic, but rather ensuring that the anomalous killing rule did not require her to turn her back. Confirming that there were no ominous sensations during her turn, she finally stood firm. Her gaze swept across the interior of the room. After about 10 minutes, aside from the middle-aged man's death, nothing further transpired. The middle-aged woman and child had finally quieted, though they continued to sob intermittently. Ji Xinghe. Before I arrived, did any of you turn on the faucet in the restroom? I arrived just a few minutes before you. Hang on. Let me ask them to. He turned and crouched down, repeating Shu Ye's question to the two individuals. The response was nothing but muffled sobs. However, in that brief moment, whether it was a trick of the light or not, the illumination in the room seemed to have dimmed considerably, and water was gradually seeping from the gap beneath the closed restroom door. The chilling aura intensified, accompanied by the stench of decay that rendered one nearly unable to smell. Sizzle, sizzle. Suddenly, the lights flickered. Then, with a bang, they exploded. Shu Ye raised her hand to shield her eyes, preventing the shards of glass from piercing them, while an ominous premonition washed over her. Da-da! The nightmarish screams from 10 minutes prior began anew. Shu Ye lowered her hand, brushing off the glass fragment from her hair, enduring the piercing shrieks with a voice as frigid as an Arctic current, tinged with impatience. Silence! Speak again, and I'll throw you into the corridor. As soon as she finished speaking, the room fell into an immediate hush. Ji Xinghe glanced at the two individuals, their eyes brimming with tears, yet covering their mouths, too frightened to utter a sound. Reflecting on his previous demeanor, he fell silent, his flamboyant red hair drooping. Shu Ye, disregarding him, took a couple of steps back and coldly queried, I'll ask you one last time. Before we arrived, did anyone go to the restroom? The middle-aged woman trembled, lowering her head in silence, resembling a student caught off guard by a teacher's question that on the other side. The young boy wished to lower his head as well, but he was a moment too late. He anxiously glanced around, and upon meeting the encouraging gaze of Gu Xinghe, he suddenly felt a wave of calm wash over him. The boy swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he spoke. That uncle brought me here, and said that before. Too much water, too much water. The uncle brought him here. Shu Ye cast a glance at the middle-aged woman who had buried her head, wondering about her role in this. The boy pressed his lips together and slightly shook his head. When I came with the uncle, the aunt was already in this room. I didn't. This child was lying. It was clear that the two of them had gone to the restroom, while she had not. This little boy, so young yet already learning to deceive. When I get out, I will definitely inform your parents. Such poor upbringing. This was the first time in such a long duration, amidst crying and screaming, that the middle-aged woman spoke, and her words flowed smoothly without any stutter. However, Shu Ye narrowed her eyes. Was this truly a matter that required such a hasty rebuttal, since she had arrived before the young boy and the middle-aged man? Whether or not she had used the restroom was only known to her. Regardless of whether she had or had not, it was merely a matter of a single statement. There was something amiss. Shu Ye observed the anxious middle-aged woman and the boy, who appeared somewhat coward after being scolded by her, and calmly interrupted the woman's tirade. I will say this. If you have indeed been, when the anomaly emerges, the first to perish will undoubtedly be you. None of us will die in your stead. This is the rule. This statement perhaps was only fully comprehended by Shu Ye and Gu Xinghe among the four present, both of whom were true manipulators of the eerie. The rule of certain death dictated that once marked, one's rank in the order of demise was of utmost priority. The middle-aged woman suddenly choked, as if an invisible hand had grasped her throat. Gu Xinghe swiftly pulled the young boy away from the woman, and as they approached Shu Ye, he paused upon noticing her retreating footsteps, then changed direction to a corner of another room. Shu Ye was somewhat taken aback by this scene. Gu Xinghe had not conformed to her expectations of saying something like, "Don't worry, I will protect you." Gu Xinghe looked up, only to catch her gaze, and immediately exploded. "What is that disgusting look in your eyes? I am no fool." Oh, the use of I here indicated that he was indeed furious. "You said you would protect me, so why aren't you doing anything?" Upon hearing the middle-aged woman's voice, Shu Ye turned to look. She found herself locked in a gaze filled with resentment from the woman, who was shakily propping herself up against the bedside table. Shu Ye felt no stir of emotion. After all, this was to be expected. However, she found it somewhat perplexing. Clearly, you had stated the intention to save someone. Why then was this individual glaring at me? Did I ever promise to save her? Shu Ye blinked. Am I really that kind-hearted? I was unaware. Hearing Shu Ye's words, Gu Xinghe awkwardly scratched his head, preparing to say something to the middle-aged woman when she suddenly screamed and charged at Shu Ye. This left Shu Ye even more bewildered. Why was she bearing the brunt of Gu Xinghe's troubles? What was the reason behind this? Nevertheless, this did not hinder her ability to deftly evade the woman's advance. As Shu Ye sidestepped and took a few steps behind the middle-aged woman, she heard the rhythmic sound of dripping water. Immediately, she turned her gaze toward the restroom. What had previously been a mere trickle of water seeping beneath the door had, without her noticing, turned into a thick layer of mist covering the entire door. The sound of dripping was now emanating from the water cascading down from above. The anomaly was about to emerge. Shu Ye had no desire to engage with the middle-aged woman, who had already triggered the rule of death. Nor did she wish for any physical contact. Under Gu Xinghe's astonished gaze, a golden handgun appeared in Shu Ye's hand. Click! The gun was cocked. The middle-aged woman froze in her tracks, wielding an empty handgun. Shu Ye attempted to project an air of authority. "Point one more word, and you will be finished." After saying this, Shu Ye glanced at Gu Xinghe and nodded. The anomaly in the restroom was evidently of a lower level. Lacking an eerie domain, the murderous rule was evidently linked to water. In such a situation, discretion was the better part of valor. Engaging directly to capture the anomaly and rescue those on this floor was the task of specialized personnel, not hers. Although a complete disaster had not yet occurred, it was certainly on the horizon. Suddenly, a voice emanated from the special phone hanging around her neck. This moment, Shu Ye had already leapt over all waterlogged areas and was merely a step away from the door. "Zhaoyang, next time, give me a signal before speaking, and also, when did you manage to connect the phone?" There was no time for explanations. Zhaoyang's speech quickened. "Shu Ye, Gu Xinghe must not die." Shu Ye had 1 foot outside the door. "What? Which big shot is Gu Xinghe's son?" The anomaly Gu Xinghe controlled was a deceiving one, a type that could even deceive the eerie, just as her other foot was about to step out. Zhaoyang's words nailed her in place. Shu Ye fell silent for a moment. If it could deceive the eerie, it could also prevent its resurgence. You better not be making this up to trick me. This was no distance to traverse in a single step. Shu Ye looked at Gu Xinghe, who was observing her from the corner with no hint of tension on his face, and finally understood why he maintained such an easy demeanor. Traversing the hotel with such ease, even claiming to gather everyone. Gu Xinghe controlled an anomaly that could be described as a top-tier bug, just like the doppelganger anomaly she had eliminated within the ghost-killing team. One must admit, some individuals truly possess remarkable luck, and if Zhaoyang was not deceiving her, if Gu Xinghe could indeed deceive the anomaly that was on the verge of resurgence, then his rescue was indeed imperative. Gu Xinghe could not die. Even if he did, he must be confined in the eerie archives before the anomaly reawoke. The eerie ropes quietly manifested, and the corpses suspended by them flickered with a blood-red glow. In the next moment, Shu Ye found herself beside Gu Xinghe and the startled young boy. "Let's go." With a single word, Shu Ye grabbed Gu Xinghe by the back of his collar, ready to leave. But he stopped her. "Wait, we need to take him with us?" Shu Ye glanced at the anxious and expectant boy. Without saying a word, she simply extended her hand, with her left hand grasping the diminutive figure of Gu Xinghe, and her right hand holding the similarly sized boy. A flash of red light enveloped them. The three of them reappeared just outside the standard room. Just then, a loud bang echoed from within. The middle-aged woman had perished. Her eyes filled with resentment, now lifeless. Shu Ye calmly averted her gaze. The eerie ropes shot forth, wrapping around the doorknob, and with a pull, the door slammed shut. She retrieved a shard of glass from Gu Xinghe's hair, remnants of the light fixture that had exploded, and hastily inscribed on the door. There's an eerie presence inside. Rule, water, be cautious of the restroom. After finishing, Shu Ye discarded the glass fragment and surveyed the silent corridor. The corridor was not a place to linger. A change of rooms was in order. Suddenly, the corridor lights flickered out, plunging the entire passage into darkness that a footstep echoed ominously. There was no time to waste. The red light promptly enveloped the nearest room, which was diagonally opposite them. With a command of both the virtual and the real, Shu Ye led the two boys through the door and into the room. As the three figures and the red light vanished, the door reverted to its solid state. Just after their disappearance, a click was heard, followed by a second sound. The restroom door swung open, only to snap shut in an instant. The sound of water and the moisture on the floor, along with two bodies, vanished as if they had never existed. Within the swiftly vanishing restroom, space was not confined. Instead, it resembled a lake. In that lake. Countless bodies bobbed up and down, among them the middle-aged man and woman, clearly visible. Outside in the corridor, darkness enveloped everything, and footsteps moved steadily from the end of the hallway. With each step, numerous blood-red footprints slowly emerged on the corridor floor. Densely packed, almost entirely covering the ground. With a snap, the corridor lights flickered back on, and the footsteps ceased. Along with the vanishing footsteps, the blood-red prints on the corridor floor also disappeared, simultaneously, in several rooms. Screams erupted from those witnessing the inexplicable deaths of their companions. Meanwhile, Shu Ye and her companions, having entered via the eerie domain, remained blissfully unaware, yet the three of them were still on high alert. Upon entering the room, Shu Ye swiftly surveyed her surroundings. Luggage, disheveled bedding. This room had clearly been inhabited. Her gaze naturally fell upon the strange object atop the bedside table. It was a remarkably lifelike doll. When a non-human entity closely resembling a human appears, an innate fear arises. The uncanny valley effect is no laughing matter. The doll was exquisitely crafted. Every detail, from its clothing to its strands of hair, mirrored that of a real person, except for its face, which possessed but a single eye and a mouth. What was even more unsettling was that the eye blinked upon noticing them, just as Shu Ye contemplated whether to hastily vacate this unsettling room or test the doll with the eerie ropes. The doll spoke. Its voice was faint, laced with panic. Chapter 99. Do not scream. The doll spoke that it was a good doll, for it was known that anomalies generally do not possess the ability to converse. However, both Shu Ye and Gu Xinghe were aware of this fact, but it did not necessarily mean the young boy was as well-informed. In a typical scenario, the young boy might have felt a sense of wonder upon encountering something magical. However, in this serene hotel, one must not shout, woe is me. Shai harbored numerous questions regarding the Uncle Fong that the doll-like girl spoke of, yet it was evidently not the appropriate moment for inquiries. The admonition against shouting bore significant weight. Instead of approaching, Shai stood at the threshold and asked, "Why must we refrain from shouting?" A flicker of palpable panic crossed the sole visible eye of the doll-like girl. Though her body remained utterly still, making too much noise could lead to death. Is there a peculiar connection between the rules of killing and sound levels? Yet, was this strangeness confined to this room, or did it envelop the entire hotel? If it were the former, then only a scant few might still be alive within these walls. Resisting the urge to scream in the face of fear proved exceedingly difficult. Nonetheless, this girl could transform into a doll. Despite her odd appearance, characterized by a single eye and a mouth, she undoubtedly belonged to the realm of ghost tamers. Are you also a ghost tamer on vacation from headquarters? Shai inquired, glancing at the short, red-haired Gu Xing. Is the Anning Hotel the only place where your headquarters ghost tamers can take a break? Why does everyone seem to be here? Gu Xinghe, somewhat irritated, raked his fingers through his hair. How should I know? Be it a person or a doll. I've never seen or heard of any of this. I'm already exhausted from running around. I hardly have time to remember such details. The vibe of a struggling student was palpable, a mere victim of the headquarters exploitation, yet still an exceedingly valuable one. Da Shai felt that Chaoyang's insistence on her protecting Gu Xinghe was not solely due to his value. Rather, it was imperative that this unusual entity, having already been subdued, must not awaken in an unknown corner, only to vanish without a trace. Such a unique enigma. Who could say what kind of fortunate soul might next be able to tame it? She might still have the task of safeguarding Gu Xinghe at a crucial moment. Yet, she was uncertain whether Gu Xinghe was privy to the headquarters' intentions. In the meantime, Shai longed to ascertain whether the Uncle Fong mentioned by the doll was indeed the same Fong she knew. Just to confirm it, in truth, when the doll-like girl uttered that name, Shai had nearly reached her conclusion that in the Anning Hotel, the simultaneous mention of Fong in this situation seemed rather improbable. Just as Shai prepared to inquire further, the doll-like girl spoke in a feeble tone. Headquarters? What is that? And what exactly is a ghost tamer? Huh. Gu Xinghe exclaimed in shock. You, a ghost tamer, don't even know what ghost tamer is. Are you an imbecile? Such a manner of speaking made it a wonder that she had survived this long. Yet, her words rang true. Could it be that she had unknowingly become a ghost tamer in some obscure corner due to an accident or some other circumstance? Hence the lack of communication from headquarters. The doll-like girl's eyelashes fluttered, clearly startled. Shai thought that if the doll-like girl were to regain her human form, she would likely shrink back in fear at this moment. It must be said, if one were to overlook Gu Xinghe's slightly above average height of 1.60 meters, his face did possess a certain fierceness, complemented by his rather unruly attire. I'm not an imbecile. The doll-like girl stammered. Uncle Fong told me to stay quiet here, no matter what happens, unless someone who knows him comes to fetch me. Otherwise, I mustn't go anywhere, but I'm so frightened, according to Uncle Fong's timeline. The person who was supposed to pick me up should have arrived last night. Yet no one has come. I don't know what has suddenly gone awry in this hotel. The terrifying balloon outside. And the people who have suddenly died. I've been here all along. You're the second group of people to come to me. I hope you can help me find Uncle Fong. I cannot move right now. Shai could only verify one point at a time. The Uncle Fong you're referring to, does he have short hair, wear glasses, and have green flames nearby? The doll-like girl's eyes brightened. Miss, do you know Uncle Fong? Confirming her suspicion, it was indeed the same Fong she was acquainted with. However, wasn't he Fong the ghost tamer dealing with the suspected player, Fong Yongning, who was proclaiming his desire to dominate the world? Had Fong communicated this to his liaison? If so, why had Chaoyang not mentioned it when he spoke to her? You mentioned that we three are the second group of people. What about the first group? Shai asked. The doll-like girl's voice grew even softer. They all suddenly died. Suddenly died? Shai echoed. Is it because of the loud noises you mentioned? The doll-like girl nodded. Yes, one person died that way, but two others just suddenly died. Sudden deaths again. The doll-like girl's description was rather vague. Initially, Shai had assumed her feeble voice was a result of her transformation into a doll, but combined with the mention of Uncle Fong. Could it be that this doll-like girl was also a child, much like the young boy, perhaps even younger? What a predicament! Shai rubbed her temples, feeling that the world was indeed rather unkind to her. Amidst the chaos of this dilapidated hotel, with a multitude of bizarre occurrences and ghost tamers who seemed uncertain of their purpose, not to mention the ominous specter of the mail bureau looming over them tomorrow. It would be more fitting to rename the Anning Hotel as the Eerie Hotel. Upon entering, the rooms appeared remarkably tidy. There were no corpses, no bloodstains. The doll-like girl suddenly wore a look of confusion, only to regain clarity moments later. I don't know. I fell asleep, and when I woke up, everything was gone. Asleep? Shai pondered, then lifted her gaze to the doll-like girl. How did you transform into a doll? This matter was of utmost importance. According to the girl, she had already experienced 3 bizarre incidents without a hitch. Perhaps it was indeed due to this doll. It could be that Shai's acquaintance with Fong. Or perhaps the fact that the girl had not encountered anyone for 2 days had frightened her. But in any case, she was forthcoming with her answers. The doll-like girl quickly replied, Uncle Fong gave it to me. Yesterday, Uncle Fong gifted me a doll, saying that if I encountered danger, I should wrap my hair around it, and then I would be safe. Chapter 100. Terrifying as such upon hearing the girl's words. Shai could only think one thing. The doll was an otherworldly item, perhaps even a precious life-saving artifact. But why had Fong bestowed this doll upon the girl? Was she of such importance? Perhaps even more so than his own life. As she contemplated, Gu Xinghe suddenly slapped Shai on the shoulder with a forceful downward motion. Caught off guard by the comical nature of the gesture, Shai failed to evade in time. How should one put it? Perhaps the efforts of a short individual should not be overlooked. As they smiled inwardly, Gu Xinghe slapped Shai, adopting an air of, "Let me impart some wisdom to you. As an external member, allow me, a senior among the formal members, to enlighten you." External member, senior among formal members. Such terminology seemed rather juvenile. Yet Shai was genuinely intrigued and refrained from retorting. Gu Xinghe nodded in satisfaction, seemingly forgetting to keep it a secret. As an external member, let me introduce you to the Headquarters Research Institute's latest invention, the life-saving doll. As the name implies, using this doll will ensure your survival in the face of the bizarre. As he spoke, he pulled out a doll resembling a primitive talisman, crafted from cloth and straw, devoid of facial features, to show Shai. "This is it. Don't be fooled by its current ugliness. Once I use it, it will morph to look just like me, a handsome lad." Is that the crux of the matter? Wasn't he the delinquent persona supposed to be intact? Nevertheless, this object certainly piqued Shai's interest, especially the fact that it was produced by a research institute capable of mass-producing supernatural items. Yet, this was not the moment for understanding. Just as the conversation was about to shift, Gu Xinghe muttered, "Facial features, saving 5 lives? Isn't there only a handful of these at headquarters? Could this doll-like girl be an influential figure like me?" Confirmed. This girl's identity was indeed of great significance, comparable to that of a bug-level ghost tamer. Originally intending to clarify matters concerning Fong and take her leave, Shai suddenly reconsidered. Although the system had recognized the establishment of the Watchers Alliance, thereby stripping her of any desire to join an organization, this did not mean she would remain oblivious to the affairs of headquarters. Both Gu Xinghe and this doll-like girl were individuals worth her while in nurturing relationships. However, more pressing was the question of how to safely exit this hotel. Without even mentioning the 5th floor, the bizarre occurrences on the 4th floor alone had already exceeded 5. Perhaps she should simply descend through the window, reach the 1st floor, and then navigate through the mist. Gu Xinghe, hands in pockets, remarked, "If you dodge once, you gain a feature. Once both eyes, a nose, and a mouth are present, you can dodge again. The doll will be rendered useless." In other words, the doll-like girl, possessing 1 eye and 1 mouth, had already evaded 2 bizarre incidents. What transpired when you had both eyes and a mouth? This question was clearly directed at the doll-like girl. The doll-like girl pondered for a moment. It seemed that the lights in the corridor had suddenly gone out, followed by the sound of footsteps. Then, 3 individuals rushed in, and shortly thereafter, 2 of them fell lifeless. And someone screamed, only to meet the same fate. The lights extinguished in the corridor, accompanied by the ominous footfalls. Both Shu Ye and Gu Xinghe's expressions shifted simultaneously. Wasn't this precisely what they had experienced before arriving here? Yet, it was the abruptness of the event that compelled them to use the eerie domain to teleport to this nearby room. Darkness, footsteps, and then death. The rules of this bizarre killing were exceedingly nebulous. Then there was the matter of the girl's body, which had vanished inexplicably after she fell asleep. What kind of enigma was that? At this moment, Shu Ye was certain that the scream would lead to death within this house. After all, in the room diagonally opposite where they had just lingered, the middle-aged woman and the young boy had screamed uncontrollably yet remained unscathed, if raising one's voice triggered the killing rule. Then, considering the little girl's silence as she pretended to be a doll, the doll had twice served as a substitute for death. One instance was likely due to the entity lurking in the darkness of the corridor, and the other was the specter that took away the corpse while she slumbered in this room. There were at least 2 peculiarities, surpassing the strangeness they had previously encountered. They could not linger any longer. Shu Ye turned to the doll-like girl and inquired, "What is your name?" The girl timidly replied, "Wan Kiki." "Kiki, would you like to accompany us?" This place is perilous. Shu Ye succinctly relayed her analysis to Ruan Kiki, not intending to make the decision for her. Although she needed to know more about Fangji, that did not imply she would remain here, awaiting death alongside Ruan Kiki. Initially, Shu Ye assumed Ruan Kiki would take some time to ponder. But to her surprise, the girl immediately responded, yes. Shu Ye felt it necessary to elaborate further to the girl. If she was to follow her, she must heed her instructions at all times, even if it meant venturing into a very dangerous place. Potentially squandering one of her precious opportunities to evade death. We must go. This was an unexpected decisiveness. The previous statement had been made with utmost sincerity. With 3 chances to evade death, Ruan Kiki was indeed an excellent scout. She would not perish and could observe her surroundings, gathering more information in the process. Speaking of which, Gu Xinghe still had 5 chances to evade death. When Shu Ye glanced at him, she noticed he looked momentarily dazed, then suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as he took a step back, clutching the corner of his clothing where the small boy had been holding on. "What are you staring at me for?" he exclaimed. The term I had resurfaced. However, since Ruan Kiki had already shown awareness, Shu Ye felt no need to comment further. She stepped forward and used a colorful bear-shaped hair tie from the bedside to bind the doll-like girl's wrist to the mobile phone hanging in front of her, allowing the girl to see her surroundings as well. "Let us go." "Big sister, wait," Ruan Kiki called out. Uncle Fangji left something in the bedside drawer when he went out, saying to use it if strange people appeared. He left something behind and prepared for strange individuals. Shu Ye pulled open the drawer, revealing a golden handgun and 3 magazines filled with golden bullets. "Oh ho," she mused. "It seems Fangji has plenty of these since entering the headquarters. What a wealthy man. How envious." Shu Ye retrieved the golden handgun given to her by Director Jiang Ning from her waist, swapped the magazine, and found it fit perfectly, indicating it was standard issue for the department. The other 2 magazines were tucked into her pocket, as for Fangji's golden handgun. Shu Ye contemplated for a moment, then casually summoned a strange rope from the void with her right hand, binding the handgun to her forearm. Fortunately, her coat was loose enough to conceal it. When the time came to use it, she could simply manipulate the strange rope to draw the handgun from her sleeve. Once she had organized her supplies, Shu Ye turned around to find herself met with a pair of eager eyes. Gu Xinghe gazed longingly at Shu Ye's arms and waist, and had she not known what he was staring at, she might have mistaken him for a pervert. "Damn it, I want one too." Upon hearing Gu Xinghe's exclamation, Shu Ye raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you a formal member of the headquarters? Didn't they issue you a gun?" Fangji had one, so how could Gu Xinghe, who required protection, not have one? Gu Xinghe's expression transformed into one of indignation, his fiery red hair seeming to bristle with anger. The next moment, a gentle voice emanated from Gu Xinghe's special phone. "Greetings, Miss Shu Ye. I am Gu Xinghe's liaison, Wenru. Please disregard any comments he makes regarding firearms." "Wenru," Gu Xinghe protested. Wenru maintained a calm tone, having witnessed that since joining the headquarters, Gu Xinghe had shot his teammates even when the target was close by. His best record? A half-meter radius, raising his arm at the target just a meter ahead, yet he managed to shoot the hat of a trainer 3 meters away. Shu Ye was taken aback. Terrifying? Chapter 101. Team Division. Gu Xinghe's face turned beet red, having been exposed by his liaison. Just as he was about to mount a defense, he looked up to see Shu Ye and Ruan Kiki regarding him with peculiar expressions. Enraged, he shouted, "What are you looking at? Even without a gun, I am the strongest." His ongoing monologue was the sort of exaggerated speech that Shu Ye would never utter, reminiscent of lines from an anime. As Gu Xinghe's embarrassment reached its peak, about to erupt, Wenru spoke again. "I apologize. Xinghe could be a bit sharp-tongued, but he has a good heart. Miss Shu Ye, I appreciate your understanding." "Wenru, I can handle it myself," Gu Xinghe retorted. "If you keep this up, I will tell your mother that you left home without finishing your homework." Gu Xinghe stiffened momentarily, then, with a defiant posture, retorted, "I'll behave." He spoke with the fiercest expression and tone. Yet the words were decidedly meek. This statement embodied Gu Xinghe's current predicament. However, as for the homework, this little brat clearly hadn't graduated from Shu Ye's expression. Gu Xinghe sensed her thoughts and muttered, "Being an adult doesn't conflict with not graduating as long as you're happy." Shu Ye replied with a commercially insincere smile. Oh, was she the head of kindergarten? Among the four present, three were children. Gu Xinghe rubbed his red hair in frustration. Hey, what's next? Naturally, we should change rooms. Change rooms. Huh. So you and I share the same thought. We need to gather the remaining survivors. Huh? Looks like you're quite the survivor. Gu Xinghe choked momentarily. Are you foolish? Just this fifth floor has so many anomalies. The entire hotel must have even more. Anyway, the headquarters will send someone to handle it. We should find a safe room, do nothing, and wait to be rescued. Considering the necessity of deceiving Gu Xinghe later on, Shu Ye took the time to explain her reasoning. However, Gu Xinghe flatly refused. What about the others in the hotel? Let them die. There were so many people in the hotel, none of whom she knew. There was no way she would sacrifice herself for strangers. She was no hero. For ordinary individuals, managing to take care of themselves required immense effort and was no small feat. Then, Shu Ye witnessed Gu Xinghe taking the small boy and running out. What kind of childish behavior was this, leaving home at the slightest disagreement? Shu Ye did not immediately pursue. She paused at the doorway, observing the lights in the corridor flickering back to life. Kiki, you mentioned that after the footsteps sounded, someone died, correct? Yes, Ruan Kiki affirmed. Footsteps, darkness. How were these two connected? Could it be that there were actually two peculiarities that merely happened to appear and disappear at the same time? If that were the case, a crimson light illuminated, and the eerie domain rapidly expanded outward. The moment it enveloped the hotel's floor and walls, Shu Ye gasped in horror. Countless red shoe prints of varying sizes dotted the ground, imprints from both adults and children, each distinct. These were the shoe prints of those who had traversed this floor of the hotel and walked through this corridor. Footsteps, shoe prints, and death, it all connected. Yet one crucial clue remained elusive. How did the anomaly trigger the killing rule with so many footprints present? Shu Ye extended the eerie domain to encompass the room behind her, yet saw no blood-red shoe prints there. Did the anomaly's influence only extend to the corridor, or was it merely temporary? Currently, whenever an anomaly manifested, all the room doors remained tightly shut. Perhaps this was why the killing anomaly had not spread into the rooms through the shoe prints. But what if one time, the door was left ajar? Shu Ye glanced at the floors of this room and the one diagonally opposite, and in the next instant, she lifted the floors of both rooms entirely, crushing them and flushing them down the drain. The fourth floor was temporarily safe, but she had left traces in more places than just here within the hotel. Unless she treated the entire hotel as flooring, she risked triggering the killing rule at any moment. But that was impractical. Tsk. For now, there was nothing more to be done. She could only hope that this particular anomaly would not shift to other floors just yet. Moreover, Shu Ye produced a peculiar dossier. Flipping to the page, featuring the scapegoat acquired from the dual ponytail killer. With this, coupled with the enigmatic realm, escaping this place was not entirely impossible. In truth, the best course of action now would be for Shu Ye to exit through the window on the fourth floor, descend to the first floor, and then traverse through the mist to leave the hotel. However, having come this far, it seemed somewhat unsatisfactory not to venture to the basement level for a glance, to ascertain the demise of Feng Ji and the identity of Feng Yongning. Should one take a gamble? To that non-existent basement level. Before long, outside the Anning Grand Hotel, a figure appeared, slowly descending with a red rope. On the other side, Gu Xinghe sprinted swiftly with the young boy, and in no time, they reached the third floor. The boy hesitated, asking, "Big brother, will the big sister be all right alone over there?" Gu Xinghe clenched his teeth in silence. But his eyes betrayed a palpable sense of regret. The gentle voice on the phone continued, "Xinghe, it is far too dangerous for you to be alone right now. You should not have left your team so recklessly. Furthermore, from the moment you encountered Shu Ye, I have conducted an analysis based on the information I received and the record from the liaison department. Shu Ye is an exceedingly cautious and suspicious individual. She is clearly a coward. Yet, it is precisely this trait that has allowed her to survive amidst numerous bizarre occurrences, earning her high praise from both the liaison department and headquarters for her capabilities. If all goes according to plan, upon the conclusion of her assessment, the captain intends to integrate her into your team. Your current discord with her may lead headquarters to assign her to a different team based on this incident. which would not bode well for you. I refuse to accept such a cowardly teammate. I will choose my own companions, all of whom will undoubtedly share my masculine spirit. With that, Gu Xinghe dragged the little boy toward a room on the 3rd floor. Come on, I've gathered everyone in one room. I'll take you there. I still need to rescue others. The gentle voice was at a loss for how to persuade him. Although Gu Xinghe was a kind-hearted, free-spirited boy, he had an exceptionally high sense of pride. For the sake of his pride, he was unwilling to compromise. What a pity for Shu Ye. She is a rare individual who utilizes her intellect, refrains from impulsive actions, and does not resort to slaughter. As far as I know, among the candidates proposed by the captain, a significant number have included Shu Ye on their list of reserve members. This serendipitous encounter at the Anning Grand Hotel was originally a splendid opportunity for Gu Xinghe. Now, it appears that fate has dealt a cruel hand. When Ro contemplated, she was suddenly startled by Gu Xinghe's furious shout, followed by his exclamation, "What are you doing?" Chapter 102. Farewell. Gu Xinghe never anticipated that those he had rescued would end up in such a deplorable state. The scene was a chaotic disgrace. Some ignored it, some were exhilarated, while others pointed fingers. Yet not a single individual took the initiative to intervene. Gu Xinghe swiftly pulled the frightened young boy behind him, shielding his view, and furiously addressed the paralyzed individuals in the room. Fools! If I continue to concern myself with you, I would be a fool myself. With that, he stormed out, dragging the boy along. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, soon followed by terror, gazing at the monstrous expressions of anticipation around him. He swallowed hard and ultimately declared, "Gu Xinghe says you all deserve to die." His voice grew weaker, yet the anger of the crowd surged violently. Just a little brat. He only has a bit of courage. How dare he speak to us like that, with no parents to back him? Damn. Trash. I told you he was toying with us. He never intended to save us from the very beginning. We, a group of grown men, were clearly tempted by those scantily clad harlots. It is not our fault. His words were nothing but vile. As Shu Ye stated, the hypocrites are always the first to launch attacks with malicious words. Observing that Gu Xinghe had diverted the crowd's attention, someone among them sighed in relief and seamlessly blended into the surroundings, joining in the insults. Big brother, big sister. The boy's voice brought Gu Xinghe, who was consumed by anger, back to reality. He halted, meeting the boy's astonished gaze, and following it, he saw a door ajar, leading to an empty room, and through the window, Shu Ye was suddenly plummeting downward. Just as he intended to move closer, he recalled the harsh words he had exchanged with Shu Ye before their separation, causing him to hesitate. In that instant, Shu Ye's figure vanished. This conveniently provided Gu Xinghe with a justification. He turned to the boy and said, "Let us go to the 1st floor. I'll take you out." The boy appeared both puzzled and thrilled. Can we really go out? However, the mere mention of those people made Gu Xinghe feel nauseated. A wave of profound disgust flashing in his eyes. A bunch of fools. I save them because I perceive them as weak. As a strong individual, I ought to protect them, yet they truly believe they can manipulate me as they please. Just wait. Without my assistance, humph. His decision to swiftly exit this room and seek out those in need was not made lightly. Before leaving, he had utilized his deceptive powers to render the others blind to this room. However, that was only a temporary measure. Now, without his aid, how amusing for those women. The ability of the deceiving entity still lingered, remaining unrevoked, and he had additionally ensured that those men would be unable to perceive them. As for what would transpire after their rescue and departure from the hotel, Wenro would likely be preparing to handle those matters upon hearing the commotion. Yet, there was no need to elaborate on this with the young boy. Gu Xinghe ruffled the boy's hair, thinking that guiding this little brat out was manageable. "Let us go. Your parents." The boy tightly grasped Gu Xinghe's hand, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Thank you, big brother. Don't worry. My parents are here on a business trip. They went to a meeting this morning." In other words, the boy's parents were alive. Gu Xinghe exhaled a sigh of relief, gently pressing his hand on the boy's head. Good. Though similar in stature, the two individuals exuded entirely different energies as they passed by several rooms, arriving at the staircase in the center of the corridor, pushing open the door, and slowly descending the stairs. Along the way, Sounds of eerie music emanated from some rooms. Strange knocking echoed, and unsettling chewing noises sent chills down their spines. Yet none of it affected the two as they made their descent. Should Shu Ye have witnessed this scene, she would undoubtedly have remarked upon the bug-level strangeness, terrifying indeed. Unbeknownst to Shu Ye, who was unaware of being seen by Gu Xinghe and the young boy as she descended from the window, she continued her descent with utmost determination. After all, during her fall, aside from the mysterious mist whose nature was still unknown, there were still occasional floating head balloons to avoid. The latter was something Shu Ye needed to steer clear of. With a soft thud, Shu Ye landed gracefully, retracting the deceptive rope. She looked up at the sky, where the balloon heads glimmered like stars in daylight. Suddenly, rapid footsteps approached. Someone was sprinting towards her. Were they fleeing from something strange? Just as she pondered this, a hand shot out, reaching for her arm. "You dead woman, if I die, you want to live either." Shu Ye was taken aback. She effortlessly evaded the reaching hand, observing the hunched, frail man with unremarkable features, somewhat lecherous in demeanor. Who was this person? What did he mean by "if I die, you want to live either"? His words sounded like something out of an old, tragic romance novel. Did he know her? Yet she did not recognize him. What was happening? Women are a curse. They all deserve to die. The man ground his teeth together, his face contorted in rage, his eyes bulging, rendering him even less appealing to Li Hao. "What madness are you up to this time?" A familiar voice echoed from behind them. Shu Ye slightly turned her head, confirming the identity of the newcomer. It was Gu Xinghe. Though the young boy was no longer at his side, Gu Xinghe noticed Shu Ye's gaze and, momentarily wanting to speak, recalled the words exchanged when they had split up, causing him to freeze. Averting his eyes as if he hadn't seen her, he frowned, watching the irritating figure from headquarters, who, despite her cold beauty, always looked down upon women and attempted to use the bazaar to humiliate them. Thinking herself superior because she had become a controller first. Li Hao. What a shame to squander the meaning behind the character Hao in his name. When Ro had mentioned that such unstable factors would be deemed expendable by headquarters once the captain's plan was executed. Li Hao observed Gu Xinghe, who, though not conventionally handsome, possessed an undeniable charm due to his rebellious nature, and then glanced at the silent, cold beauty that was Shu Ye, jealousy surging within him. That shameless woman, even here, was trying to seduce men. How desperate! Before he could finish his thought, the deceptive rope that had been lurking behind Li Hao finally struck, wrapping around his neck silently. Before Li Hao even realized it, he was ensnared. Gu Xinghe found this rather reasonable. Yet, this was unacceptable. Shu Ye tilted her head, asking, "What? Do you know what he controls?" Gu Xinghe pressed his lips together, unsure whether to divulge the information. Typically, the abilities of each controller were kept confidential, accessible only to those with captain-level authority who could request the data. He disliked engaging in underhanded dealings, hence had never investigated anyone apart from Li Hao. This was due to the fact that the individual Li Hao had attempted to force with his bizarre abilities was none other than Wenro. Fortuitously, he was saved by a passerby at that time, and thus, Wenruji became his liaison. Regrettably, Li Hao is a manipulator of the bazaar, and the headquarters staunchly opposes internal strife among manipulators. Consequently, he utilized a command authority known by only a select few, one that had yet to be ratified by the captain, to retrieve Li Hao's records. Manipulator Li Hao, codename, None, ability. Transaction, propose a deal, bizarre entities fulfill the agreed terms, and the manipulator pays the corresponding price. Background. In his youth, his father was killed in a gambling debt chase, and his mother, unable to bear the burden of debt, abandoned her son and fled. Li Hao was subsequently taken to an underground club, rescued during a police raid on illicit activities, later entered a welfare institution, dropped out of high school, and developed a gambling addiction. Personality. Influenced by his traumatic childhood, he harbors a disdain for women and preys on the weak. Note: Cannon fodder, predestined. Chapter 103. Who is behind you? As Gu Xinghe endured the embarrassment of explaining to Shu Ye, Li Hao struggled and managed to utter a single word from his throat. Transaction. Cough, cough. The moment those two words escaped, the bizarre rope constricting Li Hao's neck inexplicably vanished. Freed from the rope, Li Hao crouched on the ground, coughing violently. Once he recovered, he stood up and cast a derisive smile at Gu Xinghe and Shu Ye, uttering a disdainful trash, boom, just as Li Hao uttered that single word. He erupted in front of Gu Xinghe and Shu Ye in a mist of blood and scattered flesh and organs. Shu Ye and Gu Xinghe swiftly retreated. Alas, despite their efforts, the explosion was too sudden, and both were inevitably splattered with blood. Gu Xinghe frowned, his face contorted in disgust. What bad luck! A gentle voice trembled through the phone. Gu Xinghe responded. He ested. Rest assured, I didn't lay a hand on him. Nor did Shu Ye, he just exploded right in front of us. Wenru recalled how Li Hao had appeared as if something was choking him, rendering him unable to breathe. Bizarre doctor, Shu Ye ability, bizarre rope. She immediately understood. Coupled with Li Hao's utterance of transaction, it was clear that he had escaped from the bizarre rope by engaging in a transaction with the entity within him. However, the price of that transaction was something Li Hao could not bear. Wenru decisively ignored this matter and casually noted in her records. Manipulator Li Hao was attacked by an unknown entity and died at the Anning Hotel. With Li Hao's demise, an object fell from the sky and landed on the ground. A communication device from the special department. Just as Shu Ye reached to pick it up, she was halted by Gu Xinghe. She looked up to see Gu Xinghe glancing left and right, deliberately avoiding her gaze, muttering, "Cough, women are troublesome, and they don't like dirt. Let me handle it." Upon hearing this, Wenru chuckled softly. Xinghe undoubtedly felt that Shu Ye had done him a favor and, wanting to express gratitude yet feeling awkward, was trying to downplay the situation. Shu Ye, whose expression remained normal and showed no signs of disgust, questioned. Gu Xinghe picked up the phone and pressed the button. It was turned off, and the call could not connect. Something felt amiss. Gu Xinghe said to Shu Ye, "The personnel dispatched by the headquarters must maintain a connection while in the task zone. Yet it's currently switched off." Saying this, he pressed the shortcut key. The call was quickly connected. Li Hao, the minister warned you last time not to use the bazaar to threaten women in danger. The liaison spoke at length, but received no rebuttal from Li Hao, quickly sensing something was off, and shouted again. However, that brief utterance was sufficient for Shu Ye and Gu Xinghe to comprehend why the phone was off and why the liaison did not enforce a connection. Who would want to hear such words? Nevertheless, it must be said that Li Hao's death was truly satisfying, albeit it occurred too swiftly. Gu Xinghe grimaced, so Li Hao's liaison. Huh. I'm Gu Xinghe. I encountered Li Hao at the Anning Hotel, and before I could say much, he suddenly exploded right in front of me. Pausing briefly, Gu Xinghe and Shu Ye simultaneously dashed out into the mist. Damn, Li Hao is dead, and the body is gone. The bazaar has revived. There's no way to contain it. Even if there's a deceiving bazaar. Gu Xinghe, who didn't want to confront the transaction entity, hurriedly followed Shu Ye's lead. Yet, as they ran, he suddenly felt something was amiss. This direction, where are they headed? It's clearly leading back into the hotel. Where are you going? To the underground level. Then why are you running that way? This way. Shu Ye halted. Do you know how to get to the underground level of the hotel? The lobby manager, who had worked there for nearly a decade, didn't even know about it. Shu Ye looked ahead and was astonished to discover a staircase illuminated by a green fluorescent arrow. The issue was, she certainly hadn't seen that arrow during the day. What is going on? The two moved quickly, soon arriving at the staircase entrance, and then they rushed in one after the other. Whoosh! A gust of cold wind blew past that silenced the darkness. In an instant, they lost their sight. The only sound were their own breathing and heartbeat, which echoed thunderously. Shu Ye stood still, not speaking, merely standing in quiet contemplation, a faint red light appearing. She could see again, through the vision granted by the bizarre rope. Just beneath her feet, a staircase extended into the depths of darkness. Meanwhile, Gu Xinghe, who had been ahead of her, had inexplicably vanished. Gu Xinghe. Shu Ye called softly, but found that the path she had discovered had also disappeared. Now, she stood alone in the darkness, surrounded by an abyss of black. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps. Shu Ye suddenly looked up, directing her gaze toward the sound. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the footsteps ceased, and the place where the sound had come from harbored no trace of anyone. Were they human or bizarre? Shu Ye remained still, refraining from wandering aimlessly, still unclear about her surroundings. She picked up her phone and discovered it was not in a connected state, It seemed that what she had discussed with Xiaoyang before, about not connecting the call without necessity, had indeed been heated. Pressing the shortcut key, she dialed. As always, the call was quickly connected. Shu Ye, are you all right? Was this some obligatory opening line? Every time she contacted Xiaoyang, it always began with this phrase. Wenru, Gu Xinghe's liaison. Xiaoyang exclaimed, "Aren't you with him at the hotel? Did you get separated? What happened?" She quickly replied, "There's no time to explain. Just connect me to Wenru. I need to speak with her." Upon hearing the urgency in Shu Ye's tone, Xiaoyang understood the gravity of the situation. Without further questions, she grabbed the desk phone and dialed a series of numbers. "Wenru, this is Xiaoyang, the liaison for Bazaar, Dr. Shu Ye. Shu Ye needs to speak with you." Since there was no pressing situation concerning Gu Xinghe, Wenru was in a listening mode and thus had the time to respond. "Yes, since the incident at the hotel began, I've been in contact." Shu Ye continued naturally. "Let Gu Xinghe take the call. That I need to ask him something." Wenru paused for a moment, somewhat perplexed. "I thought you were looking for me for something, but you're actually seeking Xinghe. However, weren't you always following Xinghe? If you have something to say, just tell him directly. Why go through the phone?" Chapter 104. The person in the cage hearing Wenru's words, Shu Ye gazed at the surrounding emptiness of darkness. For a moment, she was uncertain who had been affected. But if the one affected was not her, but Gu Xinghe, it was then that Shu Ye realized that the doll, Ruan Kiki, which she had tethered to her phone strap, had been silent for quite some time. She looked down. Ruan Kiki, to her astonishment, Ruan Kiki, which originally bore only one eye and one mouth, had developed another eye. Both eyes were tightly shut, indicating that it was likely asleep. According to Ruan Kiki's previous explanation, it too had fallen asleep after developing an additional feature. It seemed this was a mechanism activated after the doll had substituted for a deceased individual. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Ruan Kiki had been attacked by some bizarre force. Under her very nose, it had felt nothing at all. How could this be? Yet, such was the peculiar behavior exhibited by the substitute doll. Or was it that Ruan Kiki's demise this time was triggered by some bizarre killing rule she inadvertently activated while in the hotel? There was insufficient information to draw conclusions at present. After confirming that Ruan Kiki was temporarily unharmed, Shu Ye decided not to concern herself further with it. Given the current circumstances, possessing a substitute doll in 3 lives, Ruan Kiki should be the least fearful of bizarre attacks. Thus, the focal point naturally shifted to Shu Ye, who was with Gu Xinghe. During her contemplation, Wenru had already linked the call with Shu Ye into a sort of group chat. Gu Xinghe, what's around you now? The call was just connected, and Wenru had yet to explain the situation to Gu Xinghe. However, the voice of Shu Ye, who had been following him the entire time, reached his ears. Even a most obtuse individual should be able to piece together some of what was currently unfolding. As Gu Xinghe continued to move forward, albeit at a significantly reduced pace, he caught a glimpse of Shu Ye trailing behind him, mirroring his slow descent. After confirming that all was momentarily well, Gu Xinghe surveyed his surroundings. Upon entering the stairwell, he descended to the basement level, marked by a B1 sign on the wall, yet it bore no resemblance to a parking lot or a warehouse. This place felt more akin to a prison cell. Was this where the livestock intended for culinary purposes were confined within the Anning Grand Hotel? He noticed feathers scattered about. Or perhaps there were other inhabitants. Shu Ye recalled what Tu Yang had said about being locked in this very space by his brother during his childhood. Given the presence of feathers, it seemed plausible that this was indeed a holding area for living ingredients. Yet an eerie silence enveloped the space, coupled with the fact that a seasoned lobby manager, who had worked there for a decade, was entirely unaware of its existence. Perhaps this basement level had long been abandoned. However, considering Tu Yang's age, it was possible that it was still in use during his childhood, that a small child, confined in darkness with livestock that could strike at any moment for several days. Alongside the injuries he bore, and then sent to a mental institution at an undetermined age. Oh dear. Reflecting on this, it became increasingly evident that Tu Yang's peculiarities were not without cause. His half-brother was indeed a disturbing character as well. It was merely that their deviations manifested in contrasting manners. What a precarious situation for a family to have 2 sons who are both abnormal. TSK. The Tu family is in peril. There's also the ominous letter from the Erie post office tomorrow. But that is of no consequence now. Let it all be destroyed. Who are you? Gu Xinghe suddenly shouted into his phone. Are you the ghost handler sent from headquarters? Leave this place and instruct headquarters to seal off the Anning Grand Hotel. Hurry! Unbeknownst to him, the doll-like Ruan Kiki had awakened at some point and, upon hearing the commotion, excitedly shouted, Big sister, it's Uncle Fangji. Shu Ye gently patted the doll's small head, attempting to quiet her. However, the piercing quality of a child's voice is formidable. Ruan Kiki's words easily reached Gu Xinghe's earpiece, and subsequently, Fangji's ears. Ruan Kiki, why aren't you in your room? But Kiki is scared. This statement was uttered so softly that Fangji did not catch it. Yet, Shu Ye sensed something amiss. Why did Fangji exhibit a greater panic over Ruan Kiki's presence than over the imperative to seal off the Anning Grand Hotel? His demeanor suggested an unwavering commitment to protect this child. A stark contrast to his earlier urgency. Gu Xinghe. Is there any movement from the me behind you? Gu Xinghe did not allow his encounter with Fangji to distract him from the lurking threat. He kept a vigilant eye on his surroundings. No. I halted, and she did as well. Hand your phone to Fangji or not order me. Despite his defiant words, Gu Xinghe obediently passed the phone through the gap in the cage's bars to the middle-aged man, who, even while curled up in a pitiful state, still appeared to stand over 6 feet tall. Once Fangji took the phone, he smirked, One day, I will bring down the knees of all you tall folks. Fangji was taken aback by the ghost handler's demeanor. It was both surprising and somewhat amusing. Since his arrival here, the weight on his heart had lightened considerably. He chuckled softly, raised his hand, only to realize that his glasses were missing, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed as he turned away. Hello, is this Fangji? Shu Ye. Fangji exclaimed, suddenly alert. Then his expression shifted. What are you doing at the Anning Grand Hotel? Is Tianjun with you? Before Fangji could continue, Shu Ye interjected. Since you're still alive, why haven't you contacted headquarters? And what about Fang Yongning, whom you want to apprehend? There was an abundance of information to uncover, but time was of the essence. Fangji had to prioritize and hurriedly spoke. Fang Yongning is dead, but his peculiarities revived with astonishing speed. He had just died, and I hadn't even managed to contain the peculiarities within his body before they resurrected. All the strange occurrences in this hotel stem from him. My phone was lost during my dealings with Fang Yongning, so I couldn't reach headquarters, although I can't utilize my supernatural powers while in this cage. I remain safe from being attacked by the peculiarities, which is quite remarkable, a serendipitous discovery on my part. However, Fang Yongning did mention something about a game item. The specifics were unclear, but from what he implied, most of the strange events currently unfolding in the Anning Grand Hotel are due to this item. Shu Ye, listen to me, this is not the crux of the matter. You must leave the Anning Grand Hotel and Anning City as quickly as possible. This basement level is perhaps the most terrifying place in the entire hotel and possibly in all of Anning City.